Chen Feng looks back at Hong Shuaibin worried. He wants to open his mouth, but he doesn't know how to say it. Hong Shuaibin still ignores Su Xian's situation and shoots a bullet into the bullseye according to his own rhythm. Chen Feng, who was surrounded by Su Xian's performance indicator, immediately ran to Hong Shuaibin to see his achievements. Naturally, Lin Wenjie came to inform Su Xian of the result. This time, it's 9.8. After Hong Shuaibin, the scores of the 4 guns were all above the 9th ring road. Chen Feng stood in front of Hong Shuaibin with joy. Shuaibin, no one dares to say that he will win you in your present state. It's just that the first 5 shots are too bad. Even if you lose today, you don't have to worry about it. I won't lose. Chen Feng, believe me. I will win. Floodbin, who entered into a violent state, looked directly at Chen Feng for the first time and vowed with resolute voice. Chen Feng looked at the concentration that Hong Shuaibin had never seen before and nodded heavily. You will win, I believe you. Chen Feng returned to her shooting platform and saw Su Xian standing on the side of the shooting platform with a face of indecision and uncertainty. She decided to stimulate him again. Su Xian, you'd better shoot as soon as possible? What's the fear of being ahead so much? Sure enough, Su Xian blew up and threw the gun back to the table. Why do you want me to shoot first every time? This time, Hong Kong Bin, you shoot first. Can't wait? Well, I'll do it for you this time. With a happy return, Hong Shuaibin seized the opportunity to completely throw back Su Xian's satirical words in front of him. What's more, Hong Shuaibin didn't look at Su Xian at all when he spoke. He still held up his beam rifle and made an aiming posture. Su Xian's chest heaved violently because he was ignored. When Hong Shuaibin finished shooting, he immediately urged Lin Wenjie, Wenjie, tell me how many rings. This, Hong Shuaibin's achievement is. But Lin Wenjie's eyes began to dodge Su Xian's eyes, and he did not dare to tell him how many rings Hong Shuaibin had hit. You said. What are you hesitating about? Su Xian is more anxious. This is the last shot. What else is going on? At the critical moment, Zheng Zhirong took on the responsibility of reporting the results. He announced to all people loudly, 10 rings, Hong Shuaibin has just made a perfect 10 rings. Oh, Su Xinjia heard as if there was a mouth of old blood blocked in the heart, want to vomit but cannot spit out. Lin Xian felt that he was about to suffer from internal injury, and his depression was about to explode. Why? Why can Hong Shuaibin make 10 rings? Su Xian kept asking himself in his heart, I have observed him for such a long time, it is clear that his shooting strength is very ordinary, I want him simply not too easy. And even I have not played 10 rings, why can he do it? Why on earth? Su Xian felt that his head was about to explode. He took up the gun several times and could not focus on it. He could only put down the gun and cover his head. Fortunately, Chen Feng did not choose to mock him at the moment, otherwise he would surely die on the shooting platform. However, Chen Feng didn't urge others. Zheng Zhirong waited for a long time and didn't see Su Xian's intention of shooting. He couldn't help but urge him to say, Su Xian, you can't compare with each other in the end. In the end, you will be sent this gun. Su Xian numbly raised the gun, but his whole body was shaking, completely unable to control, reluctantly supporting the target after shooting. Su Xian was powerless to sit on the ground. How can such a state result be good? Su Xian finally only played 7 rings, Hong Shuaibin beautiful realization of the counterattack. Watching the diehards from backwardness to anti-surpassing, Chen Feng finally fell down with a big stone in her heart. She hugged Hong Shuaibin excitedly and yelled and jumped, Shuaibin, you have done it. You are the best. Hong Shuaibin finally withdrew from the violent state and held Chen Feng in his backhand. I won. Thank you, Chen Feng. Thank you for your support. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin are in a state of extreme excitement. They don't notice that Lin Wenjie, on the other side, wants to leave in silence. Instead, Zheng Zhirong stops them. It's not over. Do you want to leave now? Zheng Zhirong's words reminded Chen Feng. Chen Feng let go of Hong Shuaibin and went to Lin Wenjie. It said that there are 2 matches. I'm afraid that Su Xian can't compare any more like this. You can do it for him. Without Su Xian, the leading elder brother, Lin Wenjie is now helpless. He has no choice but to bravely promise to come down and help Su Xian to sit down and walk to Lin Xian's shooting platform. Chen Feng stood on his shooting platform and held up his beam rifle. It may have been affected by the victory of Floodbin's Jedi overturning. Chen Feng's state exploded, aiming at the distant static target and firing 10 shots without stopping. After shooting, he directly put down the gun and turned to face Lin Wenjie. I'm finished. It's your turn. Lin Wenjie didn't shoot. Instead, he leaned his head to see Chen Feng's achievements. Seeing how hard he was, Zhang Zhirong couldn't bear to read Chen Feng's performance indicator to him. When he saw the results above, he took a cold breath and almost choked himself. 9.3 ring, 9.8 ring, 9.6 ring, 9.9 ring, 9.5 ring, 10 ring, 9.2 ring, 9.7 ring, 9.6 ring, 9.3 ring. Chen Feng, are you a pervert? Lin Wenjie was also shocked. He put down his gun with disbelief on his face and took Chen Feng's performance indicator for a quick look. Finally, he went back to the shooting platform and shot 10 shots. After reading his own achievements, he shook his head with a bitter smile and helped Su Xian leave. He did not say a word in the whole process. Chen Feng is not interested in seeing the results of this man who was bound to be his defeated general. Instead, Zhang Zhirong is full of curiosity and comes back with a look and shakes his head. It's only 84 rings. It's not interesting. It's just a little bit of ability. They're crazy. They are not so easy to get mad. Today's business is definitely calculated. Their goal is to come and find Xu Weibin's troubles. With Xu Weibin's normal level, neither of them can win. But thank you. It's none of your business. You came and helped us. Looking at Su Xian and Lin Wenjie, Chen Feng clearly knows that if Zhang Zhirong hadn't helped to stir up the situation, it would have been a tough day if Hong Xueibin had not suddenly broken through his own super level. It's nothing. The more I look at these two people, the more disgusting I get. I happen to come to you and meet this matter. I just don't want them to be petty. Zhang Zhirong shrugged his shoulders. But you've got a feud with them. You should pay attention to them in the future. Chen Feng went up and hugged Zhang Zhirong. Many things need not be said. In his heart, he wrote down, by the way, what did you say you came to find us? Zhang Zhirong touched his head and felt a little embarrassed. He pointed to the shooting platform originally belonging to Lin Xian and said, this is not to see that Lin Xian's shooting platform is empty. I want to change to this side and study together with you. Welcome, this shooting stand is also free. You can use it, of course. Chen Feng said welcome. He likes this big sunny boy. Lin Xian's shooting table can be replaced by him, which is the most acceptable result for him. Thank you. I'll change here from now on. Zhang Zhirong laughed and got Chen Feng's permission. He started to operate the shooting platform to shoot. Zhang Zhirong began to practice. Chen Feng thought that he could not stand and kill time. He took back his sight and was about to use his own shooting platform. He saw that Mr. Lin was standing in front of his performance indicator, his brows were locked and he was silent. What happened again? Chen Feng heart cluttered, carefully reminded the next teacher Lin, Teacher Lin, what instructions do you have? Oh, Chen Feng, I have a question to confirm. I hope you can tell me the truth. Chen Feng, have you ever been exposed to firearms? Before? Have you received any training in firearms? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mr. Lin pulled back his mind and threw out a question. Chen Feng immediately shook her head. Where did she come from? Contact with firearms? No, Mr. Lin, I have never been exposed to any firearms, even in real life, I have never seen a gun in real life. It was the first time I really came into contact with firearms since I was admitted to Jiangnan Mechatronics College for shooting class. If that's true, maybe you're the best gun talent I've seen in all my years at school. Mr. Su operated Chen Feng's performance indicator, called out all his previous shooting record sheets, and reread them from beginning to end. Mr. Lin rubbed her eyebrows and calculated the change of Chen Feng's performance. Then she recalled the extra test she had given Chen Feng, in the first 2 classes. I have felt that you are different from ordinary people in rifle firearms, but I can't imagine that you have made such rapid progress. Chen Feng felt a little flattered, repeatedly showed that he really did not lie. Teacher Lin, I swear to God, I really just started to contact firearms. I know that I don't pay enough attention to you. You can start to move the target with your current performance. Lin interrupted Chen Feng's words, looked at him with approval and gave permission to move the target. Chen Feng was stunned. He only had a few shooting classes and used guns several times. Unexpectedly, he could use the moving target. The surprise came so suddenly that Chen Feng felt a little unreal. Hong Shuibin and Zhang Jirong were listening to Chen Feng's conversation. When they heard that Mr. Lin allowed Chen Feng to start using the moving target, they all came to embrace Chen Feng and congratulated him. But although your shooting level meets the requirements of moving target, I suggest you don't rush and continue to train fixed target. The three talents were excited for a while, and Teacher Lin immediately threw a basin of cold water. Hong Shuibin couldn't solve it. He looked at Mr. Lin in doubt and asked, "Why is this, Mr. Lin? Why train a fixed target when you can train a moving target if Chen Fengrua stops Hong Shuibin?" Thoughtfully, Mr. Lin certainly won't hurt him. He must have a hard time. Mr. Lin, do you want me to continue to consolidate in the fixed target, and then use the mobile target after it is stable? That's right. You should remember what I'm saying. Fixed target training is the understanding and proficiency of firearms, single-hand grab training is the control of firearms, while moving target training is physical reaction and coordination, and ultimately achieve the goal of moving targets in single-hand shooting. Lin looked at Chen Feng and nodded. Maybe this student would become a shining star in the future of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan. Chen Feng lowered her head and tried to remember every word and sentence of Teacher Lin. At this time, Zhang Jirong put in a question. Mr. Lin, you said that we should finally practice shooting mobile targets with one handgun, but isn't this very difficult? It's easy to get away from the target without support. This student is right. It is easy to miss a moving target with a single handgun, but you have to think that in the future, you will be on the battlefield. Mr. Lin affirmed Zhang Jirong's statement and did not refute it. He also gave them a careful analysis of the differences. The battlefield is changing rapidly. You use beam rifles, not beam blockers. You don't have the spare time to aim at fixed posture under the barrage of bullets. What's more, it's the attack from moving, and dodging. If you still spend time holding the beam rifle with both hands and aiming, I'm afraid the gap has been penetrated by the enemy. Well, in that case, you can use a single-handed gun instead of a single handgun. It's not very easy. If I turn to train a beam blocker, I won't have to practice one-handed. After answering Zhang Jirong's question, Hong Shuibin put forward other ideas. Lin helplessly looked at the student who wanted to drill the hole, and then explained the problem of the beam blocker. That's another thing to say. It's a process of getting farther and farther to practice the beam blocker. It's very boring. There are not many people who can stick to it. Moreover, the use of light beam barrage guns basically means that they have given up the ability of medium distance and close combat. It is difficult to dodge flexibly with such a huge barrage gun. Therefore, the two machine armor who use the barrage gun are basically determined by one shot. Wow, isn't it a high mortality rate for Mecha with beam blockers? Then why should we use it? It was the first time that Hong Shuibin heard about the sniper gun. These words knocked out his idea of learning the sniper gun. Hearing Hong Shuibin's words, Chen Feng couldn't help looking into the distance, and found Nangong Mengdai, one of the few people who trained beam blocker guns. I didn't expect that she chose such a dangerous gun. She is really a different girl. Mr. Lin had expected that the students would have such a misunderstanding, so he gave a more comprehensive explanation. It is not necessarily. As long as they are not found, the machine armor using the sniper gun is still very safe. Moreover, this kind of machine armor is generally equipped with guard-type machine armor, and its survival ability is guaranteed to a certain extent. Because it can provide powerful firepower at a long distance, it is very needed in the battlefield, and neither side will give up this advantage. That's one shot to explode the machine. The number of machine armor with the sniper is very high. Zhang Jirong some long to imagine the scene of a machine armor shooting an enemy plane, some envy. It's true. The number of hits by machine armor equipped with a sniper gun is higher than that of other machine armor. This is not very difficult to get the data, Teacher Lin answered very simply. Hong Shuaibin picked up the beam rifle on his shooting platform. Looking left and right, he still felt that he had no chance with the sniper. Although it sounds very powerful, I still use the beam rifle. For the students to have a clear understanding of themselves, Teacher Lin is very satisfied. The sniper gun is not suitable for all people. The practice of the sniper gun is very boring. Not only need to have talent, but also have a strong heart. Without these cannot stand day after day, year after year of hard training, give up halfway, and fight life and death, will only degenerate into other people's combat merit. Chen Feng is a rifle talent, naturally can't be wasted, and you two personality jump off is not suitable for the sniper gun. Spend your time on the rifle. It's time for me to talk to other students. When Mr. Lin walked away, Hong Shuaibin looked at Chen Feng enviously again. Chen Feng, congratulations on becoming the second person in the class who is qualified to practice moving targets. Does that feel great? Unexpectedly, Hong Shuaibin was thinking about this. Chen Feng held her forehead and made a helpless look. I'm not the second person to train moving targets. Take a look. Miranchuan beside Pan Yugua and Nangon Mengdai on the other side of the sniper are also using moving targets. Mr. Lin came here after teaching them. According to Chen Feng's words, Hong Shuaibin looked indignant. With their family background strength, I don't believe they didn't touch the gun when they were young. Chen Feng, you just started to practice recently, which is different from them. Chen Feng was very open-minded, and in turn comforted Hong Shuaibin, who complained for him. Even if they have been in contact with each other since childhood, they have been working hard bit by bit. We started later than them and have to train hard. I see, you are always so grumpy. The floodbin white Chen Feng one eye, covers the ear to express does not listen. Chen Fenglin is no longer in a hurry to practice, but he is still not spending time on the whole class. Just after class, Chen Feng called Yu Jia and immediately asked, Yu Jia, did Mr. He announce how to select research assistants in class in the morning? I forgot to introduce before. Mr. He is not only a teacher of Fighter department, but also a teacher of Mecha research department. This morning, he was teaching in the teaching building of Mecha research department. He will definitely announce the selection of research assistants for the research group of aircraft of variants. Sure enough, Yu Jia gave out a silver bell-like laugh and said excitedly, well, teacher, he has officially announced it in class this morning. Considering the time urgency of this project group, only 1 week's preparation time is given. Finally, 20 students with the highest scores will be selected as research assistants in the written test next week. Because we have 4 years, there will be 5 places in each year. Things are moving forward in a good direction. Chen Feng is finally relieved and considers the lunch event. That's good. Let's go to dinner. Okay, let's try to be faster. Time is tight. I think Lin Xian needs more time to supplement his knowledge. Yu Jia thinks that Lin Xian's progress is slightly behind other students, and decides to solve the problem of eating quickly. I see. We're going. Chen Feng hung up the phone and rushed to the canteen with Hong Shuaibin's hand. Oh, Chen Feng, please slow down. You treat me like this again. Hong Shuaibin was caught off guard by Chen Fengla's continuous stumbling. He thought that Chen Feng was the second time in a row that he ran away without saying a word. Looking up at the sky, he only hated that he didn't have many feet. 4 people in the canteen quickly to get ready to eat, during which Hongbin finally figured out what happened, for his last understanding of the situation and blamed God and people. During the meal, Chen Feng noticed that Lin Xian was often in a daze, his eyes were not focused, and his dishes occasionally fell from his chopsticks. After a long time, Chen Feng felt that it was time to take charge of it. Otherwise, Lin Xian's body would break down before the exam started. He stretched out his chopsticks and knocked on the back of his hand. Wake up, Lin Xian. I know you're taking time to review your lessons. But please, it's time to eat. You should concentrate on eating. You can learn better when you are full. Lin Xian's thoughts floated far away. Chen Feng knocked him several times before he woke up and said, I can't help it. It's not that there is too little time. There is only 1 week for the exam next week. There are still a lot of knowledge points I'm not familiar with. Seeing that Lin Xian was so upset, Yu Jia reached out and patted him on the head and comforted him. Lin Xian, you don't have to be too anxious. This time teacher, his test is too sudden. In fact, all the students are not ready. As for everyone's learning is not too deep, Mr. He will certainly consider that the test will not be too difficult, and you haven't left too much homework behind. When you go back, I will help you to draw out the knowledge points that need to be paid attention to most. It should not be a problem to review the key points. I don't know whether it's Yujia's head touching or consolation. Lin Xian calms down a little and finally starts to eat normally. Chen Feng silently compares her thumb to Yujia, and Yujia returns with a naughty smile. After finishing the meal, Lin Xian went to the library with Yujia. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin rushed back to the dormitory to have a rest. Morning exercise was too hard in the morning, and fighting class was in the afternoon. It was necessary to make a good recovery. Lin Xian didn't come back until Chen Feng woke up and left the dormitory. He suspected that he might have gone directly to the classroom from the library. Chen Feng said to Hong Shuaibin, who was still wearing shoes, Lin Xian is really hardworking. He hasn't had a rest since the morning. I hope he can be selected as a research assistant. I didn't expect that he could work so hard. I'm a bit impressed. Chen Feng, we can't fall behind. Hong Shuaibin put on his shoes. He recalled that Lin Xian had worked hard since the beginning of school. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. That's necessary. I'll knock you out this afternoon. Chen Feng pulls up her sleeve and shows off her biceps in front of Hong Shuaibin and throws down a letter of war to Hong Shuaibin. By you? I forget that I was beaten to death so quickly. It seems that I will help you to wake up in the afternoon. Hong Shuaibin rubbed his hands and thought about how to educate Chen Feng for a while. Chen Feng is not willing to be outdone. Although fighting is your strong point, it does not mean that I will let you win easily. They entered the classroom with their mouths mixed. At the first sight, they saw Su Xian and Su Wenjie. Well, that's bad luck. Hong Shuaibin turned his mouth and pulled Chen Feng to the opposite direction. After Chen Feng went to the position, she looked back and found that Su Xian and Lin Wenjie had opened a distance with them in silence. She quickly reminded Hong Shuaibin to come and see. Shuaibin, look, they are actually avoiding us today. I don't think they will provoke us any more this time. Do you think that when they come to fight class and shooting class, they are all defeated by us? How can they still face us? Hong Shuaibin clubbed his chin and gave a seemingly reasonable explanation. Chen Feng felt that things were not so simple. They are really far away from us, that's good. I'm afraid they will be more fully prepared next time. Hong Shuaibin still did not take the matter seriously. Then come on, soldiers will block the water and cover up the earth. They want to trouble us, we can't avoid, and then they will do it. Chen Feng frowned. She was really too cautious. She patted Hong Shuaibin on the shoulder. Shuaibin, you are right. When they come back, we will become stronger. That's right. If they get stronger, we can't make progress? There's nothing to be afraid of. Hong Shuaibin covered his shoulder and took a breath of cold air. His backhand held Chen Feng's neck, but Chen Feng, you're really cruel. I'll never let you go for a while. Retribution came too fast. Chen Feng was unable to be firmly controlled by Hong Shuaibin for a moment, so she could only try to support the space to gasp, don't make a fuss. Miss Lang is coming. You should let me go. Hong Shuaibin looked up and saw Mr. Lang stride onto the platform, and then let Chen Feng go. He gave Chen Feng a look of waiting to see, and then waited for Mr. Lang's class in the appearance of a good student. Mr. Lang ignored Chen Feng's news and began to teach seriously. Today is still a group confrontation. In a few more classes, we will begin to teach fencing, so I hope you will not waste time practicing unarmed combat in the remaining few classes. After that, Mr. Lang stepped down from the platform to signal the students to start. The students who had stood in square array immediately scattered and found their opponents to practice. Naturally, Chen Feng was against Hong Shuaibin. Both of them held back their strength. This strength was not used up in the morning exercise, but became more powerful, which encouraged them to fight without remaining strength. Chen Feng's boxing is based on the skills taught by Mr. Lang, with no mistakes at all. However, Hong Shuaibin is just like a horse in the sky, integrating his own whimsical ideas into Mr. Lang's skills, which is totally unpredictable. They are just like the right way and the deceitful way. There is no difference between right and wrong. However, because Hong Bin has great talent in close combat. Chen Feng is always shocked by the unpredictable attack, and gradually becomes defensive. Chen Feng's impeccability makes Bin more excited, and his body shape is a little faster, and his movements are even more weird. Chen Feng's action finally slowed down under high pressure. Bin successfully broke through the defense line. When he hit the chest, he was shocked and staggered back. Bin devoted himself wholeheartedly and didn't give Chen Feng a chance to breathe. He immediately bullied Chen Feng and tried to make further efforts. Chen Feng certainly could not let him do what he wanted and forced him to stand and sweep his waist. Bin retreated to avoid Chen Feng's counterattack. This attack has been disintegrated. Just as Chen Feng had this idea in mind, Bin rushed forward again. This time, the goal was to sweep out the leg that had not yet been taken back. Knowing something wrong, Chen Feng immediately turned sweeping into a kicking attack on Bin's front door, trying to stop his sudden advance, but he was still a little slow and was beaten to the ankle by Bin. Under the pain, Chen Feng's reflexive leg retraction, and Bin takes advantage of Chen Feng's unsteadiness to launch an attack again, kicking Chen Feng with only the right foot left to support her body. We can't let Bin succeed easily. Chen Feng is in a hurry and decides to attack Bin's leg. Maybe Bin will not choose to die with him. Unfortunately, Bin is an unusual person. Even if he is hit by Chen Feng, he has to be pulled into the water. As a result, both of them successfully hit each other and finally jumped straight with their own legs. Bin, you are really cruel. Do you have to exchange injuries for injuries? Chen Feng's heart and lungs were torn by the pain. Seeing Bin's expression, she could not help complaining. Hey, I won't miss any chance, and the blow you receive is more obvious than mine. I'm worth it. It's not a loss. Although Bin's legs are also painful, he suddenly felt less pain when he thought of Chen Feng getting more than him. Two people stand at the same place, rubbing their chest and legs. They won't be able to fight for a while. Then Teacher Lang's voice came from his side. You two are doing well, but there are big problems to be corrected. In the middle of the fight between Chen Feng and Bin, Mr. Lang came behind them and watched the whole process of the battle. Now he began to comment on their performance one by one. Chen Feng, you are too constrained by the moves I teach you. It's not easy to make mistakes. It's very stable. It's normal training, but it's too rigid in the battlefield. The battlefield situation is complex and the situation is changing rapidly. Repeated fixed pattern moves will let the enemy easily guess what you are doing behind you, and you will only be led by the nose all the time. There are moves, but you can't stick to them. If you don't judge the situation, Chen Feng, if you continue this routine, you will be dead in the battlefield. Mr. Lang's criticism is very severe, but every sentence is reasonable and points out the biggest crux of Chen Feng. Chen Feng takes orally, lowers his head to accept the instruction, and looks at Chen Feng's shriveled appearance. Bin covers his mouth and steals GUA. After the lesson, teacher Chen Fenglang began to comment on Bin, your spirit is very good. You cannot stick to the moves and integrate into your own ideas. It is rare for students to show their own style in this way. Bin's face just showed a glimmer of color. Teacher Lang's words changed, but your problem is too free and loose, too much attention to attack. If it was just in the battlefield, Chen Feng will certainly die under your attack, but then you will immediately follow him to the sky. Is it not so serious? Bin was stunned, and Chen Feng also showed a puzzled expression. Just now Bin's advantage was so huge, how could he suddenly follow his own example? Mr. Lang pointed to the student who was training next to him. Just now, even if you successfully killed Chen Feng and Bin, you would be seriously injured. At this time, a random person can harvest you. Do you think that if you die like this, will you be unjust? The Flood Bin is anxious to jump repeatedly, is a famous general, that even if a miscellaneous soldier passes by and takes his head, it is totally unacceptable. Of course it's unjust, it's not easy to win, why let people harvest casually? This is too humiliating. In order to let them have a more intuitive understanding of the problem, Mr. Lang went to the center of the two men to resume the fight. Just now, Chen Feng has been standing unsteadily before. Bin is right to take advantage of the situation to attack. However, when Chen Feng found that he could not avoid the choice of a desperate fight, Hong Shueibin could not be hard-pressed again. This is Hong Shueibin's advantage. Why do we have to fight against each other and lose both? As long as Hong Shueibin retreats a little, Chen Feng's desperate counterattack will make him lose his balance when his body is unstable. At this time, it's no effort for Hong Shueibin to go forward and defeat Chen Feng. Mr. Lang's prompt made Hong Shueibin open his mind and repeatedly knocked on his skull. Yes, I didn't expect it. I was so excited at that time. I only knew to rush forward. Thank you for reminding me. Mr. Lang waved his hand to stop Hong Shueibin's thanks and asked them to figure out how to solve their own problems. Your problems have been explained. Think clearly before you start training. But then again, you two may work wonders in a team of two extremes. Mr. Lang is a straightforward person. Although his words make people feel embarrassed, their words are reasonable. Chen Feng and Hong Shueibin have no time to be embarrassed. They all think about how to adjust and improve themselves. After a long time, Chen Feng's train of thought gradually became clear. Since Mr. Lang said that I didn't have enough response, I tried to change my action according to the actual situation. It happened that the opponent was waterfront. We can observe and learn his changes in the fight. From the perspective of overcoming shortcomings, our combination is really good. Now that I decided to try my hand, Teacher Lang had already left for a long time. Chen Feng raised her head and happened to see Hong Shueibin looking at herself with both eyes flooded. Come on. Waterfront, this time let you see different me. Hong Shueibin rubbed his hands, pinched his fists, and his hair creaked and creaked. Then I'll come. This time, I won't give you another chance. Then he immediately flew up. Although both of them were aware of their problems, it was not so easy to solve them. Chen Feng tried hard to adapt to the environment and make his moves change. Hong Shueibin tried hard to restrain his desire to attack, but he always went against his wishes. He felt that he did not have to fight against him. From others' point of view, it was a mess. After fighting for a long time, there was no chemical reaction at all. Chen Feng took the lead to leave the battle group and made a sign to stop. Wait for the waterfront first. It's not right. It won't work. Hong Shueibin breathed the sweat from his forehead, nodded and agreed. It's too awkward. It's like becoming another stranger. I don't know what to do next. Didn't you grow up together? Think of yourself as the other party and try to imitate the other person's thinking. The sudden voice made them both stunned. They turned their heads and looked at the direction of the sound. It turned out that when Mr. Lang stood beside them, he was giving advice. Mr. Lang, how do you know we grew up together? Hong Shueibin's brain circuit is quite unique, and he actually raises an unrelated question. I've read all the students in the class. Teacher Lang uncovers this topic coldly. Let two people start afresh. Begin, just I watch for a while. Since Mr. Lang said so, let's try. After all, he is an experienced teacher. Chen Feng closed his eyes and recalled the floodbin he had known since he was a child. He imitated his movements and took the lead in attacking. Not willing to be outdone, Hong Shueibin learned Chen Feng's previous moves to defend. Not to mention, the two people changed their thinking under the really different effect. At the beginning of practice, Hong Shueibin was in charge of the initiative and had been making various attacks on Chen Feng, but now it has become another scene. Chen Feng changed the pattern to attack Hong Shueibin like a storm, and Hong Shueibin floated around like a boat in the rough waves. Mr. Lang watched for a long time and silently praised him in his heart. Although he is a little bit astringent in the simulation of each other, his behavior has been greatly changed. These two children are very talented. After a little bit of advice, they can quickly master the essentials and can focus on observation in the future. Thinking of this, Mr. Lang shifts his eyes to see Pan Yubua and Murangshuan, who are also in a fierce fight. They are both flying up and down with their lips closed, trying to find and break through each other's flaws. The scene of the stalemate is very wonderful. Then look at Nangong Mengdai, who was forced by Zhang Jiron with wonderful leg skills. Nangong Mengdia's feet are left in the air as if they had gone through the decline. Although Zhang Jiron's situation is dangerous, he can always break the rhythm of Nangong's dream butterfly and give himself breathing space. For a long time, I haven't seen so many students with obvious characteristics and outstanding talents at the same time. I remember that the last time I had this kind of scene was in the year when I formally learned how to operate Mecha. Mr. Lang looked at it and gradually recalled the past. Scenes came to mind. Chen Feng felt that she had completely become Hong Shuibin. Not only were all kinds of fantastic moves, but also her voice changed. Ah! Waterfront, watch me attack your footwall. The mouth says the footwall, but the hand is straight to the shoulder. Damn it, Chen Feng, how can you be so cunning? Hong Shuibin almost fell victim and quickly changed his moves to block Chen Feng's fists. It feels so good. It's just like the sky and the earth before. All kinds of changes are easy to catch. After the offensive, Chen Feng took time to tell Hong Shuibin how she felt. Hong Shuibin guarded for a long time, and his stomach was full of fire. He said, I'm not happy. I'm always defending. I don't attack many times. But I've learned a lot of skills that I've never thought about before. No, I've gradually been able to change my moves flexibly. Chen Feng is now in high spirits, all kinds of patterns come out together, playing a completely different self. Hong Shuibin didn't stop and agreed, I never thought I could play like this by defense. I used to only think about how to attack. Today I've learned too much. With the passage of time, the two became more comfortable, no longer stuck to imitating each other, and finally turned into a war of both attack and defense. Ring the bell. After class bell rings, Teacher Lang calls on the students to gather for school. Chen Fengkai stops to have a rest. Looking at Hong Shuibin opposite, they both show a satisfied smile. On the way to the cafeteria, Chen Feng took Hong Shuibin's shoulder and recalled the lively experience of fighting in class. Waterfront, we'd better practice like this in the future. It's so wonderful to have endless changes. That's necessary. I never thought about how to use defensive skills. Today I have a totally different experience. Chen Feng, you have to cooperate with me to consolidate. Hong Shuibin and Chen Feng happened to coincide, and his new experience made him unable to stop. Yu Jia was surprised by the excitement that they couldn't restrain. Yu Jia was surprised that she had not been to Jiangnan Machinery College for so many years from childhood. After asking about the situation, Yu Jia said with a smile, it's a correct decision for us to come to Jiangnan Machinery College together. Your teachers are very conscientious. You can't live up to their careful cultivation. Chen Feng patted her chest and showed her determination. I made an appointment with Hong Shuibin, and we must become the patron saint of the ancient Godland Republic. Well, you must live on the battlefield. It may be that Yu Jia finally told me a lot of dead words in the words of Mr. Lang. In terms of improvisation, Hong Shuibin's strong point. He put his arm around Chen Fengbao and said, Yu Jia, don't worry about others. I may not be able to manage others, but I will certainly take care of Chen Feng to prevent him from being in danger. Look at your poor appearance. Yu Jia is amused. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are together, which makes her feel relieved. There should be no big problem in taking care of each other in the battlefield. After dinner, everyone still went back to their dormitories to review their theoretical knowledge. Chen Feng took the textbook to her notes and unconsciously read it into the night. Looking at the flood bin across the street, he was already sleepy and half awake. He suggested, we almost all go to sleep. It's very late. We have to get up and do morning exercises tomorrow morning. Hong Shuibin was too sleepy. As soon as he put the book away, he went to the health home to wash. Chen Feng looked at Lin Xian on the other side and was still studying hard. He turned a deaf ear to his words. When he approached him, he saw that he was concentrating on a book on the evolution of the world's mecha. He had to clap his hands and interrupt his thoughts. It's too late for Lin Xian to go to bed. Lin Xian devoted himself to the book and was photographed by Chen Feng before he realized, it's okay. I'll read it for a while. I'll test it next week. If I don't work hard, I won't have a chance. Chen Feng looked at him worried, still want to urge him to have a rest earlier. You may not have reached the test person to collapse, that is not even more meaningless. I know, I'll control the time and go to bed later. Lin Xian sent Chen Feng back to the sea of knowledge. Lin Xian so insisted, Chen Feng gave up, continued to persuade him, go to bed by oneself, quickly fell asleep. On the bright day, Hong Shuibin started his bed call service again. Chen Feng slipped out of bed. It was Lin Xian's other side that Hong Shuibin woke him up. After Lin Xian woke up, he didn't have a second word. He rubbed his eyes and got up. Chen Feng didn't know exactly when Lin Xian went to bed last night. He vaguely saw 2 dark circles under his eyes and asked, Lin Xian, did you see it very late last night? You want to stop sleeping? When you've had enough sleep, come back to the playground and join us. No, it's agreed that I can't be absent from training together. Lin Xian refused Chen Feng's kindness and got out of bed and insisted on going to the playground to train together. After dealing with personal hygiene problems, 3 people appeared on the playground. Nangong Mengdai was waiting for them behind the door. Today is later than yesterday. Naturally, Lin Xian, the chief culprit, came forward to apologize. I'm sorry, I read too late last night and couldn't get up in the morning, so I delayed some time. Oh. After hearing this, Nangong Mengdai refused to comment and turned to run on the playground. Chen Feng looked at each other. Is that it? Did she listen? I feel like a failure. With a deep sense of frustration, they follow Nangong Mengdai and start jogging. After a while, Pan Yuguo and Mirangshuan also came to the playground one after another. After a wild run yesterday, everyone was more restrained. Instead of fighting each other inexplicably, they practiced their own projects. After 8 laps, it's time to practice boxing. According to the convention, Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian, Nangong Mengdai, form a group. Of course, Chen Feng and Chen Feng continue to fight each other's style according to the way Teacher Lang taught them in the fighting class. Nangong Mengdai has seen Teacher Lang's teaching of them in class, so he attacks Lin Xian. But Lin Xian's state is not very good, and from time to time often Nangong Mengdai hit him for a while before reacting. Nangong Mengdai practice did not twice stop. Lin Xian also mechanical block in place for a while. If you don't want to practice boxing, I won't force you. I can do it myself. Lin Xian's reaction makes Nangong Mengdai very disappointed and leaves with a word. Lin Xian's mind was still in the book Evolution History of World Mecha that he read last night. It was not until Nangong Mengdai took a few steps to realize that it was wrong. He caught up with Nangong Mengdia's hand several times in a row. He explained, Nangong is really wrong, do you know? Next week, Mr. He's Machina Variant Project Team will open a test to recruit research assistants. We have a total of 5 places in our year. Because of the transfer, I'm slower than other students. In order to get into the top 5, I've been thinking about the knowledge in books. I didn't mean to. Please give me another chance. Nangong Mengdia's drooping hair covered her face. Lin Xian couldn't see the expression on her face from behind. He only vaguely heard a low voice, well, let go. What? What do you say? Lin Xian didn't understand Nangong Mengdia's meaning, but he held her hand and asked questions. Nangong Mengdia's ears suddenly became red to the naked eye. He threw Lin Xian forward with his backhand, which was an over-shoulder fall. I told you to let go. The huge movement made Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin stop involuntarily and stretch their necks to check their situation. After the pain, Lin Xian finally lets go of Nangong Mengdia's hand and lies on the grass to look up. He finds that Nangong Mengdia's face is red and transparent, just like a big red apple. At this time, Lin Xiankai found that something was wrong. He had been holding the hands of other girls for a long time. No wonder Nangong Mengdai had such a strong reaction. Lin Xian quickly climbed up from the grass, shrunk his head and said, I'm sorry. Nangong Mengdai didn't respond and rushed forward. It was just a slap in the face. Lin Xian knew that he was in the wrong and could only concentrate on gripping his teeth to resist. It felt like centuries before Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin finished their practice and pulled Lin Xian away from the bitter sea. They said goodbye and went to their dormitories. On the way back, Hong Shuibin couldn't help asking Lin Xian, I asked you, what did you do to Nangong Mengdai? Why would she beat you mercilessly? Lin Xian was embarrassed to say that he was holding on to others' hands. He had to look around and say, well, I didn't do anything. Nangong Mengdai is in a bad mood. Maybe. And in fact, Nangong Mengdai didn't lay a heavy hand on her. In fact, my body always felt stiff under the strain of the past few days. After being patted by her, I felt much more comfortable. Hong Shuibin, with a full face, leaned against Lin Xian's shoulder and tried to lure him to tell the truth. Do you have the constitution of being abused? I feel comfortable being beaten. Do you think I will believe it? Do you believe Chen Feng? Chen Fengban didn't believe it either, but seeing Lin Xian's spirit was better than when he left the dormitory. Maybe Nangong Mengdai really helped him? Unable to think of the real reason, Chen Feng spread out her hands and shrugged her shoulders and made an expression of your own guess. Lin Xian felt empty and broke free from Hong Shuibin's arm and ran to the dormitory. What I said is true. Do you believe it or not? This boy must have a ghost. Don't run, be honest with me. Lin Xian's escape made Hong Shuibin confirm his conjecture even more, and chased with a bad smile to get to know the truth. Chen Feng didn't join them. Instead, she turned to find Nangong Mengdia's leaving figure in the distance. What will happen to Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai? The morning is the most popular theoretical class of Mr. He in Jiangnan Mecha College. Now, no one knows what he is doing about the project team of aircraft of variant. Even the students of fighter plane department want to join in. As soon as he stood on the platform, some students raised their hands to ask questions. After getting permission from teacher he stood up and said, Mr. I heard that you have increased 10 places for departments other than Mecha Research Department. Can we also sign up for fighter plane department? Mr. He increased the number of research assistants? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are the first to hear this news, and they can't help but look to teacher he and wait for his answer. Yes, the project team for this variant of Mecha is very important. Originally, my proposal was to send 8 teachers to our school. However, President Pan finally decided to send a total of 10 teachers, and it is normal for each teacher to be equipped with 2 or 3 research assistants. As a result, I temporarily increased some places to select 30 research assistants. He helped his glasses and affirmed the news. It's really true. Unfortunately, this quota is not for Mecha Research Department. Chen Feng never thought of joining this project group. On the contrary, Hong Shuibin became eager to participate in the research of morphing mecha. Looking at the students in the classroom getting excited, Mr. He cleared his throat and suppressed the voices of the crowd. Then I think that in our school, not only the mechanical or research department, but also the students of other departments have their own different opinions on machine A. Therefore, the following 10 new places are allocated to other departments, so that students of any department can sign up for the test. The student who asked the question immediately asked, according to our fighter plane department, we can also participate in it. I have to sign up for the teacher. C said that the key question, all the people are staring at teacher, waiting for his final answer. He took a deep breath and did not give the students an opportunity to interrupt. Although all departments can sign up, my opinion is that all students of fighter department should not participate in this test. I know why you want to ask. What's the significance of the class of Fighter A? It's for you to learn the operation skills of Mecha, to kill the enemy and defend the country in the battlefield, rather than to make you become a researcher and study Mecha in the research room. The students suddenly realized that they were wrong. On the podium, Mr. He continued to explain, although there are theoretical lessons in the Fighter A system to let you learn about the structure and maintenance of the Mecha, this is only basic knowledge, so that you can deal with the problems of the Mecha when you can only rely on yourself when you are fighting alone. If you put the cart before the horse and put your mind on this, you will not be the mechanic of Mecha, but the maintenance team of Mecha. What he said was very reasonable. The students were convinced that they did not ask any more questions. The students who asked questions at the beginning also sat back and waited for the lecture. He looked around and saw that the students had picked up their textbooks. He praised the students' self-control secretly and began to explain them with all their heart. Time flies, when the students are still immersed in the sea of mecha knowledge. Teacher, he announced the end of class. Okay, let's go here today, class is over. Come here, Hong Shuibin. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin look at each other, which is absolutely to talk to him about the machine armor variant. They run to teacher he. After finishing the textbook, Mr. He looked up and saw the 2 people coming to him. Both faces were watching him eagerly. He asked Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin must want to participate in the test and join the project team. Hong Shuibin's head points with the woodpecker. Yes, I always want to participate. Teacher he, can I? Mr. He shook his head slowly to break Hong Shuibin's fantasy. I still said that, as a fighter student, your first task is to learn how to operate a fighter. As for the research of Mecha, there will be other professionals to take charge of it, so don't worry too much. Hong Shuibin did not comply, holding Teacher He's arm back and forth. Teacher He, this is not just a chance, I really want to personally experience the whole process of the birth of variant Mecha. That's not good either. Although the teacher helped you start the research on this project, you are not allowed to make a fool of yourself. You have to do a good job in the student's duties. Mr. He still flatly refused Hong Shuibin's proposal. Yes, Mr. He, I won't take part. Hong Shuibin knows that he is hopeless and no longer entangles himself with this issue. He just looks at it with pity. Mr. He, who had a stern face and a serious face, was amused by Hong Shuibin. He shook his head with a smile and said, "You don't have to show me such a poor picture. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Mecha variant project will definitely need to test pilots in the later stage. At that time, I strongly recommend you, and you can definitely witness its appearance." The flood binnle jumps 3 feet high, hugs Teacher He tightly and revolves. Teacher He, thank you so much, I will never let you down. Mr. He is very old. He has been held by Hong Shuibin for several times. He feels that the world is spinning. He asks Hong Shuibin to let him go to the ground. Chen Feng also quickly comes forward to help him to avoid falling down. Mr. He held Chen Feng's arm for a while to recover. He waved his hand to let Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin leave. You all go back. I have to prepare the materials for this research group. Time is very tight. Don't delay. Let's go. They left the classroom. In the afternoon, it was a simulation class that made everyone yearn. After several failures in the last class, everyone had their own opinions on how to operate the mecha to reach the mountain in half an hour. They all came early and wanted to try it. Teacher Su still took his big wine pot leisurely to the classroom, looked at the people's faces under the stage, the desire of innate. Smiled gently, picked up the big wine pot and said to the students, "How, kids, do you want to know what the problem is in the last class? Think clearly. It should be about. This class can climb up." The students gave positive answers one after another. Mr. Su laughed and seemed very pleased to pour a mouthful of wine. Very good, you were so confident. If it is true, I should really look at you with a new look. Then we will stop talking and start training in your simulation cabin. With Teacher Su's permission, the students rushed to their respective simulators. Chen Feng is also the same, quickly open the hatch, fix the body, call out the console. Chen Feng piloted the mecha once again appeared at the start of the test project. After the last simulation class, Chen Feng discussed with Hong Shuibin and Zhang Jirong for a long time, focusing on the different effects of using thrusters at different heights and pressures of mecha, and the power consumption under different conditions. If you can master these key consumption data and use them flexibly, it is absolutely impossible to reach the top of the mountain in half an hour. So Chen Feng this time appeared in the starting point, and did not go to the end as usual, but instead to test the use of thrusters in various environments. Chen Feng first started the thruster to continuously raise the body, and found an interesting rule. After every 500 meters of ascent, the ascent speed brought by the thruster will drop by 10%. After reaching the altitude of 5,000 meters, it is difficult to climb anymore by relying on the propeller of the mecha itself. The ascending speed can be seen by naked eyes. It can be described as turtle climbing, and it can be estimated that the maximum speed can reach 5,500 meters. It's the limit. No wonder the last time I turned on the maximum power of the thruster when I was approaching the peak, but the mecha didn't get much rise. The original problem is here. I have to keep it in mind in the future. Chen Feng confirmed a problem, firmly memorized it before trying another guess. Chen Feng tested the power consumption of thrusters at different altitudes. After several successive liftings and landings, the results also gradually appeared in Chen Feng's mind. It's really interesting that the efficiency and consumption of thrusters are so similar. Similarly, taking the 500 m as the boundary, the power consumption of the thruster will increase by 30% for every 500 m rise of mecha percent. When the limit of 500 to 5500 meters is reached, the power consumption is 3 times that of the origin. After these tests, Chen Feng controls the remaining power of the mecha. Chen Feng uses the remaining power to turn on the thruster to assist the mecha to slow down the control speed, and finally relies on gliding to return to the starting point. After quitting the training voluntarily, Chen Feng closed the simulation cabin and summed up her experience, so it was very unwise for me to choose to fully open the thruster on the hillside and at the top of the mountain last time. The roll and consumption of the propeller itself is a very large inverse ratio under the change of altitude. In high altitude, I have to focus on the control of the mecha itself. So there's only one last question left. Obviously, Mr. Su used thrusters to show all the students how to operate. But why did he still have so much residual power when he finally reached the top of the mountain? For this problem, Chen Feng has no clue. She can only control the mecha to the end and pay attention to the remaining electricity, hoping to find something strange from it. During the running, the power consumption of mecha has been very stable, but the Emperor did not fail. Until Chen Feng turned on the thruster and let the mecha fly. Through the muddy road, the electric power dropped sharply, which made Chen Feng feel a little strange. In the next section of the road, Chen Feng began to use thrusters to assist the mecha to run. After passing through several potholes, Chen Feng saw that the mecha only consumed less than 10% more electricity than when running without thrusters. Finally, one thing was determined: the power consumption of small power and multi-interval thrusters was very small, even negligible. This is a major discovery. It means that Chen Feng can use thrusters to increase the stability and speed of the mecha. However, Chen Feng needs to spend more time on the use of thrusters. However, Chen Feng does not feel too uncomfortable in the aspect of distraction and multi-purpose. She feels that she can switch on and off the thrusters at any time while controlling the mecha no difficulty. By now, all the problems that bothered Chen Feng have been solved. The next step is to move forward at full speed without any scruples. The second half of the journey has become relaxed and casual. Chen Feng constantly practices using thrusters to assist the mecha to arrive at the top of the mountain. Successfully. She calls out the operation console to check the results. 31 minutes. It's close to the goal of half an hour. If you don't always pay attention to the remaining power before, you should be able to succeed. Then you can be more proficient in the operation of thrusters and consume less time. Chen Feng took advantage of the hot iron, said to do, immediately reset the training back to the starting point. This time Chen Feng no longer any reservation, wholeheartedly controlled the mecha, rushed to the top of the mountain without obstacles, and then looked at the results. 29 minutes, as expected, fulfilled the task of Teacher Su. Yes. It's a success. Chen Feng quit the simulation operation and cheered loudly in the simulation cabin. It was quite a pleasant thing for Chen Feng to succeed in something he thought was impossible to achieve, let alone learn a lot of new knowledge. Chen Feng has realized the great significance of thruster in the mobile aspect of mecha. Naturally, she spared no effort to try various methods of use, hoping to master the most appropriate cooperation skills. Chen Feng rushed to the top of the mountain again and again, and the results were better than ever, from 29 minutes of the first success to 28 minutes, then to 27.5 minutes to the last 27 minutes. Good. One more time. Chen Feng's simulation interface suddenly disappeared. What happened in front of Chen Feng's simulation? Is there a power failure? Haha, it's not the power failure, but the class is over. Come out of the simulation module. That's all for today. Teacher Su's smiling voice was introduced into the simulation class. Chen Feng realized that she had practiced for so long. Chen Feng opened the simulation module and came out to see that other students were leaving their own simulation module one by one. Chen Feng came to Hong Shuibin, who came out next to him. How about waterfront? Did you succeed? Hong Shuibin was full of color and cocked his chin with pride. That's necessary. The communication after last class is not in vain. In the end, I can climb to the top of the mountain in only 26 minutes. I need 27 minutes to get to the top of the mountain. I need a good rate of synchronization. Chen Feng didn't feel resentful because Hong Shuibin was better than him. He just felt the difference of synchronization rate. It's just the difference now. I think you'll surpass everyone here. And you don't want revenge. You can't lose to the murderer who killed your parents. Hong Shuibin's rare consolation shows that he has enough confidence in Chen Feng. Chen Feng took out her pocket watch and nodded heavily in her hand. Yes, I have to succeed again. No matter the ends of the earth, I must find him revenge. At this time, all the students have walked out of the simulation class. Mr. Su still held up his big wine pot and waved it to the students at will. Today, the kids are doing well, most of them have successfully run within half an hour. If they fail to reach the goal, make persistent efforts in the next class, and think about what is missing. Now it's all disbanded. The simulator needs a rest. The teacher will stay here to think about something. Think about it? I'm afraid it's just lying down for a drink. Hong Shuaibin secretly slandered Mr. Su to Chen Feng. Chen Feng getting ready to leave, Zhang Jirong suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Feng, Hong Shuaibin, have you all succeeded? For Zhang Jirong, Chen Feng is naturally truthful, all success, Hong Shuaibin 26 minutes, I 27 minutes. Zhang Jirong looked at Hong Shuaibin with envy after listening to it, I am 27 minutes, too. You are really good at Hong Shuaibin. Hong Shuaibin's face is proud and his mouth is still more modest, I am also thanks to the blessing of high synchronization rate, and the output of Mecha is higher than you. After knowing all the results, Zhang Jirong explained his intention, we discussed it after last class. I tried all of them several times just now. Cough. 3 people are talking, and Teacher Su's voice came from behind. Now class is over, what can you say outside the classroom? It seems that Mr. Su felt that he was disturbed by several people. Chen Feng and his colleagues quickly walked out of the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Zhang Jirong said. As he walked, I found that under different levels and heights of Mecha, the role of thrusters and power consumption will be different, and there is a fixed variation standard. Hong Shuaibin impatiently interrupts Zhang Jirong, this also uses you to say, we must have experimented with these. If you take 500 meters as the boundary, the effective thruster will decrease by 10% and the power consumption will increase by 30%. Is that the result of your test? Yes, that's it. Zhang Jirong nodded his head in a hurry, it's a big discovery. I never thought there would be such a change before. Today, I feel super happy when I test out the result. As a result, Zhang Jirong's words were interrupted by Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at them happily and said, I guess you only tested out these 2 results, but also ignored one thing. What? What else did we not expect? Chen Feng, tell me quickly. When Zhang Jirong heard that there were still omissions, he was interrupted twice. In a row. Hong Shuaibin was worried and no longer pretended to be forced. He pulled Chen Feng from left to right and told him to tell him the truth. Don't worry. Do you remember what Mr. Su did last time? Did you see the remaining electricity when he stood on the top of the mountain? Chen Feng first asked another question, wondering if anyone had the same idea as him. Remaining power? I didn't notice. Is there anything strange? Hong Shuaibin buried his head for a while, and finally shook his head to show that he didn't know. Zhang Jirong on the side also said that he didn't pay attention. You are too careless. How can you study and make progress? Chen Feng took the opportunity to despise them. Then Chen Feng did not give them the chance to fight back, and immediately said his discovery, Teacher Su's mecha still has 12% of the remaining power after reaching the top of the mountain. You can't imagine it. This figure is greatly beyond the expectation of Hong Shuaibin and Zhang Jirong. They throw Chen Feng's satire out of the blue and think about their remaining electricity. Hong Shuaibin took the lead in telling his own situation, I only remember that I have 8% of the electricity left. Hearing Hong Shuaibin's words, Zhang Jirong's face broke down and said sullen, I only have 7%, which may be the worst. At this time, Hong Shuaibin didn't have time to comfort him. He immediately asked Chen Feng, how much do you have left? I'm concerned about this data, so the best time is to have 10% of the remaining power. Chen Fenglu is a little proud to say that he spent a lot of effort to achieve the data. Hong Shuaibin was still puzzled and continued to ask, although Chen Feng, you do consume less electricity than we do, but why do you control this? Hong Shuaibin, you're dead-headed. The less power consumed at the same time and distance, isn't there more space for Mecha to move? This is certainly a capability we need to master in the future. What's more, do you think that with Mr. Su's character, he will let us easily complete the challenge? He must have a purpose to control the remaining electricity. In the future, he will let us simulate the body with less electricity to achieve the goal of reaching the top of the mountain in half an hour. Chen Feng hates that iron is not made into steel. Her die-hard party has always been smart, but today she can't turn the corner to find out the problem. Such a simple and easy-to-see trap was easily ignored. Hong Shuibin patted his head with chagrin. Zhang Zhirong also patted his thigh as if he was punishing himself. After self-blame, Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong were full of curiosity and asked how Chen Feng controlled the power consumption. Chen Feng, tell us how to save so much electricity? Chen Feng felt that Guanzi was almost sold, and shared her additional findings with them. After my test, when the horizontal altitude is less than 500 meters, we do not need to turn on the propeller to fly except for special sections. As long as we use the thruster built in the mecha to assist in running posture and maintain speed for a short time and interval, the power consumed by it can basically be ignored not at all. In other words, in the case of less power consumption, the mecha we operate can achieve more stable and uniform speed. Actually, I chose to fly over with thrusters in several places. I didn't expect to increase the consumption. Zhang Zhirong suddenly realized and patted his head in frustration. Looking at the two men, Chen Feng summed up her own operation skills. I have been using thrusters to assist the mecha to control the posture of running at a constant speed. A small amount of low-efficiency propellers use very little power, so there is still a lot of electricity left. Moreover, I judge that if it is in a high temperature or extremely cold state, it will also have a great impact on the power consumption, but at present I have no condition to test. Zhang Zhirong finally understood what the problem was. He only hated that he couldn't test it in person after class. He made a mistake. He studied the efficiency and consumption of thrusters. He didn't pay attention to the smaller details. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to the simulation room to practice immediately. Zhang Zhirong, who usually laughs and laughs, looks sad. On the contrary, Hong Shuibin looks at it with a smile. Let's come back next class. It's better to know than not to know. It's better to be robbed by Chen Feng this time. Chen Feng, you have to treat me tonight. Well, I expected you would. I'm so pathetic to tell you the secret, but it's hard to be a good man. Chen Feng knew that Hong Shuibin was joking with him and chose to cooperate with him to perform as hard as possible. When Zhang Zhirong heard that someone had invited him, he said that he must go to eat and drink. The three then called Shangjiujia and Lin Xian to a Japanese restaurant at the gate of the school. After who had eaten the sea, Hong Shuibin naturally would not let Chen Feng, who has no income source for the time being, pay the bill, and take the lead to settle the bill at the cashier's desk. For the next week, Lin Xian practiced in the morning, had classes in the daytime, and was still fighting at night. Fortunately, several people from Chen Feng led him to eat. Otherwise, he would have to forget to eat or sleep. These days Chen Feng sees that although he is not very good spirited after getting up every day, he always looks new when he exercises in the morning, especially after practicing boxing with Nangong Mengdai. Maybe Nangong Mengdai has a wonderful effect on Lin Xian's actual combat. It seems that Nangong Mengdai is also secretly helping Lin Xian. In this way, a week was spent in the hard training and hard reading of all the students. On the test day, except for the students of Phytera department, all other department students did the test questions in class in order. To save time, the selection of the research group of Machina variant is all in the form of multiple choice questions. After the students hand in the paper, they can directly judge the score and determine the place on the spot. Chen Feng is worried about the achievements of Yu Jia and Lin Xian. In class, she always pays attention to the clock on the wall. After class, she runs outside the classroom and dials Yu Jia's mobile phone. Anxiously waiting for a while, Yu Jia finally got through the phone. Chen Feng immediately asked, "How did you do in the exam? How many? Can you be a research assistant? And how did Lin Xian do in the exam? Can he be a research assistant?" Yu Jia, who was opposite, had expected that Chen Feng would have such a performance. Her reply in a soft voice soothed Chen Feng's anxious mood. "You can rest assured that we have finished the examination and the ranking has just been announced. I was the first, Lin Xian was the fifth, and Hiyuchi, the daughter of teacher He, was the second. We all successfully became research assistants of the research group of machine armor variants." "Great, Yu Jia, you are the best. Lin Xian's hard work has not been wasted. It's a perfect ending. Chen Feng Hong Shuibin compared with a okay gesture, and they hugged each other heavily and felt happy for their partners. First of all, the teacher will give us some details. You and Hong Shuibin will go to the canteen first, and Lin Xian and I will be there soon. Yo Jia seems to have something to do there. Hurry up and make an appointment with Chen Feng and hang up. Chen Fengkai put down the phone, and the bell rang immediately. At this time, the most likely caller was Mr. He. Chen Feng picked up his mobile phone and saw that it was Teacher He. He quickly connected. Hello, Mr. He, I'll tell you that Yu Jia, Lin Xian, and He Yuqi all passed the test. Ha, I've known the news for a long time. These children are doing very well. Mr. He on the phone seemed very happy. It was his favorite thing that these students could successfully become research assistants of the Mecha variant research group. Now it's Chen Feng's turn to be puzzled. Teacher He already knows the news. Why do you call him, Mr. He, do you know? So you called? Mr. He expressed his intention with a smile. Your Aunt Lin missed you and asked me to inform you to come to my apartment for lunch and celebrate. That's wonderful. It's our good fortune to have the food made by Aunt Lin. Mr. He, wait. I'll inform them to let them go directly to your apartment. I have a friend named Yu Jia. Can I ask her to come with me? Hearing the delicious Chen Feng agreed to come down, but also took over the task of informing people. Oh? Is it the girl from the Mecha research department? Please call her up. I'll be waiting for you in the apartment. I can help my wife start the construction. You can speed up. He was happy to be free, and finally asked to put down the phone. Chen Feng keeps on calling Yu Jia and tells her to come to Teacher He's apartment for lunch with Lin Xian and He Yuqi. Although Yu Jia is surprised, she still agrees. After the notice, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin walked to Teacher He's apartment. Anyway, the teaching building is not far away from the teacher's apartment. The two human rights should take some time to digest their joy. At the entrance, Chen Feng was still strictly searched by the guards. After the inspection, another car came to carry Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin to the door of Teacher He's apartment. Chen Feng said to the driver that he wanted to have lunch at Teacher He's house. The driver would like to drive away. Chen Feng went up and rang the doorbell. Inside, Mr. He quickly ran out to open the door for them. For the first time, she saw Mr. He in an apron and joked, "Oh, I didn't expect that the dress of this housewife and man is quite suitable for Mr. He." Teacher Riley smiles and shakes his head. This is not forced to fight, come in first. Chen Feng went into the house and found that there were only Mr. and Mrs. He and 4 of Hong Shuibin. Yu Jia had not arrived yet. It seems that their teacher had many things to explain, which was even slower than walking on their own. Mr. He asked them to sit down. They made a cup of tea and asked them to run into the kitchen to help. Chen Feng saw that he was too busy to help, but she was pushed out of the kitchen by Aunt Lin. It's agreed to invite you to dinner. How can you do it? You don't need to stay here. Chen Feng had no choice but to return to the hall and do nothing with Hong Shuibin for a long time. Finally, the voice of people was heard at the door again. I'm free at last. I'll open the door, Mr. He. Chen Fengzhao sprang up from his chair and ran to the door to open the door. Chen Feng opens the door and it's Yu Jia. They're coming. Lin Xian follows you closely. The excited expression on his face can't stop him. He Yuqi stands at the end of the day chatting with the driver who picks them up. Again, He Yuqi is the same driver who sent him and Hong Shuibin. Chen Feng waved to let He Yuqi come in quickly, and then said hello to the driver. Several people chattered back to the hall again. Everyone is here. Aunt Lin and Teacher He are almost ready. Mr. He comes out first and takes everyone to the dining table. Aunt Lin starts to serve dishes one by one from the kitchen. He Yuqi runs to the kitchen to help her mother before she gets hot. Today is totally different from the last time. Aunt Lin has obviously prepared the dishes carefully. The last home cooking is totally different from today's. When Chen Feng saw the delicious dishes, such as grilled fish, steak, cumin lamb leg, and so on, Chen Feng only had a few sighs. Auntie Lin, you were so good. Today is all a big dish. Do you think we are too fussy? Don't bother me. Why did my family buy these ingredients early in the morning? It's a waste if I don't do it today. What's more, your aunt told you to come often. Did you come back last time? Aunt Lin said that she didn't care. In turn, she complained that Chen Feng never came to visit. Aunt Lin's ability to change the topic is really strong, Chen Feng quickly explained. Aunt Lin is not busy recently. There are too many things to learn, and there is really no time. Aunt Lin didn't let Chen Feng go so easily, but she still said, busy is not an excuse. You have to eat when you are busy. Why don't you come to my house a few steps? Don't you look down on my aunt's cooking. When Aunt Lin said this, Chen Feng had no choice but to surrender. Aunt Lin, I'm wrong. I promise I'll come often in the future. Aunt Lin nodded with satisfaction and put a large piece of mutton into Chen Feng's bowl. Remember what you said today. Let's try the roast lamb leg carefully prepared by Aunt today, and have a taste of it. It's delicious. It's delicious. Chen Feng didn't dare to refuse Aunt Lin's offer. She took a mouthful of direct call. Then she pointed to Yojia, who was sitting beside him, and introduced it to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, this is Yojia who grew up with us since we were young. She is also a student of mechanical or research department. This time, she successfully became the research assistant candidate with the first grade. So you are a student of Lauha. Congratulations! You are so beautiful and can study. Many people envy you. Aunt Lin felt that this girl was good from the first sight when she saw Yojia. After listening to Chen Feng's introduction, she showed a kind smile to her. Yojia didn't feel complacent because of Aunt Lin's exaggeration. She still kept a humble and polite attitude and stood up and bowed to Miss He and Aunt Lin. Miss He, Aunt Lin, thank you for inviting me home today. I can learn this knowledge now thanks to the careful cultivation of many teachers in the school. Looking at the courteous Yojia, Aunt Lin is more in love with the girl in her heart, beckoning Yojia to sit down beside her and talk quietly. At this time, Hong Shuibin finally had the opportunity to speak. Mr. He, you have bought so many dishes in the morning. Are you ready for this celebration banquet? The smile on Mr. He's face has never stopped since Chen Feng saw him. He stroked his slightly long beard and said, I don't think my students will let me down. Do you think so? Teacher He's trust moved the students on the table. Hong Shuibin patted Lin Xian's back excitedly and said, Mr. He, your trust is not wrong, and Lin Xian has finally been admitted to the research assistant. But Lin Xian was not as happy as others. Some fidgety, carefully said, but I only got the 5th place, in all research assistants is the last. No problem, Lin Xian. After all, you have delayed some time because of the transfer of major. Compared with other students, your progress is defective. To tell you the truth, it is my most satisfied thing that you can be admitted to the research assistant smoothly. Teacher He waved his hand to interrupt Lin Xian's remorse and soothed him in a calm tone, you can forget the ranking in the test. We are still the song teachers who do the research. No one will pay attention to your ranking in the actual research project. What you have to do is to learn in the research and provide help as much as possible. Do you understand? He teacher's words let Lin Xian's mouth's eye suddenly open. Lin Xian solemnly nodded. Learn teacher He's reminder, I understand how to do. He has not seen so many satisfied students for a long time. After laughing, he said to Iyuchi, Yujia and Lin Xian, according to the number of people allocated, each researcher will be equipped with 3 research assistants, and you are just 3 people. I will arrange you to become my research assistants. Are you satisfied with this assignment? We are familiar with each other and can become the research assistant beside the teacher. Who on the table would not be satisfied with this proposal? We all praised each other and even said that they were completely obedient to teacher He's arrangement. Well, I'll make it. In addition, due to the particularity of the Mecha variant project team, I may often go to the Royal College of Mecha in Beijing on weekends. You must also go with me. Is there any problem in terms of time? Mr. He is making the final confirmation. He doesn't want any student to have a temporary accident. Yujia and Lin Xian shook their heads at the same time. No problem. Our main purpose in school is to learn mecha knowledge. We have The opportunity to directly contact with project research, which is desirable. We will not delay business because of other things. Hiyuchi grabbed her father's arm and shook it violently. Dad, what can I do at the weekend? Please take me with me when I want to go to the capital city. Hiyuchi's lovely appearance makes teacher He laugh. After seeing the business, he lifted up the drink in front of him and raised his glass. Since there are classes in the afternoon and you are all students, use drinks at noon. Wish our Mecha variant project team success. Wish the Mecha variant project team success. All the people raised their glasses and made a common wish, which opened the feast. Because Aunt Lin cooked so many delicious dishes, Chen Feng several people ate enough, and finally chose to go straight to the classroom after teacher He had a rest. As soon as Chen Feng arrived at the classroom, Zhang Zhirong leaned over. I heard that Yu Jia and Lin Xian were both selected as research assistants. Shall we celebrate this evening? Well, I just had a big meal at noon, and I'll have another one in the evening? Chen Feng was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Hong Shuibin came to relieve the siege for him. Yes, we will go to the open-air restaurant on the 4th floor of the canteen in the evening. Did you really agree? Chen Feng quickly pulled Hong Shuibin and said in a low voice, we just celebrated at noon? Why do you promise to celebrate in the evening? Hong Shuibin despised Chen Feng's mental irradiance. We have celebrated, but Zhang Zhirong doesn't know. It's a big deal that we eat less. Zhang Zhirong is also kind-hearted. Chen Feng thinks that Hong Shuibin's words are reasonable and no longer tangled. Zhang Zhirong does not ask them about their small movements in detail, and returns to his seat after agreeing on the time and place. In class, Chen Feng took time to send a message to Yu Jia. Zhang Zhirong in our class said that he would like to congratulate you on your success in the research assistant examination. So Hong Shuibin and I promised him to celebrate in the open-air restaurant on the 4th floor of the dining hall in the evening. If you can call on Hiyuchi to join us. Soon the news of Yojia came back. Chen Feng saw the two short words, okay. After the matter was settled, Chen Feng devoted herself to the classroom study. After class, Zhang Zhirong led the way in front of him. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin followed him to the open-air restaurant. At this time, it was just after school. Most of the students who wanted to eat in the canteen were still on the road. A few of them could look around leisurely. Taking advantage of Yu Jia, they have not yet come. Chen Feng explained to Zhang Zhirong that they had congratulated at the teacher He's home at noon. Zhang Zhirong didn't expect that their relationship with teacher He was so good that they could have dinner and celebrate at his home. He was embarrassed to scratch his head in self-criticism. I didn't expect that you had already celebrated at noon, and I even asked you to celebrate again in the evening. I'm really sorry. Before Chen Feng had time to speak, Hong Shuibin grabbed Zhang Zhirong's shoulder, looked into his eyes and said, it's okay. You can be happy for us. This is not the most important reason to celebrate in the evening. Maybe we can eat less. Yes, I'll have more. Zhang Zhirong accepted Hong Shuibin's kindness and grinned. Three people talk and laugh. Yu Jia. Several people appear at the door. Chen Feng looked up. Yu Jia really brought Hiyuchi to come, just introduced Zhang Zhirong and her acquaintance. Several people sat down again, during which Chen Feng helped Zhang Zhirong and Hiyuchi introduce each other. After sitting down, Zhang Zhirong secretly said to Chen Feng, this girl is so cute. It's over. I want to chase her at the first sight when I see her. Chen Feng, help me. Chen Feng turned her head to see Zhang Zhirong unexpectedly. Seeing his face that was quite serious, she thought that she would not, so rashly she fell in love with others. In order not to appear in the future what two tragic consequences, Chen Feng decided to reconfirm, Zhang Zhirong, are you sure you are not joking, really want to chase people? Zhang Zhirong's eyes have been staring at Hiyuchi, who just sat down, without looking at Chen Feng. I swear to God that I will stay with her all my life, cherish her, protect her and take care of her. Chen Feng was disgusted by Zhang Zhirong's words and fell all over the floor. Some words had to be said to him. If you want to be sincere, I won't stop you, but you have to master your discretion. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Hiyuchi is the daughter of He-Isan. If you dare to mess around, you can't bear to go. You put 120 hearts in my heart. I'm not joking. She's the first girl to move me. Can Chen Feng tell me more about her? Zhang Zhirong still insisted on not giving up, pestering Chen Feng for more information. Now that Chen Feng can't say anything more, she can only hope that they can ask for more happiness. In fact, I haven't known her for a few days, and we don't know each other very well. I can't help you with this. You can directly ask her for a contact information in a moment. Zheng Jiron let Chen Feng think about the plan of action. Hong Shuaibin snapped his fingers and asked the restaurant waiter to take the menu. Because he had already had a big meal in Teacher He's apartment at noon, other people just ordered some simple dishes. The speed of serving food in this open-air restaurant is very fast. After a while, all the dishes are served, and people raise their glasses to celebrate. Zheng Jirong knew that his congratulations were a little late, so he had a glass of wine to pass the customs. As we are all young people, the atmosphere on the table is always very lively. Everyone is talking and laughing. During this period, Zheng Jirong also successfully got the phone number of Hiyuchi, and his heart is dark and cool. Just as Chen Feng and Chen Feng raised their glasses, the open-air restaurant ushers in new guests. Morongxian slowly climbs the steps and appears at the entrance. Standing at the door, Morongxian habitually looks around, and his eyes brighten when he sees Chen Feng's table. Instead of walking slowly, Niranchuan walked quickly to Chen Feng's desk. He still ignored others and directly congratulated Yu Jia. Yu Jia, I heard that you got the first place in the test and got the number of research assistants. I sincerely congratulate you. The sudden voice made everyone stop the noise. Yu Jiajian was Mu Rongchuan's polite response. Niranchuan is polite. I just want to seize this opportunity. Morongxian's disregard made Hong Shuaibin very unhappy and said, Morongxian, are you so bad? We have so many people here, you don't say. Hello, just speak to Yu Jia, and our classmates Lin Xian and Hiyuchi have also become research assistants. Don't you congratulate them? Morongxian seemed to see Chen Feng and Chen Feng at this time. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and Hiyuchi. It's Hong Shuaibin. I was really rude just now. I also congratulate Lin Xian and Hiyuchi on becoming research assistants. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and said that he was just lucky. Hiyuchi obviously knew Mirongxuan, the man of the campus. He stood up with a sweet smile and said, Thank you, Mirongxuan. Morongxian looked at the few dishes on Chen Feng's table, and could not help but frown and call the waiter. Are you celebrating? Why did you order so many dishes? I'll help you with some more. It's my treat. Chen Feng quickly stopped, waved the waiter to leave first, and explained to Mirongxuan, Mr. Mirongxuan, in fact, we have already celebrated. Now we really can't eat much food. If you want to order more, it will be too wasteful. We will take your kindness. Morongxian didn't expect that he would be refused by Chen Feng. He raised his good-looking eyebrows and chose to change the routine. I'll invite this meal. I can't refuse my heart anymore. This time, instead of Floodbin, he knocked on his cup and said, Mirongxuan, you don't have to spend money. We don't need this money. Moreover, I think it's better to eat with my own money, right? 2 times in a row, Morongxian felt that his self-esteem had been greatly hit and he was a little shameless. He stayed in the open-air restaurant again. He forced his smiling face to say goodbye to the public and immediately chose to leave. Looking at the back of Morongxian's leaving, Hiyuchi looked at the flood bin and said angrily, Shuaibin, you've gone too far. Morongxian came to congratulate us, and you ran people. When the good intentions failed to repay, Hong Shuaibin repeatedly complained, Miss, I am complaining about injustice for you. You see, Mirongxuan stares at Yu Jia and talks. If I hadn't reminded him, he would have ignored others. Yu Jia seldom explained for Hong Shuaibin, this Mirongxuan classmate is a little strange. Yuchi, you can't blame Shuaibin. Seeing Yu Jia speak for himself, Hong Shuaibin wants to eat honey as sweet. Yes, this Mirongxuan is too arrogant. I always feel that he has bad intentions. What do you think of Chen Feng? Me? Hong Shuaibin threw the question over. Chen Feng was unprepared for a moment. After thinking for a while, he replied cautiously, I can't see this person clearly, but so far, at least he hasn't shown any hostility to us. Let's have a look later. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about some interesting things about the day class. Yu Jiajian's talk about Mirongxuan made everyone a little unhappy, and immediately changed the topic. With the tease out of one embarrassing incident, the atmosphere on the table has become lively, and finally everyone is happy to return. However, the next day, there was a message from Jiangnan Mecha College, which also said that he had a good model. The content was that in order to let his familiar students successfully join the mechanical invariant project team, he secretly gave Lin Xian the answer to the test. Therefore, Lin Xian could become a research assistant when the learning progress was delayed due to the transfer. The rumor was told to Lin Xian by Nangong Mengdai during morning exercise. Lin Xian stayed on the spot for a long time after hearing the rumor. It was not until Chen Feng found out that he was different that he learned the news. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin attach great importance to the sudden rumors. They rush back to the dormitory to discuss countermeasures after finishing morning exercises in a hurry. What a shame! Make irresponsible remarks. They envy and hate. Do they know how hard Lin Xian has been these days? If you can't make other people's efforts, you will slander them casually? After returning to the dormitory, Hong Shuaibin slapped the table in the dormitory. Chen Feng was also angry, yes, and this is not only aimed at Lin Xian, they are slandering Lin Xian and teacher He at the same time. Lin Xian had never encountered such a thing, and said weakly, who is the person who can spread this rumor? Why did he slander me? And how does he know about our relationship with Mr. E? You ask us, we don't know, and this is not what we can find out in a moment and a half. I'll call Mr. He to talk about this matter first. Chen Feng couldn't answer Lin Xian's question, so she could only call teacher He to discuss countermeasures. Mr. He was still drinking tea leisurely in his apartment. He was surprised to see Chen Feng's call. Mr. Chen Feng, I called the teacher again this morning. The last time I asked about the variant technology of Mecha. What is this time? Is there another problem? When Chen Feng heard that teacher He was still calm, her anxious mood was slightly calmed down. Something happened to Mr. E. There are some rumors in the school today that you gave Lin Xian the answer to this test and helped him get into the research assistant of the Machina variant project group. Oh? Is there such a rumor? He was a little surprised, pondered for a while and told Chen Feng, you don't have to worry. You should go to class as soon as you go to class. We know what we have done and what we haven't done. The rumor of Qing dynasty won't last long. Okay, Mr. He, let's go to class. Mr. He's words gave Chen Feng several people a shot in the arm. After cleaning up, he set out from the dormitory and went to the classroom. Although there were people pointing at Lin Xian from time to time on the road, Lin Xian, with a clear conscience, was barely able to keep his heart at rest. It was shooting class in the morning, but Mr. Lin still allowed the students to shoot freely. He stepped down from the platform to supervise their shooting practice. He corrected some students' wrong actions from time to time and reminded some students that they could use the moving target. Chen Feng remembers what teacher Lin told him to do a good job in basic training of fixed targets. Up to now, she still insists on not touching the moving target. She still uses the posture of holding a gun with one hand to hit the fixed target in the distance with a beam rifle. However, Chen Feng has practiced both left and right hands once, which is an experience that other students have not done. Chen Feng threw the rumor out of the air and focused on his fixed target. Mirangshuan suddenly appeared behind him and made a proposal when Chen Feng stopped to grab a rest. Classmate Chen Feng, I think your shooting result is very good. I think you are eager to hunt for something. Shall we compare with each other? Chen Feng looked at Mirangshuan, the second student who got the permission of moving target. She was also eager to try. She agreed, well, I also want to see how much difference I have with the top level. Mirangshuan, you are just here. Let's not say much. Let's get started. After getting Chen Feng's consent, Morong Xian went to Hong Shuaibin's shooting platform. Can Hong Shuaibin borrow your shooting platform? Chen Feng and I want to have a competition between them. Looking at Chen Feng's agreement, Hong Shuaibin naturally won't stop him. He takes a few steps back and gives up his position to Morong Xian. Morong Xian stands on Hong Shuaibin's shooting platform and is about to call out the target. Suddenly, he gives a hand and asks Chen Feng, do you think you are still using a fixed target? You should be able to use a moving target at your level? Chen Feng had nothing to hide, nodded to confirm Murong Xian's statement. Yes, I want to practice more on fixed targets, but I haven't wanted to change to mobile targets for the time being. Murong Xian frowned again. Then we can't use the moving target, otherwise it's unfair. Hong Shuibin watched them wrestle with this, and said to Murongxuan in front of him, then use fixed target. Murong Xian, you are so good, fixed target and mobile target are not different from each other. Murong Xian shrugged and continued to operate the controller. Okay, 100 meters away fixed target, 10 guns per person, I'll start. First. Finish not wait for Chen Feng to reply a shot to shoot out, looking at the result display instrument self-report, 9.7 ring. 9.7 ring, great. Chen Feng can't help but praise Murong Xian's achievements. She turns her head and concentrates on aiming at her target and fires a shot. 9.6 ring. This time, it was changed to Hongbin to help Chen Feng report the results, and the results of the first shot of the two were almost the same. Hearing that Chen Feng's score was only 0.1 ring lower than himself, Murong Xian frowned again and began to shoot more attentively. Chen Feng followed closely, and soon everyone finished 7 rounds. After the 7 shots, Murong Xian scored 68.3 rings, while Chen Feng scored 68. The results of the two men were closely grasped. Any mistake would lead to the ranking out of place. Chen Feng's excellent performance made Murong Xian feel a bit of danger, thinking, did Chen Feng really start to learn shooting after entering Jiangnan Mechatronics College? How can the strength be so strong? If it is true, the speed of his promotion is amazing. Chen Feng's forehead is full of sweat. Murongxuan's strength is too strong, and the pressure to catch up with him is very great. Chen Feng can only comfort herself in her heart. This time, she is mainly used to test her current strength. The two men thought about each other, but their movements didn't stop. Murongxuan didn't want Chen Feng to catch up with him. Instead, he put down his gun and looked at the numbers on the performance indicator. Murongxuan's mouth also showed a smile, 10 rings. Murong Xian hit the full score results let Chen Feng body pressure again a few points. Chen Feng took up the gun to force himself to calm down to hit the target. Hong Shuibin also nervously grasped Chen Feng's performance display instrument and called out the result, 9.7 ring. Hu Chen Fengchang breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately withstood the pressure, did not let the achievement too big be pulled apart. Not to utter a single word of Chen Feng's is like his 2 peas. Murong's just getting the best of her score and getting the best of her ninth, is the coincidence of Chen Feng's performance, 9.7 rings. With only the last 2 shots left, the pressure on Chen Feng became smaller and smaller. I knew I couldn't compare with Murongxuan, but this time I proved that I didn't have a big gap from the top level. This is something to be happy about. Happy in the heart, Chen Feng's action of hitting the target has become more elegant. With the smooth movement, the next beam of light hits the target smoothly. Hong Shuibin is almost crazy and shouts at Chen Feng, 10 rings. Chen Feng, you hit a 10 ring. Chen Feng and Murong is like his 2 peas in the 8th guns and 9th guns. Murong shook his head lightly. It's really unexpected that these 2 shots are white, and the last shot must not be missed. On the other side, although Chen Feng was overjoyed by the 10 rings under heavy pressure, she still managed to control her emotions and motioned Murong Xian to continue shooting first. Murong Xian blinked his eyelids at Chen Feng knowingly, and again focused on the bullseye. He steadily pressed the last trigger, glanced at the performance indicator and said the result to Hong Shuibin, who was waiting anxiously beside him, 9.8. Chen Feng was 0.3 rings less than Murongxuan in the first 9 rounds, and Murongxuan's 9.8 rings had already made him a sure winner. However, Chen Feng was not discouraged and insisted on her own rhythm to end the competition. Chen Feng's last shot score was 9.9. All the results were lost to Murongxuan by 0.2. This is a very strong level. We should know that Murong Xian was born in Murong family. He has been exposed to countless kinds of guns since childhood. He has used the shooting range for countless times. He has rich experience. In school, only Pan Yugua can compete with him. Chen Feng, a beginner, only loses 0.2 rings. He can write a book about it. At the end of the competition, Murongxuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not realize that Chen Feng could bring such a great pressure to him. Although Pan Yugua was strong, it could have been expected that Chen Feng really did not know Where the people who came out could have such strength to make him secretly alert, I and the heart guard Morong Xian mouth are on this Chen Feng classmate expressed praise. Chen Feng classmate is very fierce, today really let me out a cold sweat. Chen Feng was naturally overjoyed to have lost only 0.2 rings in the contest, which would have been defeated by a big score. Chen Feng was naturally overjoyed. And appreciated Murongxuan's kindness. Thank you for the competition with Murongxuan, which enables me to have a general understanding of my own strength. Well, keep working hard, I'll go back to training first. Morong Xian did not say anything more, turned back to his shooting range. Yes, Chen Feng, I've been practicing for a long time, but I have to catch up with Murongxuan. I'm a force. After Morong Xian walked far away, Hong Shuibin immediately hugged Chen Fengqing and wished him up. Zheng Jirong, on the other side, once again watched Chen Feng's shooting competition, and also gathered together to celebrate. Chen Feng, you've played really beautiful. If you had the mental state when you hit Lin Wenjie last time, you might have overturned Murongxuan today. Seeing that these two friends were going to blow themselves up to heaven, Chen Feng stopped their flattery. Okay, you were trying to hold me up and kill me. Make sure that I still lose in the end. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve. I'm going to train. You can help yourself. Hong Shuibin and Zhang Jirong see that Chen Fenggang just played such a good result, but without any complacency, they still run to training, and no more nonsense, all slip back to their shooting platform to train harder. The morning is a shooting class, so the afternoon is naturally a fighting class. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin have just stood in groups, and they see Morong Xian coming to them again. This time, Morong Xian is looking for Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin, I have been paying close attention to you for a long time. Your arbitrary attack method is very unique. I don't know if we... Before Murongxuan finished his words, he was interrupted by Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin said his intention a little impatiently. You look for Chen Feng in the morning, and now you want to have a competition with me, right? Yes, I promise. Come on. Hong Shuibin opened his stance to indicate that Morong Xian could start. Morong Xian was a bit unprepared. He kept staring at Hong Shuibin for a long time. This made Hong Shuibin more impatient and waved to Murongxuan. Don't you want to fight? I agree. Why don't you move? After buffering for a long time, Morong Xian finally reacted. In his heart, the Hongbin didn't play according to common sense. He put out a fighting action to remind him to attack, then I'll be rude. Hong Shuibin is careful. Morong Xian's fighting strength was witnessed in Hongbin's class. At the beginning, he cautiously adopted the defensive and showed the effect of Chen Feng's practice perfectly. Morong Xian had no way to take Hongbin for a while. But two people's strength eventually has not small gap. Morong Xian gradually occupied the upper wind, the Floodbin kept fighting and kicking. Seeing the situation is not good, Hong Shuibin thinks that he can't win Murongxuan anyway, so he can play happily in his best way. So Hong Shuibin took the lead in changing his moves. First, a sweeping leg forced Morong Xian to retreat, and then an unsophisticated monkey stole peaches to Morong Xian's lower body, which was still in the air. Seeing Hong Shuibin's action, Chen Feng can't help but pinch his legs. He finds that his diehard friend seems to like this move very much. He doesn't need to practice it 3 or 5 times every time. It seems that Murongxuan is going to be poisoned this time. Morong Xian saw Hong Shuibin's right hand pull out from his lower body, and his face changed slightly. He forced himself to twist in the air and let his body back a few minutes. It's no surprise that Morong Xian will avoid attacking Hong Shuibin, because Chen Feng has dodged this move countless times. He immediately takes back his hand, leans his right foot and kicks it from bottom to top in Morong Xian's face. Morong Xian retreated twice, feeling no light on the surface. Xindao could not retreat again this time. He forced his hands to cross to block the right foot of the Floodbin. Just listen to Pa. If you can't stop the sound of 2 giant phoenixes' hands, they are afraid of Chen's self-determination. However, Morong Xian is not Chen Feng. He has no other abnormality except a little reddish. After blocking Hong Shuibin's attack, he immediately grabs his leg with his backhand and prepares to fight back. Hong Shuibin failed to attack, but let his right foot be controlled by others. He gave up using his left foot to support his body. Instead, he jumped into the air and kicked Murongxuan again. This is Morong Xian's hands are controlling Hong Shuibin's right foot. Without precaution, Hong Shuibin gives up defensive and desperate attack. He takes a wrong step and has to let go of Hong Shuibin's foot and evade with a beautiful backward roll. Hong Shuibin's right foot was finally liberated, but at this time he was completely in the air and had no place to rely on. In order not to let Miranchuan take advantage of his unstable foothold to launch a counterattack, Hong Shuibin directly supported his body with both hands on the ground and performed a standard movement of Thomas convolution. Morong Xian was about to fight back and was stopped again. He felt that his brain was running out of time. This flood bin was just a mess. He used all kinds of messy moves. He was ready to do his best. Hong Shuibin successfully hindered Morong Xian's counterattack. He lifted his hands and swung out again. He felt the strong sense of war from Miranchuan and was more alert in his heart. This time, Morong Xian rushed to Hong Shuibin without saying a word, and attacked Hong Shuibin's chest with one hand. Hong Shuibin blocked with his hand, but found that the palm didn't want to look so powerful, but it was light and floating. Under the wrong judgment, Hong Shuibin was taken by his own strength. And Miranchuan turned to his back with the help of Hong Shuibin's strength, and then slapped him on his left shoulder. This time, Hong Shuibin learned to be obedient and only used 3 points to stop him. But Morong Xian didn't care. He took a few steps to turn to Hong Shuibin's back. This time, he used a hand knife to chop at Hong Shuibin's head. Hong Shuibin squatted out of the horse step and raised a fire to resist the attack. However, he exerted too much force, but his body became stiff. Morong Xian turned again and appeared behind Hong Shuibin. His hands clenched his fists and rammed them to Hong Shuibin's vest. Hong Shuibin's body was still stiff, so he could only half turn his body and grasp Miranchuan's fists. But Morong Xian's blocked fist suddenly turned into a fist, and the strength was also several times greater. Hong Shuibin was caught off guard and was unable to control himself. He stepped back several steps. "This is the world-famous footwork of Morong family," he said. It's enough for Hongbin to push Morong Xian to this step. Chen Feng turned her head to look at the sudden voice. It turned out that Mr. Lang and Pan Yubwa did not know when to come to his side and watch the match between Hongbin and Miranchuan. Does the butterfly go through the flower steps? Only by relying on Morong Xian can he go all the way to the back of Hong Shuibin, who is in danger this time. Chen Feng remembers Mr. Lang's words, and Miranchuan uses the technique of pressing the bottom of the box, hoping that Hong Shuibin will not be injured. Hong Shuibin was attacked by Morong Xian and took a few breaths after retreating. Later, he did not believe in evil and fought with Morong Xian again. Morong Xian used the butterfly to wear the flower. Step after another, and Hong Shuibin obviously strengthened his defense, and all kinds of strange moves went behind him, destroying Morong Xian's attack and challenging Morong Xian's bottom line. Morong Xian's expression became more and more ugly. He used his unique family skills to attack Hong Shuibin for a long time. In the end, he had to choose the most direct way to defeat Hongbin by relying on the strength gap between the two men. After being knocked down, Hong Shuibin lay on the ground for a long time, unwilling to get up. Just now he tried his best to stop Miranchuan, who was constantly behind him. Miranchuan also stood in the same place to adjust his breathing and quietly pushed and kneaded several parts of his body with severe pain. The two have won or lost. Mr. Lang stepped forward in time to stop the possible fight. The contest can be over here. You all go back to train with your partner. Morong Xian nodded his head in silence and turned away. Pan Yugwo went to Hong Shuibin with interest and said, "You're good. All kinds of fantastic playing methods have opened my eyes. I hope I can fight with you one day." With the help of Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin reluctantly stood up. After hearing Pan Yubwa's words, he laughed. "Of course, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My goal is to surpass you. It won't take us too long to have a competition." "Good. I hope you don't let me down." Pan Yugwa heard many words from others who wanted to challenge him every day. He left a sentence and followed Miranchuan to follow him. Mr. Lang stood in front of Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin and gave them a lesson with great heart. "Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, you must have realized the effect of grouping them." Chen Feng began to change. Hong Shuibin began to become defensive, which are very good progress. From now on, I ask you to practice according to your own style, and hone the most suitable fighting style with your best style. "I understand. I will follow the teacher's instructions." Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin nodded to show that they would keep in mind. There were not only two of them in the class, but Mr. Lang instructed the other students to go. Chen Feng supported Hongbin and said softly, "Murongxuan just used his family's most famous butterfly steps through flowers, but Murongxuan used real kung fu to deal with you." "I see. It's really good footwork. I said how he could run behind me every time, and I was dizzy when I hit him, and the reaction. Speed dropped in a straight line. Hong Shuibin has not recovered from the battle just now, rubbing his brows to ease his discomfort." Chen Feng found Pan Yubua and Murongxuan who were fighting in the crowd. The pair of people, Long Feng, was still hard to distinguish. He couldn't see the difference between them. This Murongxuan let us understand the gap with the top level. Although we lost, the gap was not big. I am more confident. But I think it's strange that Murongxuan has a competition with you in the morning and me in the afternoon. What does he want to do? Hong Shuibin has always had doubts. Murongxuan's challenge today is very strange and does not meet his goal of only defeating Pan Yubua. Maybe it's because I'm tired of fighting with Pan Yubua. If I want to change someone to play, I'll make a living if we can see our strength. Chen Feng guessed. I hope so. After saying this for a long time, Hongbin felt that he was almost relaxed. He took Chen Feng's hand and said, "Let's continue." "Chen Feng, you want me to have the same fun as when I fought with Murongxuan?" Chen Feng raised her eyebrows. "It's very difficult for you to ask for it." "I'll do it as hard as I can." According to Mr. Lang's instructions, they started new training in a new way. Murongxuan's challenge came from inexplicable silence. Chen Feng finally did not choose to investigate his intention and spent a normal study life with his friends. Unfortunately, the tree was quiet but the wind was still. A few days later, rumors in the school became more and more widespread, and new content began to appear, in order to congratulate Lin Xian on his successful entrance to the research assistant. Mr. He specially invited him to his apartment to celebrate. Obviously, the relationship between the two was extraordinary. In addition, Murongxuan, who was sought after by many people in the school, ran into Chen Feng and his party, who came forward to express their congratulations, but were mercilessly satirized and left angrily. During the next day's class, they severely educated Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, the two villains who spoke rudely in class. Chen Feng sat in the classroom and saw that the students around him were far away from himself and pointed, and his head was very big. This has not stopped. On the contrary, it has become more and more noisy. Even we have become villains. Hong Shuibin pointed the spearhead at Murongxuan. It's Murongxuan. Only he knows what happened that night, and he runs to say what he wants to have a competition with us. I think he just wants to help the rumors escalate. Chen Feng's impression of Murongxuan was fairly good, but he didn't agree with Hong Shuibin. We and Murongxuan are two parallel lines, there is no intersection at all. He doesn't have to worry about us. The students in the distance are still guessing the content of the rumor. They suddenly come out and walk towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng looks around, and it turns out to be Zhang Zhirong and Nangong Mengdai. Nangong Mengdai went straight to Chen Feng, put the textbook on the table, sat down directly, and said in encouragement, "The rumors are getting more and more excessive. I hope you and Lin Xian can resist. I support you." Chen Feng's position was occupied by Nangong Mengdai. Zhang Zhirong chose to sit beside Hong Shuibin, his face full of anger. "I'm so angry. I personally experienced and witnessed that night, but no matter what I said, no one believed it, but I had to believe unfounded rumors and bastards. You're worried. We have to fight back and clarify the truth." Chen Feng felt that this matter had to be taken care of. If the rumor was allowed to continue to spread, she did not know what kind of upgraded version would appear. It happens to be the theory class of Mr. He in the morning. After class, we will talk to Mr. He about this matter. Now that the decision has been made, several people no longer talk about it. They pick up the textbook and review the lessons. The students who are still pointing at them seem to be ignored by them. When he came to the classroom, he was surprised to find that the students under the stage had been divided into two obvious squares. The small one was naturally Chen Feng and others. The rest of the students were all concentrated in the big square. Although he has doubts in his heart, it is not suitable to ask more questions in class now, so he starts today's teaching with due diligence. When the bell rang outside, Mr. He stood on the platform to announce the end of the class. The students began to leave the classroom slowly. Mr. He sat in his seat and slowly arranged the teaching materials for Chen Feng to come to find him. Sure enough, Chen Feng ran to Mr. He and began to tell the situation with a dignified face. Mr. He, the rumor about you helping Lin Xian to be admitted as a research assistant must be managed. Now it covers more and more people. If it is allowed to ferment, it will hurt many people. Mr. He seemed very surprised. Since the founding of Jiangnan Machinery College, there have been few rumors. Only a few of them were quickly detected by the students. How could this turn out to be more and more serious? Mr. He is busy with the establishment and opening of the project team these days. He has no time to pay attention to the rumors and is not clear about the situation. He asked Chen Feng to tell him clearly. Chen Feng, the teacher has no time to understand any rumors recently. What is the situation now? Chen Feng had already thought about how to explain it, and explained the situation to teacher He in a concise and comprehensive way. This is the case. Now it is not only aimed at Lin Xian, but also has begun to involve more and more people. I am worried that more and more people will be involved in the next step, and we can't wash it out if we jump into the Yellow River. Listening to Chen Feng's rumor, Mr. He was shocked. I didn't expect things to become so serious. It seems that I have to take time to deal with this rumor. In this way, Chen Feng, you inform Lin Xian to come to my apartment at noon. Let's have a potluck and go to Headmaster Pan to explain clearly, and ask him to come forward and completely cut it off. Call me right away, Mr. He Xian. Seeing that teacher He agreed to solve the rumor, Chen Feng finally relaxed a little. She took out her mobile phone and called Lin Xian's mobile number. After hearing Chen Feng's words on the phone, Lin Xian ran to the middle of the road without saying a word and stopped a school bus to rush to teacher He's apartment. Because of the emergency, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin went back directly with teacher He, while the other partners could only move freely. After all, so many people can't go to Mr. He's apartment all at once, and his family is not well prepared. Chen Feng followed Mr. He back to her apartment, which surprised Aunt Lin. She pulled Chen Feng to ask questions for fear of something big. Chen Feng had to repeat the rumors about the school and the fact that teacher He would take them to see President Pan. After hearing Chen Feng finish, Aunt Lin knocked the pot in her hand and complained to teacher He, I said old ho, you don't care if this kind of thing happens. You have to wait for things to become big before you start to worry. Teacher He was embarrassed, and Hong Shuaibin quickly helped him out. Aunt Lin, don't knock the pot anymore. You are so strong that it can't hold on. What can I eat for a while? Aunt Lin gave Hong Shuaibin a good look and left Mr. He a waiting look to go back to the kitchen. There were 3 more people in the family. She had to cook more dishes. Chen Feng sat in teacher He's apartment for a while, and Hiyuchi also returned to the apartment. He didn't feel surprised to see Chen Feng. Obviously, he also heard the rumors circulating in the school, but complained that Lin Xianlai came to her home, but didn't ask her to go with her. Lin Xian had no choice but to complain that Chen Fenglin had called him when he was about to go to dinner, but he was also on his way. Even with the increase in the number of people in the family, Aunt Lin's cooking speed is still very fast. Hiyuchi just put down the textbook. She was called to the kitchen to help serve dishes. It's a pity that Chen Feng is worried about how to deal with rumors. No matter how delicious the food is, it's like chewing wax in front of them. It's a waste of Aunt Lin's efforts. According to the eating habits of the people on the table, Chen Feng, the 3 students, is in sharp contrast to the 3 people in her family. However, Aunt Lin can understand that these children are too young to let Mount Tai fall in front of them without changing their color. Their worries naturally show on their faces. Considering how to behave when meeting with President Pan, Chen Feng managed to solve the meal in front of her. Aunt Lin saw that all the people on the table had eaten almost, and pushed them out of the door. You hurry to go, I'll clean up at home. Why don't you come back to see me if this is not done well? Teacher knew that he had no way to refute his mistakes. He could only comfort him by saying, I know that I know, and I will deal with it. After leaving the apartment, Mr. He took Chen Feng and they took the school bus which had been waiting at the gate for a long time and set off for the headmaster building. The school bus stopped in front of the woods outside the headmaster's building, and 4 people walked to the tower. Once again came to the headmaster building this towering tower. Chen Feng looked at the empty gate and the surrounding lush woods, and her heart moved slightly. Mr. He just saw the change in Chen Feng's face and said what he thought in his heart. Does Chen Feng feel that the security outside the teacher's apartment is so strict, but there is no guard here in the principal's office? It's strange, isn't it? Chen Feng's ideas were seen and did not hide. Modestly asked Teacher He for advice. Yes, I didn't pay attention to it for the first time. I feel very strange after comparing this time. President Pan should be very important here. Why is there no one to protect him? Well, you don't know. All school buses and Mecha can't cross the forest outside the headmaster's building. Everyone must walk to the principal's building on foot. He laughed and pointed to the woods around the tower of the headmaster's office. Don't think this is an ordinary forest. Every tree is equipped with automatic defense weapons, and there is an omnidirectional metal detector here. Any gun can't hide it from being brought in. Even if the villain successfully infiltrates, President Pan will be beaten into a horse by defense weapons honeycomb. Hiss. Unexpectedly, the headmaster's office is such a horrible place. Chen Feng and his colleagues can't help but take a breath. They always feel that the trees around them will suddenly burst into killing machines. Mr. He knew the headmaster's office very well and was used to it. He waved people to follow him and walk into the elevator. Don't be nervous. When we enter the range of this forest, we have been monitored in real time. Just act as usual. As a result, when Chen Feng and his wife heard this sentence, they were not only relaxed, but even more nervous. Lin Xian didn't even know where to put his hands. He almost didn't laugh at their embarrassment. It was easy for the elevator to stop. He took 3 students to the door of the office. Before he knocked on the door opened automatically. Inside came the solemn voice of President Pan. All come in. People crowded in. Chen Feng saw that President Pan was standing in front of the French window overlooking the school. At this time, a rainstorm suddenly started outside the office. Looking out from the French window, she felt that the sky and the earth were connected by the rain line. From time to time, there are several flashes of lightning in the sky. In the headmaster's office, which is towering into the clouds, you can see the lightning passing through the clouds. Only in the principal's office can you see this kind of scenery. It's shocking. Chen Feng was unconsciously immersed in the shock of the scenery and forgot the purpose of coming here. After thunder and clouds, people in the headmaster's office felt as if they were on the scene, like a dream. Finally, President Pan, who had seen the strong wind and heavy rain, took the lead in breaking the silence. Mr. Eason, what's the matter with suddenly bringing students to see me today? He quickly withdrew from the state of being shocked by nature and said to the headmaster Pan who came to him, well, a rumor suddenly appeared in the school a few days ago. The content was that I helped Lin Xian cheat because of my personal preference and was admitted to the research assistant. At first, I didn't care about it. I thought the rumor would soon be discovered by the students themselves. But I didn't expect that the rumor was spreading more and more widely. And even the number of people involved began to increase. I thought that something was suspicious, so I asked the principal to discuss the countermeasures. After listening to Teacher He, President Pan did not make a clear statement, but looked at the students behind him. So which of the 3 students is Lin Xian? Concerning himself, although Lin Xian was not brave enough, he still stepped forward bravely. Headmaster Pan, I am Lin Xian. I swear that I did not get any help from Teacher He. How do you prove it? Headmaster Pan walked to Lin Xian from Teacher He, and looked at Lin Xian's eyes. Under the aggressive attack of Headmaster Pan, Lin Xian felt that his eyes were almost burned, but he still argued, Teacher He has never given me anything. How can I prove that I have nothing on my hand? President Pan did not open his mouth, but still looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that he was not as good as death, and his forehead was sweating. Fortunately, Mr. He promptly explained to Lin Xian, well, I can prove that because the time for setting up the Mecha variant project team is too tight. I have been selecting the teachers participating in the project and arranging the project plan. Moreover, my daughter is a student of Mecha Research Department. In order to avoid my inconvenience in participating in the selection work, I have given full authority to the research assistant test. Mr. Chang, the deputy group leader, is in charge. Mr. Pan withdrew his eyes, turned back to his desk and pressed the phone button. Mr. Chang, please come to the headmaster's office. I want to confirm something with you. At the moment, Lin Xian was sweating profusely, and his limbs were weak. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin quickly helped him around. Chen Feng tightly grasped Lin Xian's hand and tried to pass on his strength to him. Lin Xian nodded to his two roommates gratefully and began to keep his eyes closed. After calling, President Pan went back to the French window and looked at the lightning and thunder outside again. After teacher he reported, he didn't make any noise. Chen Fengsan could only wait in silence when they didn't mean to speak. After receiving the communication from Mr. Pan, Mr. Chang did not dare to neglect him. He quickly appeared in the principal's office. Seeing so many people here, he was puzzled. Mr. Pan, what can I do for you? After hearing Mr. Chang's voice, Mr. Pan in front of the French window spoke again. Mr. Chang, are you responsible for the selection of research assistants of the Machina Variant project team? Did Mr. He participate? Mr. Chang was more puzzled. After looking at Mr. Pan, he did not know what the hell they were doing. Mr. Pan, where do you say that? Due to the lack of skills in setting up the project team, Mr. He gave me the task of testing, screening and research assistant. He had never been involved in this field during the whole process, and I personally selected all the test questions. At this time, President Pan's face showed a little smile, and said to Mr. He, this matter still has to be explained by you. Yes, Mr. Chang. This is what happened. Mr. He began to explain to Mr. Chang in detail what had happened before. I told Mr. Pan that I left the selection of research assistants to you, so Headmaster Pan came to you for confirmation. So it is. No wonder my students are angry about the selection of research assistants. The school has such rumors. Mr. Chang, in connection with his students' recent abnormal performance, was suddenly enlightened. At this point, the truth of the matter has been found out, and President Pan finally no longer looks like a stranger. He takes the initiative to comfort Lin Xian. Don't blame me in Lin Xian's heart. Since we want to distinguish the facts, then I must stand on an impartial position to look at the problem. Otherwise, the judgment will be affected and it will be difficult to convince the public. Chen Feng suddenly realized, no wonder from the moment he entered the door, President Pan was completely different from the previous impression. Lin Xian finally understood the painstaking intentions of President Pan. He broke away from the support of Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, and bowed deeply to the old headmaster in front of him. Thank you, Mr. Pan, for your insightful observation. Students only have a sense of gratitude, and they just hate nothing to repay. After accepting Lin Xian's respect, Pan returned to his desk and saw that the dust had settled. He wanted to solve the sequelae caused by the rumors in the school as soon as possible. He suggested, now that Lin Xian's innocence has been proved, let's think about how to quell the rumors. But Mr. Chang didn't agree with Mr. He's proposal. He said, but Lin Xian has just transferred to another department and will soon be able to get the top 5 in the test. To be honest, I'm also a little surprised. Headmaster Pan sat upright in his office chair, striking the desk with his interesting backhand. So what does Mr. Yi Chang mean? Chang's smile revealed a trace of cunning. Just take this opportunity, I want to ask Lin Xian 3 questions in person. As long as he can give me satisfactory answers, I will clarify this matter for him in class. President Pan turned his eyes to Mr. He and Lin Xian. He had confidence in the student and could get help from Mr. Chang to clarify the truth after his success. He agreed without hesitation. Lin Xian felt uneasy, but did not flinch. He stood upright in front of Mr. Chang. Ask me, Mr. Chang. I will tell you my understanding to the maximum extent. Seeing that there was no objection, Mr. Chang asked President Pan again and asked the first question, what do you think of the Mecha performance of the 3 countries, namely, the Sangama Empire, the Republic of Ancient Shenlan, and the Federation of Judean? Lin Xian has been studying this issue for a long time. As soon as Mr. Chang's voice dropped, he began to explain, the performance of the Mecha of the Sangama Empire is the most balanced, and the cost is the most expensive. The performance of the Mecha in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan is slightly lower, but the cost is cheap and the cost is very high. The performance of the Mecha of the Federation of Zhu and the Republic of Ancient Shenlan is almost the same. But they are in leading countries in energy research. The Mecha has higher power to maintain its operations. On the whole, I think the design ideas of the 3 countries are to develop their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, which is in line with the national conditions of their respective countries. How to make full use of the advantages and avoid the disadvantages, please tell me in detail. Mr. Chang nodded while listening and asked Lin Xian to continue. When Lin Xian talked about the content he was interested in, he became excited and wrote in the air with his hands, "The people of the Sangama Empire have less resources, more resources and better economy. So they can consume more resources to ensure the combat effectiveness of each mecha. With a large population in the Republic of Ancient Shunlan, there are more pilots in the same proportion, so we have to use the body with high-cost performance to ensure that the pilots have the use of mecha. Since ancient times, the Federation of Judivin has made great achievements in the field of electrical appliances, and its pace is closely following that of the Sangama Empire. It is the second country in the world to form a mecha force. Therefore, it is natural to apply the leading technology to the mecha." Very good. Lin Xian is right. Lin Xian's detailed answer made Mr. Chang impeccable, so he turned to the next question. So, the second question, which country in the world has the most advanced technology of mecha propeller? Give a brief introduction to it. Such an unpopular question, let me guess, is it the Sangama Empire? Does Lin Xinhui know which country it is? The second question raised by Mr. Chang is rather tricky. Chen Feng can't remember that she learned this knowledge in class. Meanwhile, teacher He's face changed slightly, so she can't help worrying for Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was still confident and immersed in his world. When it comes to mecha propulsion technology, many people may first think of the Sangama Empire, because the Sangama Empire mecha is the most famous and the most powerful. But they are all wrong. In fact, the most advanced technology of mecha propulsion should be in the ancient Soviet Empire in the north of China. How could it be the ancient Soviet Empire? Hearing Lin Xian's reply, Hong Shuiben widened his eyes and made an action to Chen Feng. Chen Feng said, "I don't know. I can only give him a confused expression." Lin Xian continued, "As we all know, the defeat of the ancient Soviet Empire in the military competition scam of the Sangama Empire caused a wide range of national shocks, but their space technology did not decline, but maintained rapid development. The most important technology in space technology includes thruster technology, so their country's mecha uses the best thruster in the world, but the ancient Soviet Empire's mecha does not often appear in the world battlefield, leading to its low reputation. As far as I know, the thruster used by the ancient Soviet Empire mecha should be of the second generation. The third generation of thruster is under development. It is estimated that it will be equipped soon." Mr. Chang and Mr. He clapped their hands for Lin Xian's wonderful answer. President Pan also returned to his chair from the French window and watched Lin Xian carefully listen to his speech. It seems that Lin Xian was right. Chen Feng and Hong Shuiben clapped hands quietly, praying that Mr. Chang would not have any more wonderful problems. After applause, Mr. Chang looked at Lin Xian with approval. Is Lin Xian's knowledge reserve very rich? I underestimated you. Next is the last question. You have successfully become the research assistant of Mecha Variant Project Team. What technology do you want to achieve in the research? This time, it was not the knowledge in books, but the idea of a researcher. Instead of answering immediately, Lin Xian put his hands on his temples and thought for a long time. In the headmaster's office, Mr. Pan, Mr. He and Mr. Chang are calm people. Instead of urging Lin Xian to answer quickly, Chen Feng and Hong Shuiben are more and more nervous. They are afraid that Lin Xian will be planted on the final question. After a long time, Lin Xiankai officially began to respond. In fact, I think a lot, but for now, I think the most important technical problem to be solved is water combat, or sea warfare. Why did Lin Xian think of the subject of mecha naval warfare? This time, it was not Mr. Chung who asked the question, but President Pan. Not long after President Pan returned to his seat, he came to Lin Xian and asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian was full of respect for the old headmaster, and said all his thoughts. The sea has always been an area that we have never conquered. Similarly, the combat effectiveness of mecha in the sea is also declining. So far, mecha has never fought in the ocean, whether it is the huge resistance to action in the ocean, or the layout of the thruster leads to inefficiency in the ocean. Because of all these factors, the ocean has become a restricted area for almost all mecha. Now that we have started the research on variant mecha, I think we can consider developing a combat form. specially suitable for the ocean, so that the mecha can be converted into a form with less resistance, and then transfer the propeller to a more efficient position with the help of the variant, so that the variant mecha can form a huge performance advantage suppression on other ordinary mecha in the ocean. This may be one of the most effective ways to use variant mecha. I believe that the mecha that can fight at sea will become a major factor in changing the situation in the future. Lin Xian finally had the opportunity to express his views and said the whole idea without any obstruction. The smile on the corner of President Pan's mouth was more brilliant. Mr. He and Mr. Chang were also shining. Looking at Lin Xian, Pan, who was still immersed in the beautiful idea, said his own views. This idea of Lin Xian is very good. Because mecha is weak in naval warfare, our country can only lay defense lines on the land along the coast, but the effect is not ideal. Moreover, due to the vast coastline of our country, too much human and material resources are consumed. Since ancient times, there have been countless battles launched from the sea. If mecha can overcome the difficulties and exert its combat effectiveness in the sea, the world mecha pattern will also change accordingly. Did you take down what Mr. He and Mr. Cheng said just now? President Pan, worthy of his military background, immediately found out its great strategic significance and ordered the two teachers to take it to heart. Write it down, write it down. Mr. He had no idea where to take out a small book, and wrote down all Lin Xian's words on it. The speech of Lin Xian's classmates made me feel very happy. I have some new ideas. When I go back, I will communicate with the Royal Research Institute. Teacher Chang was deeply convinced by Lin Xian's answers to the three questions. He did not despise him because he was still a student. He solemnly said to Lin Xian, I dare say that your three answers today surpass almost all the students. Even my teacher has benefited a lot. I will try my best to help you clarify the truth. You may rest assured. Lin Xian didn't expect that his answer would make President Pan react so much. He was so flattered that he even said, thank Mr. Chang for proving my innocence. I still have a lot of knowledge to learn. This is just some rough ideas. I just hope that all teachers will not be surprised. There is no more trouble in the headmaster's office. There is only a happy scene. Finally, President Pan ordered the guests to be chased. The matter has been found out. I will start to deal with the rumor affairs. The two teachers have a heavy task in the Mecha variant project team. Let's seize their time. Mr. He and Mr. Chang would like to leave President Pan and take Chen Feng out of the principal's office. When Mr. Chang left them, he looked at him with envy and said, Lao He, your students are very good. Can he assign them to me when we discuss research projects? This time, it was Teacher He's turn to smile. Do you think you still have a chance, old Chang? I've long planned to make him my research assistant. How can that be done? Teacher Chang was shocked and pulled Lin Xian to whisper in his ear, I will promise you any conditions I promise you, and I can give you any privileges you want. This Mr. Chang, it's not very good. I have nothing to ask for. Teacher Chang's enthusiasm made Lin Xian a little confused. Seeing Lin Xian's maladjustment, he blocked Teacher Chang's invitation for him. Lao Chang, you can give up. I won't give up such a good student. To tell you the truth, I've decided to be my research assistant for Lin Xian, Yu Jia, and He Yuchi. Other students can choose me freely and have no opinion. Hearing the candidate of Mr. He's research assistant, Mr. Chang was even more surprised. Lao He, you're really cruel. You've picked out the three most talented students in the first grade of Machina Research Department. It's too much. After all, I'm familiar with them. I don't have to run in with each other anymore. I can't afford to come to my house for tea next time. There are a lot of Dahonpo in my house. How do you want to drink? Mr. He quickly played haha. Fortunately, Mr. Chang was also a member of the tea ceremony, so he sent the Buddha away. Finally, there were only a few people who were familiar with each other. After enduring for a long time, Hong Shuibin finally had a chance to open his mouth. Lin Xian, you said something I didn't think of. I only thought about the convenience brought by the transformation, and I didn't think about the sea war at all. You think, the two mecha units on the land are fighting. Suddenly, a mecha bursts out of the water nearby, rushes into the enemy camp, disturbs the formation, and then jumps back into the water again. If the enemy can't stand this tone and send the mecha to counterattack, it will be a sheep's mouth after entering the water. What do you think the enemy commander should do? The pursuit is neither backward nor backward. It's amazing to think about it. I didn't think so much about it. I just think that most of our Earth is surrounded by the sea, and sea warfare is definitely the direction of development in the future. Seeing Hong Shuaibin dancing around him, Lin Xian felt proud and happy to help his friends. In this case, we happen to be developing variant mecha, so I think it's better to start from here. When he saw that he could teach such excellent students, he could not help but be a bit bold and ambitious. After walking out of the forest area of the principal building, he said to Chen Feng, "Let's separate here. I have some new ideas about Lin Xian's ideas. I have to go back to contact the old grandson of the Royal Research Institute." Looking at teacher He in a hurry to jump on a school bus and gallop away, Chen Feng several people more and more feel the pressure on the body. After a big stone finally landed, Chen Feng quietly recalled, Lin Xian began to show his excellence in the research of mecha. Hong Shuaibin also made a breakthrough in his mecha transformation. What about myself? How should I go? Then think of teacher Lin's praise for him in shooting class. In shooting class, I always have a special feeling for beam rifle. Maybe I should go on the road of shooting specialty like Nangong Mengai, and focus on the training of beam rifle. Considering the future development direction, Chen Feng didn't keep up with Hongbin's pace. Hong Shuaibin turned curiously, Chen Feng, what do you think? Keep up. I'm thinking that you've all found your own way forward, and I don't have a direction yet. Chen Feng told her two friends what she was struggling with. Lin Xian was transferred out of the fighter class a long time ago. He didn't see Chen Feng's poor performance in class. Hong Shuaibin was different. He immediately recalled Chen Feng's performance on the shooting platform. Chen Feng, aren't you doing very well in shooting class? Even teacher Lin has praised you for your excellence in beam rifles. You should develop in the shooting field. I'll stand in front of you and you'll destroy them in the back. Perfect. Shuaibin, you're right. Maybe I should really take the road of shooting. When I get there, we can be close and far away, and combine our two swords. Hong Shuaibin also thought that he was suitable for shooting, and Chen Feng finally set a road for himself outside the headmaster building. If you make a rumor, you will open your mouth. In the next 2 days, at the beginning of all courses in Jiangnan Mecha University, a short film recorded by President Pan will be shown. In the short film, Mr. He did not participate in any part of the selection of research assistants, and there were 3 questions and answers given by Mr. Cheng to Lin Xian. Finally, President Pan concluded that Lin Xian had enough ability to participate in the research project group of machine armor variants. I hope you all Jiang students of Nanjia University should have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, not be blinded by rumors, and concentrate on their studies. Mr. Chang also fulfilled his promise to explain the situation to Lin Xian in his own class. He spoke highly of Lin Xian's brain in machine armor research. He also encouraged his students to learn from Lin Xian. As a transfer student, people can make such great progress. How can you big brothers and sisters lag behind? Under the two-pronged approach, the rumors in Jiangnan Machinery College gradually subsided. In particular, President Pan has a high prestige in the school. If some students talk about this rumor, they will be immediately rejected by other students. Don't you believe President Pan's judgment? Who do you think you are? Such as this, Chen Feng dormitory also returned to a quiet study life. In the process of calming down the rumor, Morong Xian came to Chen Feng again. This time, Chen Feng opened his mouth first. Nirangshuan, are you going to have a competition again? We've only had a few days of competition, and we haven't made any breakthrough. You don't have to be so anxious. Morong Xian shook his head and his face was dignified. Chen Feng, I came to apologize. I didn't expect that when I got up to practice with you, I would let rumors spread out in the school. I am responsible. Chen Feng didn't accept Nirangshuan's apology. The rumor in the school was not because of Nirangshuan. Moreover, Nirangshuan happened to make the rumor even more fierce. Nirangshuan, you don't have to worry about it. This rumor has already been spread to us by you. In the end, it has nothing to do with you. Morong Xian was still sad and insisted on giving Chen Feng an explanation. In this case, I will go and make it clear to other students that there is no unhappiness between us. I hope you will not have any disagreements. No, it won't. On the contrary, it will trouble Nurongxuan. Chen Feng thanks Nurongxuan for his kindness and is a little bit better at Nurongxuan's image. Hong Shuibin did not say a word during the whole process. After Nurongxuan left, he put it on Chen Feng's side and looked at his back with disdain and said, Chen Feng, I don't think you can trust Nurongxuan too much. I don't feel good about him all the time. What's the matter with you? So much for Nurongxuan? Chen Feng helplessly looks at Hong Shuibin, remembering that Nurongxuan did not seem to have provoked him. No big idea. Hong Shuibin gave Chen Feng a bad rap and said what he felt was wrong. You see, Nurongxuan and we had no contact at all. He insisted on saying something. Only he wanted to know you Josher's unhappiness with us several times. Do you think that under such circumstances, we will have any friendship with him? You are right, but Nurongxuan has no hostility to us, and now he has offered to help us clarify the truth. Chen Feng agrees with Hong Shuibin, but still doesn't think Nurongxuan will be detrimental to them. Hong Shuibin hated Chen Feng. He felt that all his words were wasted. Today, Nurongxuan suddenly came to say that he wanted to help us explain. I noticed that it was wrong. Otherwise, I didn't suspect him. He was too deliberate. Chen Feng was intrigued by Hong Shuibin and asked him to make it clear, how to say it. Is there any mystery in this? Chen Feng finally got serious. Hong Shuibin felt that his efforts were not in vain. He continued to say, you think, why didn't Morong Xian come out to help us explain in those days when the rumors were most violent? Until now, President Pan has come forward to testify, and the rumor is about to subside. Don't you think it's strange that he is running out and pretending to be a good man? Maybe Nurongxuan didn't hear the rumor? Chen Feng said what she didn't believe. Her voice became smaller and stopped defending Morong Xian. Looking at Chen Feng's expression, Hong Shuibin knew that he had realized that he was wrong, so be careful. If it wasn't for the relationship between classmates, I even suspect that he started the rumor. Chen Feng looked at Morong Xian, who was talking in the crowd, and chose to believe Hong Shuibin. I will guard against him, but you said that the rumor was spread by him. I really don't believe it. Ha ha. Hong Shuibin shrugged, I'll just say it casually, believe it or not. Campus life has gradually returned to calm, and everyone is working hard to improve. One day, President Pan followed Mr. He in his theoretical class of fighter department. Headmaster Pan has never been to the class before. This time, the students were very surprised when he appeared in front of the students of the first Department of Fighter Planes. The monitor Pan Yugwa took the lead and all of them got up to say hello to President Pan. Hello, President Pan. President Pan is not a person who likes to put on airs. He went to the platform and asked the students to sit down. He said in his thick voice, Students, today I'm here to announce an important decision, which is closely related to you. I hope you can understand after listening. Is it something about yourself? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are sitting in a critical position, waiting for President Pan to continue to speak on the platform. The other students are holding their breath and giving out a murmur of satisfaction. President Pan was very satisfied with the performance of the students on the stage and said again, after many years, the Mecha Institute of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan has cultivated many outstanding students. However, because the education time in the Mecha College is only 1 year after all, many aspects have not been fully consolidated, which makes these students have a high casualty rate after leaving school and going to the battlefield for schools and countries. It's just like a good seedling just growing, and the soil is not yet ripe, and it's very hard to accept. If Chen Fengrua had thought about it, he quietly said to Hong Shuibin, maybe our college life will have earth-shaking changes in the future. Hong Shuibin nodded his head. Mr. He on the podium continued, therefore, after the unanimous study and discussion of all schools in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan, and after confirmation with the national leaders, we decided to change the learning period of Fighter A series. From now on, the Fighter A system has been changed from 1 year schooling to 2 year schooling. The extra year will be used to consolidate your skills in maneuvering mecha for teachers, and to lead you to practice in the field. President Pan's words were like throwing a heavy bomb among the students. All the students were shocked and at a loss. Even some students began to wonder whether they were still dreaming. Hong Shuaibin pinched his thigh and confirmed that it was true. Chen Feng, according to President Pan, we are going to study in school for another year, aren't we? Chen Feng only knows the mechanical nod, numb answer, yes, yes. It's really thorough. I thought I would be on the battlefield in half a year, but now it's all changed. Zhang Zhirong felt that his dream of fighting against the enemy was far away. Now Zhang Zhirong has completely integrated into Chen Feng's small group, sitting beside them in every class to learn together. The students whispered to each other. Pan didn't rush them. Instead, he chose to stand on the platform with Mr. He. He knew that the students just needed an acceptance process, and they would understand the painstaking efforts of the school. The first student to wake up was Pan Yugua, who grew up in the military camp when he was young. He deeply carried out the duty of obeying orders. He quickly accepted the changed situation and raised his hand to express that he wanted to ask questions. President Pan was not surprised. I really want to trace back to Pan Yugua's blood relationship. People born in the military camp can always quickly accept orders from their superiors and ask Pan Yugua to speak. Pan Yugua stood up and didn't care about the students who were still in the process of acceptance. He asked aloud, President Pan, I want to know if the time limit of our study has changed. Will the time of the academic competition also change? The academy competition is a grand event of every mecha college in the Republic of Ancient China. At the end of the second half of each year, each mecha college will select 6 top students from the fighter department. 5 of them are regular players and 1 is a backup player. They gather in a place to compete for the title of the strongest college in that year. Of course, this name is all won by the Capital Institute of Mechatronics and Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics. The champion only changes between them. The strength of the 2 colleges is basically in the 5th 5. Pan Yugua is known as the rare genius of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan for decades. Naturally, he coveted the champion of the college championship. When he accepted the change of the academic system of Mecha College, he worried about the impact on the academic competition at the first time. The length of schooling of the first department of the fighter plane will naturally change with the length of the academic competition. Since the School of Mecha in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan decided to change the original learning mode of fighter A, it had already considered the time setting of the college competition. President Pan had already made a clear idea, this year's college competition will be cancelled, and the competition will be conducted at the beginning of the first half of the second semester. Chen Feng felt that she had just reluctantly accepted the change of the school system. President Pan gave him a big surprise, it's even the time of the college competition has changed. Then this first semester of this year is not very boring. President Pan continued to explain the changes of the college contest, since the college contest was changed to the first half of the second semester. The school can have more time to select students to participate in the competition in the second half of the first semester. At that time, we will hold an internal competition in the fighter department of Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics, in which all students with a synchronization rate of more than 90 will be directly selected as the competitors of the college competition, while the rest of the students will compete for the rest of the quota. Chen Feng Lenovo's previous college competitions were often decided by the school which students to participate in. The change is so great. Before, we only selected the top 6 students with synchronization rate. In this college competition, there was a special selection contest. This time, the Floodbin reacted earlier than Chen Feng, holding Chen Feng's shoulders tightly and suppressing his uncontrollable emotion. He said, Chen Feng, in fact, if you have the opportunity to participate in the college competition, there are so many students in the class, and Pan Yugua and Murangshuan must have been directly selected. You and Nangong Mengai have a great chance. It is difficult to estimate the next 2 places according to my synchronization rate. Chen Feng shook her head, not too much confidence. Don't worry, there is still half a year to improve the synchronization rate. Besides, you are still in the stage of rapid growth of synchronization rate since you are young. Hong Shuaibin has been fighting against Chen Feng's injustice. He always thinks that it is unfair of fate that he was admitted to Jiangnan Machinery College with the lowest synchronous rate. Chen Feng didn't want to argue with Hung Shuibin, so he could only follow his words. Yes, yes, thank you for your love. Then I will use the beam rifle to the extreme and kill everything in seconds. It will become a black horse and enter the college competition. That's right. We have to go to the academy tournament together, or it will make no sense. Hong Shuibin was overjoyed and thought Chen Fengjin was really enlightened. Hearing their argument, Zhang Zhirong was not willing to be outdone and made a move to show biceps. Don't forget me, my synchronization rate is also very high. Oh, I'll decide the college tournament. Zhang Zhirong's synchronization rate has reached 88, which is only 1 point less than that of Hong Shuibin. It is really hopeful that Zhang Zhirong will get out of the competition. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin naturally flattered him. Headmaster Pan has finished what should be said and nodded to teacher He standing behind him and left the classroom. After all, the students of the Mecha Combat Department accepted the fact that the school system had changed. After all, it was not so peaceful to go to the battlefield after only 1 year of study. No one would object to having another year to sharpen their skills and improve their survival rate. Mr. He waited for the audience to wake up and turn around, then gently patted the table with his textbook to let them focus their attention. Mr. Pan just said what should be said. I'll say one more word. To tell you the truth, every time I hear the news that a promising student died in battle because of negligence or inadequate training, I can't accept it. President Pan, they made this reform with good intentions. I hope you don't have any emotion in your heart and study hard to prepare for the selection of the college championship. Unlike the previous one, this opportunity can be in your own hands. The enthusiasm of the students of Fighter Department was aroused by a few words of teacher He. Yes. This extra year is not only for study, but also for the selection and practice of college competition, which is the most worth looking forward to. The students became full of enthusiasm, and teacher He no longer said much about picking up the textbook to start the teaching content of this class. However, with the increase of the school year, he could have more time to explain the text in more detail. At noon, Chen Feng and Yu Jia talked about the reform of the school system when they settled the big meal. Yu Jia agreed with the practice of Jijia school. Mr. Pan is really courageous. I think he did it right. Just a year to learn so much knowledge and skills, can you really master them? Instead of weaving regret with blood and tears after going to the battlefield, it's better to learn for another year to consolidate and practice. Lin Xian is also against President Pan. Just these days, I'm looking up the data on the casualty rate of Mecha. I find that the injury probability of pilots who have just graduated from Mecha College after their first time on the battlefield has reached 73%, and what's more, the death rate is even 17%. So high! How could it be? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin's colleagues exclaimed, unable to believe their ears. No doubt, it's written in blood. Lin Xian solemnly said to them, so I think it's necessary to add a school year to the first series of fighters. Especially, the last practice can give you more experience, so that you can better cope with various situations in the future battlefield. Only then did Chen Feng really realize the significance of the reform of the academic system of the first department of the fighter plane. Hong Shuibin also mentioned the college contest. You can't imagine that this year's college competition has been cancelled. This time, Yu Jia and Lin Xian were shocked. Has the academic championship been cancelled? Why? Hong Binchao likes to look at the surprised expression of others, and says with a bad smile, because of the change of the academic system, the college competition will be held in the first half of the second semester in the future, so this year's academic competition can only be postponed temporarily. Yu Jia looks at Hong Shuibin discontentedly and blames him for making a fuss. It's a postponement, isn't it a cancellation? All of our students are looking forward to the college competition. I wonder who dares to make a big mistake in the world to cancel it. Hong Shuibin made amends to Yu Jia with a smile, and then he sold Chen Feng, but in the second half of the semester, we will have a selection competition in the first department of our fighter plane to select the students selected for the college competition. Hearing that there were still competitions in the second half of the semester, Lin Xian immediately asked, it seems that the academic competition has also changed? In the past, the school directly selected the 6 students with the highest synchronization rate and the best performance to participate in the competition. Yes. The school will only select all the students whose synchronization rate is above 90, and the remaining places will be won by other students through the selection contest. Seeing that Hong Shuibin still wants to sell off, Chen Feng takes the lead in explaining this change, which makes Hong Shuibin turn his eyes. Yu Jia stretched out his hand and took off his finger to calculate. If the synchronization rate is above 90, Pan Yuguo will be able to reach the standard of our fighter classes students, and Mirangshuan can basically achieve it. There are still 4 places for you to fight for. Don't forget me, I'm 89 now, and I have a good chance to be selected directly. For fear that Yu Jia forgot him, Hong Shuibin quickly pointed to himself and said, and Chen Feng, his synchronization rate has reached 84, and he has not really reached the age of 18. The synchronization rate will have a substantial increase, and maybe he can win the place in the selection competition at that time. Chen Feng is still lack of confidence, waved his hand and said, Shuibin, don't make trouble, I think the gap is still too big, don't hold any hope better. On this point, Yu Jia showed the same attitude as Hong Shuibin, cheered Chen Feng and said, Shuibin is right. I think you have a chance. Maybe you can make great efforts and succeed. Even Yu Jia said so. Chen Feng couldn't cry or laugh. Yu Jia, please forgive me. What can I do if you can't win? Then we'll talk about it then. We must first have confidence, study hard and strive to achieve it. Lin Xian doesn't know when she has become a little follower of Yu Jia and supports her decisions unconditionally. Seeing that Lin Xian also ran to their camp, Chen Feng had only one person who couldn't fight, so she pretended that she didn't hear about her meal. Hong Shuibin, Yu Jia and Lin Xian look at each other for a few times. They feel that it may not be effective if the pressure is too tight. Let's wait for Chen Feng's synchronization rate to increase. The school system change of fighter a department has increased for a school year, and the teaching method of each teacher has also changed accordingly. In the morning, Teacher He's theory class is no longer like the original cramming of students by rote, but began to carry out detailed analysis and discussion, in order to let students have a deeper understanding of the content of the textbook and can really use it. In the afternoon simulation class, Mr. Su also put forward new requirements, and this requirement did not come out of Chen Feng's expectation. Mr. Su has set a new goal. Under the condition that other conditions are completely unchanged, students are required to use less electricity to achieve the goal of reaching the top of the mountain in half an hour. He also explains that this is an exercise project for the rest of the first half of the semester. Even the final exam also tests this content. The students of fighter class have been used to Teacher Lin's abnormal requirements for a long time. However, when operating the mecha in the simulator and appeared at the starting point, everyone secretly scolded their mother in their hearts. Only 10% of the remaining power of the mecha was clearly displayed, which was half of the original power space. Is this too confident in the operation of the students or do not want the students to complete it at all? The scarce electricity makes the students feel flustered, and the beat of each percentage is even more frightening. Finally, in this class, in addition to Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong, who had been prepared for a long time in the previous simulation class, only Pan Yuguo, Miranchuan and Nangong Mengdai achieved the goal set by Teacher Lin. The rest of the students exhausted their electricity and fell into the process of climbing the mountain. Some even tried to turn on the thruster in despair in order to shorten the time by increasing the forced speed. The teacher was allowed to cut off the operation because he exceeded his own limit. He was also punished to think over the outside wall of the simulation cabin. It was not too miserable. After class, Mr. Lin happily looked at the students who came out of the simulator with a depressed face. He was not surprised to see all the students' training process from the beginning to the end on the console. Several students who completed the challenge realized the importance of controlling the power consumption early, and he saw it clearly on the console, which was expected. Lin didn't read out the names of the students who had successfully completed the goal this time. Instead, he left the last sentence with a cup of wine and fell asleep on the console. If you want to be quick, you will not be able to reach the goal quickly. You should not be too anxious. You should first figure out the key to power consumption and then continue to practice. There is still a lot of time before the end of the first half of the semester, which is enough for your growth and progress. Lin is like his 2 peas. Zhang Zhirong was asleep. The students were left in the classroom and had nothing to do, but they could not resist the jump of excitement in Chen Feng. Chen Feng is exactly the same as you. Fortunately, we have already started to prepare. Today, in addition to Pan Yugua, Murangshuan and Nangong Mengdai, we have successfully completed the challenge. It's so cool. At this time, Zhang Zhirong suddenly heard the voice of Nangong Mengdai. It's just a quick step, there's no need to be too excited. Zhang Zhirong is scared by Nangong Mengdai to take off in situ. He jumps to the tree beside the road and is full of panic. He can't imagine how she came to his back. Nangong Mengdai ignored Zhang Zhirong, who was frightened. She said to Chen Feng, "Thank you for telling me the tips of power control. Otherwise, I may not be able to find it in a short time. You are our good friend, and you should say it to our good friend." Chen Feng did not take pride in himself, and Nangong Mengdai, you are so smart, even if I didn't tell you, I believe you can handle it quickly. The academic year of Fighter system has changed. We will have more challenges in the future. Come on. After Nangong Mengdai finished, she left. Nangong Mengdai is really a loner. Apart from doing morning exercises with us in the morning, she seems to have never seen her with other people or even her roommates. Hong Shuibin looked at the lonely back of Nangong Mengdai, thinking. Chen Feng does not understand why Nangong Mengdai is always a person, maybe it is related to her experience. She has always been cold. Only Zhang Zhirong has not yet recovered from the previous fright. How did Nangong Mengdai come to my back? Have you not noticed it? Fighting class also began to change. Chen Feng came to the classroom and saw dozens of wooden swords on the weapon rack in the corner. Is Mr. Lang going to teach us fencing? Just like Teacher Lang followed Chen Feng's steps into the classroom, heard Chen Feng's words directly answer, "Yes, this class we want to learn machine armor sword." Seeing Mr. Lang come into the classroom, all the students stop and look at him. Everyone is full of expectation for the content of this class. Mr. Lang gently stroked the eye mask and looked at it as if he was recalling something. The voice revealed some confusion, although the school year of our fighter class A has increased, there is still a lot to learn, and our combat class time is still very tight. From today on, we begin to learn the most important skill of mecha in close combat, fencing. Seeing that some students raised their hands to ask questions, Mr. Lang waved them down and continued, "I know what you want to ask. Some students feel that they are more suitable for other weapons and do not want to learn swordsmanship, do they?" Yes, the students who have not put down their hands agree that they don't want to waste time on fencing. Then I tell you that no matter what kind of weapons you use in the future, you must learn swordsmanship well for me now. Mr. Lang's face suddenly became ferocious and roared at the students, and swordsmanship is the content of the final exam of this semester. If the score is not up to the standard, don't blame me for turning my face mercilessly. Mr. Lang's face was unexpected. The students were so scared that they didn't dare to come out. Looking at Mr. Yi, Chen Feng wondered, why did Mr. Lang react so much? Mr. Lang felt that he had lost his temper. He even took a few deep breaths to calm down his mood. However, there was a trace of pain in his face. The standard equipment of mecha is beam sword. If you can't use the beam sword, well, how can there be a future? Once upon a time, I had a student who made me very proud. He just didn't like to practice swordsmanship, only practiced his favorite gun, and I spoiled him too much and didn't stop him in time. Immersed in the memory, Mr. Lang gushed, he is very good at shooting. No one in his class can match him. But as a result, when he went to do the battlefield after graduation, the mecha there was only equipped with beam sword. His gun skill, which he was proud of, was useless because there was no weapon available. As a result, he was killed by a common mecha on the opposite side with the beam sword he had never learned, becoming one of the few machine armors that fell. It's a sad thing. You say you're not fit to fight now, but the enemy won't give you a chance, so you have to learn swordsmanship well anyway. Unless you have saved a lot of battle. Achievements, have your own mecha, and have your own weapons. Beam sword is the only partner that can accompany you all the time. Teacher Lang finished the whole thing with red eyes. The students were shocked by Mr. Lang's story and felt his good intentions. The students who raised their hands in front of them quietly took back their hands. Everyone secretly vowed to learn swordsmanship well and never be the one who could be slaughtered without weapons. After Mr. Lang recalled, although his heart was turbulent, he still carried out the teacher's accusation, and only the students picked up the wooden sword. On the weapon rack in the corner, now I'll take the lead in demonstrating the swordsmanship suitable for mecha. You can take a good look at it below. The students were silent and their eyes were fixed on Mr. Lang. Teacher Lang nodded with satisfaction and began to wave the sword, and soon ended a whole set of movements. After closing the sword, Mr. Lang did not delay at all, and once again put out his starting posture. You have finished the demonstration just now, and now you start to imitate my movements. Chen Feng quickly put on a posture, looking at Teacher Lang's action, for fear of any omission. Mr. Lang practiced 3 times in front of him, and the students imitated it 3 times. Finally, Mr. Lang stopped and walked off the platform. I think with your qualifications, the previous demonstrations are enough for you to remember the essentials of the movements. Now you're practicing the fencing again and again, and I'll be there to guide you. As a result of Teacher Lang's words, none of the students took it lightly in their study. Everyone kept in mind the movements taught by Mr. Lang and began to practice with perfection. Around these students who devote themselves to practicing swordsmanship, Mr. Lang only occasionally reminds them of the essentials of movements and corrects a student's mistakes. There are basically no major problems. Before class, Mr. Lang looked at them happily. You have performed very well today. If you can maintain this state, I dare say that even if those famous pilots come to you, you will still have the chance to escape. Zhang Zhirong is also habitually mischievous, and asks, we can only resist the chance of escape, can't we beat them back? Ha ha ha, famous pilots are not so easy to deal with. You can experience it later. Mr. Lang was amused by Zhang Zhirong, and the dark cloud that had enveloped him was swept away, with your performance. In today's class, you have basically mastered the machine armor sword skill. From next class, you can continue to fight in groups. After you go back, you can think about it more. After class. On the way to the canteen, Zhang Zhirong still kept thinking of Mr. Lang's words. Chen Feng Hongshuibin, how strong are those famous pilots? I don't know how strong it is. I only know he can crush you with one finger. Hongshuibin is joking. Chen Feng pragmatic answer to this Zhang Zhirong, how strong depends on their number of hits, but even if they are no longer strong, they are growing up from our little bit by bit, and there will always be a chance to win. However, Zhang Zhirong didn't give Chen Feng a response. Chen Feng looked back and saw that Zhang Zhirong was entangled with Hongshuibin. The appearance of the two people regardless of their personal and foreign affairs made him smile bitterly. Finally, there was shooting class. Lin was different from other teachers. There was no special change. After all, shooting is a process of studying and practicing hard all the time. There is no shortcut. Of course, Mr. Lin welcomed the increase in class hours. He told the students of the first department of fighter, don't think that the change of the school system has no effect on our shooting course. Today, I would like to remind you to spend more time on shooting with one hand. At least, you should have more than 9 rings of guns and fixed targets. Mr. Lin was worried that the students below would not listen to him. Originally, I thought that there might not be a chance for everyone to master the ability to shoot moving targets with one hand, but now the increase of time has made me confident. You have to understand that the enemy's mecha will not be stationary all the time on the battlefield. They will make all kinds of dodge actions, and the stronger the ability to shoot moving targets with a single handgun, the greater the advantage you will have. Shooting battle is the main theme of mecha combat. Every pilot can't relax practice on it. What's more, Mr. Lin's words are very reasonable, and the students said that they took them down. Chen Feng also remembered Lin's goal of shooting a moving target with a single handgun in mind, because he had decided to cultivate his shooting ability in the future. But now Chen Feng still did not choose to start using the moving target, but continued to hone the skills of holding a gun with one hand on the fixed target. Mr. Lin also takes good care of Chen Feng, a student who has great talent in shooting. From time to time, he wanders around to watch Chen Feng practice. Although Chen Feng was surprised at the beginning that he was still using fixed targets, he was very satisfied with his practice method. After observing for a while, this child can stand the temptation and do a good job of kung fu on the basis of it. He will surely have his name among the famous shooting pilots of Mecha in the future. In the next few years, all the teachers and students of Fighter Department were trying to adapt to the changes brought about by the new school system. Chen Feng and Hongshuibin met less and less of their roommate Lin Xian and good friend Yu Jia. They only knew that they were either in class or in the research room, or were taken to City B by Teacher He. They were busier than anyone else. The first half of the first academic year finally ushered in the final examination in their bumps. In order to understand the related knowledge of Mecha variant project more conveniently, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin made up a lot of books about Mecha research, and learned a lot of knowledge. That was not explained in class. This made them like fish in the water in the theory examination, and Chen Feng won the first place and Hong Shuibin the second, which made Mr. He very happy. Shooting test is divided into two categories, one is beam rifle, the other is beam barrage gun. Considering that all students' progress is not the same, all of them take the form of fixed target test. Naturally, Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan ranked top 2 in the beam rifle test. Chen Feng won the third place in one fell swoop because of his steady training method, which impressed all the students of Fighter department. Hong Shuibin's main energy was on combat class, and his shooting level was relatively general, ranking 17th. There are only 5 students studying the beam barrage gun. Nangong Mengdai won the first prize. All these are expected by Lin. In the combat course, Mr. Lang personally takes part in the fight, letting each student fight with him and taking the length of time as the basis of ranking. In the examination, Mr. Lang didn't let off any water at all. The strong man's demeanor was fully displayed. None of the students who fought with him did not feel afraid. Only then did he find that there was a huge gap between himself and the strong. In the end, Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan continued to rank first and second. However, Hong Shuibin was defeated after several minutes of forced support on Mr. Lang's hands with his irresistible fighting style, and the third place's result was astonishing. The favorite Nangong Mengdai was pushed to the fourth place by Hong Shuibin, while Chen Feng gained a lot from the practice with Hong Shuibin every day, and her fighting ability improved a lot, and she got the 13th place. Chen Feng's dormitory got the third best result in combat class and shooting class, and created a reputation in the fighter class A. This makes Su Xian and Lin Wenjie jealous. When Chen Feng turns her head, she sees a sharp look in Su Xian's eyes, reminding Hong Shuibin to be more careful. For the rest of the simulation class, Mr. Su did as he said. Let all the students use the remaining 10% of the electricity to reach the peak of the mountain in half an hour. The less time spent, the higher the ranking. If there is one who runs out of electricity, the final climbing height will determine the ranking. Fortunately, after many simulation exercises, no one in the final test before reaching the top of the mountain to run out of electricity. Because Mr. Su limited the students to use their own synchronization rate to test, while the highest synchronization rate of the simulator could only simulate to 90, Pan Yugua finally led Mirangshuan to the top of the mountain with an advantage of only 1 second, and the two of them still won 1 or 2 places. Nangong Mengdai's synchronization rate did not know when to rise, and Hong Shuibin also reached 89, relying on the girl's own delicate mind to complete the exam, won the 3rd place. Hong Shuibin can only regret to become the 4th. The next 5th place was Zhang Zhirong, and the 6th place let the students' unexpected things happen again, it was Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng's synchronization rate has broken through again and reached 85, there are still 3 stages above him, 86, 87, and 88. It is no surprise that Zhang Zhirong, with 88 synchronization rate, has won the 5th place. It is surprising for students that Chen Feng has surpassed other students in synchronization rate to become 6th. In association with the examination results of the first 3 courses, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are among the top. The students of Fighter Plana department finally begin to realize that they have 2 more excellent students besides Pan Yugua, Mirangshuan, and Nangong Mengdai. This astonishing discovery made Su Xian even more unhappy. After several turns of his eyes in succession, he did not challenge Chen Feng and Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who was observing in secret, breathed a sigh of relief. After all the examinations, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin were very satisfied with the results. They began to pack up and go home happily. At this time, since joining the Mecha variant project team, Lin Xian, who has become a dragon without a tail, appears in the dormitory. Chen Feng grabs Lin Xian, it's winter vacation. Why are you so busy? It's time to go home for the spring festival. Lin Xian, obviously in Xingyu Tianwai, did not notice that there were 2 people in the dormitory, patted his head and said sorry, of course, I will go home for the spring festival, but now the project has new findings in the research on the rapid variants of Mecha, so we will postpone some time to go back. Hearing the progress of the Mecha variant project closely related to himself, Hong Shuibin didn't even care about his luggage. He jumped up to Lin Xian and asked, "How is the project research going now? I haven't communicated with you and Yoja for some time." "Well, new findings have just emerged, which may maintain the speed and stability of the mecha in the variant. We need further tests." Lin Xian understood Hong Shuibin's anxiety and told him exactly. Chen Feng thought that Lin Xian would postpone going home, so what about Yoja? Immediately called Yu Jia, will you go back with us? "Ah, Chen Feng, I'm sorry, I may not be able to go home for the time being." Yu Jia's voice of apology came from the phone. The mecha variant project team has made a new breakthrough, and all the people in the project team may have to stay for a period of time. Chen Feng thought that things really turned out like this, sighed. "Hey, you should take good care of yourself. I and Hong Shuibin go back first. Let us know when you come back, and we'll come to pick you up." "Okay, I'm going to go to the lab right now. Goodbye first," Yu Jia quickly said and hung up the phone. It seems that the time is really urgent. Chen Feng went back to look for Lin Xian and found that he had already disappeared. Hong Shui Bintan set out to explain to Chen Feng. Lin Xian took a few books and ran out again. Research is a race against time. Chen Feng said it is understandable, they are really hard. Shui Bin and Yoja can't go back with us. Let's clean up and go first. Hong Shuibin made a face like this. He cleaned up and walked out of the campus gate of Jiangnan Machinery College with Chen Feng. Outside the campus gate, Hong Bin's father's car had been waiting for a long time. When he saw that only two of them were together, he was slightly surprised. "Shuibin, where is Yoja? Is she not coming home with you?" Chen Feng answered Hong's father's confusion for Hong Shuibin. "Uncle Hong is like this. Yu Jia has participated in a research project group of the school this semester. Recently, it happened that there was a technical breakthrough recently, so we had to stay for a longer period of time, so only the two of us went home this time." Hong's father looked at the students constantly pouring out of the campus. It seemed that only his own parents came to pick up the students. The other children left on their own. "Yu Jia, a child who has had her own opinions since childhood, is still reassuring me that you can exercise your ability to go home independently in the future." Hong Shuibin did not dry, do mouth said, "I originally said that you do not use to pick us up, you just do not stop, now turn to us, the spot I and Chen Feng do not carry." Unexpectedly, he was refuted by his son so quickly. His father said with a smile of shame, "This is not that I happened to come to work in the neighborhood recently, and I haven't seen you for some time. Not this time. From next time on, let's start together, and I'll have a good time." "Well, we'll make it." Hong Shuibin would like to go on his own. He would be more free. Because Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin didn't have a driver's license, Hong Fu drove most of the way back home. As soon as he got into the house, he made a tired expression and fell down on the sofa. "I'm so tired. My son, come and rub my shoulders for me." Hong Shuibin was distressed by his father's driving for such a long time. He immediately went up to knead his shoulders and beat his back. Naturally, Chen Feng could not stand around and beat his legs. Hong's father seldom enjoyed the service of his two children. He closed his eyes comfortably. "You have less and less time around me. You two are the most intimate people in the world. In the future, you must remember to support each other, and brothers should work together to cut the gold." Chen Feng looked at this benefactor who adopted him. Years passed. More than 10 years later, Hong's father had grown a lot of white hair. In addition, after graduating from Mecha College, it was more difficult to come back to see him. His eyes were red. "Uncle Hong, don't worry. Waterfront is my brother. We won't let you down." Hong Shuibin also focused on his head. "Dad, I will take good care of Chen Feng. Besides, I promised Chen Feng to help him find the murderer of his parents and avenge them. I will not forget it." Hong Fu opened his eyes and looked at them happily, enjoying the rare leisure time. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin didn't give up practicing when they got home. They were both students of Mecha College. In this regard, they had the unique advantage that other students did not have. Even if they were at home on vacation, they could still compete with each other to consolidate their skills. Even Hong Shuibin even went to buy a wooden sword and came back to hone his swordsmanship. Time spent in Chen Feng's hard training day by day. The spring festival is coming in a twinkling. and the project team of Machina Variant temporarily stops all members returning home for the festival. Yu Jia didn't inform Chen Feng and them. She took a quiet ride back to Hangzhou. The first thing she did was to go to Hong Shuibin's house to visit two little friends who had not been seen for a long time. Yu Jia has the key to Hong Shuibin's home. As soon as you open the door, you can see that Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are entangled and lying on the lawn in front of the yard. They are holding each other's hands and can't move, but they are still talking. Hong Shuibin issued a series of threats: Chen Feng surrender, Rao you do not die, or next year today is your death day. Chen Feng's mouth was pressed by Hong Shuibin's elbow, so she could only reply vaguely, it's shameless. You should try it. I think you are a lamb to be slaughtered. You can clean you up if you want to come. Yu Jia couldn't continue to look at the picture. She said, cough, I'm back. Don't you come to meet me? Yu Jia is back? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin immediately let go of each other and climbed up from the ground. Chen Feng slapped the dust on her body in a panic, for fear that Yu Jia would see a bad image. When did you come back, Yu Jia? Why don't you let us know? You see, I haven't come to pick you up. Taking advantage of Chen Feng's speech, Hong Shuibin also arranged his hairstyle, that is, don't tell us when you come back. Come in and have a rest. Yu Jia shook her head with a smile and left a beautiful shadow. She turned around and left. I can take care of myself. I just came to see you. I'll come back later. You'll wash up quickly. Ha ha. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin look at each other. As Yu Jia said, their bodies are either leaves or soil. They look miserable. It can be seen that they didn't leave any hand in their fight just now. Chen Feng made all the armistice gestures to Hong Shuibin, ready to take a bath and change his clothes. Unexpectedly, Hongbin took the opportunity to jump on his back end. Try to continue to attack. Chen Feng had to beg for mercy, stop at the waterfront. Yu Jia is not easy to come back. Don't pack up and go to see her. I'll give up today. Hong Shuibin then let go and looked for another bathroom triumphantly. Haha, it would have been a long time ago to say that. So far, our record is 3:8, Chen Feng, you are far behind. Oh. Fighting is really your best. Unfortunately, there is no shooting room at home, otherwise I will teach you how to be a man in minutes. Looking at Hong Shuibin, who is not good at fighting, Chen Feng can only fight back in his mouth. After finishing their appearance and changing into new clothes, they went to visit Yu Jia's house next door. After seeing her parents at home, Yu Jia had already been waiting for them. When she heard the doorbell, she immediately went out to greet her. Come in and sit down. I heard at school that you two are very famous in the final exam. How many courses do you rank? Yu Jia asks Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin to sit on the seats she has prepared and cares about their academic achievements. Hong Shuibin preempted the result topic and said triumphantly, Yu Jia, you know, it seems that we have shocked many people. You're right. Chen Feng and I have made great progress in the first half of the semester, and we can do better in the second half. Chen Feng followed Hong Shuibin to add, in fact, the two of us got unexpected results in the examination. The real top ones were Pan Yugua and Murongxuan, and Nangong Mengdai. But you are still making great progress. I didn't expect that you could do so well. Hongbin said, I'd like to cover my mouth for Shuibin, and I'll be happy for you. Hong Shuibin jumped up from his chair and jumped in front of Yu Jia and nervously asked, is it about the research of variant mecha? Yu Jia took out a stack of documents from the bag beside him. Yes, the technology of rapid transformation of mecha has really been realized. This is our research material. I know you care to bring it back to you. After hearing Yu Jia's words, Chen Feng also jumped to Hong Shuibin. They hugged and were about to cheer, but Yu Jia stopped them. Don't be excited. This technology is not perfect. What do you say? What's wrong again? Feeling the tension from the opposite Floodbin's hand, Chen Fengsong opened his puzzled way. It's mainly a matter of materials. We have tested most of the metals currently used in mecha, but they can't keep their shape in rapid transformation, and we will continue to test them later. Now it's approaching the Spring Festival and we'll come back from the holiday. In addition to being happy, Yu Jia also has some worries. The constraints of metal materials are the most difficult problem to overcome in this research project. Hearing this question, Hong Shuaibin slightly relaxed. If other ordinary metals can't do it, try the brilliant metal brought by extraterrestrial meteorites. Isn't that variant of the Santagama Empire made of Huang metal? It should be able to adapt to this technology. Yujia couldn't help but whiten Hong Shuaibin, Huang metal, which is so easy to apply for besides, teacher he has already thought of it, and said that if other metals are not good, it can only rely on Huang metal, and now is preparing to report upward. Hong Shuaibin began to imagine, if you really can only use Huang metal to build this variant mecha, will I become the first person to directly open a special machine without using any ordinary machine armor? Hong Shuaibin thought that his saliva was about to flow down. Chen Feng had to crack down on his over-optimism. We don't say what metal we need to use to succeed. If we only say that we must use Huang metal to make special machines, then its pilots must be selected from thousands of people. To tell you the truth, I think you're really choking. Yujia puts down the materials in her hand and stands up to express her concern. The rarer the materials are used, the higher the level of mecha is. And the more strict the selection of pilots is. If you can only use Huang metal to create variant machine armor, you have to bear a lot of pressure. Although two friends are not very optimistic, Hong Shuaibin is still full of confidence. Driving variant since childhood is my dream. For it I can bear anything. I will do my best. You can rest assured. Hong Shuaibin said so. Chen Feng and Yujia can only wish him good luck in his dream come true. At this time, Yujia's mother came to you and said, Jia, in order to celebrate your return home, your mother has made several good dishes for you. Well, Shuaibin and Chen Feng are here too. Stay and have dinner together. She had been busy in the kitchen before, but now she found that Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin came to her home. Well, I've been eating at my aunt's house for a long time. How do you miss your chopped chicken? I don't know if we take it orally today. In order to be able to talk more with Yujia about the variant mecha, Hong Shuaibin simply doesn't go home, so he hangs up a phone call to inform his father. That night, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin rubbed their dinner at Yajia's house. Fearing that they would not have enough to eat, Yujia's mother cooked several more dishes, which almost broke their stomachs. After chatting with Yujia about the research progress of the project team, Hong Shuaibin was more interested in training. Originally, Chen Feng could sleep in the morning at home during the holiday, but he was forced out of bed by Hong Shuaibin. Chen Feng, get up quickly and accompany me for 2 moves. Chen Feng was so miserable that she retracted her quilt. This is a holiday. Can't you spare me in the morning? Can you practice with you in the afternoon? No, practice now. If you can't afford it, don't blame me for forcing you to get up. Hong Shuaibin would not let Chen Feng go. He knew that Chen Feng was the most ticklish and jumped into bed to tickle him. Please let me go. I've been a terrible victim for your dream of variant mecha. Chen Feng's tears almost came out, so she had to get out of the bed and brush her teeth and wash her face. During the Spring Festival, Chen Feng is not enjoying the Spring Festival atmosphere, but accompanies Hong Shuaibin every day from morning to night, not to mention that although physically tired, she has a very substantial life. Chen Feng alone does not need to visit relatives and friends, and Hong Shuaibin doesn't like it either. If they stay at home, it can be said that if they don't agree, they will start a war. Any part of Hong Shuaibin's family may become a battlefield at any time. 3 days after the Spring Festival, someone rang the doorbell. Who will come here at this time? Chen Feng opened the door with doubts and found Yujia standing outside. Yujia, how did you come here? And don't you have a key? Yujia obviously ran, bent over and gasped. I just went out and saw that the news broadcast by the second generation of the Sangama Empire was broadcast on the TV outside. I didn't have time to go home to get the key and came to you directly. Go and turn on the TV. Chen Feng helped Yujia in and called out to the room, the second generation mecha of the Sangama Empire? Turn on the TV, Shuaibin. Hurry up. Hong Shuaibin responded with a good voice and turned on the TV set around him. The voice immediately reached Chen Fenger. The ancient Xunlan Republic is still in the Spring Festival. The Sangama Empire chooses to hold a press conference of the second generation mecha today. Is it a kind of provocation to the Republic of Ancient Xunlan? Hong Shuaibin was still confused about why Chen Feng asked him to turn on the TV. Now he was stuck in front of the TV and couldn't move his sight. He completely ignored Chen Feng and Yujia who came in from behind. It can be seen how shocked he was. Chen Feng saw that it was the host who asked the question just now. The guests on the TV didn't agree with him. I don't think so, because the Sangama Empire has already had a lot of actions on this venue some time ago. We have been paying attention to it, but we can't confirm what they are doing. Another guest in the seat refuted him. Even if they had already started to prepare, it was definitely a provocative act to choose the Spring Festival node in the Republic of Cymbidium. Otherwise, why did the Sangama Empire announce the release of the second-generation mecha so suddenly, and why not postpone holding the press conference for a few days? The guest who was rebuffed in front of him was a little embarrassed. Maybe the Sangama Empire is just ready? They are not our country to celebrate the Spring Festival. The second guest was aggressive and insisted on his point of view. The Sangama Empire is only the Spring Festival, but they know that. We celebrate the Spring Festival in the ancient Republic of Shenlan. You know, since the First World War of Mecha, the Sangama Empire has always regarded our ancient Republic of Shenlan as a thorn in the flesh, always trying to get rid of us. The announcement of the release of the second-generation mecha, which attracted worldwide attention during the Spring Festival of the ancient Shenlan Republic, was definitely premeditated, and it was an addition to all the people of the Republic of Cymbidium. The host looked at the quarrel between the two guests and turned his attention to the scene of the Sangama Empire. Now we see that the launch of the second generation of the Sangama Empire is about to begin. At this time, the camera shows the gun god who is on guard, James Griffin. He is the idol of hundreds of millions of people in the world. I believe everyone has fantasized about becoming Griffin and killing all sides. James Griffin in the camera is very leisurely. He puts the two guns together as a sniper on his shoulder. He looks around from time to time in the corner of the press conference. It is not clear whether he is on guard or watching the play. This is the first time that Chen Feng really saw the live broadcast of Gun God. The royal blue body looks full of sense of science and technology. The slender fuselage reveals the fluent design, like a vigorous teenager. At the moment, he is slouching around in a lazy posture. However, even if it seems that people and animals are harmless, Chen Feng will not doubt that he suddenly killed the enemy ability. The camera continues to move around the press conference. 3 more special planes of the Sangama Empire have entered the camera. The most easily recognized one is Spooky. He is now standing in the front door of the conference in the form of a beast. He is afraid that no one will notice that he makes all kinds of posturing and coquettish force. The remaining 2 special planes were located on both sides of the press conference. One of them has the same body as steel plate. The huge iron fist always highlights the extraordinary power. It is the representative of the power-type mecha, the Duke of Hell. The other one is slightly bulky and covered with thick armor. A human-shaped pangolin is the guardian with super defense ability. It can be seen from this that the Sangama Empire attaches great importance to the launch of the second-generation mecha. The Hell Duke and guardians sent by them can well protect the surrounding area of the venue with their powerful strength and armor. If there is an enemy attack spoof, they can pursue and make them unable to retreat. In addition, the super pilot who has 1 strike to defeat the enemy is hiding in the corner. Anyone who wants to make trouble at the press conference has to consider how many lives he has. Moreover, due to the sudden launch of the second-generation mecha conference of the Sangama Empire, the Republic of Ancient Shenlan and the Federation of Jude were completely unprepared, not to mention other countries that did not have the combat effectiveness of mecha. It was more likely that the Sangama Empire showed its unique advantages while releasing the second-generation mecha. Even though they secretly slandered the disgusting practice of the Sangama Empire in their hearts, they still made a little unhappy before, but the guests on the TV still devoted themselves to introducing the special cameras and the camera one by one, so that the audience can better understand this conference. After staying on the 4 special planes for a while, the camera moved to the center of the press conference. The head of state of the Sangama Empire took the elevator to the rostrum under the constant call of the surrounding audience. He held a microphone and announced briefly, in order to maintain world peace, the Holy Gamma Empire has been working hard, and now our soldiers will take more powerful mecha, which will make it easier for them to defeat your opponent and protect yourself better. Now I announce the official launch of the second generation of the SC Gamma Empire. Cut. Looking at the TV, Floodbin pointed his thumb to the ground. The world is turbulent because of them, and he has the face to say that he wants to maintain world peace. Chen Feng pressed Hong Shuaibin back to the ground, soothing his small emotion. The Holy Gamma Empire thinks it's too much for us to control. First look at their second generation mecha, and then we can't control it. That's the point. Hong Shuaibin also want to say, Yu Jia reached out to the TV screen. You see, the second generation of mecha came out. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin quickly focused their attention on the TV. Dozens of mecha came out of the huge curtain behind the head of the Sangama Empire. On the left is the old mecha, now also known as the first generation, and on the right is the latest second generation. These mechas are arranged on both sides. It can be seen that the main color of the second generation mecha is still blue. Here, the main color of the mecha of the Sangama Empire is blue, the main color of the mecha of the ancient Republic of Shinlan is red, and the main color of the body of the Federation of Jude is white. The new mecha is more slender than the old one, with a slight increase in the head that is not visible to the naked eye except in other ways. Chen Feng raised the volume of the TV series to listen to the guest's explanation. Sure enough, they have started to translate the content of the second generation of the SC Gamma Empire's mecha. Now the second generation of mecha has come out. According to the on-the-spot report, the new mecha has adjusted the proportion of body structure, with slightly longer hands and feet, and a slightly smaller body cadre position. The two temporary guests from the TV station are still very good. One guest has just finished, and the other said, although the body part has been reduced, due to the adoption of new energy storage methods, the activity time of the body has increased, from the original 24 to 48 hours to 30 to 54 hours. The two guests explained in turn, because of the lengthening of the hands and feet, the strength and speed of the second generation of mecha has also been increased, which is estimated to be about 10% stronger than that of the first generation. Here comes the point. The guests on the TV were suddenly excited, and their voice became hysterical because of their sharp voice. The second generation of the Sangama Empire has made a revolutionary change to the cockpit. Its cockpit is no longer located in the trunk of the mecha, but transferred to the head. According to the Sangama Empire, the head of the mecha has always been in a dispensable state, and the cockpit on the trunk also affects the integrity of the trunk as the energy supply part of the body. Therefore, moving the cockpit up to the head can better connect the visual and auditory systems. The trunk part not only becomes the energy supply place of mecha, but also has the beam gun installed in the original cockpit position on the chest, which is more conducive to close-range attack and defense. Along with the guest's explanation, the head of the second generation of the ST Gamma Empire's mecha suddenly opened, showing the internal structure. All. The three Chen Feng could not continue to sit on their seats. They all ran to the front of the TV set less than 1 meter and looked at it carefully. In addition to a new cockpit, the head of the second generation of Saint Gamma Empire has almost no change, except that the cockpit is no longer upright on the chest of the mecha, but is inserted into the head of the mecha obliquely. The guests on the TV touched their sweat and continued to explain. As you can see, the cockpit insertion mode of the second generation of Saint Gamma Empire has changed. Instead of being vertical, it has become oblique. According to the explanation of the Sangama Empire, lying on its back can make pilots feel more relaxed and concentrate on controlling the plane, and it's more convenient if you need to eject. In case of emergency, this explanation is really reasonable. When I was studying, I heard Mr. He say that the cockpit of the second generation of the ancient Shunlan Republic was also prepared to adopt the oblique insertion type. Yu Jia tilts her head and uses the experience learned in the laboratory to carefully consider the advantages and disadvantages of different insertion methods of the cockpit. Yu Jia's words remind Chen Feng that watching the two generations of machine armor of the Sangama Empire in the TV set practice each other on the spot, so that the audience can see the gap more intuitively. The guests of the TV station did not say any new content, so they simply opened the computer video link next to Mr. He. Mr. He quickly answered Chen Feng's request for connection. From the picture that he jumped out, he was also watching the launch of the second generation of a Sangama Empire mecha on TV. Chen Fengxian said hello to Mr. He. Happy New Year, Mr. He. You are also watching the release conference of the second generation of the Sangama Empire. Haha, Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin and Yu Jia have a good new year. Mr. He was in a good mood and said hello to each of them. Of course I'm watching it. This is a major event attracting worldwide attention. Hong Shuibin and Yu Jia also said hello to Teacher He. Hong Shuibin asked curiously, Teacher He, are you not in a hurry? What should we do in the ancient Republic of Shinlan when the second generation of Mecha is released suddenly by the Holy Gamma Empire? He still kept a smile. The Holy Gamma Empire is giving us a bad power. At this time, Hiyuchi came out from Teacher He and said angrily, the people of the Empire of Saint Gamma are too bad. Pure Heart has added obstruction to our spring festival. My father has no reaction, and I am so angry. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng. Three people looked at Hiyuchi's expression and couldn't help laughing. In the first half of the semester, they had established a deep friendship with Hiyuchi, and they were all quite casual. Mr. He kindly touched Hiyuchi's head and said to the three students in front of the video, the people of the Empire of Sangama are here to disgust us, so we can't fall into their trap. Originally, the release of their second-generation mecha was predictable, but our research on the second-generation mecha still needs a period of time to complete, so we can only be willing to be inferior to others because of their inferior skills. Yu Jia is more concerned about the research technology of mecha, which was originally her major. She directly confirmed with Mr. He, Mr. He, I remember you said that our second generation of mecha also adopts oblique plug-in cockpit? Yes, not only in the Republic of Cymbidium, but also in the second generation mecha of the Federation of Jude. He asked Hiyuchi to sit down with a smile and explain to them, the world's mecha technology is basically the same, and the information between countries is exchanging with each other. Unless there is a major breakthrough, the overall design ideas are similar. I always feel that the changes in the cockpit are not only those mentioned in the press conference of the Sangama Empire on TV. Do you know what is hidden in the Holy Gamma Empire, Mr. E? Yu Jia thinks that the change of the cockpit is not so simple, and continues to ask. Yu Jia is worthy of being a student in the mechanical or research department. What I am most optimistic about is that you and Lin Xian, Xiaoqi, you learn more from others. Teacher He happily stroked his long beard and educated him to sit next to him. Well, Dad, you have to be really high. Sister Yojia is in school and that's a million people's fans. Hiyuchi was caught off guard by his teacher's education, so he had to turn his head and leave him a back brain. Chen Feng looked at the scene of their father and daughter bickering with envy, thinking that if her parents had not encountered the accident, she should now be able to enjoy such a happy family. Hong Shuibin was worried, but he didn't answer. He urged him to talk about it. Mr. He kindly looked at the grumpy Hiyuchi and answered their doubts. There must be some concealment in the Holy Gamma Empire, and even less about the improvement level of mecha ability. Even the second generation of mecha in the ancient Shenlan Republic has been improved by only 10%, and it is even more impossible for the Sangama Empire to have such a point. But it's normal. You can't tell us all the information. If you've been seen through by the enemy, you won't be able to play if you're being researched and targeted. The head of Mecha was too unimportant in the past. Apart from the visual system and auditory system, it was just a decoration. If it was not possible to install a weapon, we would like to cancel it. Later, a scholar of the Sangama Empire proposed whether the cockpit could be set on the head, which could not only make the sensory system of Mecha transmit more quickly, but also make the target smaller and easier to protect. Therefore, under the joint research of many countries, the power supply function of the body part of the mecha can be more pure, and it can also be equipped with weapons. Finally, all the new generation of mecha have formally adopted this structure. Several people of Chen Feng can't help but sigh. The scholar who put forward the view is really ahead of his time. We can't think of it. Yu Jia sighed and then asked, is there any other way to change the cockpit into a slanting plug-in one? With your hard-working and studious attitude, I believe that the world will be shocked in the future. Mr. He encouraged them and drank tea. To moisten their voice, the cockpit should be inclined to insert completely. TV said it could make pilots feel more comfortable. The main reason is that the contact area between the pilot and the fixed plate behind him is larger when he is lying on his back, which makes it not as big as standing up when encountering external impact, and it is not easy for physical factors to affect the operation to make it Then there is a hidden and very important role, that is, the standing cockpit consumes too much on the pilot itself when the pilot is engaged in a long-term operation, and the lying down type can give the pilot a better rest. With the progress of science and technology, Mecha has been developing towards the direction of having a longer combat time, so whether the pilot can bear the long-term operation becomes very important, and it is reasonable for the cockpit to become inclined in lying down. Mr. He, you have said so much about lying down. Why is the cockpit inserted obliquely into the mecha? Why not make it horizontal? Hong Shuaibin felt that several of them would become 100,000 wise. Every time he said new knowledge, they would have more problems. Chen Feng hates that iron is not steel, and covers Hong Shuaibin's mouth to prevent him from speaking disgracefully. You're stupid. It's said in the TV about it, in order to facilitate ejection in case of emergency. Hong Shuaibin originally wanted to struggle. After hearing Chen Feng's words, he widened his eyes and was annoyed. Yes, look at my memory. Yu Jia tried to analyze it by their side. I think the cockpit appearance is used in order to let the cockpit incline to the high altitude when detached from the ejection, and avoid the collision of horizontal direct flight or falling into the enemy's hands. There are many cases of these cases. Hiyuchi now comes out to brush his sense of existence, otherwise he is really looked down upon by his father. Sister Yu Jia is right. When the cockpit of the original mecha is detached, it is straight from the chest to the rear, which often hits the buildings or obstacles behind, causing great damage to the pilots. Experienced pilots are able to operate mecha and hide in the rear waiting for the other side to eject. After ejection, the pilot will be caught with his hands tied. So now we use the oblique plug-in ejection into the high altitude, and the pilots can also manually control the force and angle, so that the detached ejection becomes more safe and reliable. After Hiyuchi's performance, he looked at Teacher He as if he was waiting for his praise. He touched her head and said happily, "You have said it thoroughly. I have nothing to add." Hiyuchi happily waved his small fist and clapped hands with Chen Feng, who was opposite the computer. The small unhappiness in his heart was swept away. After their brief celebration, he continued, "In fact, our ancient Shunlan Republic's mecha has almost been studied. However, due to Lin Xian's assumption of naval warfare, we delayed the release of the mecha and wanted to attach some naval combat capabilities to the second generation of mecha, so the release time was delayed. Can our mecha really have the ability to fight at sea?" Chen Feng. Several people are very concerned about whether Lin Xian's idea can be realized. There will be some improvements. Maybe we can play a lot of advantages in the ocean by then. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Mr. He laughed heartily. He could see that the situation was really good. However, due to the sudden release of the second generation mecha of the Sangama Empire today, our country felt a lot of pressure. The Royal Research Institute was originally responsible for the main research task of China's second generation mecha, and had just announced the cancellation of the holiday and all returned to their posts. Even the members of our mecha variant project team have been transferred to the research on the second generation of mecha, striving to complete the research and release of the second generation mecha in the shortest time. When Hong Shuaibin heard that the research on his own variant of mecha had stopped temporarily, he couldn't help but be very anxious. "Mr. He, what can we do with our mecha variant project team? How can we go on without the researchers?" Mr. He didn't mean to worry at all, indicating that Hong Shuaibin would be relieved. "You don't have to worry about this. At least, the researchers of Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics are still there, and now they are waiting for the approval of the state to do research on our metal. There will be no great progress for the time being." Hearing Huang Metal Floodbin began to imagine the scene of his own special aircraft, he straight smile. Chen Feng helplessly looked at him, worried, and asked Teacher He, "But Teacher He, if the variant machina must use Huang metal, then the competition for pilots will be very fierce." Chen Feng is right. If you can only use Huang metal as the material of mecha, then there will be lots of pilots coming to fight for this epic-making special machine. So, Hong Shuaibin, you must work hard and try again. He also felt that the form was not so optimistic, and he solemnly admonished him. Hong Shuaibin patted his chest to guarantee, "Mr. He, you can rest assured that I will become the pilot of this variant machina in any case. I am practicing hard every day." "If you don't believe me, ask Chen Feng." Chen Feng wryly smiled, Teacher He in this point, Hong Shuibin did not cheat you, he every morning to pull me to get up, this is a holiday, I can't stand Teacher He, you take care of him. He chuckled back and forth, ignoring Chen Feng's complaint and encouraging Hong Shuibin again, Hong Shuibin, I support you. The teacher's efforts are not to let others become the pilots of variant machine A. If you fail, never come to see me. Don't worry, Mr. He. I will never relax. After receiving Teacher He's encouragement, Hong Shuibin is more determined, and Chen Feng feels that there will be no time to be lazy in the future. After the video connection between Chen Feng and Mr. He, the second-generation mecha in the TV set also put all the first generation of mecha on the ground, causing the surrounding audience to cheer and applaud. The guests also sighed, the strength of the second generation of the Sangama Empire has been improved obviously. The first generation of mecha has been suppressed without the ability to counterattack. Even ordinary viewers can see the huge gap. The press conference was a success. The host began to finish, okay, now that the live broadcast of the second generation of the Sangama Empire is coming to an end, we will invite professional guests to comment on it. Please don't leave the TV audience. We'll see you later. Bye. At the end of the broadcast of the press conference of the second generation of the Sangama Empire, Lin Xian's phone call came late. Chen Feng opened the release, Happy Spring Festival Lin Xian, I was just about to call you. Hong Shuibin and Yu Jia also yelled to the phone, Happy Spring Festival for Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't expect them to be together. They were very surprised, good spring festival. Why are you all here? Chen Feng replied, this is not to see the second generation of the Sangama Empire press conference, just get together. Yes, that's what I asked you to say. I just finished watching the whole conference. Lin Xian remembered the purpose of his phone call and shared his views with his friends. The purpose of the Sangama Empire to hold the conference at this time is too obvious. It's disgusting to us, and I don't believe the data in the conference very much. Ha, I told you that we just had a video connection with Mr. He, and he told us a lot about it. Hong Shuibin is complacent, and Lin Xian's slow phone call gives him proud capital. Lin Xian was caught in the trap of Hong Shuibin and urged, what did Mr. He say? Waterfront, please say it quickly. Fortunately, Chen Feng and Yu Jia didn't have the evil taste of Hong Shuibin and explained the situation to Lin Xian. After listening to the explanation from his friends, Lin Xian sighed, there are so many stories about the change of the second generation of mecha, and I didn't expect that our country's second generation mecha would have to increase its naval combat capability. It's all thanks to you. It's the idea of naval warfare you put forward that has changed their thinking direction. You are destined to make a name in history. Chen Feng took the opportunity to secretly damage Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't see Chen Feng's intention at all, so he quickly pushed aside, no, I just talked about it with my mouth. It's still many researchers who really do the research. When the matter was over, Hong Shuibin looked at Chen Feng eagerly, Chen Feng, do you think the morning has passed for so long, can we start? Chen Feng repeatedly retreated to hide behind the door, refused, take a day off, you always go too far. Hong Shuibin also wanted to pull Chen Feng over again. At the critical time, Yu Jia helped Chen Feng out of the siege, don't practice today. Go shopping with me. Well, Yu Jia, let's go. Chen Feng raises both hands and feet to express approval, pushing Yu Jia immediately out of the door. You. Hong Shuibin has no time to react. Chen Feng and Yu Jia have already left the door, so they have to give up their original plans and are unwilling to keep up with them. Along the way, Hong Bin always complains beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng takes the trouble and secretly tells him that he will beat this bastard severely tomorrow, so that he will have to walk around when he sees himself. Since Yu Jia was on the street, she began to play a woman's love of shopping in shopping nature. She went shopping from left to right and bought a lot of food and small items. Yu Jia swiped the card to pay the bill in front of Yu Jia, which was hard. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, who were following behind, couldn't let Yu Jia pick up the things they bought. They were full of big bags and small bags, which made them a lively shopping cart. It's more tiring than fighting with Hong Shuibin at home. Chen Feng wanted to cry without tears, regretting that he had promised Yu Jia. Yu Jia took the two people for a long time, and finally walked into a restaurant. Chen Feng, carrying a pile of bags, followed in feebly. Hong Shuibin didn't want to be so tired, so he called the waiter to help him solve the problem. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are no longer in the mood to order. Yu Jia takes care of all the orders. After they are full, they feel a little bit relaxed. At this time, Yu Jiazai pointed to the bag and said, "Look, Shuibin doesn't have anything to eat at home. These snacks are bought for you. You can take them out to eat after practice, so as to supplement your physical strength." They were bought for themselves. Chen Feng thought it was incredible. He and Hong Shuibin didn't follow you into the store just now. They were standing at the door far away waiting for their bags. They didn't know what you bought. Chen Feng was moved but did not know how to face Yu Jia. He murmured, "You are too careful. We didn't consider these. I know that Uncle Hong is not a caretaker, so I brought you out today. When I go back to practice, I can only protect my shoulders and knees when I buy them." A series of surprise let Chen Feng move not to be able to. Hong Shuibin is even more tearful. "Yu Jia, you are really good to us. I will miss your good all my life." Yu Jia chuckled and said, "Well, I'm waiting for you to repay me later." "It's late. Let's go back." "Yes." On the way back, Chen Fengka was positive. Ever since she knew that Yu Jia had bought all these things for them, Chen Feng poured out a lot of energy. She took all the bags home and didn't feel tired at all. When Hong's father came back, he saw the things Yu Jia had bought. He praised Yu Jia for his care for the people who got married. So Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin began to practice day after day, but this time they had a lot of protective equipment and snacks to restore their physical strength. The efficiency of practice was improved more, and Chen Feng understood more and more swordsmanship. The winter vacation was not long, and it soon came to the report day. During this period, almost all the experts and scholars in the ancient Xunlan Republic came out to have various debates about the second generation mecha released by the Sangama Empire. In the end, they didn't find out why. We can only say that we expect Balabalabala, the second generation mecha of ancient Xunlan Republic, has no substance wrong. However, the people of the Republic of Cymbidium were very happy. The main reason was that their arguments were really lively. In addition, they could relieve the pressure brought by the second generation of the Lower San Gamma Empire. They felt that the second generation mecha to be released by their own country would not be weaker than others. The country naturally enjoyed leisure and let these so-called experts and scholars amuse themselves. Chen Feng, who had received the correct news from Mr. He, regarded these remarks on TV as a joke, but also had some fun in the painful training. On the opening day of the second half of the first academic year, the three Chen Feng set out together from Hangzhou. This time, Hong's father sent them to Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics. The three bought train tickets and embarked on the journey. On the train, Chen Feng and his party met Morong Xian, Su Xian and Lin Wenjie, who had never bothered them at the end of the first half of the semester, surrounded Murongxuan and got on the bus on the middle road. They met each other with different expressions. Chen Feng and Lin Wenjie are naturally surprised, while Su Xian and Lin Wenjie are embarrassed. Murongxuan is another expression of joy. He quickly came to the opposite of Yu Jia and asked the person who was sitting in his seat, "Can we change seats with you? We are all classmates and want to sit together." Seeing that Murongxuan's tickets were not far away from here, the passengers who had been sitting there agreed in the spirit of becoming a beautiful person. So Murongxuan, with Su Xian and Lin Wenjie, sat opposite Chen Feng. Hong Shuibin whispered to Chen Feng, "These people are really annoying. They dare to sit here with thick skin." Chen Feng doesn't care. She covers her mouth and whispers, "Whatever they want, as long as you don't provoke us." Morong Xian grinned at their small movements, revealing a sunny smile. "What's the fun for the two students? Say it out and listen to it together?" "How can you hear this?" Chen Feng hit a ha. "No matter, we're saying that we haven't seen Murongxuan for many days, and his style is still as good as before, or so charming." Morong Xian obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't go into it. He patted Su Xian on the shoulder and said, "I know there are some misunderstandings between you and my roommates. I'll take advantage of the opportunity today to mediate." Hong Shuibin didn't show much interest and declined Murongxuan's kindness. "I'll thank you first. In fact, there's nothing to be misunderstood. As long as they don't provoke us again, we'll walk on each side of the road facing the sky." Chen Feng also nodded her head and said, "I just hope that there is no intersection between us, so it is very good." Morong Xian was refused by the two people. His expression on his face was a little embarrassed for a time. Yu Jia saw this and helped him round the court. We are all classmates. Even if we can't be friends, we should try not to form a feud. We hope we can get rid of the unpleasant memories of the past and start again. Morong Xian looked at Yu Jia gratefully and identified with the girl from the heart. Yu Jia is right. Now let's have a new understanding here. Now that Yu Jia has spoken, Chen Feng and Hong Xuebin have to do what she wants. Chen Feng takes the lead and says, "Okay, my name is Chen Feng. I hope we can live together peacefully in the rest of our study." "My name is Hong Xuebin, I hope we won't have trouble again," he said reluctantly. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie also introduced themselves again. After that, Su Xian said, "There will be a selection competition for the college competition in the second half of the semester. Maybe we will meet then. I won't keep my hand then. I won't keep my hands. I'm not afraid to tell you that Chen Feng and I are going to be the players of the college championship together." Hong Xuebin was not polite and set his goal. Chen Feng is not as confident as Hong Xuebin, shaking his head. "I try my best, after all, there is a gap between the synchronization rate and other students." However, although she can't say it, Chen Feng is still eager to become a player in the college competition. When it comes to synchronization rate, Su Xian's eyes brightened. "Speaking of synchronization rate, we just had a test in Nurongxuan's house 2 days ago. My synchronization rate reached 87, and Wenji also reached 86. It's not bad. We both want to succeed in the selection competition." Originally, he came to show off the synchronization rate. Hong Xuebin knew that the good people would not come, but the bad ones would not come. He turned his mouth secretly and did not speak. Su Xian didn't find Hong Xuebin's expression, but he said to himself, "And Nurongxuan's synchronization rate has reached 91. He can directly become the first choice of our Jiangnan Machinery College's competition for the college championship. This is very powerful." Nurongxuan's synchronization rate actually broke through. In addition to Pan Yugua, Su Xian and Lin Wenjie looked at each other in the class. They didn't understand what Hong Xuebin meant. Only Chen Feng knew that their hard training at home during the winter vacation was fruitful. Even if the synchronization rate was not as high as that of others, it might not be a loss if they really started. Hong Xuebin was too lazy to explain, and Chen Feng would not show off how hard he worked. The scene was once very embarrassing, and it was Nurongxuan who broke the silence. Hong Xuebin is very sharp. It is true that the synchronization rate is not the only standard to judge the strength. However, we cannot ignore the advantages brought by higher synchronization rate. There will be a synchronization after-school rate test, then we'll take a look at the latest synchronization rate of the two students. I'd been waiting for this test, maybe a little bit better. Chen Feng said that she was looking forward to it. She hoped that the hard training for dozens of days during the winter vacation could give her some surprises. As a classmate, I advise you not to hold too much hope. Oh, the improvement of synchronization rate is not so easy. After all, Su Xian didn't resist and began to challenge again. Chen Feng learned from Hong Xuebin that he didn't respond to his position. He didn't like to talk to them too much now. On the way after that, only Nurongxuan and Yu Jia had a chat, which was not boring. Morong Xian is worthy of being born in a famous Morong family. He knows astronomy and geography. He often talks about new things that Chen Feng hasn't heard or seen. It's very interesting for him to become friends with Morong Xian. Unfortunately, Su Xian and Lin Wenjie are always with him, so they are not interested in them. The place where they got on the train was not far away from S City. The train arrived at the station in more than 2 hours. Chen Feng helped Yu Jia to take down her luggage and said goodbye to Nurongxuan. Morong Xian called for Yu Jia, who was ready to turn around and follow Chen Feng to leave. "Yu Jia, do you want to go with me? My family has sent a car to pick me up and go directly to school. There is no need to rush in the crowd." Yu Jia smiles apologetically at Nurongxuan, but doesn't accept his kindness. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nurongxuan. We're going out this time to train ourselves and go to school on our own ability, so we won't give you any trouble." The words do not give Nurongxuan the opportunity to speak again, pulling Chen Feng quickly out of the platform. Until he left the station, Hung Shuibin said to Yujia scornfully, I knew that they came here to pay New Year's greetings to the weasels, show off the synchronization rate and try to pull you away. I really don't want to talk to them. Chen Feng also looked at Yujia, shaking his head and said, they are drunk, not wine, Yujia, Nirangshuan, but you chase after you. Yujia tooted her mouth, and her face was full of displeasure. The Prince Charming in my mind is not like him. Hong Shuibin blinked his eyes and took the opportunity to cover Yajia's words, I think Nirangshuan is actually good. He has strong ability and insight. Yujia can't even look up to you. Tell us what kind of people you will like. Is it one of us? Forced to ask by Hong Shuibin, Yujia blushed with shame and left them in a hurry. Oh, no matter you, it's so annoying. Hearing that Hong Shuibin asked what she wanted to ask, Chen Feng pretended to be in the back and waited for Yujia's reply. Unexpectedly, Yujia ran away. She had no choice but to smile at the showdown of Hong Shuibin and quickly ran after him. There were no more twists and turns on the road. The three people came to Jiangnan Machinery College successfully. They came to the girls' dormitory to help Yujia put away her luggage. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin went back to their dormitories to tidy up. Lin Xian had not arrived yet, but called to say that he had just got off the bus and would arrive soon. While waiting for Lin Xian, Chen Feng simply cleaned the dormitory. After living in the dormitory for such a long time, the three never cleaned the dormitory properly. When they came back to clean up the dormitory, they found that there were a lot of dust in the corners. Looking at it, they felt a little miserable. So they just cleaned up the dormitory together. After sorting out his belongings, Hong Shuibin joined in to help. He didn't want to do this for a long time. Even Lin Xiangang came to the dormitory to help him. Finally, dormitory 1101 finally took on a new look and recovered its luster. Chen Feng straightened up and patted the dust on her hands. Well, after finishing, we have to report quickly. Looking at his dusty clothes, Lin Xian got into the bathroom and said, my new clothes are waiting for me. After Lin Xian reminds Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin that their clothes are not very clean, so they help each other beat the dust off each other. After some time delay, Chen Feng and Chen Feng finally started to go to the check-in points in their respective teaching buildings. The check-in points of Fighter. A department were placed in the simulator classroom, which made it convenient for the students to test the synchronization rate directly after reporting. Chen Feng walked into the simulator classroom first and saw that many students had gathered in the classroom. Nirangshuan had just stepped out of the simulator. Counselor Wang, who had not seen him for a long time, was announcing his results. Nirangshuan's synchronization rate is 91, very good, very good. The students in the classroom raised their heads and looked at Nirangshuan in surprise when they heard Wang Counselor's voice. As the second student in the class whose synchronization rate exceeded 90, Nirangshuan was indifferent and enjoyed the gaze of others. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie should have tested sitting beside him with arrogant faces, which made people feel like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Hong Shuibin didn't want to see more of them to make him tired. He took Chen Feng to Wang Counselor. Counselor Wang, Chen Feng, and I have come to report. Okay, welcome back to Jiangnan Machinery College. Wang Counselor met many talented students, but was not shocked by Nirangshuan's synchronization rate. He calmly wrote down his synchronization rate and welcomed Chen Feng and Chen Feng. He wrote down the names of Hongbin and Chen Feng in the report book, and then led them to the simulator. Let's test your synchronization rate. Hong Shuibin chose to go up first this time. After wearing the helmet, the display instrument quickly showed the test results. Chen Feng could not help cheering at the number above. Waterfront, your synchronization rate has increased again. Wang Counselor also read aloud the results, produced a glimmer of expectations for Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin student's synchronization rate of 90. Can you break through again before the selection competition? After a winter vacation, the synchronization rate actually went up again. Floodbin couldn't close his mouth with a smile, ha ha ha, from the synchronization rate of being directly selected into the college contest. It's 1 point short. Counselor Wang, I'll try my best to improve it. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng saw that Hong Shuibin was too ostentatious, and quickly pulled him out of the simulator. Well, keep a low profile, others are looking at you. What are you afraid of? Brother's synchronization rate makes them envy death. Although he said so, Hong Shuibin left the simulation module obediently and did not continue to make a lot of noise. Chen Feng patted Hong Shuibin on the shoulder, let him calm down, full of expectation into the simulation cabin. Counselor Wang, help me see my synchronization rate. No problem. Wang looked at the display instrument and said with a smile to Chen Feng, who was looking forward to himself, Chen Feng's synchronization rate was 86. I remember that when Chen Feng entered Jiangnan Machinery College, the synchronization rate was only 82, and now it has increased by 4 points in half a year. This is not very common. Really? Chen Feng heard that her synchronization rate was 86. She was afraid that Counselor Wang was looking for him to be happy. She immediately jumped out of the simulation module to look at the display. She didn't really feel relieved until she saw the number above. It's really 86. My synchronization rate has actually increased again. Now, the selection competition of the college competition is more sure. Hong Shuibin couldn't hold back his joy any longer. He hugged Chen Feng and jumped and called, "Great! We both have made progress. Chen Feng, I found you are really hiding." Chen Feng can barely keep rational, dragging Hongbin not to make him too noisy. Maybe we can really participate in the college competition together, come on. After watching them celebrate for a while, Wang interjected, I venture to ask, Chen Feng, are you 19 years old? Not yet. I'll be 19 in about 5 months. Wang counselor and ask their own words. Chen Feng quickly let go of Flood Bin to Wang counselor answer. Wang counselor suddenly nodded, no wonder, compared with other students in the class, you have suffered from the loss of age, synchronization rate has such a rapid increase as you deserve. The continuous improvement of synchronization rate makes Chen Feng more and more confident in the college trials. On the other hand, after seeing the synchronization rate between Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, Su Xian was not so happy. When he thought that he was still forced in front of them on the train, he felt a little embarrassed. Morongshan looked at his restless roommate and said, although their synchronization rate has improved rapidly, it still can't compare with us. You don't have to mess around. Hearing Morongshuan's words, Su Xian reluctantly suppressed his inner refusal, thank you. Their promotion is too fast. Are you afraid that they will catch up with you? Catch up with me? Well, I never thought about it. Morongshan because of the synchronization rate of 91 and produced a good mood has been swept away. The eyes revealed a trace of cold. As he spoke, Morongshan saw another man coming in at the door of the classroom. He immediately threw Chen Feng's affairs out of the blue and looked at him straight in his eyes. He just wanted to know whether the synchronization rate of this person had changed. Don't want to know that the man who came in is definitely Pan Yugua. Only he can make Morongshuan so nervous. Pan Yugua ignored the students in the classroom, and strode to Wang counselor, Counselor Wang, students Pan Yugua to report. Wang counselor looked at this can be said to be the most eye-catching student in the whole ancient Shunlan Republic. He did not dare to neglect him and took him to the simulator. Pan Yugua, please test your synchronization rate results. Okay. Pan Yugua calmly stepped on the simulator, put on his helmet and closed his eyes to wait for the test results. Until Counselor Wang filled the classroom with passionate shouts, 92. Pan Yugua's synchronization rate test result is 92. This is the youngest person in the Republic of Ancient Shinlan to reach the synchronization rate of 92 except Morong Fan. Mr. Pan Yugua, wait a moment. I have to inform President Pan. Okay, Counselor Wang. Pan Yugua took off his helmet and walked out of the simulation cabin and sat down quietly. In the classroom, the class of fighter class students felt that the impact was too great. First, they saw Morongshuan's synchronization rate break through the 90 mark to reach 91, then saw the crazy growth of the synchronization rate of Chen Feng dormitory and finally saw Pan Yugua break through once again to consolidate his position as the first person in the country. After a while, Wang counselor finished the call, trotted to Pan Yugua and said to him, Headmaster Pan asked you to go to the headmaster's office to meet him. There are some things he wants to face you. Yes, Counselor Wang. I'll go first. Pan Yugua did not delay after listening to, directly left the classroom, leaving behind a piece of envious eyes. Cough. After stabilizing his mind, Counselor Wang reminded the students to focus their attention. The breakthrough of Pan Yugua was unexpected, but there are always a few different people in the world. I hope you don't have any burden. What's more, you are 1 in 100 in the ancient Republic of China. Most of the students knew that it was beyond their ability to compare themselves with Pan Yugua. They followed the advice of Counselor Wang and gradually recovered from their shock. Hong Shuaibin quietly touched Chen Feng, really did not expect Pan Yugua's synchronization rate is 92, too terrible, he is still not a person. Chen Feng looked at Hong Shuaibin's cheeky look and said with a smile, come on, I don't know you. The stronger Pan Yugua is, the more motivated you are. Hey, Chen Feng, you know me. Pan Yugua is so abnormal. How strong is Morong Fan, the martial god who has repeatedly set the youngest record in the same year? Hong Shuaibin's heart was not red, and finally thought of the legend of the ancient Shenlan Republic Morong Fan. When Hong Shuaibin asked about this, Chen Feng could only be helpless. Who knows, I'm still struggling on the road of synchronization rate of more than 80. Please don't ask me such a question if you have a synchronization rate of 90. Pan Yugua walked through the seemingly defenseless but heavily guarded woods to the headmaster's building. He took the elevator to the office on the top of the building. The door of the office opened as soon as he got out of the elevator. Obviously, President Pan had been waiting for him for a long time. Pan Yugua went to Headmaster Pan's desk and bowed humbly. Headmaster Pan, do you want me? Headmaster Pan pointed to the chair next to him and asked him to sit down. Looking at his young but determined face, he sighed, today is the conversation between us? Don't be so formal. You are a child who has been taught so strictly and painstakingly since childhood. Pan Yugua disagrees with President Pan, saying, Uncle, I don't feel bitter. I have benefited a lot from these trainings since I was a child. Well, very well, I'm very relieved that you think so. President Pan looked at Pan Yugua happily. Listen to Wang. Counselor said your synchronization rate increased to 92? Pan Yugua recalled his experience when he came to Jiangnan Mechatronics College. Yes, when I left home and came to school, the synchronization rate was only 91. I just went to the seaside to sleep overnight on the road and watched the sunrise. After feeling the wonder of nature, I found that there was some difference, and then I came to the school to test the synchronization rate increased. President Pan touched his chin and gave his opinion. Work and rest are combined. You usually train too hard and don't calm down. This time, you may take advantage of the opportunity of feeling nature to show the depressed progress. Pan Yugua pondered over President Pan's words. Maybe he can't spend all his time in the training room. I've written down what my uncle said. When Pan Yugua thought that President Pan called him to ask him how to increase the synchronization rate, President Pan changed his words. People are looking forward to the progress of your synchronization rate, but I am a little worried about the improvement of synchronization rate in your current state. Uncle, what do you mean? Pan Yugua didn't quite understand what he heard. Please explain it to him in detail. President Pan habitually began to tap on the table, and said, I know your goal is Morong Fan, the god of martial arts. He has set the youngest record for every promotion with a synchronization rate of over 90 in the whole world. The most important thing is that he did not study in any Mecha academy. Every time the synchronization rate was improved, he accumulated step by step in the battlefield of blood and fire. So even if you have a very high synchronization rate, there is a big gap in quality compared with Morong Fan. Is there any difference between the same synchronization rates? Pan Yugua first heard of such a thing, staring at his already big eyes felt incredible. This is a secret story among the top pilots. After the synchronization rate exceeds 90, very few pilots will acquire new abilities. This new ability will become more powerful with each increase in synchronization rate. We call this process awakening. Headmaster Pan told the younger generation of the family the secrets of the class of pilots. Pan Yugua's face changed greatly. Hua stood up and pressed his hands on his desk, but I don't feel anything. Don't worry. This talent needs to be realized by yourself. Of course, the earlier you wake up to nature, the better. It was between life and death that Morong Fan suddenly awakened the heart of the warrior. Later, with the increase of synchronization rate, he became the martial god of the world. Pan Yugua again forced Pan Yugua back to the chair. Not anxious, not slow, said. Pan Yugua was not at ease. He thought of the more worrying question, but uncle, what kind of awakening talent will be? Is it completely beyond our expectation? Headmaster Pan stepped up to the French window and looked down at the endless stream of students on campus. Yes. Most pilots never have talent, and a few pilots wake up at different times and get the ability talent. But this talent is inborn, and no one can change it. Maybe you are good at fighting and get the ability of Agile class, which will definitely be more powerful. But if you have always been close combat but have the ability of long-range shooting, how to choose between them is a big problem. Therefore, how to wake up as early as possible and dig out their own talents is a process that top pilots must experience. Pan Yubwa is worthy of being the talent of the Chinese nation, and soon. Recovered to calm thinking, uncle, you are right. If the time goes on, when the fighter's fighting style is completely fixed, he suddenly gets a talent that is completely out of tune, which is very easy for people to collapse. So I talked to Xiao Pan just now. He wants you to leave Jiangnan Mecha Institute and report directly to the military camp. Pan is his younger brother and Pan Yubwa's grandfather in his mouth. He thinks you can learn from Morong Fan and get training and breakthrough in military life. Unexpectedly, Pan Yubwa shook his head slowly after thinking about it. Uncle, please allow me to refuse. I take a different route from Morong Fan. I think my study life in the college is more suitable for my development. President Pan looked at Pan Yubwa with approval. Good boy, you and I think the same. I also rejected Xiao Pan on the phone. Why do you think you can only awaken your talent in combat? Can't it be done in college? Now, no more than in the past, only professional and systematic comprehensive training can make pilots better realize their potential. I am responsible for my path, and I will live up to what everyone expects of me. In this way, Pan Yubwa got up and prepared to leave. Wait, one last thing. President Pan yelled at Pan Yubwa, who was about to turn around. Uncle? Pan Yubwa glared at his big eyes again. Headmaster Pan looked at his eyes and laughed. It's a good expression. It's like your father. Do you know why there are only 3 gods of war in the world? Why do other pilots who are also gifted with the ability of heaven and longitude can't make any progress after the synchronization rate reaches 98? Pan Yubwa sat on the seat again and looked at the headmaster Pan in a funny and angry way. Uncle, you still have a lot of secrets. Can you finish it for me at one time? Young people should learn to be calm. Headmaster Pan remained unmoved and continued to speak to himself slowly. It is because of a fruit called Yixiang Zhuguo. After the synchronization rate of the pilot reached 98, the strong synchronization rate brought terrible combat effectiveness, but it also brought a great burden on the body and brain. This burden makes it impossible for them to fight for a long time at the synchronization rate of 98. If they ignore the hard work, they will only collapse and bleed to death. Yugwa, bring the teacup to your uncle. When it comes to the climax, President Pan stopped. Pan Yugwa reluctantly did so. President Pan sipped tea and his eyes drifted far away. Only by eating exotic red fruits can the pilot's body and spirit be purified and improved. Can they bear the burden brought by the super high synchronization rate, and make the same rate have room for further improvement? Pan Yugwa finally did not resist, or asked, so where is this exotic fruit? This time, President Pan didn't say anything about him. Up to now, only 6 exotic fruits have been found all over the world. All of them are in the hands of 3 gods of war. They ate one by themselves, and each of them has the last one. Today, it's really unexpected and unexpected. Pan Yugwa felt that his brain was not enough. Are exotic fruits so rare? Who can get it? It's so unfair to other people, uncle. What do you say? There is nothing unfair. The world power is the king. On the day when you discover your ability and talent, I will go to ask Morong Fan for this exotic red fruit for you, hoping that he can sell my old face a little face. President Pan drank all the tea in the cup with a big wave of his hand. Pan Yugwa knew that the ownership of this exotic fruit would affect his own fate. He bowed heavily to President Pan. Everything is up to your uncle. After all, Headmaster Pan is an old man of old age. After all, he is a little tired and waves his hand to Pan Yugwa. Speaking of this, you can go back. Whether you succeed or not depends on the will of heaven. Yes, uncle. Be careful of your health. Pan Yugwa left the headmaster's office. However, there was a small situation in the process of reporting to Counselor Wang. When Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin were looking forward to the blueprint for a better future, they saw Nangong Meng Dai walking into the classroom with a brisk pace. As one of the few girls in the first department of fighter plane, coupled with the natural beauty, all the students in the classroom turned their attention to Nangong Mengdai. Counselor Wang followed the students' eyes to find Nangong Mengdai and waved, "Nangong Mengdai, please come and have a test." Nangong Mengdai was called by Wang counselor, but unexpectedly pointed to himself, "Call me?" "Oh, yes." Chen Feng noticed something strange. This Nangong dream butterfly went back for a winter vacation. How did she feel different from before? Shueibin, do you feel that Nangong Mengdai is very strange? Hong Shueibin looked at Chen Feng inexplicably. What's strange? It's just a little bit more active. It used to be too cold, but now it's not very good. Chen Feng shook his head. No, it's too old and strange. Nangong Mengdai stepped on a small step to board the simulation module. Wang's counselor naturally took aim at the display, and then sent out an incredible exclamation. The synchronization rate of Nangong Mengdai's classmates is 883. The students of the first department of the fighter plane focused their eyes on Nangong Mengdai. After hearing instructor Wang's exclamation, there was a commotion. The students only saw the strange rise of synchronization rate, but never saw the synchronization rate decline. Everyone was confirming whether they had heard it wrong. At last, you are not right with the water butterfly. Chen Feng's face had been aware of such an expression, did not answer. Nangong Mengdai walked out of the simulator in the shock of the crowd, shook her head and said, as measured at home, I thought I had made progress again. Enter progress? Wang counselor will not say, will simply repeat the words of Nangong Mengdai. Chen Feng couldn't see it anymore. He had just finished the test book and didn't leave the simulator far away. He stepped forward and said, Are you a relative of Nangong Mengdai? Nangong Mengdai curled her lips. It's not fun. It was discovered so soon. At this time, another person came in at the door of the classroom. Chen Feng looked up and said with a smile, Nangong Mengdai, come here quickly. This girl has given us a great surprise. The visitor is Nangong Mengdai. She uses Chen Feng's familiar movements to come to Wang's counselor with a slight apology and says, Counselor Wang, I'm sorry. This is my sister Nangong Huandie. She's been naughty since she was little. The girl, who was called Nangong Huandie, whispered back, It's not naughty. I think sister, if you have a good chat with that boy, you'll come first and have a look. If the teacher asks me to do the test, I'll do it by the way. Counselor Wang gradually eased his strength and looked around at the two girls in front of him. It turns out that it's your sister. It's so similar that I can't distinguish it. I also asked her to do a registration test, which really scared me. It was the first time I saw the synchronization rate drop. She is my biological sister. She is 17 years old, and she will apply for Jiangnan Machine Class at college next year. This time, I must take her to Jiangnan Mechanical College to have a look. I didn't expect to make trouble if I didn't see it. Nangong Mengdai looks at her sister with love and apologizes to Counselor Wang again for her. Naturally, Counselor Wang didn't care. He pointed to the simulator next to him. Your sister's synchronization rate is very high when she is 17 years old. I believe she can enter Jiangnan Machinery College. Since the misunderstanding has been lifted, Nangong Mengdai will take a test to see if there is a breakthrough in winter vacation. Okay, please Counselor Wang. Nangong Mengdai is cold-blooded. It's hard to explain so many words for her sister just now. She stands on the simulator silently and starts the test. Wang counselor looked at the number on the display, silently relieved. This time there was no mistake. Nangong Mengdai student synchronization rate is 89. Nangong Mengdai successfully completed the registration test, and Chen Feng sent out an invitation. Nangong Mengdai, we haven't seen each other for so long. Let's have lunch together and take your sister with you by the way. Before Nangong Mengdai answered, Nangong Huandie agreed for her. Well, there are senior students, please don't go for nothing. The second day of the registration day is the day of formal class, and the students of fighter plane department can freely move after they report. So Chen Feng not only called Nangong Mengdai sisters, but also Zhang Jirong, who had finished the report earlier, called Yu Jia and agreed to gather on the fourth floor of the canteen. Mr. He is distributing learning materials to the Department of Mecha Research at Yajia's side. When he saw Yu Jialan Xian and Yu Jialan Xian's they said that they would all go to his apartment for dinner. Chen Feng called and said this. So a few people from the first department of the fighter plane turned around and went to the teacher's apartment. On the way, Nangong Huandia was on his first visit to Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics. He ran from east to west and looked left and right. The two beautiful girls with similar figures and looks are very attractive. Coupled with the active action of Nangong Huandia, the students passing by all pay attention to them and wonder when such beautiful twins will appear in the school. It was not until Nangong Mengdai couldn't stand the burning eyes and forcibly caught Nangong Fantasy Butterfly and pressed it by his side, and several people were no longer so conspicuous that the situation was slightly improved. Several people walked all the way. On the way, Chen Feng saw a building under construction beside the canteen, and said strangely, "Why is there a building here?" Hong Shuibin is also Zhang'er monk. He can't feel his head, I don't know. I haven't heard of any major events in Jiangnan Machinery College recently. Nangong Mengdai's sister, who came later than the two of them, didn't know. Only Zhang Zhirong had a plan in mind and said, "You don't know. I've come early and have inquired with other students while I'm wandering around. Tell me." Hong Shuibin urged Zhang Zhirong to stop talking nonsense. Zhang Zhirong was urged by Hong Shuibin, and then explained all the details. In the first half of the semester, we have been complaining that the canteen is too crowded. With the continuous development of Jiangnan Machinery College, there are more students in the school. With the original old canteen, the number of students cannot be supported. Therefore, with a stroke of pen, President Pan built a new canteen next to the old canteen, which is also preparing for next year's enrollment work. Hong Shuibin's face was full of doubts. It turns out that it sounds reasonable. At least in the future, I don't have to worry about eating. Zhang Zhirong was afraid that everyone would not believe him. He danced and stroked. What does it sound reasonable? This is the fact. Zhirong, Shuibin is teasing you. You can't see it. Ha ha. Chen Feng couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Get Chen Feng's remind, Zhang Zhirong this just sober up, become angry under Chase Floodbin straight hit him to beg for mercy. After fighting, people came to the door of the teacher's apartment. Nangong Mengdai's sisters and Zhang Zhirong came here for the first time. Shocked by the magnificent buildings, Zhang Zhirong repeatedly exclaimed that he had never imagined that Jiangnan University of Mechanical Arts had done so much for teachers' welfare. Nangong Mengdai hugged her sister Nangong Mengdia's arm. "Sister, I didn't expect there was such a luxurious place in Jiangnan Machine Class College. Our family doesn't seem to be as good as here. You haven't seen the headmaster tower of our school. It's also a wonder." Hong Shuibin proudly forked up his waist, relying on his own to go to a small installation forced. Nangong Huandia let go of her sister and pestered Hong Shuibin, "Brother Shuibin, take me to have a look." This Hongbin can't help it. He can't run to the headmaster's tower just because he wants to see the building. If he doesn't have a legitimate reason to run in, he will probably shoot him with automatic defense weapons. He can't help him. If you are admitted to Jiangnan Machinery College in the future, there will always be a chance to pass. Well, I'll go myself later. Nangong Mengdia's request was not accepted. He was not happy. Hongbin was a little embarrassed. Nangong Mengdai knew her sister and comforted her in a low voice. What a grinding goblin. Chen Feng thought that the distribution of learning materials should not be so fast in the department of Mecha research. He suggested waiting for Yu Jia at the door. Other people are reasonable people, so naturally, he has no objection. 5 people sat on the ground, sitting on the lawn in front of the teacher's apartment, chatting with each other, but the guards saw that they were chatting here as if they were facing a great enemy, and they were watching Chen Feng's every move nervously. Looking at their expressions, Chen Feng was slightly amused. Considering that protecting the safety of the teachers was their accusation, Chen Feng could understand, and pulled Hong Shuibin for a moment and moved some silently to the distance. Hong Shuibin was still wondering why Chen Feng was pulling him. When he saw Chen Feng go to the guard's mouth, he suddenly woke up and pulled Zhang Zhirong to move out. All of them were about 50 meters away from the gate of the teacher's apartment. The guards relaxed their guard a little as soon. He teacher with Yu Jia, Lin Xian and Heike appeared in Chen Feng's sight, and saw these students sitting on the lawn far away from the teacher's apartment. He asked curiously, "How are you sitting here? Why don't you wait in my apartment?" Chen Feng stood up and took off the grass dust on his trousers. "Teacher, we want to wait for you to come back and go in." Yu Jia's eye is more sharp, instantly see the Nangong Mengdai sisters sitting together on the lawn. These two are? Nangong Mengdai, are you twins? Chen Feng realized that they did not know the situation of Nangong Mengdai. He first introduced, "This is Nangong Fantasy Butterfly, the sister of Nangong Mengdai. At 17, she will become our alumni next year. I thought it was twins looking like this." Nangong Fantasy Butterfly suddenly pointed to Lin Xian and said, "It's you. What I talked to my sister just now is you. What's the matter? What happened before Lin Xian and Nangong Dream Butterfly?" All people are curious to see Lin Xian. Lin Xian chat was watched by so many people at the same time, which was a little difficult to parry. Instead, Nangong Mengdai came out and pulled back to her sister. "Sister, he is a classmate of Lin Xian. We met with some knowledge about machine armor in the classroom before. You are Lin Xian. My sister came back from winter vacation to mention you several times. I heard you actually transferred from fighter plane. A department to aircraft or research department. It's too powerful." Nangong Fantasy Butterfly Eye Stars, full of worship to Lin Xian said. Lin Xian was surprised. "Is there anything like this? I just felt that I was not suitable to operate the mecha to fight, so I changed the system. It's not worth mentioning." Nangong Mengdai saw that her sister said what she had done at home so easily. She quickly covered her sister's mouth and didn't let her say more. Hearing that Nangong Mengdai actually mentioned Lin Xian at home, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other. Chen Feng raised eyebrows. Maybe these two people really have a play. Hong Shuibin agreed. Lin Xian got to know Nangong Huandie. Chen Feng introduced them to other people. He took them back to his apartment. Of course, the guard at the door of the teacher's apartment still conscientiously inspected them before they were released. The last group of people came to Miss He's apartment. Chen Feng met Aunt Lin, whom she hadn't seen for nearly a month, and immediately gave a warm hug. "Aunt Lin hasn't seen you for a long time. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, all of you." "Chen Feng, you don't come to see Aunt Lin during winter vacation, do you?" Unexpectedly, Aunt Lin suddenly set up a teacher to investigate the crime. Chen Feng was sweating. "Well, Auntie Lin, Shuibin and I have been training at home for the whole winter vacation. We haven't been free for a moment, so we didn't come to see you." Fortunately, Aunt Lin just let out her dissatisfaction a little, and didn't really get angry with Chen Feng and embarrassed him. After greeting people into the house, she pointed to the slow table of dishes and said triumphantly, "Know that today is the report day. Auntie has already prepared for you. Are you satisfied?" Looking at the table, Binku couldn't stop saying, "I'm so satisfied. Aunt Lin, your food is absolutely delicious, so let's have a meal directly." Aunt Lin was amused by Hong Shuibin's greedy appearance. "Haha, I know you can't help it. All these dishes are ready to eat. Let's go to the table." Deling Hong Shuibin and Chen Feng jumped on the table at the moment of permission. Among the group, only Nangong Mengdai and Zhang Zhirong did not know Aunt Lin's cooking skills, so they sat down with a confused face. It was not until they tasted the first bite of food that they understood why Chen Feng and Chen Feng were so obsessed. The chopsticks stretched out one after another, and a table of people quickly eliminated the whole table of food in the competition between you and me. Until all the dishes were eliminated, Nangong Magic Butterfly touched her slightly swollen stomach inside. "I didn't expect to have such a delicious meal. I have lived in vain in my life. Aunt has been as like as two peas in Nangong's dream butterfly. She now has the opportunity to ask her questions. Who is this student?" Only Aunt Lin doesn't know the identity of Nangong Huandie, and Chen Feng has to explain, "Aunt Lin, this is Nangong Mengdia's sister. This year, when she is 17, the synchronization rate has reached 83. Next year, she will also apply for our Jiangnan machine class at college. Welcome, you can come to my aunt's house often, and my aunt will cook you delicious food." In the face of future students, Aunt Lin sent out a sincere invitation. Nangong Huandie naturally won't refuse. "Thank you, Aunt Lin, I will disturb you a lot in the future." Teacher, he is also happy for Jiangnan Machinery at college to have another gifted student. The synchronization rate is so high at the age of 17. Nangong Mingjia's sister is very good, so she can't go to City B. Don't worry, Mr. E, I can't go to the Capital Institute of Mechatronics just for the food that Aunt Lin cooked. Nangong Huandia couldn't forget the delicious food that she had just eaten. She thought that she would come to Jiangnan University of Mechanical Arts in the future. Mr. He was very happy. He could only feel his beard and always said yes. Everyone spent a happy afternoon at his home. Even when Aunt Lin saw that several new children liked her cooking so much, she left them for dinner, and then they were all happy. During the dinner, Mr. He talked about the Mecha variant project team, and told Yu Jia, Lin Xian, and Hiyuchi, as the research work of the second generation of Mecha in the Republic of Ancient Shinlan is in full swing, now all the researchers of the Royal Research Institute are engaged in the research work of the second generation of Mecha, and our Mecha variant project team will temporarily put it on hold. I'll let you know when you reopen it. As a result, Yu Jia's 3 people have not yet expressed their opinions. Hong Shuibin is not happy at first. I'll wait for the success of the research on the variant of Mecha. How can I say stop it when I stop? Haha, don't worry, Hong Shuibin. Mr. He first appeased Hong Shuibin's emotion. Our project team will not be suspended for too long. The second generation Mecha will soon be completed. At present, it is just doing some improvement and finishing work, which will not delay too much time. Yu Jia thought for a second time, that is to say, the second generation Mecha of our ancient Shunlan Republic will be released soon. Teacher He nodded his head with pride and affirmed, yes, we must let other countries see the power of our Mecha. Zhang Jirong has begun to fantasize about the scene at that time. We also want to hold a Mecha press conference, with the various shocking performance improvement of Mecha, let them look at it with envy. Chen Feng is also looking forward to the second generation of Mecha. I don't know when we will be able to drive the second generation. It must be very cool. He touched his beard and pretended to be mysterious. The second generation of Mecha will never let you down. Considering that the family of Mr. He and his family need to rest in the evening, Chen Feng and they said goodbye, and Teacher He did not ask them to send them out of the teacher's apartment. Because Nangong Magic Butterfly can't stay in the school, Chen Feng and several people first send her to the school gate and get on the car before returning to the dormitory. The next half of the semester officially began. The first morning was the theory class of Mr. He. This time, instead of teaching the textbook content on the platform, he brought several mechanical parts to the classroom. After half a year's study, they quickly recognized that they were some parts of the Mecha. Pointing to the parts removed from the Mecha, he said, in the first half of the semester, we have learned almost the contents of the textbooks. Now in the second half of the semester, we will focus on the maintenance and repair of the parts of the Mecha. Immediately, a student expressed a different opinion, but Mr. He, we learn to maintain and repair the Mecha. Isn't it a renovation class? Why come to Fighter A? Mr. He had expected that some students would oppose him, and began to make a prepared speech. In fact, according to the original compact learning plan, there is no need to learn to maintain and repair the Fighter A series. But now the length of study has changed, we have more time, so I added this learning content. Why? We don't have to study the work of the renovation class. Isn't it robbing others of their jobs? The students still don't understand. Mr. He pressed his hand and made a move. Not to worry, our pilots operate the Mecha to fight outside all the year round. Unless we return to the base, it is very difficult for the repair class to follow around at any time. It will often happen that the Mecha is damaged but cannot be handled. If you learn how to maintain and repair the parts of Mecha, you can repair the Mecha in an emergency, and you won't lose the combat effectiveness of the Mecha due to the damage of the parts. Do you want to learn this? If you want to have something, Teacher He, we need to learn. A few words from Mr. He let the students understand the importance of learning how to maintain and repair the Mecha, and urged him to start class as soon as possible. Mr. He didn't bring many parts, only 5. However, there were 49 students in the first department of the fighter plane. One of them was missing because of Lin Xian's transition. He just divided them into 5 groups, one in each group. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin will definitely not choose to stay in a group separately. Nangong Mengdai and Zhang Jirong are familiar with them and come together. Morong Xuanshan really wanted to ease the relationship between Su Xinlin Wenjie and Chen Feng. He brought 2 roommates to join Him. Chen Feng refused and had to agree. Pan Yugua saw that Murongxuan and Nangong Mengai were both in Chen Feng's group, but they came to join the group strongly. As a result, Chen Feng's group turned out to be the group with the highest synchronization rate of the whole Fighters A series. When he handed the parts to them, he could not help saying, "Chen Feng, your group is too much. The synchronization rate is so high, and you are still in a group. What? Do you make the other students think? With their own high synchronization rate, and others to draw a line? Are you sure you don't spread it out to other groups?" Chen Feng is also very helpless, speechless looking at Teacher He. "Teacher He, I don't want to, they run to ask me to join me. What's the way? All of them are classmates. How can I refuse? And there are several ordinary students in our group." Nangong Mengai is not moved, or so cold, Class I and Chen Feng more familiar, in a group of convenience. Zheng Jirong mischievous to Teacher He, "I eat with them every day and train together. It's okay to form a group of them. Teacher He is like this. My roommate has a little misunderstanding with Chen Feng. I want to help them mediate, so it's more suitable to learn in a group." Murongxuan explained to Mr. He why he wanted to stay in this group. Pan Yugua also made no secret of his idea. "There are several students with special talents in this group. Getting along with them can make me better in my study." Seeing that these students still insist on not breaking up the group, and they all have legitimate reasons, it's hard for Teacher He to say again. He went back to the podium to start the lesson. "Now the part in front of you is the core of the mecha propeller. I will not repeat the importance of the propeller here. It turns out that this is the part of the propeller." Chen Feng looked at the parts in front of her more carefully, hoping to break it down into 8 pieces and study the internal structure in detail. As if hearing Chen Feng's voice, he pointed to a toolbox ignored by the students. "Of course, I can't bring the intact propeller core directly. Today, these are all damaged. You can take them apart with these tools, and remember to be gentle and not to be too rude. The content of this lesson is to understand its structure." What a wonderful teacher he is! Chen Fenghuan exclaimed, and could not wait to rush forward to take out a screwdriver and other things from the toolbox. When he returned to the core of the propeller, he found that Pan Yugua and Murongxuan were all looking at themselves with their eyes shining. Chen Feng quickly took the hand has not yet covered the hot tool to protect. "What do you want to do?" Murongxian evil smile. "Chen Feng classmate, everybody classmate 1, good thing can't be enjoyed alone. Then you can get it again. I think there are many in the toolbox." Chen Feng looked back at the toolbox, but in despair, she put her tools on the table. "Let's use them together." It turned out that after Chen Feng had finished taking them, other students had already divided up all the remaining tools. Chen Feng could not hold these tools alone any longer, so she had to bear the pain to hand them out to everyone. There were 5 in total, just 1 in 2. After the assignment, there was a tense disassembly process. The Chen Feng team exchanged tools and quickly disassembled the propeller core into the most original parts. It has to be said that the Chen Feng group is indeed the most talented in synchronization rate in the class, and even the dismantling speed is faster than others. After they have dismantled, the other groups are still working hard. Among them, Pan Yugua and Murongxuan made the greatest contribution. When others met difficulties that they didn't know how to disassemble, they could always come up with solutions, which made Chen Feng more deeply aware of the all-round gap between herself and the two. However, Pan Yugua and Murongxuan's outstanding performance has aroused the spirit of others not to admit defeat. Hong Shuaibin, Nangong Mengai, Zheng Jirong and other students in the group all showed a determined look and vowed to catch up with them. Mr. He inspected around and saw that Chen Feng's team had taken the lead in completing the disassembly process. He stepped over and said, "How quickly did you disassemble? Have you recorded the location of each component? Write it down, of course. This is here and that is there." Hong Shuaibin was afraid that he would not believe him, holding the disassembled parts. He looked at the flood bin with a smile and said, "Since you have written it down, please restore it to its original state." "What? Restore the original state?" Chen Feng points to the scattered parts on the table in front of her in disbelief. "I'm afraid it's difficult to put them all back together." He was very happy. Chen Feng's bitter gourd face made him feel very interesting. Of course, we have to install it back. Isn't it just to deal with the problem and then install it back? Do you want to leave it there when you tear it down? What's more, I didn't remember clearly just now, so the teacher thinks it's not difficult for you to put it back again? Mr. He, you are cruel. I'm convinced. Chen Feng gave up resistance. Although Mr. He didn't say that he had to install it after dismantling, he should do so according to common sense. He only blamed himself for not having thought of it. 10 people began the process of reassembly in full swing again. Hung Shuibin comforted himself with his hands. It's okay. We have to install it back, so other students also need to install it. If they don't write it down, it will be worse than us. Chen Feng looked at Hong Shuibin with disdainful eyes. Are you stupid? They are slower than us. Seeing that we are now reloading again, we must know what to do later. We will only dismantle them more carefully. When he thinks about it, he shrugs his shoulders and says that he is not interested in it. Maybe they really want to reconcile, Chen Feng thought silently. The process of reassembly is no more than disassembly. The disassembly can be easily completed by finding the right sequence and direction. The assembly also needs to recall the original position of the parts. The speed of Chen Feng's team is getting slower and slower, and even after a small part of the assembly is assembled, there are still spare parts. It's over. It's over. What can I do? Zhang Zhirong is so helpless that he can't remember where these parts should have been. He just forgot the details, but he didn't want to go in too quickly. Even Pan Yugua and Morong Xian are helpless, constantly fiddling with the spare parts on the table to recall its original position. Mr. He walked around for several times, and all groups began to reassemble the propeller core. Once again, he came to Chen Feng's group and saw their sad expressions. Then he saw the spare parts on the table and said, first of all, the propeller core you assembled will be useless after being installed in the mecha, and even it can at least play some role. Now it's a waste. Hong Shuibin cried, what can I do? I really don't know how to install it back. Can't you blame us, Mr. He? Teacher He was happy again, and nodded Hong Shuibin's head. This is originally used to practice your hands. It's really strange to learn knowledge. Chen Feng saw that he was in a good mood and wanted to take the opportunity to ask Teacher He to help. Mr. He, how do we install this propeller core now? Oh, don't try to talk to me. It's a pity that Chen Feng's mind was pierced by Teacher He. You take it down again and install it again. Try to think about the function of these parts and where they should be placed. You need this ability when you are working alone in the field. If you can't find a replacement for the same part, how to find a similar substitute is what you need to learn now. Mr. He's sincere words made Chen Feng's team give up their frustration and go back to the reassembly of the propeller core. After dismantling the propeller core again, they did not choose to start the reassembly immediately. Instead, they analyzed the role of each part and the prevention and control position, and there were several disputes due to different opinions. Of course, in the end, Chen Feng's team did it. They reassembled the core of the propeller perfectly. There was no spare part, and there was no mistake in the installation position. He looked at their works and sighed, you are really beyond my expectation. I thought that only when I explained would some students be able to completely assemble the core of the propeller. But you were stunned to rely on a few people to do it. The teacher is proud of you. Praised by Mr. He, Hong Shuibin is very proud. Mr. He, you don't see who our group has, each is a top talent. There is absolutely nothing you can't do with your hard work. I'll give you a bang. Teacher He clapped his hands with a smile. Students, now stop the assembly action in your hands, and the teacher will explain to you the function of each part and what can be replaced when repairing. Teacher He wants to start teaching, and immediately all the students of Fighter department give up what they are doing and listen carefully. Time and the explanation of a second passed. Soon Teacher He finished the explanation. Let the students continue to assemble the propeller core. This time, the students who understood what the parts were used for made great progress, and the other 4 groups quickly completed their respective assembly procedures. Chen Feng's group also had a deeper understanding of the core device of the propeller because of Teacher He's teaching from simple to deep. In the afternoon, there was no new change in the simulator class. When the class of students entered the classroom one after another, Mr. Su was already drinking his wine at the console. When the whole class arrived at Chi, Mr. Su stretched out. Are you here? Let's continue the practice of climbing to the top of the mountain with 10% power in half an hour in the first half of the semester. Why is it still the original content, and some students quit? Mr. Su, it's the new semester, can't you let us do some new exercises? Teacher Su raised his arm and took a big gulp of wine. Oh? Are kids in a hurry to learn something new? But I'm not satisfied with your final exam results in the first half of the semester. Can it also be a reason why students look at each other in awe? Zhang Zhirong did not understand. Teacher Su, we have not all passed it? I remember no one failed. No failure, but poor grades. Teacher Su was shaking around with a finger. Well, after a winter vacation, I think you will have some understanding when you go back. You can practice this class again. If the score can satisfy me, I will learn new content in the next class. Speaking of this, the students can only follow suit. Hong Shuiben angrily enters his simulation cabin and whispers to Chen Feng, is this Teacher Su really reliable? This is a wonderful excuse. Do you think it's because he didn't prepare for teaching at all? Chen Feng frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head and said, I don't think so. You didn't see that Mr. Su's expression was very bad in the final examination of the first half of the semester. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with our overall results. It can be explained that such a thing will happen today. Now we have to do this exercise well. I hope there will be something new in the next class. Since you believe him so much, I'll accept it. Come on. Seeing that Chen Fengting trusted Mr. Su, Hongbin no longer complained about closing the cabin door and began to practice. Naturally, Chen Feng got into her own simulation cabin and started training. The result was really like what the teacher said. After a winter vacation, Chen Feng found that she had a deeper understanding of the action of the mecha and was able to better operate the mecha to make various actions. In this new experience, he soon reached the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Chen Feng can't wait to call up the system interface to check the time spent and the remaining power. Sure enough, the data has been greatly improved compared with the final exam scores in the first half of the semester. In the case of less time spent, the power consumption is also reduced by 0.5%. I think other students have made progress in different degrees. I'll consolidate it. Looking at her grades, Chen Feng thinks that other students must be the same as him and dare not relax and start practicing again. In Chen Feng's tireless practice, time flies, and soon it's time to finish class. Chen Feng reluctantly opens the shackles and walks out of the simulation cabin. Let alone the whole afternoon's repeated practice, Chen Feng's consumption of time and power control have been improved a little. Sure enough, Mr. Su on the console also has a smiling expression. The students of Fighter department have never seen Mr. Su show such an expression. I guess it seems that this simulation class makes Mr. Su very satisfied? Teacher Su gently stroked the wine pot in his arms and looked at the faces of the students in the classroom one by one. When we leave for 3 days, we should look forward to each other. Today, you kids, you have given me a surprise. It seems that we have done a lot of work in the winter vacation, so next class we will start to learn new skills. Hooray! For the first time in such a long time, the students of Fighter Plane department were praised by Mr. Su, and they all made excited celebrations. Teacher Su looked at the jubilant students, and his smile became more and more brilliant. Ha ha ha, I'm in a good mood today. I'll tell you that the next class's learning content is the dodge practice of Mecha. The kids can prepare early when they go back. Dodge practice of Mecha? This is the actual operation training, and the students are looking forward to the arrival of the next simulation class. Mr. Su announced that the class was over, and the students went together to discuss what form the dodge practice of Mecha would be. Hong Shuiben took the lead in putting forward his own opinion. Do you think Mr. Su will let us operate Mecha to stand in a region, and then surround us with a circle to bombard us with various kinds of aircraft, and then test how long we can support it? Chen Feng's forehead broke out a cold sweat. You think it's too exaggerated? At our current level, is there a circle of Mecha around us to attack? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for a second and we'll be beaten down. Zhang Zhirong didn't accept it, so he chose to stand on the same front line with Hong Shuiben. What to be afraid of is doing. When you don't treat yourself severely in training, what should I do if I really participate in the battle? Nangong Mengdai, who has been quietly walking beside them, said, I agree with Chen Feng. According to our current operation skills, I think there may be 1 or 2 mecha around us in the next class. We can't bear the excessive attacks for the time being. Chen Feng quickly nodded and supported Nangong Mengdai's view. Yes, Nangong Mengdai is right. You should eat every bite and train step by step. Teacher Su should not be so unreasonable. Hong Shuibin and Zhang Jiron linked hands and issued a declaration of war. That's good. Let's make a bet again. We'll crush a group of mecha, and you'll lower than 3 mecha. How about that? Chen Feng thought about it and decided to accept the bet. I have no problem. What about Nangong Mengdai? Nangong Mengdai or that pair of cold and non-committal expression, whatever you want. That's settled. What's Shuibin's bet? In that case, Chen Feng was certain and asked about the bet. Chen Feng suddenly put forward a bet. Flood Bin had an idea. He thought that he had done most of the day's hygiene. The loser will be punished to do dormitory sanitation for a week. Chen Feng looked at Nangong Mengdai with some embarrassment. It's not appropriate for us to go to the girls' dormitory to do sanitation? Hong Shuibin was furious. Okay, Chen Feng, why do you think you can win? In this way, you win. Zhang Jirong and I are in charge of the sanitation of the 2 boys' dormitories. We have won over Chen Feng. You are responsible for the sanitation of the 2 boys' dormitories, so don't forget about the girls' dormitories. Well, after a long time, I'm the one who suffers the most. I don't even have Nangong Mengdai to do anything. Chen Feng couldn't help but accept the unequal treaty. In the next fighting class, the students of Fightera department also found the difference when they came to the classroom. Mr. Lang had been in the classroom early, and there were many different kinds of wooden weapons on the weapon rack nearby. Pointing to these dazzling weapons, Mr. Lang said, I'm quite satisfied with your swordsmanship after passing the final exam in the first half of the semester. In the future, I'll rely on your own self-cultivation. Now we begin to carry out targeted training. There are many kinds of weapons here. You can choose the one you want to use most. You will train it this semester. But I have to say one more thing. My most recommended weapon is sword. Other weapons may not be so suitable for fighting. It seems that it's time to decide on everyone's future fighting weapons. Chen Feng came to the weapon rack and carefully looked at each weapon, sword, gun, stick, nunchaku a lot. There are boomerangs over there. Wow, there are hidden weapons. As if he had discovered the new world, Hong Shuibin pointed to the weapon rack not far away and yelled. Mr. Lang stood behind the students and watched them pick and choose on the weapon rack. Yes, concealed weapons are also the fighting skills we will learn. It's a required course. Everyone has to master at least some, at least understand their attack mode. In the face of many kinds of weapons, Hong Shuibin picked up the wooden sword without saying a word. Chen Feng hesitated for a long time and finally chose the wooden sword. If you look at other students, most of them are holding wooden swords. Pan Yugua has a weapon that looks like a sword and a knife. Nangong Mengdai unexpectedly holds 2 boomerangs in her hand. Teacher Lang was very surprised to see the weapon Nangong Mengdai chose. She went to her to confirm, Nangong Mengdai, are you sure you want to use a boomerang as a weapon? To tell you the truth, I haven't seen a boomerang among the best pilots today. I don't think much of its combat capability as a major weapon. Nangong Mengdai held the boomerang in front of her and replied positively, Mr. Lang, I'm sure I'll learn the boomerang. My fighting style mainly depends on leg skills. The boomerang can be used as a good attack aid. After imagining the battle scene of leg skill combined with boomerang in his mind, Mr. Lang reluctantly accepted Nangong Mengdai's choice. That's okay, but I reserve the right to stop your major in boomerang at any time. Thank you, Mr. He. Knowing that Mr. Lang's insistence is a serious and responsible student, Nangong Mengdai bowed slightly to thank teacher He for his kindness. After finishing with Nangong Mengdai, Mr. Lang looked at the weapons selected by other students, and then came to Pan Yugua. Pan Yugua, you are quite good at choosing. You actually took a Tang Dao. Pan Yugua played a sword flower with a Tang Dao. I like the invincible fighting style of the ancient Tang dynasty. The invincible Tang Dao also suits my fighting style. Yes, the way of using Tang Dao is quite similar to that of sword. It's not easy to train from the beginning. But in the future, unless you can find materials suitable for weapons, I'm afraid you will have to rely on the use of beam swords most of the time. Mr. Lang agreed with Pan Yugua's choice and considered the way of fighting for him in the future. Pan Yugua looked at the Tang Dao in his hand and said firmly, Mr. Lang, I have considered this problem, so I will use the beam sword as the main part and Tang Dao as the auxiliary as my fighting method. Good. After a turn, Mr. Lang was basically satisfied with the weapons selected by the students of the first department of fighter planes, and was very pleased that they had a good understanding of their future combat methods. All the students have selected the weapons. The next step is to teach the students who use the new weapons one-on-one. Mr. Lang asked the students who chose wooden swords to continue the group confrontation practice and began to teach the remaining few students the skills of using new weapons. During the practice with Hong Shuibin, Chen Feng kept peeking at Mr. Lang's side. He was shocked. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lang was a master of weapons. He knew all kinds of weapons selected by the students. He took the weapons in each student's hands and practiced them several times in front of them. Even the most special boomerang was used very pleasantly objective. Chen Feng looked at it and almost fell in love. Lang Buting was knocked down by Hong Shuibin with a sword and cried out, "Ah! It hurts!" Hong Shuibin went up to Chen Feng and complained, "What are you doing? If I hadn't found out something was wrong, I would have split your head." Chen Fengyan tearfully covered a big bag growing on her head and shivered in pain. "If you find it wrong, you won't lean to the side? And hit me on the head. I feel like I'm going to be schizophrenic when you hit me." Hey, this is not a little slow reaction, too late, excuse me." Hong Shuibin was embarrassed to rub his hands. In fact, he was also peeping at Mr. Lang's teaching, resulting in inattention and no time to stop. So they chose to stop their hands for a while and watched Teacher Lang's practice. It happened that Mr. Lang was teaching Nangong Mengjia's whirlwind dart. He was holding a boomerang in both hands and throwing it out one after another. He swung around and put it back and forth again, full of elegant feeling. Mr. Lang quickly completed the drill and asked Nangong Mengdai, "This is the second time. How many movements have you recorded?" "It's all in mind." "Thank you, Mr. Lang." Nangong Mengdai watched Teacher Lang's 2 drills without blinking and kept all the movements in mind. Mr. Lang nodded and sighed a little regretfully. "It's a pity that I have never tried the combination of leg skill and boomerang. You may need to explore this aspect by yourself. I'm sorry I can't give you too much experience." Nangong Mengdai knows that she has made a very special weapon choice, and dare not ask Mr. Lang too much. "Mr. Lang, you don't have to blame yourself. It's my willful choice to use the boomerang. In fact, I've made a plan to combine leg skill with boomerang. I'm sure I can practice a close attack that will satisfy you. I'd like to give you one last word of advice. If you can meet Morong Fan, the martial god of the ancient Republic of Orchid one day, you must ask him to give you some advice. Wuxian's martial arts attainments are much higher than mine. He can certainly give you more suitable suggestions." Mr. Lang tried his best and finally reminded Nangong Mengdai to go to the other students. Looking at Nangong Mengdai, Chen Feng began to ponder on the use of the whirlwind dart. He said to Hong Shuibin, "Let's continue. I will avenge the attack just now." Hongbin was obsessed with close combat, and of course he would not refuse Chen Feng's invitation to fight. They fought again with wooden swords. During the winter vacation, the 2 men not only improved their fighting skills, but also formed enough tacit understanding. Their serious attack and defense seemed to have the demeanor of Pan Yugua and Murangshuan when they fought. After teaching all the students how to choose new weapons, Mr. Lang was attracted by the duel between the 2 of them. He stood by and watched for a while and interrupted, "You two, slow down. I'll give you some suggestions." Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin smell speech immediately stop action, 2 sides of the station waiting for Lang teacher's guidance. The combination of the 2 of you can be said to be made in heaven, so that each can get the most suitable growth. This is the most perfect double combination I have seen over the years. I hope you will not separate and continue to train together in the future. Mr. Lang was very satisfied with the combination of Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, and said that he did not want to see them scattered. Hong Shuibin patted his chest. Mr. Lang, you can rest assured that Chen Feng and I have grown up together since childhood, and will certainly live together. In the future. We will never separate. The words are all finished by Hong Shuibin. Chen Feng stands on one side and can only nod his head repeatedly. Well, I'll start. Mr. Lang looked at Hong Shuibin first. Mr. Hong Shuibin, your moves already have their own style, but you are too persistent in using wooden sword. What's the most variable of all attacks? It's close combat skills. Have you ever thought about mixing some fighting skills or boxing techniques with sword skills? I think this kind of fighting style is very suitable for your character, and the changeable attack way will make the opponent dazzled and hard to resist. After hearing this, Hong Shuibin looked at the wooden sword in his hand and realized that he had found a new bright future. After finishing Hong Shuibin, Mr. Lang began to give Chen Feng some suggestions. Chen Feng, your characteristic is stability. You can deal with all kinds of situations in a very reasonable way. I even think that you are very skillful and have not used the extreme. So my advice to you is double-armed weapons. Using two swords can make your defense more secure, and even your attack can be greatly improved. And I heard from Mr. Lin that you are very talented in shooting? Chen Feng was praised by Teacher Lang for so many sentences. She was a little shy for a moment. She gently touched the back of her head and replied, "It's okay. I think I may prefer to carry guns for long-distance combat in the future." Well, I think it's a pity if you only use firearms for long-range operations. You are also very good at close combat. Well, I think you can develop from a dual-armed weapon into one armed with a gun. And one with a sword, which is more advantageous in the face of a complex environment. Based on Chen Feng's situation and his experience, Mr. Lang put forward the best suggestions for Chen Feng. In fact, Chen Feng occasionally realized that she could not only control one weapon, but had never made up her mind to try it. Now, after being recommended by Mr. Lang, she finally began to make up her mind to try a new field. Thank you, Mr. Lang. I will try to use double swords as you said, and please give us more guidance. At the moment, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin did not realize that these suggestions of Mr. Lang had a great impact on their lives and laid a solid foundation for them to stand out among the numerous new stars. Well, that's my duty as a teacher. Mr. Lang took out two more wooden swords from the weapon rack, went up to Chen Feng, and then threw one of the wooden swords to Chen Feng, and taught Hong Shuibin many new skills. After learning both, Mr. Lang stepped back 2 steps. I've taught you everything you need to learn. Now you continue to train against the war, and I will guide you. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other and nodded. They didn't say any more nonsense and started to fight each other. Only this time, both of them began to try to use a new way of fighting. Chen Feng often can't take care of it, but becomes disorganized because she has an extra weapon in her hand. Sometimes when one sword reaches out to attack the other, she doesn't know where to put it. Or one sword is defending and the other is blocking the defense line. Chen Feng's performance is not good, and Hong Shuibin is also in deep trouble. He tries hard to make use of his free hands. But when he wants to attack with his hands, Chen Feng's sword is in front of him. Sometimes he finds that his hand is broken but he can't keep up with his speed. In short, the two men fought for a long time, and they both felt that it was quite inconvenient for each other. However, Teacher Lang, who was watching the war, did not say a word. Although Chen Fengxin made a murmur in his heart, he could only hold on. After reading for a long time, Mr. Lang turned to guide the other students, which made Chen Feng even more uneasy. Mr. Lang, do you think they can't be helped and don't want to teach them anymore? Or do you think they can do it on their own? Heart uneasy, hand action cannot be delayed. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin continue to try to integrate new skills into the fight, but with the passage of time, there are still some progress, at least not as stumbling as at the beginning. It was not until the end of class that Mr. Lang went back to Chen Feng and asked them to stop. You can have a rest first. After practicing this period of time, you should find your own problems? Mr. Lang, I always think it's difficult to integrate swordsmanship into other movements. The attack range of hands is too short. Chen Feng waved two wooden swords and tried to find the feeling. My two swords are not used to them. I often dig holes for myself. That's the problem you'll have to overcome in the future. Think about Hong Bin's footwork. What's more, you can use your feet to make up for your weakness. What you have to do, Chen Feng, is to divide your heart into two swords. Don't. Just pay attention to one Bing sword as before, or the sword you ignore will definitely bring you great trouble. After leaving the last sentence, Mr. Lang announced that after class, he turned around and left the classroom smartly. What Mr. Lang said was what made Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin feel most uncomfortable. Chen Feng inserted the two swords back into the weapon rack and said with a smile, "How do I feel that I am learning the legendary left-right combat?" Hong Shuaibin was directly amused by Chen Feng. "You're okay to say that I'm going to cry. I feel like I'm sending my hand to you to chop my fist several times. Go back to think about it, now go to eat first, practice for most of the day, I starved to death." Chen Feng patted her head and cleared her mind of the depression brought by her discomfort. She took Hong Shuaibin and ran to the canteen. In the morning, it's fighting class. In the afternoon, it's shooting class. Langyat Institute of Mecha's fighter class is so fixed that 4 courses are in turn, so you don't need to look at the schedule. Chen Feng went back to the most familiar shooting platform, stroked a beam rifle that had not been seen during the winter vacation. She thought to herself, "Special old friend, I finally see you again. I hope my shooting skills can be further improved this semester." Mr. Lin arrived late today, stepping on the clock to arrive at the classroom on time. As soon as he entered the door, he apologized to the students. "Students, I'm sorry, the teacher has some personal affairs that have delayed my time." The students of the first department of the fighter plane said that they didn't care. What's more, Mr. Lin was not late. Mr. Lin quickly walked to the platform and began to explain the content of this lesson. Now we have entered the second half of the first academic year. In the first half of the semester, I saw that many students were still practicing static targets, so only static targets were tested in the final exam. But this semester, I hope all the students will start training dynamic target. The final exam is to shoot dynamic target with one hand. Students who learn to use dynamic target will also use dynamic target to test. Mr. Lin's request is expected by Chen Feng. Although the first department of the fighter plane has become a 2-year schooling system, it cannot stay at the most primitive stage all the time. It is necessary to carry out higher-level training. Lin continued, "Students, don't think I'm demanding. In the past, it only took half a semester for the students of Fighter department to learn how to shoot dynamic targets with one hand. Now we have a full semester. I hope you can reach a higher level. Now, let's practice. If you have any problems in shooting, raise your hands." Chen Feng picked up the beam rifle placed on the shooting platform, and was about to call out the moving target on the operation console. He suddenly thought, in the morning, Mr. Lang told me that I could learn to try double-armed weapons. Besides holding swords in both hands and holding guns in one hand and holding swords in one hand, could I also carry guns in both hands? Chen Feng said to do it. There are many weapons on the shooting platform. It is not difficult to find 2 beam rifles. First, he used the console to call out the fixed target. Chen Feng grabbed a beam rifle from left to right and tried to aim. He found that there was a big difference between aiming with a single beam rifle. When holding only one gun, Chen Feng can calmly aim close to the sight glass, but now there are 2 guns on the left and right. Chen Feng can't change 2 heads to aim separately. Chen Feng couldn't think of any solution. She forced the trigger several times to miss the target. She reluctantly put the 2 beam rifles back on the table. "No, I can't aim at it, let alone hit a good ring number. It seems that I have to practice the moving target first, and master the ability to shoot without too fine aiming, and then try again." Although Chen Feng suffered setbacks, she was still in a good mood and put herself into practice again. After the consolidation of practice, in the first half of the semester, she had a good foundation of fixed target training, and she soon mastered how to shoot mobile targets. In fact, it's not very difficult to predict the moving direction of the target and get ready in advance to aim and shoot quickly. Chen Fenglu murmured a little complacent. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Hong Shuaibin was very unhappy. "Chen Feng, you are so light, I think it's very difficult. When aiming, you can't keep up with the moving speed of the target and often hit the air." Hong Shuaibin's practice situation is not very good. Chen Feng took the opportunity to tease him. "Your usual reaction speed is not fast, how to aim at the speed is so slow, it must be that you did not concentrate on training." "Bullshit, I'm working hard, okay? Unless you don't do aiming, you show me how to catch up with the moving target? Hong Shuibin was really angry, and asked Chen Feng to demonstrate it again and again. Obviously you are too weak, chicken, then I'll call you to have a look. Chen Feng's heart is also playing drums, but in order not to lose face in front of the flood bin, forced to support began to aim at their own moving target. What Hong Shuibin said about not aiming is just in line with Chen Fengshin's conjecture, so Chen Feng murmured in his heart, dilute the aiming action, dilute the aiming action. He raised his gun and chased the irregular moving target. When Chen Feng's beam rifle caught up with the moving target, Chen Feng did not take too much aim, but took a little look. While the beam rifle continued to move, she pulled the trigger. Turning around, she saw Hongbin standing beside his performance indicator. How about it? How many rings did I make? Because the result display instrument was blocked by Hong Shuibin's body, Chen Feng couldn't see her achievement just now, so she asked about her birth. Hong Shuibin slowly turned around. Chen Feng saw that his face was stunned, but he didn't speak. In a hurry, he put him aside and looked at the performance indicator, 8.8 ring. Wow, this is the first time I have made such a high score on the moving target. Hong Shuibin was pushed aside by Chen Feng and asked Chen Feng in disbelief, Chen Feng, how did you do it? I saw your shooting training just now. It seems that you haven't been on the 7th ring? Chen Feng did not deny, yes, I can't figure out the reason, or I'll try to fire a few more shots. Quick, quick, quick. Hong Shuibin immediately pushed Chen Feng back to his shooting platform, repeatedly urging, you hurry up, maybe what just happened was dog shit luck. That's not a piece of shit. Chen Feng gave Hong Shuibin a bad look and continued to shoot according to the previous simplified aiming action. This time, Chen Feng also added his own prediction of the target movement, which made the shooting more handy. Pa 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 pa. For light sounds indicate that Chen Feng's 4 guns are on the moving targets in the distance. Hong Shuibin continues to look at Chen Feng's performance indicator for the first time. After the shock of the first shot, Hong Shuibin was able to accept Chen Feng's abnormal results and read out without any delay, 9.3, 9.2, 9.5. 9.1, hiss. It's very abnormal. You started to use the moving target today. Chen Feng, you have to explain to me clearly how you got this result. Chen Feng was not too surprised with the results of the 4 shots. From the first shot, he felt that he had found the right skills for shooting the moving target. Shuibin, don't worry. First of all, I have a very good foundation on the fixed target, which makes me have more advantages when using the moving target, and then the most important thing is the sentence you just said. What do I say? Hong Shuibin did not remember what he said just now. Chen Feng repeated word by word, do not aim directly at the moving target. Hong Shuibin obviously didn't believe that this kind of operation could be used. Do you cheat a 3-year-old child? If you don't aim at the target, you can't say that the marksman can do it. Chen Feng patiently explained, it's too much to say not to do aiming. In fact, it should not do unnecessary aiming action. You just need to have a little bit of heart to shoot directly. Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Hongbin touched his chin and began to think, it seems possible to do so according to your words. It's really superfluous to do aiming action while chasing a moving target. That's right. Then we add our own anticipation. We can't catch up with the target in front of us, but wait for the target to be delivered to our door. Besides, anticipation should be your strong point? Chen Feng raises eyebrows at Hong Shuibin, thinking that maybe Hong Shuibin will have a good performance in mobile shooting in the future. Hong Shuibin thinks that is such a reason, he is also good at predicting the opponent's movement track in close combat. If it can be used in shooting, is it not very powerful? Suddenly, he was so ambitious that he sent a letter of war to Chen Feng. Oh, I didn't expect Chen Feng to know me so well. I'll catch up with you soon, and we'll have a comparison then. Chen Feng gladly accepted and picked up the beam rifle on the table again. I'm waiting for the day when you come to challenge. Now don't be wordy. Let's start training first. Hong Shuibin knew the time was pressing, nodded, and went back to his shooting platform to try the method Chen Feng said. Both of them raced against the clock to start the first training of moving target until teacher Lin came up to them and slapped them on the shoulder to remind them, okay, 2 students, do not stop after class. Pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Chen Feng withdrew from the shooting state of selflessness and turned to see Mr. Li with a smile on her face and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I really want to master the skills of shooting moving targets as soon as possible." Hong Shuibin echoed, "Yes, it's not easy to find a little feeling," and I was interrupted by the teacher. "Is it my fault?" The teacher's heart aches. "I've been practicing long enough in the afternoon. You can see that the other students have already left. It's time for you to go back." Teacher Lin exaggerates to do a heartache action, show oneself to be a good person for nothing. When Chen Feng looked around, there were only 3 of them left in the classroom. She couldn't help shrinking her head. "Ah. I didn't notice." Teacher Lin was just joking and didn't really care. After checking the results of Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, he said with satisfaction, "The results are very good. It seems that you have mastered the knack of shooting moving targets. Congratulations." Speaking of this topic, Hong Shuibin expressed some dissatisfaction. "Mr. Lin, why don't you tell us the precautions of shooting directly? Isn't it going to take more time for us to discover ourselves?" Mr. Lin leaned back, sat down on Chen Feng's shooting platform, looked at Hong Shuibin and said, "If I tell you everything, it will limit your thinking. Do you still think by yourself when you know how to do it? Our fighter class of students have only a few hundred days life in the college, and the future battlefield life is the most important thing. Therefore, as a teacher, the most important duty is to let you learn how to solve problems by yourself. Can you understand, Hong Shuibin?" Hong Shuibin realized the teacher's good intentions and bowed to Mr. Lin apologetically. "Mr. Lin, I understand that you are all for our good. Please forgive me for my previous irrationality." Mr. Lin jumped off the shooting platform and helped Hong Shuibin up. "It's the best reward for you to get good results. After you go back, think about today's experience, summarize your experience, and strive for further development in the next class. However, Hong Shuibin, your fixed target shooting performance is mediocre. Today, I think your performance in moving target is very good." Hong Shuibin happily pointed to Chen Feng, "Because Chen Feng told me that you can predict the movement of the target first, and then you can shoot a little aiming. And anticipation is my strong point. Shooting the moving target in the afternoon makes me feel like a fish in the water." "I see. It's really rare for Chen Feng to know how to share experience." Mr. Lin first heard that Hong Shuibin still has this ability. After praising Chen Feng, he said to Hong Shuibin, "So, Hong Shuibin, I suggest that you can work more on the fixed target in the future. After improving the basic ability of shooting, you will perform better in mobile shooting." Hearing that Mr. Lin has higher expectations for him, Hong Shuibin naturally answers. At this time, Chen Feng's mobile phone rings and takes out a call from Yu Jia. It is estimated that he and Lin Xian are in the canteen waiting for them to come to inquire about the situation. Chen Feng had to interrupt Hongbin's incessant boasting. After apologizing for saying goodbye to Mr. Lin, she walked out of the classroom to connect with the phone. Sure enough, Yu Jia began to ask about their situation. "Where are you, Chen Feng? Lin Xian and I have been waiting for you in the canteen for a long time." "I'm sorry. Hong Shuibin and I practiced on the shooting platform and forgot the time. We were stopped by the teacher just now. We will come here soon." Chen Feng repeatedly apologized. Hong Shuibin also said to the phone a few times, "Dare not commit again next time." Yu Jia listened to their funny words and couldn't help laughing. The beautiful smile made the students sitting near her look over one after another. Yu Jia felt these hot eyes and had to put his head down to end the conversation. "We are on the 3rd floor, near the entrance corridor seat. You come quickly." Chen Feng will stop a school bus by the roadside and gallop with Hong Shuibin to the canteen. In the classroom, Teacher Lin looks at their backs and whispers to himself, "Maybe in addition to Pan Yugua, there will be some amazing people in our class." In the expectation of the students of the first department of the fighter plane, another simulation class was ushered in. Mr. Su looked at the students who were rubbing their hands with evil smile. "The kids can't wait to suffer?" Pan Yugua responded, "As students, we should learn and grow up through continuous training and tempering. Even this pain can't bear, how can we defend our country in the battlefield in the future?" Very ambitious. Mr. Su held up the wine pot to Pan Yugua. "Well, let's start. It's still the same mode of climbing the top of the mountain. However, this time, there will Be a mecha around you who will constantly attack and hinder your pace. I will increase the power of the corresponding mecha slightly. Be ready to accept the ordeal, kids. Is this our dodge course? Isn't it particularly difficult? Murmuring, the students got into the simulation module. Chen Feng felt that things were not as simple as Su said. When he operated the simulator into training, he first looked at the remaining power in the lower right corner. This time, Mr. Su was so kind as to give 15% of the power of the mecha, twice as much as the original power consumption. After watching the electricity, Chen Feng felt a little relieved. Looking up, he saw another mecha standing 500 meters away from his mecha, holding a beam rifle in his hand. This should be the mecha that will follow me next. It should be a long-range attack according to the appearance of the equipment. Chen Feng tried to go to the mountain in the distance, only to take the first step. Chen Feng had to step back and return to the starting point. After avoiding the shot, Chen Feng was a little scared. Fortunately, she had been paying attention to every move of the mecha, otherwise, she would have shot him. I was hit by the black gun. This guy is a thief. He knows how to predict the front rather than the silly chase. Mr. Su really likes to dig holes for us. Although she knew that the mecha was not a decoration with an IQ of 0, Chen Feng still didn't know its attack level. Looking at the passing of time, she had to be brave enough to start again. Sure enough, Chen Fengkai took the first step, and the mecha over there aimed at his front again. Chen Feng's route was blocked and he could only choose to make a detour. The mecha that attacked him also started to attack one after another. Under the attack of the mecha one after another, Chen Feng was in a mess. He wanted to shoot it down and then go on the road. Unfortunately, the mecha was not equipped with any weapons. Chen Feng fancied to attack when he was close. Unexpectedly, the mecha turned around and ran, and continued to fire the speed of light to hinder Chen Feng's action. Finally, Chen Feng chose to give up, and began to drive his own way silently. Under his concentrated dodge, he didn't receive too many attacks. Occasionally, what fell on his body was just some painless damage. With the armor of the mecha itself, he was able to resist. In the process of climbing the mountain, Chen Feng encountered a lot of difficulties. The mecha actually used thrusters to fly all the way around the mountain. It was not affected by the rules at all. Chen Feng scolded in the simulation cabin, lying trough, Mr. Su, you are too much. Such obvious cheating can be released. On the console, Mr. Su took out his ears and drank the wine happily. Of course, he could hear many students in the simulation cabin below curse him, but it was not a matter for him. He even hummed a tune with the strength of wine. Fortunately, the students of Fighter Plane Department are fighting in the simulation cabin, and no one has seen this scene. Otherwise, the first fight between teachers and students in Langya Mecha College will occur. Chen Feng kept changing positions in the process of climbing, and opened the auxiliary attitude of thrusters. The power of mecha was rapidly consumed, but it was also a helpless move. Being hit or consumed, the two always had to be the same. In the end, Chen Feng failed to reach the top of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the mecha ran out of power. Silent, she was shot through the cockpit by the attack mecha. Chen Feng in. The simulator felt the whole process of the mecha being broken as if she were moving around. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. She untied the shackles on her body and shrank tightly. How terrible! Am I dead? Chen Feng's brain kept recalling the scene of the explosion surrounded by the fire. The helpless despair is not ordinary people can feel. For a long time, Chen Fengkai stopped shaking. Standing up from the posture of squatting in the simulation cabin, he leaned against the cabin door and wiped off the sweat on his head. Only then did he find that he was in a simulated battle. The program of the simulator is too real. Is it true that even being blasted is so lifelike that people are not afraid to leave psychological shadows? Mr. Su on the control desk watched the mecha controlled by the students of the first department of fighter planes to be blasted one by one, and then showed a wicked smile. How can you achieve success without experiencing despair? You kids, your road is still long, but in other words, such a cry is a good drink. Mr. Su was more and more happy to taste the wine. Chen Feng in the cockpit has gradually adjusted her breath and started a new round of training. This time, Chen Feng did not choose to dive forward, but kept observing the attack mode of the next mecha. After watching it for a long time, Chen Feng finally saw some rules. The mecha was not attacking in a disorderly way, but launched a wave of attack almost every 10 seconds, and it would launch a full bomb about every minute. It's equivalent to 6 attacks per minute, and 1 is a big move. Chen Feng wrote down the observed data, and then manipulated the mecha to start galloping, doing a dodge every 10 seconds. The effect was quite good. But unfortunately, the previous test and observation took too much time. Chen Feng did not lose power this time, but failed again because the time exceeded. Chen Feng was not discouraged. This is the time to continue to try. Small attacks can make the mecha resist hard, and the full bomb attack can dodge as much as possible. Do this for the moment. Chen Feng continued training for the 3rd time without stopping. Everything went smoothly when he ran to the foot of the mountain. The outer armor of the mecha didn't receive too much damage and began to climb. However, climbing and running are not the same situation. There is not so much space to flash around. It is impossible to climb straight up under the attack of the next mecha. Chen Feng can only keep changing positions on the mountain wall, and sometimes have to choose to resist less dangerous attacks. Unfortunately, Chen Feng overestimated the bearing capacity of mecha equipment. After being hit again, the operation interface in front of her suddenly turned red, warning. Warning! The armor on the right side of the mecha was severely damaged, and the damage rate was 90%. What? Chen Feng was shocked and took a cold breath at the right half of his mecha. The equipment has been smashed. You can't use your right body to bear the attack. So Chen Feng chose to use more left armor to withstand the hard-to-dodge attacks. Unfortunately, the red light on the operation interface soon turned on, warning. Warning! The armor on the left side of the mecha was severely damaged, and the damage rate was 90%. Chen Feng just wanted to stamp his feet, but his body was fixed and couldn't move at all. He could only sulk secretly, asshole. Never be hit again. Originally wanted to rely on armor of the armor itself, but I never expected to do so suck. Chen Feng tried his best to climb up. Unfortunately, the mecha next to him did not give him a chance. Once again, Chen Feng launched a full bomb to attack Chen Feng. But Chen Feng was coming to the edge of a cliff and there was no room to dodge. He ate all the ammunition and there was another big explosion. Having had the first experience, Chen Feng's reaction was much better this time, but she still temporarily stopped breathing in the simulation training. Whoa! Whoa! I swear that the explosion effect was intentional. On the console, Teacher Su tapped his head with a wine pot. Of course, it's intentional simulation. As the name implies, it's to simulate everything that can be expected. Chen Feng was in the simulation cabin and couldn't hear Mr. Su's words. She shook her head and threw the scene of death under attack out of her head to continue the simulation operation. However, in the next few training sessions, Chen Feng was hit and exploded more and more by mecha, which led to worse and worse state. Finally, she ended the simulation class in a daze. When Mr. Su announced the results, all the students of Fighter A department were despised by him. It's a pity that none of the kids in today's simulation class have successfully completed the goal. I hope that there will be no such duck egg performance in the next class. After Mr. Su finished speaking, he left the classroom with a wine pot in his hands, leaving only the worried students in the classroom. That mecha is so annoying that it has been blocking the way forward, and even Pan Yugwa failed this time. I really didn't expect that. Hong Shuibin came to Chen Feng's side with a look of listlessness and melancholy. Obviously, he was beaten up many times. Chen Feng sighed and walked out of the classroom with the flow of people. After a long walk, Chen Feng found that even Nangong Mengdai, who had always been expressionless, also had a melancholy face. She was surprised and said, "Nangong, can you do nothing about this dodge training?" Nangong Mengdai slowly shakes her head and says in her eyes, "This mecha program is very powerful. It will change according to our rules of action. Even if its attack frequency is not high, it will affect the rhythm too much." Chen Fengshen added with the same feeling, "According to my observation, that mecha attacks once every 10 seconds, and launches a large-scale attack every minute. I've tried to take direct damage. The armor on the same part of mecha can only withstand 10 direct beam strikes or 2 full projectile launches. The scene of being hit and exploded is too terrible. Hearing Chen Feng talking about the mecha being blasted, Zhang Jirong shivered all over, obviously experienced quite a lot. Chen Feng, don't say any more, I don't want to recall the scene of being blasted. Isn't it a simulator? Why do you say it's so real? Although Hong Shuibin's face was not as good as before, he was still in a mood to tease Zhang Jirong. This also needs to think, in order to make you adapt to the scene when you are knocked down in the future, so as not to be scared to numb your hands and feet and not to leave. Go to you. Zhang Jirong was said by Hong Shuibin to recover some spirit. A kick to this bad friend was clever to avoid the flood bin. Nangong Mengdai did not participate in their fighting, but still thought about how to crack it. That mecha can always attack the position we are going to arrive at in advance. We have to find a way to resolve it. Is it possible to try fake action? For time and power consumption are relatively small, but also affect its judgment. Chen Feng at the end of the class has a little bit of thinking, but deeply trapped in the shock of mecha explosion, it is difficult to get rid of the confusion. When it comes to business, Hong Shuibin no longer joked with Zhang Jirong, and said, I also have an idea, that is, I don't take a detour to avoid attacks, but choose to dodge with actions in place. Like this. Hong Shuibin said, then he bent over in place and twisted to the left with one foot. I think we can complete the target with simple dodge action. Unless it is a full bomb attack, we don't need to react too much. Nangong Mengdai admiringly looked at Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin. I also have such an idea. It's a pity that the first time I personally experienced the explosion scene, my thinking was disturbed. I didn't expect that even Nangong Mengdai, a girl who always looks like an iceberg beauty, would be shocked by the mecha explosion simulated by the simulator. Zhang Jirong laughed, ha ha ha, I thought I couldn't stand it. You are all the same as me. Nangong Mengdai didn't have a good temper. Zhang Jirong took a look, and her expression became more and more under the impact of her mind. Chen Feng clapped her hands to ease her emotion. Since we have an idea, we will continue to try again in the next class. So the four went to visit Yujialan Xian and they met to eat in the canteen. From this time on, Hiyuchi formally joined the ranks of their collective dinner. Since then, the combination of 4 men and 3 women has often aroused the collective concern of students in the canteen. During the meal, Zhang Jirong added fuel to the scene of the explosion after the mecha was punctured in the simulation class, which caused 3 people in the mecha research department to exclaim. Yu Jia put his hand on Chen Feng's forehead with concern. Are you okay? It sounds scary. Chen Fenglu was embarrassed by the girl's close contact. She shrunk her head and replied, what can I do? It's the first time I'm scared, but I'm getting used to it. Don't worry. Nangong Mengdai did not have the slightest taboo, straight words, the impact must be some, our thoughts are basically chaotic, cannot make timely adjustment response, the training effect of this class can be said to be very unsatisfactory. Yu Jia showed an understanding smile and waved a small fist to the crowd, then next class, you should be well prepared, come on. Hong Shuibin raised his drink, next class, I must let teacher Su see what talent is, cheers. Cheers. 7 people finished the dinner. Time began to elapse quickly. During this period, Chen Feng could finally achieve Su's goal in the simulation class. Other students in the class basically achieved the requirements according to the order of synchronization rate. In this process, Chen Feng's synchronization rate broke through again, reaching 87. However, after discussing with Hong Shuibin, he decided to tell only a few friends and teachers around him, and did not publicize it in the class. Most students did not know that there would be a strong enemy in the next college competition. The relationship between Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai has gradually become clear. People with eyes can see that they are both fishy. However, the two parties refuse to admit it. Chen Feng has no way to deal with them. However, after Zhang Jirong vowed to pursue Iyuchi, he pursued him by various means and became the first couple in their group. One day in class, Mr. He came in with a full face and praised the students of the first department of fighter under the stage. The students have performed very well in this period of time. I think that from the perspective of mecha maintenance, it is absolutely true that the students in the maintenance department of Plana are ahaha. Thank you, teacher. The students responded. After the praise, Mr. He began to say something serious. Now I will announce a notice. At 2:30 p.m., all the teachers and students of Langyu Mechatronics College will gather in the hall. President Pan has something important to announce. The last time I saw President Pan come directly to the classroom to announce the change of the school system of fighter plane department. What? Is President Pan going to announce this time? All over the school, the students of the first department of the fighter plane talked about it. Chen Feng sat silent and waited for someone to ask questions. Sure enough, Zhang Zhirong got up first and asked Teacher He, Mr. He, what is President Pan going to announce? It's not half of the semester. I haven't heard of any major events. The smile on the Teacher He's face is still the same, pretending to be mysterious. There are big things, oh, absolutely big things. Looking at the Teacher He's so proud expression, Chen Feng's heart slightly moved, vaguely guess what will happen. On the other side, Zhang Zhirong scratched his head and didn't think. Of what Teacher He said. Chen Feng couldn't bear to take a piece of paper to write down a few big characters of the second generation of Mecha and put them in front of him. Zhang Zhirong looked at the note handed by Chen Feng in disbelief. He opened his mouth and was trying to find Teacher He to confirm. Chen Feng quickly pushed him back to his seat and held out a finger in front of his mouth. Shoo. Keep a low profile, just know it yourself. But Chen Feng, is that true? This is definitely a big event that will stir the world. Zhang Zhirong was very excited and always wanted to confirm the authenticity of Chen Feng's writing. Chen Feng was very sure of a touch of hair. 8-9 does not leave 10, can let Teacher He's so excited and the whole school announced that only by this thing can we do. Then why don't you let me confirm with Mr. He? Zhang Zhirong thought of what he wanted to do just now and asked why Chen Feng stopped him. Chen Feng pointed to several people nearby and said softly, you and they obviously know what will happen, but no one said it. Wood show will be destroyed by wind in the forest. It's better to keep a low profile. Zhang Zhirong looked in the direction of Chen Fengji. Sure enough, on the other side, Pan Yuguat and Murangchuan were both confident and calm. He saw Nangong Mengdai sitting beside him reading the textbook leisurely. Finally, he realized that Chen Feng was thinking about him. Even Hong Shuibin, who usually jumps out of his way, is sitting on his seat. He finds Zhang Zhirong standing in front of him. I think with the current synchronization rate of us, we should not be too high profile. Otherwise, it is easy for students to think that we are deliberately showing off. Besides, it is not difficult to guess the release of the second generation of Mecha. They will soon understand, I know that. Zhang Zhirong was taught modestly and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chen Feng. After hearing Chen Feng and their remarks, Nangong Mengdai was a little closer to them. She happened to be Gao Ling, who did not like noise, and preferred Chen Feng's current style of handling affairs. The students in the class are still asking what is wrong with Mr. He. He is tired of asking and slaps the toolbox on the table. What is the matter? We will know it in the afternoon. As for the hurry, class should look like a class. I just want to announce to you the order of President Pan. Now the class begins. Don't blame me for turning my face and refusing to recognize people. It's rare for Teacher He to speak so sternly that the students dare not speak anymore. After distributing the tools in silence, they begin to study today. After the whole class, Mr. Liu he was very satisfied with the performance of the fighter class's students. Although many students were still guessing what would happen in the afternoon, they did not affect the quality of their study. The teaching course was still perfect. Don't forget to gather in the assembly hall at 2:30 p.m. and finish class on time. Chen Feng and Yoja gathered together to solve the problem of eating. During the meeting, they talked about the large gathering of teachers and students in the afternoon. Their opinions were all about the content released by the second generation Mecha. Hiyuchi was most sure, it is absolutely that the release of the second generation Mecha has not run away. Recently, Dad and Dad have been talking about it every day, and then our Mecha variant project team will soon resume operation. Hearing about the Mecha variant project team, Hong Shuibin was even more excited than hearing the release of the second generation Mecha. He grabbed Hiyuchi's shoulder and wanted to know more about the situation. Yuchi, tell me when to restart the research on variant Mecha? Oh. They hurt. Be gentle, Shuibin. Hiyuchi wants to break free from Hong Shuibin's hands under the pain, but the girl's strength is small and the waist is strong. Zhang Zhirong immediately stood up to rescue the United States, and helped Hiyuchi extricate himself from Hong Shuibin's iron claws. Shuibin has something to say, don't touch girls. Hong Shueibin realized his recklessness and made amends to put the big chicken leg which had not been moved on his side into Yuchi's bowl. I'm too nervous. Don't mind a lot of Yuchi adults. This is my favorite drumstick for you. I don't want it. Yuchi put the drumsticks back into the Hong Shueibin bowl. Dad said that in the next few days, the mechanical variant project team will gather people, mainly to let Uncle's son rest for a while. Chen Feng was odd. They are the unsung heroes of our ancient Shunlan Republic. Without their hard work, we can't have so many excellent mecha to use. Yu Jia was proud to hold up a large-scale chest. Soon you will drive to the mecha made by us. Well, I'll wait and see. Hong Shueibin's goal is to transform the mecha. Then build one for me. Let me guess what kind of mecha you will develop, speed type or power type? Defensive. Or offensive? Small or giant? Chen Fengxi has no doubt that Yu Jia and others will be able to grow up in the future, imagining what kind of mecha will appear at that time. Although you can rest assured, you can definitely tailor-made for you. Yu Jia didn't fall in love with Chen Feng and gave a perfect answer. Lin Xian said, in fact, Yu Jia has some preliminary ideas. I think it's reliable. We will put it into practice when we have the opportunity. Yu Jia actually had a way of thinking. Chen Feng looked at Yu Jia unexpectedly. Yu Jia, I found that I still underestimated you. You see, you are beautiful and smart. I think we can't let the fat flow into the field. Under Chen Feng's teasing, Yu Jia's pretty face turned red and did not dare to look directly into his eyes. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own opinions. However, when Hong Shueibin, who was having dinner, heard the conversation between Chen Feng and Yu Jia, he had a meal on his hand. However, no one noticed, and no one knew what he thought at that moment. After lunch, everyone went back to the dormitory for lunch break. Chen Feng's dormitory had a conclusion that he had a good sleep. However, Zhang Jirong's dormitory was still dubious and could not sit still. At 2 o'clock, Zhang Jirong ran to the door of Chen Feng's dormitory and began to knock at the door. Get up! It's time to go to the city hall. Or you'll be late. Zhang Jirong knocked for a long time. Chen Fengkai opened the dormitory door with sleepy eyes. Zhang Jirong, what are you doing? It doesn't take 10 minutes to get to the city hall by school bus. As for those who are in a hurry? Zhang Jirong didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He pulled Chen Feng away and went into the dormitory. Seeing Hong Shueibin and Lin Xian still huddled in their respective quilts, he quickly lifted all their quilts. Get up! Still sleeping. Why? Is there an earthquake? Lin Xian is not clear about the situation. He didn't hear Zhang Jirong's knock on the door just now, let alone his conversation with Chen Feng. His face was covered in circles. Hong Shueibin was still relatively normal. He looked at his watch and then, alas, he jumped out of bed with a sharp voice. Lin Xian, get up quickly. It's already 2 o'clock. We'll pack up and go to the auditorium. Lin Xian responded to this and said sorry to Zhang Jirong, who was impatient on his face, and began to change clothes. Finally, Zhang Jirong finally took the 3 people in Chen Feng's dormitory to the auditorium. Chen Feng found Wang Counselor and stood in the square of Fighter Plane A. System, pointing to the time shown on the mobile phone and making a disdain expression to Zhang Jirong, all said that time is available. You are so anxious. You can see how. Many people have arrived here. Zhang Jirong looked around and saw that only a few fighters had arrived. They were all standing in a daze with nothing to do. There were not many students from other departments. Many students were still slowly walking in from the gate. They felt a little sorry for Chen Feng. They said, I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry. Hong Shueibin made a big yawn and waved his hand to do nothing. Forget it, I'll spare you this time. I won't do it again. Zhang Jirong thanks again and again. He runs to the back of Hong Shueibin and kneads his shoulder for him. Floodbin Shuang sends out bursts of groans. As Chen Feng waited a little leisurely, minutes and seconds passed. All the students of the first department of the fighter plane also came to the auditorium. Under the command of Instructor Wang, everyone stood in the square array, waiting for the figure of President Pan to appear. President Pan appeared in the center of the auditorium just before 2:30, which caused a commotion among all the teachers and students. However, all of them tried to control it and soon recovered to be calm. President Pan stood on the stage of the auditorium, looked around the teachers and students of the whole school, and applauded them with satisfaction. Everyone's performance is very good. This is the good quality that the excellent children of the ancient Shunlan Republic should have. Give yourself a hand. The teachers and students of Langya Mechatronics College showed a happy smile, nodded to each other and clapped hard. When the applause gradually stopped, President Pan began today's theme. Taking up a little time this afternoon is to announce a major event, which concerns everyone in the ancient Republic of Shinlan, and we should be proud of it. Speaking of this, President Pan gave applause. The teachers and students in the stands did not whisper, and secretly praised, with the efforts of the people of the ancient Shunlan Republic for decades, our second generation of Mecha will soon be released. This conference will be held near the Bund of S City. In 3 days' time, all the teachers and students of Langya Mecha College will go to the scene to watch the whole process of the release of the second generation Mecha. The teachers and students on the stage were excited when they heard President Pan announce that the second generation of the Republic of Ancient Shinlan was about to be released. When they learned that they could still be there to witness, they were even more excited. Hooray! Headmaster Pan, we love you. Zhang Zhirong's heartstone finally landed and kept waving his arm. Really? All this is true. We will finally have a new generation of Mecha. Looking at Zhang Zhirong's excited expression, Hong Shuibin seemed elated. Look at your virtue. When you see the second generation of Mecha at the scene, are you going to faint? Chen Feng's eyes crossed the crowd and threw them into the void in the distance. I just don't know what changes will happen to our new Mecha. Can we be surprised enough? It's a pity that none of them has access to this level of confidentiality, and no one can answer. Hong Shuibin can only say, we'll find out in 3 days, and then we'll see. President Pan on the podium could understand the actions of teachers and students. He didn't make a lot of nonsense and directly explained the precautions of the second generation's positive press conference on the day of the event, and then announced his dissolution. On the way back to the classroom, Chen Feng and they found Yu Jia and Lin Xian. Chen Feng asked her question again. At this point, upstream Jia barely had a say. She pondered, according to Teacher He's opinion, combined with the actual situation of our ancient Shinlan Republic, I think our second generation Mecha will still be slightly inferior to the Este Gamma Empire in terms of overall combat effectiveness, and then we should still pay attention to the balance of various capabilities, and the number of Mecha will definitely be more than that of Saint Gamma Empire. In the end, is the ability to fight at sea, but without specific data, we can't predict. Lin Xian added, Yu Jiajie is right. In addition, I don't think that the naval combat capability of the second generation Mecha of the ancient Shinlan Republic is too optimistic for the time being. The conclusion of my current research is that the naval battle requirements of the Mecha are very high, while the propeller technology of our ancient Shinlan communist state can only be said to be average. If we can get the naval battle ability of each country in the future, if the propeller technology is used, the sea combat ability of our second generation Mecha will be improved by leaps and bounds. In other words, maybe for a long time in the future, the naval battle will still depend on my variant Mecha, which is still under study. Hong Shuibin is proud and shows off his biceps. Unable to see Hong Shuibin's ugly appearance, Chen Feng couldn't help saying sarcasm, look, you are so beautiful. Maybe when our ancient Shinlan Republic's Mecha's sea combat ability is formed, your variant Mecha has not been made yet. Can't it? Hong Shuibin was scared to run to Yu Jia and asked for help. Good Yu Jia, tell me quickly, how far has your Mecha variant project team progressed? Yu Jia covered his mouth with a shallow smile and comforted Hong Shuibin like a small animal. You can rest assured that the report of Mr. He applied for Huang Metal Materials has been approved. Now after the release of the second generation Mecha, our project team will continue to study, and I believe it will not be effective for a long time. Hong Shuibin was overjoyed, holding Lin Xian beside him, singing and dancing. Wow, haha, my future is bright. Chen Feng, you are jealous and naked. Chen Feng shook her head helplessly and complained a little about Xia Yujia. Yu Jia, what you told me is too straightforward. Let Shuibin suffer first. Yu Jiatsai, regardless of Chen Feng's bad taste, went to the classroom first. But Lin Xian, who was held by Hong Shuibin, was miserable. He had nothing to do with it, but became a backer. After 3 days, the teachers and students of Langya Mecha College finally ushered in the press conference of the second generation of the Ancient Shenlan Republic. Chen Feng's dormitory is quite calm. It's time to eat, and drink. The daily morning exercise is also essential. Early in the morning, when it was time for morning exercises, Hong Shuibin began to call Chen Feng and Lin Xian out of bed again. After washing and tidying up, they were ready to go out. Chen Feng suddenly found something wrong. Something is wrong. Have we forgotten something? There is nothing wrong with Hong Shuibin's left and right thinking. He pushed Chen Feng about to go out. What else is there? What we need to do is morning exercise. Don't find reasons for you to be abused by me every day. Wait, there seems to be something important. Lin Xian responded first and stopped the two people who were about to go out. Hong Shuibin turned his head and looked at Lin Xian inexplicably. What else can I do? Lin Xian, you don't want to do morning exercises today? Oh, today is the press conference of the second generation of our ancient Shenlan Republic. We are going to watch the scene of Langyu Mechatronics College. Have you forgotten? We have to meet in the auditorium. Lin Xian jumps repeatedly. This Flood Bin usually has a brilliant mind. How can he be stupid today? Chen Feng suddenly realized that Hong Shuibin slapped his forehead speechlessly. Look at my memory. I just remember what I had to do every day, but I forgot such a big thing. Chen Feng put her head out and looked around, but fortunately, we got up early. The other students haven't got up, so we won't do morning exercises today. Let's read the meeting letter in the dormitory and then go to the auditorium. Reading is Lin Xian's favorite, and immediately agreed. Okay, I told Nangong Mengdai that I would not go to the morning exercise today. Then he took out his cell phone and ran to the balcony to call. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other with a smile, also said that there is nothing between the two people, there is obviously adultery in it. Repressing their expectations, the three reluctantly looked down on some knowledge in the books. When other students in the surrounding dormitories got up and began to be noisy, Hong Shuibin put the books on the table and proposed, almost, let's go to the auditorium, so that we can avoid the time for all people to act together on the road. I can feel that Hong Shuibin is still looking forward to it. Naturally, Chen Feng won't have any comments. Although Lin Xian is fascinated, he can only pack up his books and follow them out of the dormitory. When the three Chen Feng came to the auditorium, they found that they were not the first to arrive. The counselors of various departments had already stood around waiting for the arrival of students. Chen Feng entered the auditorium at the same time. Wang counselor also saw him, warmly waved, Chen Feng, come here quickly. Chen Feng walked quickly to Wang counselor, and was surprised. Counselor Wang, you are too early. There is still a long time to go before the time specified by President Pan. If we hadn't got up early today, we wouldn't have come so soon. Ha, we are finally going to witness the release of the second generation mecha of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan. In fact, we teachers are very excited. Counselor Wang laughed. And did not hide his heart. Besides, it should be sooner rather than later. We have to come to maintain order first, so as not to be unable to cope with any unexpected situation. Hong Shuibin came forward and gave Wang counselor a thumbs up. Counselor Wang, I find that I admire you more and more. Our counselors are not responsible for teaching. Naturally, they should be responsible for these life-related matters. You've come a little early. You can sit on the ground first. Don't worry, it won't affect your image. Wang counselor is very modest. Let Chen Feng in their first break. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, they saw Zhang Zhirong trotting into the auditorium. As soon as Zhang Zhirong entered the auditorium, he found Chen Feng in a small number of people. He ran to him again and breathlessly said, I despise you, and I didn't call me when I started. I knocked at the door of your dormitory for half a day, just like a fool. Chen Feng realized that she didn't pay attention to the press conference of the second generation mecha as orally. She was worried about the people and things around her. She apologized and said, I'm sorry, we really forgot. We just wanted to come over early and go to the press conference. In fact, Zhang Zhirong didn't really come over to set up a teacher to make a crime. After giving Chen Feng a helpless look, he handed over the bag in his hand. I expected it. And I think you ran here so early and didn't even eat rice? Take it and don't thank me. Chen Feng took over the bag and saw that it contained 3 portions of soybean milk and steamed bread. She looked up and was moved. And said, "Zhang Zhirong, I didn't expect you to be such a careful person. I didn't think I would repay you for my third life." Zhang Zhirong was seen by Chen Feng all over. The goosebumps fell to the ground, waved his hand to one side. "You hurry to eat, it is estimated that there is not much time." Chen Feng shared the food, and then the students of Langya Mecha College came in from the entrance of the auditorium. Seeing that there were more and more people coming, Lin Xian got up to leave and returned to the team of Mecha Research Department. It may be because everyone is looking forward to today's press conference of the second generation of Mecha. All the teachers and students of the school have gathered a lot earlier than the original time. After all of them arrived, President Pan also appeared in the auditorium without any delay and directly announced that the counselors of all departments would lead the students to drive to the bund by car. Under the guidance of Instructor Wang, the students of fighter plane took the lead in walking out of the auditorium. Chen Feng found that buses had been parked outside the auditorium for some time. At a glance, there were at least dozens of them. There were fewer fighters in the Class A than in the other. The school is really a big deal. I thought it was to let us walk there. Anyway, Langya Mechatronics College is not far from the bund. So, many buses will cost a lot of money. Chen Feng found a seat on the bus and continued to look around the bus outside through the window. It happened that Mirangshuan passed by and heard Chen Feng's words, and stopped to show a charming smile. Chen Feng may not know. Among the Mecha colleges in the ancient Shunlan Republic, only Tianqing College of Mecha and Langya Mecha College enjoy the full subsidy of the state, and there is no need for the school to spend a cent on such things as renting buses. So it is. Chen Feng nodded with a sudden realization. At first, he thought that the state had paid the tuition fees of Langya Institute of Mechatronics. For example, after he was admitted to the fighter plane department, he didn't have to pay any fees except for meals. He didn't even charge the accommodation fee. But he didn't expect the support from the school was so strong. After Morong Xian, Suxian showed a look of disdain, and looked at Chen Feng with the eyes of a countryman. "Please go back and have a good look at the materials of Langya Machine A College. Even if you are admitted to the school, you don't even know the situation of the school." It was not easy for Chen Feng and Suxian to relax their relationship. After Suxian's words, Hong Shuibin immediately took Chen Feng's side and said, "Yes. Yes, we're all just aiming at the name of Langya Mechatronics College. We didn't do such in-depth research. It's really wrong to discredit the school." Seeing that they were not ashamed at all, Suxian became more and more upset. Mirangshuan didn't expect that there was another conflict between them. Originally, he wanted to sit behind Chen Feng. Now he had to take Suxian and Lin Wenjie to the end of the bus and sit down. This incident did not affect Zhang Zhirong, but he also looked at Suxian, who was looking for a new seat with an angry face. "He's just insane. Do you know this is amazing? We come here because this is the most powerful school in the ancient Shunlan Republic. We follow Mirangshuan all day long and know something about it. We even use these to despise others." Chen Feng didn't care too much. He patted Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong on the shoulder. "Don't be angry with such people. It's not worth it. It just seems that we can't make up with them in the future." Hong Shuibin lay down on the chair and showed that he didn't care much. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we didn't see each other well. It's better." Chen Feng doesn't want this episode to affect her mood here, and she doesn't want to focus on the scenery outside the window. As the first bus department of Langya Mecha College, the fighter plane system is on the road at this time. In order to ensure the smooth holding of the press conference of the second generation Mecha, the government has issued a martial law. Today, no private vehicles are allowed to drive on the road. Therefore, the road is very spacious, and all kinds of buses can only be seen running. Langya Mecha College is not far away from the bund. It takes a few minutes to get to the destination by bus. Counselor Wang organized the students of the first department of fighter plane to get off the train in order to arrange a square array for the site of Langya Mecha College. Next, buses from Langya Mecha College arrived one by one, and their respective counselors were responsible for guiding them to the venue. However, unlike the fighter A department, which had only 50 students and were basically hundreds of students, the scene was really noisy for a long time before it gradually settled down. President Pan finally arrived and stood in front of the students' square and yelled to all the students, "Students, next we are going to welcome a memorable moment in the history of the ancient Shenlan Republic. I hope you can keep order and feel with your heart. Understand? Got it." The students responded to Pan's words in succession. President Pan pressed his hand down and asked the students to stop speaking, "Then I will go to the rostrum next. I can't stay here with you. If you have any problems, you can find their counselors to reflect, but please do not affect the order of the scene. See you as soon as you can. I'll see you as soon as President Pan." This time, the students of Langya Mechatronics College responded very neatly. Next to them are several schools in other areas. Up to now, they are still sorting out the queue in a chaotic way, which is a little dwarfed by comparison. After Pan finished, he turned around without hesitation and went to the rostrum of the infield. Hong Shuibin nervously grasped Chen Feng's arm. "Chen Feng. It's about to start. How excited." Chen Feng felt that Hong Shuibin's palms were full of sweat, but he didn't care as much as he seemed. After all, this is a major event related to the whole ancient Shenlan Republic. Who can not be nervous? I hope the time will pass quickly and the press conference will start as soon as possible. Zheng Zhirong was already impatient in his heart. Chen Feng said that he felt even worse. He stomped his feet repeatedly. "Don't talk about it. Which makes me more anxious. But then again, does the press conference have to wait until 10 o'clock? It's only 9 o'clock. It's a long time to wait. I'm sure the real start time will only be later, never earlier. Zhirong, you will die. Wait for a while, or you can choose to have a rest first." Chen Feng combined with her previous experience in watching TV and gave Zheng Zhirong a piece of advice. Just in front of him, Counselor Wang also looked at the table below. Maybe he thought it was still early. He told the students, "Let's sit down and have a rest. There is still an hour to go before the press conference. Don't just stand and waste your energy." Hearing that Chen Feng and Wang Counselor are advising to have a rest, Zheng Zhirong sat on the ground in a daze. Chen Feng sat down beside him and comforted him. "We are all very anxious, but the second generation of Mecha releases such a grand thing. We must ensure that it is safe, give them more preparation time, and bring us better performance." In fact, Zheng Zhirong's heart is not complaining, but the restlessness brought by too much expectation. Under Chen Feng's comfort, he realized that he was too much. "I'm sorry, Chen Feng, I'm too self-sufficient and didn't consider the actual situation." Sitting next to them, Hong Shuibin exaggeratedly took out his ears. "I heard you correctly, Zheng Zhirong. Do you even apologize? What's wrong with the world? Why am I so strange?" Although he understood that Hong Shuibin was making fun of him, Zheng Zhirong was still caught in the trap and threw down the flood bin on him. "Hong Shuibin, I'm sorry for you too, just like I shouldn't be pressing you like this now. Zheng Zhirong is a big man. Hong Shuibin and Chen Feng are already quite tall. As a result, Zheng Zhirong is about 10 centimeters taller than them. He also weighs a lot. Hong Shuibin, however, can't steal chicken. Instead, he is overwhelmed by Zheng Zhirong. He can't resist. He can only beg for mercy. Zheng Zhirong, I'm wrong. Let me go, and I'll be crushed." Fortunately, the time did not pass too slowly among the three people's laughter. Soon, the scene of the Bun's second-generation Mecha press conference began to change. A blue-gray Mecha with a solitary temperament came slowly to the field, which was tall, powerful, and powerful. After entering the field, it directly stood near the river, followed by a group of ordinary standard Mecha, fast on both sides of the press conference road. Instead of going to see the ordinary Mecha, Chen Feng poked her head and carefully looked at the unusual Mecha that came in at the front. She didn't see any weapons on her body, no beam rifle in her hand, and no sword handle. With a beam sword in her waist. She had a conclusion in her heart: this is our special machine Lone Wolf. It's really handsome to see on the spot, especially that kind of weapon. It's very nice to be away from strangers. Yes, it's very special. I heard that his weapon is from the diamond claw on the back of his hand. Now I can't see it. It should be put away. Hong Shuibin also looked at the lone wolf and expressed admiration. Zheng Zhirong is taller than them, the first to see the other side of the movement. You see there is another one. Another mecha with a completely different shape came to the press conference. Its body shape was bigger than that of the lone wolf before. The armor attached to it looked like humans' expanding muscles. It was full of sense of strength. Its left and right hands held a shield of the same width as the arm. Standing straight in front of the conference, it was quite a momentum of holding a man in charge of everything. There was no need for more. A close look at Chen Feng also knows that this is another special machine of the ancient Xunlan Republic, Xuanwu. This is Xuanwu. Hong Shuibin was shocked by the new special equipment. What a big shield. This defense area is absolutely just right. No wonder you dare to name it Xuanwu. You are confident enough in your own defense. If he had not been told that he could not leave the prescribed venue, Zheng Zhirong really wanted to rush to Xuanwu's side and touch it all over. It's so handsome. It is absolutely every man's dream to drive such a mecha. Chen Feng agreed and looked around with great expectation. It's still our own country's special aircraft. There are 3 special planes in the second generation of the Sangama Empire. We should be the same? Chen Feng's voice did not fall. The third special machine has appeared. It is completely different from the previous 2 special machines. It can hardly see the special movement, but has a very fast moving speed. The body is relatively small. The armor is full of black streamer. Any light shining on it seems to be absorbed. Full of low-key luxury temperament. This is the ancient Xunlan Republic. One of the most mysterious features of Mecha, Dark Knight. The 3 special planes stood around the press conference of the second generation Mecha to guard the safety of the scene. After all of them stood still, Chen Feng still looked around. Our martial god didn't come. I really want to see him at the scene. Hong Shuibin was also dissatisfied. That's right. When the second generation Mecha was released by the Sangama Empire, their gods came out specially. Why didn't the warrior god come to the scene when our second generation Mecha press conference was so big? The surrounding students also talked about it one after another, feeling disappointed that they did not see the Wushan Mecha with their own eyes. However, their disappointment did not last too long. The press conference of the second generation of the ancient Xunlan Republic opened in the eyes of the world. The leaders of the Republic of Ancient Xunlan first appeared on the rostrum. Behind them stood a number of national heavyweight leaders and many experts who have made great achievements in the field of Mecha, including President Pan, the most familiar student of Langya Institute of Mecha. Standing in the center of the rostrum, the national leader of the Republic of Cymbidium held the microphone without any hesitation. Today is a day to be proud of by all the people of the Republic of Cymbidium. Today, our country's second generation Mecha will be put into use. Now let's start to show the second generation Mecha, which gathers the painstaking efforts of all the researchers of the Republic of Cymbidium. With a wave of his hand, the national leader announced the official start of the press conference of the second generation of Cymbidium Republic. 10 of the latest generation 2. Mecha soared into the air and landed in front of the rostrum. It is still the classic red of the Republic of Ancient Xunlan as the main color, just like a group of fresh flames. This handsome appearance naturally caused cheers from the audience. Chen Feng was not aware of the pain of her hand shooting. She was totally immersed in the carnival atmosphere of watching the second generation of Mecha from a close distance. In front of the rostrum, 10 second-generation mechas were doing various kinds of attacks, and the commentator also started to explain in good time. The latest second-generation mecha of the Republic of Ancient Xunlan took nearly 5 years from design to research and development to molding. Even when it was about to take shape, it was rebuilt again and again, so the release time was pushed back and forth, but the good thing is that it's perfect in the end. In the continuous movement of the second generation of mecha, Chen Feng saw that its body proportion was more slim than that of the first generation, and it seemed to be a little thinner. Shuibin, do you think that the second generation of mecha has become a little thinner? Hong Shuibin nodded his head and said that he also saw, the trunk is becoming smaller. I don't know what kind of impact it will bring. As soon as Hong Shuibin's voice fell, the commentator said this, you can intuitively feel that the second generation mecha released this time seems to be a bit thinner than the original 1. That's right. This is the new structure designed by researchers from the Republic of Cymbidium after the cockpit was turned into a slant plug-in and adjusted to the head. It seems that knowing the anxious mood of the audience, the announcer kept on explaining, after changing the position of the cockpit, the torso of the mecha has more reduced space. With the efforts of many researchers day and night, the overall energy consumption of the mecha has been improved, and the area has been reduced. More resources can be invested in the construction of hands and feet to optimize the overall body structure of the mecha. As you can see, the second generation of the Cymbidium Republic appears to be more slender on the hands and feet, and on top of it, the body is covered with more artificial muscles, which makes the body softer and can make more movements. With this, Chen Feng's eyes shifted to the waving hands and feet of the second generation of mecha. Indeed, I always feel that the hands and feet of the first generation of mecha are a little short, just like short, big and fat, a little decadent. Now it looks like a slim girl, full of youthful and beautiful demeanor. According to the analysis, the attack speed of the second generation fighter will be reduced by nearly 9% compared with that of the second generation fighter. Hearing the flood, Ben suddenly appeared a little disappointed, only 9%. I remember that the second generation mecha of the Sangama Empire has increased by 10%. Isn't the gap widening? Chen Feng helplessly looked at this greedy roommate. Shueibin, don't worry, mister, he said that in fact, the data announced at the press conference are all moisture. The second generation mecha of the Sangama Empire is not only improved by 10%, but also by more than 9%. I believe the delayed release of mecha must have a stronger promotion. Hong Shueibin shrugged, but he still didn't believe what Chen Feng said. I don't think so. Our mecha technology is inferior to that of the Sangama Empire. It's not so easy to have more improvements. However, the on-the-spot commentary soon broke Hong Shueibin's query, and the commentator suddenly raised his tone. What we are going to see next is the reason for the delay in the release of the second generation mecha in China. Please open your eyes and see clearly. Hearing the commentator's words, all the people were staring at the action of the second generation mecha on the field without blinking. As the audience could not see the situation below, the large screen immediately switched to the underwater picture, and the narrator quickly began to explain, this is the unique underwater combat technology in the world. Our ancient Shunlan Republic is the world's only underwater combat technology. The first mecha to incorporate the concept of naval warfare into the mecha was about to be released. When it was about to be released, researchers resolutely chose to rebuild it. Even the proportions and structures of the mecha's body were specially adjusted for naval warfare. Chen Feng saw that although the action of the mecha under the water was affected to some extent, it was still relatively smooth. 10 mecha captured each other and fought vividly. Unlike the first generation of mecha, they could hardly fight in the water and could only move slowly. The announcer's voice became more excited with the fierce battle of the mecha. You can see intuitively that the movement of our second generation mecha does not produce too much fluctuation because of the water. This is because our mecha adopts a more streamlined structure, which can reduce the huge resistance caused by air and water flow. And the armor of the mecha has also been upgraded to make it as smooth as possible and to prevent the penetration of seawater, so that the mecha can stay in the water for a longer time. With the commentator's explanation, the sea battle of the second generation mecha is more like a raging fire. Under the huge impact force, the armor is ablaze in all directions. Although there is no particularly difficult action yet, it is already a milestone in the history of world mecha naval warfare. For the first time, the audience saw that the mecha could fight in the water for the first time. Many people almost went crazy. They just kept screaming, cheering and clapping, which brought the atmosphere of the conference to a new height. 10 second-generation mechas fought fiercely for about 10 minutes. Then they jumped up from the river to the main venue of the press conference, splashing with water. The audience raised their hands to catch the falling water drops. The scene was once very crazy. However, when the commentator was about to announce the successful conclusion of the press conference of the second generation mecha, a new mecha suddenly came out of the sea. It was full of brilliance, which made people feel the sense of strength and speed coexisting at a glance. In his hand, he held 2 huge beam steps with unique shapes, which were like machetes guns or even more daunting. No! It's the gun god. He has come to destroy our press conference. Hong Shueibin immediately recognized the identity of the mecha, which was one of the 3 god of war, the god of gun, who frightened the whole world. This time, the gun god was totally different from what he saw in the press conference. A flight equipment was installed behind him to help him rise into the air. His whole body was full of fierce momentum, which was quite different from the lazy appearance on TV. At the press conference of the second-generation mecha of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan, the sudden appearance of the gun god seemed to be a bit of a fly. The 10 second-generation mecha quickly retreated to the field. The leaders and experts on the rostrum also started to leave under the cover in an orderly manner. The audience on the scene all turned to run backward and wanted to leave this place of right and wrong. The counselors of Langya Mecha College immediately played a role, directing all students to start evacuating towards the safe passage. After the gun god appeared, without saying a word, he directly started the aircraft to fly to the retreating second-generation mecha. 2 beam rifles successively launched attacks, and dozens of beams of light attacked the second-generation mecha from far to near. At this time, the special Xuanwu squatted in place and jumped fiercely. It was blocking the path of the light beam. It raised the huge shield on both sides to block the light beam. However, the huge impact force made it fall unsteadily, retreated one after another and could not defend for the time being. The gun god ignored the Xuanwu he had repulsed and continued to make rapid progress. He even pulled the trigger and fired dozens of beams to chase after the second generation of mecha. He had stood at the scene of the press conference and pulled out the rifle inserted in his waist in the dark night, accurately blocking most of the beams. The remaining few beams of light were also smashed by the last lone wolf's diamond claws stretching out from the back of the mecha's hand, and the second wave of spearman's attack was still unsuccessful. Basaltic, who was the earliest gun god's attack, finally stopped its retreat and continued to stand in silence at the front of the line, holding 2 huge shields to block the gun god's forward route without saying a word. The lone wolf took the lead in making a voice to break the silence. Why didn't the gunmaster inform us of his arrival today? Such a sudden appearance makes us seem a bit of a bad host. Why? This is Mr. Lang's voice. Chen Feng stopped and turned to look at the lone wolf. The voice was too much like Mr. Lang's. Next to Hong Shuibin also stopped. It sounds like, and I heard that the lone wolf's pilot is a loner by nature. Mr. Lang is really in line with this image. Originally, Zhang Zhirong, who was running after them, couldn't dodge and plunged into Chen Fenghui. What are you doing? Don't you run for your life. Don't make any noise. Chen Feng made a silent gesture and pointed to several special machines in the distance. The lone wolf's pilot who heard the sound just now seems to be our teacher Lang. True or false? Zhang Zhirong miraculously separated from Chen Fenghui, stood firm and looked back. Haha, it's a bad guest to come uninvited. You don't have to entertain me. You can do it yourself. There was a thick voice coming out of the gun god's mecha, which was in line with the status of the first person in the world. It was thick and steady, and had a sense of death at home. Moreover, it is obvious that the gun god has a lot of research on Chinese culture, and the most suitable allusions for the current environment are readily available. That's no good. It's a traditional virtue of our ancient god, the Republic of Orchid, to make guests feel at home. The gun god is better to talk to us about the past. The lone wolf did not give in, and the gun god could not wantonly pursue the retreating national leaders and the second-generation mecha. The gun god's mecha swayed 2 times, continued to start the aircraft began to rush, that is to talk about collapse, I'm not polite. The gun god was about to jump over Xuanwu's head. Unexpectedly, Xuanwu merged 2 huge shields into one place and threw it into the sky like a discus. The huge shield galloped away to the gun god with the thunder-breaking sound. As the saying goes, before the sound comes, the shield comes first, and the gun god is unprepared. However, the gun god, after all, is the god of gun. He is still a perfect forward roll. When he steps on the hit shield, he can not only avoid the attack, but also continue to move forward, and the kick giant shield returns to attack Xuanwu. It can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, the basaltic on the ground is worthy of the title of the strongest guardian god of the ancient Godland Republic. The feet are deeply inserted into the ground, and the hands firmly grasp the flying giant shield, which is more terrible because of the acceleration of gravity. Without moving, the giant shield is split and then installed on the left and right arms, and the step is pulled out to catch up with the gun god who flies behind. Even Chen Feng, who was far away, could feel the ground shaking when he received the shield. He admired the power of Xuanwu. The Xuanwu pilots are so powerful. If we want to drive, we must be smashed into meat cakes. Hong Shuibin was a little depressed, but they are so fierce that they still can't stop the gun god. They are easily passed. How strong is the gun god? If he's not strong, he won't be called one of the three gods of war. I won't be surprised at what he does. Zheng Zhirong has begun to see small stars in his eyes. In an instant, he becomes a fan of the gun god flying in the far sky. Hello, hello. Wake up. Chen Feng quickly shakes Zheng Zhirong to sober up. Make sure he is the enemy now. If he crosses all our special planes, it will be dangerous. Zheng Zhirong just woke up and turned around and anxiously looked at the situation on the ground in the distance. Yes. Come on, Mr. Lang. Gun God continued to pursue the retreating second-generation mecha. Mr. Lang drove the lone wolf into the air to force him to engage in close combat. Naturally, the gun god was not willing to waste time with him. Relying on the advantage of his mecha equipped with flight equipment, he wanted to bypass Mr. Lang, who only relied on thrusters to fly. Not good. Gun God's speed is too fast. If Mr. Lang only relies on thruster, he can't catch up with him. Chen Feng was worried, pointing to the distant sky. However, from the beginning of the game, he always stood by the side of the venue in silence, as if he wanted to absorb all the light in the dark night, and suddenly began to take a powerful attack. He pulled out the beam rifle, which had been randomly placed on the ground, pulled out several guns in succession, and forced him to surpass Mr. Lang's gun god, and then forced him to be close to Mr. Lang and could not be separated from him. Mr. Lang seems to have a high understanding with the pilot who controls the Dark Knight. As soon as the Dark Knight forces the gun god to come over, he immediately raises his hands to show his diamond claws. He clings to the gun god and refuses to let him leave. The gun god can't get rid of it, but he can only block it. It's not until now that a wild and uninhibited voice has been issued in the Dark Knight, which is out of tune with the solemn battle scene at the moment. Gun god, I won't let you pass easily. Oh, stay and have a good fight with us. Eh? It's a voice. Chen Feng suddenly glared her eyes to the biggest, and looked at each other with Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong. Did you hear that? Zheng Zhirong covered his ears with an expression of disbelief, which was more incredible than that of Teacher Lang and the Lone Wolf. This is not true, I can't believe it. But everyone heard that. This is definitely Mr. Su. Hong Shuibin finally said the identity of the night pilot. Since the three people feel like this, there should be no mistake. Now Counselor Wang ran to them. Why don't you leave? This is not a place to stay for a long time. Chen Feng met one counselor as if he had grasped a straw, and immediately began to confirm the pilot's identity in the distant battle. Counselor Wang, do you know that the Lone Wolf's pilot is Mr. Lang? And the pilot in the Dark Knight, isn't it Mr. Su? Although in the tense organization of the students to retreat, Mr. Su still showed a proud smile. You are right, it is them. This second-generation mecha press conference is held in the Bund of S City, so we must let the special plane station nearby to guard, so the two old teachers in our school absolutely do not give in. Wow! Great! Our school is a cow. Chen Feng followed Wang Counselor's pace and ran out while cheering for the strength of the school. The battle in the distance suddenly changed. Under the threat of Teacher Lang's struggle and Teacher Su's beam, the gun god could not break free. However, Xuanwu, which was the farthest away, had already caught up with them and started the propeller to quickly approach them and wanted to join the battle group. Gun God finally began to show a different way of fighting. His two special beam rifles were held separately by his left and right hands. A beam of about 10 meters long appeared from the tip of the beam rifle, which was like a beam sword. However, since the body is a beam rifle, it can also shoot light from the gun head from time to time. When his hands are waved, the light will be greatly improved. Mr. Lang, who came to pester him, forced him to retreat. Chen Feng stopped looking again and exclaimed, is this the double gun fighting skill of Gun God? It's a perfect combination of gun and sword skills. Mr. Lang can't hold on to it. After suppressing Mr. Lang, the Gun God still has spare power to shoot on the ground, which affects his Teacher Su. He sends out several beams of light in the direction of Teacher Su. Teacher Su twists and turns left and right easily to dodge by. At the same time, he can no longer maintain the continuous attack before. Fortunately, although Mr. Lang and Mr. Su did not support it, they persisted until Xuanwu caught up with the gun god, and the situation returned to equilibrium after the three men joined hands to stop the gun god. The attack mode of Xuanwu was completely different from the other two special planes. He keeps waving his fists to force the gun god to retreat. He can also use the giant shield crotch of his arms to attack the beam of Teacher Su, and one person almost blocks all the attacks of the gun god. At this moment, Chen Feng witnessed what is the real strength of one of the world's three god of war. Not only can he use the beam rifle as a beam sword, but he has not even seen that he is not used to it. The muzzle of the gun is still shooting beams like no money. Under the general attack of storm, Chen Feng has witnessed the real strength of one of the world's three god of war. After all, the distance between the teacher and Xianlang is getting farther and farther away. Xuanwu and Mr. Lang were forced back, and the gun god began to have the opportunity to continue to attack Teacher Su, who was responsible for harassment. On the ground. Although Mr. Su still used various smart postures to avoid the attack, the beam that blocked the gun god's progress finally stopped. Gun god is easy to get rid of the siege of the three, leaving a sentence to catch up with the second generation of Mecha in retreat. You are too warm, as a guest, I still don't disturb. Damn it! The defense of the three special planes was broken through by the gun god, and they were not equipped with flying devices, so they couldn't catch up with the speed of the gun god, so they could only follow behind them as much as possible. Just when Chen Feng thought that the gun god was going to catch up with the second generation of Mecha, a beam of light from the far to the nearest of the retreating troops came to the gun god quickly. Such a fast beam attack caught the gun god by surprise and had to retreat to avoid it. Gun god evaded the attack and did not choose to move forward again. Floating in the air cannot hear the emotion in the voice. Martial God Morong Fan, we finally meet again. Martial God? Chen Feng looked out of the ordinary and saw the troops leaving in a distance. He slowly walked out of a different machine. The whole body was red like a jumping flame. The limbs were slender and strong. The streamlined body could see the large area of artificial muscles and saw around the machine. But no weapons were seen. Is it really like the rumor that Wu is close to simultaneous interpreting? Hit? So where did the long-range beam attack come from? The voice of the warrior god came from afar. Even if it was far away, I could still hear it clearly. Griffin, the god of gun, I admire you very much, but did you choose to come here today and make trouble too? Much? The voice of Morong Fan, the martial god, is not as calm as Chen Feng imagined. He feels like an extraordinary and refined person, revealing a little calmness and a taste of seeing through the world. When Griffin saw the warrior god Morong Fan standing in his way, he realized that there was no chance to catch up with the disappearing second generation Mecha, but my purpose today is not your second generation Mecha. You are all defending in the wrong place. Gun God's words were completely beyond Wu Shen's expectation. It's not the second generation of Mecha, isn't it? Griffin, stop it. The gun god opened the aircraft again, and the aircraft retreated rapidly. The three special planes that were trying to chase forward were not able to respond perfectly. They missed and were thrown away. The gun god returned to the vicinity of his appearance area. Morong Fan, the martial god in the distance, is breaking out. Chen Feng has never seen the super-fast speed coming here. The dust behind him fills the whole sky. Finally, there is a wave in the voice. You quickly disperse and stop Griffin's attack. As soon as the three special planes finished turning, they flew to the bund at the direction of Wushan, but Chen Feng didn't know why. What does Wushan mean? What does Gunshot want? Before Chen Feng wanted to understand this problem, the gun god had already started his violent attack. The fire of two beam rifles opened to attack the crowd on the bund that was too late to evacuate, and focused on taking care of the retreat direction of teachers and students of Langyu Mechatronics College. Chen Feng realized that she didn't want to watch the fight between the special planes. She turned her head and ran with her strength. The scope of Gunshot's attack is too wide. Although the three special planes went back to the bund, they tried their best to launch beams to resist, and then used the armor of Mecha itself to resist, but they still couldn't stop all the attacks. The retreat direction of the teachers and students of Langyu Mecha College, which was taken care of by the gunshot god, was even more miserable. Chen Feng felt that she was shooting an international special effects movie. There were all kinds of explosions around her. It was very lively. It was like running a race with the god of death. When Chen Feng was out of breath, Hong Shuibin suddenly turned back and pushed him back. "Chen Feng, be careful." Chen Feng was pushed backward by Hong Shuibin's great strength, and then a beam of light flew to the place where he was going to run. A violent explosion occurred, and the collapsed building quickly covered up Chen Feng's figure. "Chen Feng, where are you? Chen Feng, are you okay?" Hong Shuibin was also blown out of the air. He got up and hobbled to the rear to find Chen Feng. Wang Counselor ran out from behind and held Hong Shuibin. "Hong Shuibin, what are you doing?" "Retreat." Hong Shuibin struggled to return to the place where he pushed Chen Feng away. "Let me go. I'm going back to find Chen Feng." "No. You go back to the safe area first. Chen Feng, I'll help you find it." Wang did not let go, and wanted Hong Shuibin to retreat first. However, Hong Shuibin was unwilling to. On the contrary, he struggled more fiercely. However, Wang Counselor had to hit Hong Shuibin in the back of the head, knocked him dizzy and left the dangerous area with him on his back. Wushan finally came to the bund after a burst of galloping. He raised his hands and constantly sent out beams of light from the palms of his hands to stop all the attacks from the gun god. So far, with the efforts of the 4 special planes of the ancient Shenlan Republic, the Gunshin could not destroy the bund. The martial god Morong Fan's expression was slightly ferocious. It seemed that he was really angry. "Griffin, what you have done today is more than what you should have as a god of war. I will not let you leave easily today." However, Griffin, the god of gun, didn't care too much. Seeing that it was difficult to sing the song of victory again, Griffin stopped pulling the trigger and said, "I'm just fighting for my country. If you're dissatisfied, come here." Wushan leapt forward, even leaping across the entire bund distance to the god of gun, drawing circles with his hands, launched a continuous offensive against the god of gun. The gun god immediately uses the double gun fighting technique to fight back, so as not to let the martial god completely close to his body. The mecha controlled by Wushan is like a weak and boneless person. With the flexibility of hands and feet that ordinary people can't predict, they keep causing trouble to the gun god. Huge suction is constantly pouring out from the palm of the hand, and the gun god is like a bird in a cage, and can't get out of it. In this incessant entanglement, the gun god appears very passive, unable to fully play the great firepower advantage of double gun combat. But the gun god is after all a gun god. As the only 3 people who can be listed as the god of war in the world, he must have excellent strength, not to mention he is the first one. Seeing that he couldn't compete with Wushan at a very short distance, the gun god cleverly raised the 2 guns with 10-meter-long beams of light, spinning for several circles like spinning gyroscopes, forming an extremely dangerous aura around him to drive back Wushan, and then continuously used the distance advantage to shoot to prevent Wushan from approaching. Wushan didn't feel disappointed when he was escaped from his advantage. As one of the strongest people in the world, he knew that the Muslin couldn't be defeated by the attack just now. In the face of the light beam, Wushan used his palms to face each other, and a thick light shield appeared in the palm of the mecha to directly block the Muslin's attack. The 2 gods of war are locked in each other, and it is still difficult to divide the attack and defense in several rounds. However, this is the home of Wushan. The territory of the ancient Republic of China, and 3 special planes are constantly encircling each other, trying to cut off the back path of the gun god. The gun god knew that he could not be involved, otherwise he would not be able to leave. He held his 2 guns horizontally again. This time, instead of a beam of 10 meters long, the gun god's mecha whirled up in disorder, attacking everything in the circle around him. In the distance of nearly 100 meters, there is no room for mecha. Wushan can only choose to retreat. The other 3 special aircrafts also leave early. The gun god takes the opportunity to start the flying device installed behind him and fly to the sky to retreat directly. The green mountains will not change, the green water will flow forever, Wushan will have a period in the future. Mr. Lang was unwilling to chase him again. Unexpectedly, the god of gun, who was leaving in the distant air, suddenly combined 2 rifles into a giant sniper gun. He turned and aimed at the wolf's chest and raised his hand to shoot. The huge and dazzling light flashed from the muzzle of the gun. This combination of super huge beam sniper gun attack is the gun god famous stunt, almost no one can survive from it. Mr. Lang felt that no matter how he dodged, he would be hit, or even directly destroyed. His mind and spirit were severely damaged and his hands and feet were cold. He didn't know what to do. He could only hear Teacher Su nearby shouting, "Lao Lang, get out of the way." At the critical moment, Morong Fan, the god of martial arts, rushed to Mr. Lang with open arms and set up a thick beam shield in front of the mecha. The huge beam of light emitted by the gun god shuttled through the shield and finally penetrated it and continued to fly to the target. However, with this time for buffering, Wuxian has pulled Teacher Lang's lone wolf to one side, far away from the attack range of this beam. It can only touch the ground in the distance, causing a big earth-shaking explosion. The gun god still had time to blow the non-existent ashes of the muzzle. Unfortunately, I thought this reincarnation could give everyone a big surprise. This time it really left. Wuxian looked at the gun god who finally left in the distance. He reached out and stopped 3 special planes that wanted to pursue again. Don't chase. We don't have flight equipment. We can't catch up with Griffin's speed. Don't do useless work. Go back to see if there's any help in the battlefield. Xuanwu was still reticent and said only the first sentence since he appeared so long, understand. Hoarse voice, like 2 broken gongs in friction, turned toward the dilapidated bun destroyed by the god of gun. Mr. Lang controlled the lone wolf to fly to the martial god with both hands clasping hands. Thank you for your help in time, or maybe I have become the ghost of the gun god. Mr. Su's dark knight also flew to Mr. Lang, respectfully clasping his fist to the god of martial arts. Thank God Wu, otherwise I may never see this friend for many years. We are all guardians of the Republic of Cymbidium, and we don't have to worry about it. Griffin is the first person in the world. His attack style is changeable. Especially the super sniper which is made up of it. I don't know how many mecha are shot down. Even I have to raise the spirit of 12 points when I fight with him. I thought he would not attack in the retreat, but I was too careless. Mr. Lang is still in fear, looking at the distance and constantly recalling the picture that was just locked by the god of gun. Wuxian was sure that the gun god would not come back this time and manipulated the mecha to fly to the bund. Griffin has gone. Let's go down to maintain order. Today, we were completely caught off guard. Mr. Su looked down at the smoke-filled bund in the dark night and said to Mr. Lang, Lao Lang, are the kids from Langya Mecha College also coming to the scene today? After hearing the teacher's words, the teacher started to fall quickly. They should be the real target of gunshot. Mr. Lang's sudden fall made Wuxian very puzzled. He asked Mr. Su, who also wanted to return to the ground quickly, what's the matter? Is there anyone special in the audience today? Although Mr. Su is concerned about the safety of the students in Langya Mecha College, Wuxian's words cannot be ignored. Wuxian is like this. As far as I know, we have gathered all the teachers and students to attend the second generation of Mecha press conference today, and there should be several other schools. The musketeers are definitely targeting them. Let's hurry down. Wuxian frowned, found the seriousness of the matter, and quickly chased Mr. Lang's direction and quickly returned to the ground. Mr. Lang was the first to arrive at the audience area, but now the ground is in a mess. He can't distinguish the original division of Langya Mecha Institute. He can only cooperate with firefighters and rescue forces on the ground to extinguish the fire and find the victims. After landing, Wuxian and Mr. Su quickly joined the search and rescue team. With the huge power of Mecha, they easily lifted the collapsed building and constantly found the injured in the ruins. Many of them have lost their vitality. The more anxious Mr. Lang looked, the more anxious he became. Except for the victims who could not see their identity, none of the survivors were students of Langya Mechatronics College, which made him more anxious and his eyes red with blood. Damn, gun god, I am at odds with you. Mr. Su kept a more optimistic attitude in the process of searching nervously, and constantly calmed Mr. Lang's mood. Lao Lang, don't be too impatient. The gun god didn't attack the audience at the first time. Those kids of Langya Mechatronics College are smart. They must have slipped away at the first time and may not be injured. But even if they leave early, they can't get out of the range of gunshots' abnormal attack. If we look for them slowly, they may be dead. Mr. Lang didn't think so, staring at the blood-red eyes and continuing to search the periphery. Wuxian understood their emotions and asked Mr. Lang and Mr. Su to be responsible for the search and rescue work in the periphery, and ordered several search and rescue teams to cooperate with them. He and Xuanwu started to clean up the firefighting and obstacle removal work in the inner field. Chen Feng was lying on the ground in a coma for a long time. She was knocked hard by the hard object in her arms. She woke up and turned around. She didn't find out the situation around her. She took out the hard object first. It's a pocket watch. Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. Chen Feng put the watch back in her arms and recalled what happened. I remember I was running, and then suddenly I was pushed away by Hong Shuibin, and then there was a big explosion. Before Chen Feng remembers her parents and remembers for too long, a series of creaking sounds come from her head. Chen Feng wants to turn over and look up, but she finds her right leg is crushed by a pile of gravel and can't move. Chen Feng tried to pull out her right leg. Unfortunately, although there was not much gravel, it was hard to get away from it. The creaking sound on her head became more and more loud and urgent. Chen Fengshan propped up his upper body and turned over to look up. It turned out that several stone pillars were interlaced several meters away from his head. On the stone pillars, there were collapsed buildings. It seems that the collapsed buildings were blocked by stone pillars before, otherwise Chen Feng would have died. These pillars won't last long. I have to get out of here. Chen Feng can see that the stone pillar is almost to the limit. If he can't leave, it will be fatal. But the gravel is too tight, Chen Feng's right leg is pressed, there is no room to move. Chen Feng can only twist her body and push away the stones on her right leg one by one with her hands. Fortunately, although the crushed stones are tight, each piece is not too heavy. Chen Feng can easily remove them and quickly clean them to the knee position. Before Chen Feng had time to be happy, several stone pillars on her head couldn't hold up immediately. From creaking sound to cracking sound, there were pieces tilting down from the gap. Chen Feng was disheartened by the debris. However, when she died later, there was no time for him to clean up her face. Chen Feng struggled harder and gave up the move of moving stones. She fell on the ground and crawled forward with all her limbs to pull out her right foot. Chen Feng too once felt that he had such great strength. His right leg left the rubble pile with a clear invisible speed, and finally left the ankle below it. The protrusion of ankle and the area of shoes were tightly stuck on the stone and could not be pulled out smoothly. However, the staggered stone pillars on Chen Feng's head had begun to shake. More debris and stones hit Chen Feng's body one after another, which might collapse again at any time. No more time to waste. Chen Feng's heart is fierce, just right leg has come out most of, turn to sit up. Use left foot to press the big stone of right foot ankle, at the same time right foot pull out forcefully. Emperor Heaven does not disappoint people. After cutting countless wounds, Chen Feng finally liberates his right foot. At this time, the stone pillars on the top of Chen Feng's head were no longer able to support the pressure, and they broke and smashed down one after another. Chen Feng had no time to look at the wounded right leg and rolled on the ground, which was dangerous to roll out of the collapsed area. Life and death only in a flash. Chen Feng rolled to the position less than 10 centimeters from the stone column hit the floor, the dust flying everywhere, so that the frightened Chen Feng is afraid to breathe. After a long time, the dust gradually subsided. After confirming that he was completely out of the danger range, Chen Fengtan fell to the ground and pressed his heart to gasp, "Who? Whoa! Whoa! It's so close, it's almost scared to death." Thanks to the pocket watch, I woke up in time. Chen Feng had a rest for a while and sat up to look at her right foot. She saw dozens of cuts on her right foot when she broke away from the rubble pile. She even lost her shoes. It must have been the last time I pulled out my foot. The shoe area is too large to be stuck out. It's a pity that the new shoes I just bought. At this time, Chen Feng was still in the mood to hurt his new shoes. It can be seen that his heart is big enough. Chen Feng stood still again and limped to the light. It's better to leave first. I don't know what's going on with other people. Have they gone to a safe place? Thinking of this, Chen Feng cried out, "Shuibin! Yu Jia! Ziron! Lin Xian! Where are you?" But no one answered him at all, only the sound of the burning fire which had not been extinguished. Chen Feng continued to climb to the bright height with 1 foot deep and 1 shallow foot. While climbing, she continued to shout, "Shuibin! Yu Jia! Ziron! Lin Xian! Where are you?" After yelling several times, Chen Feng was ready to give up. "I've lost my voice so many times. Maybe there won't be anyone nearby. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly heard a faint cry, "Help, life, save life, ah." But the voice intermittent people cannot really hear. Chen Feng toward the direction of the voice to look for in loud response. "Who are you? Where are you?" "Here I am." "Help, I'm under the rock." As Chen Feng gets closer and closer, her voice becomes clearer and clearer, and she can hear every word clearly. Chen Feng followed the voice to a building similar to the basement, and saw a student-like person was firmly pressed under a wall. "I see you, it's okay, don't be nervous." "Help me." "Thank you." What a pain. The people who were pressed by the wall repeatedly asked for help. It was obvious that the feeling of being pressed was very bad. "Wait a minute. I'll see what I can do to get you out." Chen Feng is not clear about his specific situation, around the pressure on his wall to see a circle. The wall is not too thick or too heavy, but the whole face is pressed on this person. It seems that this person is not lucky, hiding next to him and being pressed. Chen Feng comforted him and said, "Don't worry. I can help you out soon. When I knock down the wall next to me, try to push him away." "Thank you." "Thank you." At that time, I was moved by the appearance of the student who was about to burst into the basement and was not able to think of it. "Well, I see. Tighten up a little, so you won't get hurt by the wall I knocked off." Chen Feng from the side to find a more solid looking at the stone, standing on the side of the pressed people, carefully knocked off the hanging wall. The wall was so strong that Chen Feng knocked off a small part of the left side with all her strength. Panting, she said to the pressed man, "Try again, and see if you can come out." The man tried to push. "No, I still can't get out, but I feel that it's not so hard." "Well, I'll knock out some more, and you'll try to hide." Chen Feng continued to smash the wall in the direction where he lay, waving stones. After knocking out a lot of gravel again, Chen Feng stopped. "Can't go down anymore, otherwise it may hurt you. You try again?" The man pushed the wall on his body again, and even Chen Feng saw the shaking of the wall. "It works, but I still can't push it. It's not good." Chen Feng came forward to help him stop. "You don't let go. When I call 1, 2, 3, we push hard together, and then you roll out." "Good." The hope of life is just around the corner, and the oppressed person agrees to Chen Feng's plan without any second words. 1, 2, 3. Forced Chen Feng and the people who were pressed together under the pressure really lifted the broken wall. "Come out." Chen Feng flushed and choked out 3 words. The man heard the speech and immediately rolled out. Without his support below, Chen Feng could not lift the wall anymore. He let go and let it hit the ground and make a big noise. Chen Feng sat on the ground and kneaded his hands. The man escaped from death. He had a chance to thank Chen Feng. "Thank you. I'm a student of Langyu Mechatronics College." "Are you?" What a coincidence, he actually saved an alumni. Chen Fenglu set out with a smile from the heart. "I am also a student of Langyu Institute of Mechatronics. I am a fighter plane department. I did not expect to save my alumni today." It turns out that it's alumni. The students who can be admitted to the fighter class department are excellent. "I'm from the mechanical material department. Thank you again for saving me today." "Thank you." The classmate put his hands together to thank Chen Feng again. It seems that he is a Buddhist. Chen Feng got up again and patted the dust on her body. "You're welcome. Everyone will do this when they see it." "Are you hurt?" The student looked around and jumped twice to make sure. Nothing happened. Lucky. Seeing that he was okay, Chen Feng was relieved and began to ask, "Have you seen any other students? Where have all the students of Langyu Mechatronics College gone? They have been retreating along this direction. I lost it in the middle and I don't know." The student pointed to the back. "By the way, when I hit here, I saw a very tall and beautiful girl running through here." Hearing this classmate say that he saw a tall and beautiful girl, Chen Feng thought of Yu Jia for the first time. He interrupted him nervously. "Is this girl about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light yellow dress and red high-heeled shoes on her feet?" He clearly remembers Yu Jia's dress up, but he looked at it several times in the morning and confirmed it with his classmates in detail. "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, exactly as you said." The student immediately affirmed Chen Feng's description and even said that it was this person. "She is my friend. Her name is Youjia." The news of her good friend made Chen Feng feel a little relaxed. The student covered her mouth and exclaimed, "She is actually a classmate of Youjia." It's no wonder that she is so beautiful. She even has temperament when she runs away. Speaking of running away, Chen Feng felt wrong again. In a hurry, she pulled the clothes on the student's chest. Yu Jia is running away? She must have been lost. Why don't you help her? Cough. Cough. The students were unable to speak at all by Chen Fengla, and did not have enough strength to get rid of Chen Feng, so they could only clap his arm. Chen Feng realized that her reaction was too violent, so she quickly released her hand. Sorry, she is my best friend. I'm so excited. Cough. The student waved his hand to show that he didn't care. After taking a few breaths of the atmosphere, he said, no wonder you. I can understand. At that time, I told her to come in and hide. But the explosion was so loud that she didn't hear it. Chen Fenggang put down the heart again, so you know what direction she ran to? Yes. The students point to the other side, which is totally different from the withdrawal direction of the teachers and students of Langyu Mechatronics College. Chen Feng looked at him in embarrassment, and wanted to find Yu Jia. I want to find her, and you are not hurt. Otherwise, you can go to the big army to join you. I will go back after I find Yu Jia. The student simply shook his head. No, I'll go with you to find her, one more person and more strength, and I really have to say that I didn't stop her. It should not be too late, Chen Feng did not polite. Then I will trouble you, let's go quickly. When they left the basement, Chen Feng found that she didn't know the name of the classmate. Well, my name is Chen Feng. I don't know your name yet. My name is Zhang Zhuang. Students are very embarrassed to say their own name. Chen Feng suddenly realized, no wonder he is not willing to say it first, this name is a bit of people cannot look directly. However, Chen Feng will not despise others. What's more, they still have more important things to do now. They asked Zhang Zhuangzhuan to keep up and start the journey of looking for Yoja. Where are you, Yoja? I'm Chen Feng. Zhang Zhuangzhuan had a good example. He followed Chen Feng and called, where are you, Yoja? Chen Feng is looking for you. The two men went all the way, looking for all the way, but they still found nothing. Zhang Zhuangzhuan wavered, Chen Feng, we can't find it in this way. Do you think Yu Jia has gone back? Chen Feng didn't want to give up like this, continued to pull his broken throat and hoarsely called, Yu Jia, are you there? I'm Chen Feng. If you do, you should. Zhang Zhuangzhuan couldn't bear to see it. Once again, he advised him, let's go back, Chen Feng. You can see that we are almost out of the scope of being attacked. Zhang Zhuangzhuan pointed to the undamaged buildings in front of him. Chen Feng found that they were about to go to the building complex. Outside. They saw that the surrounding area was full of troops and set up a cordon to isolate the people who wanted to enter the scene. Zhang Zhuangzhuan took Chen Feng and wanted to leave the land of right and wrong. Let's go. We've all arrived here, but we haven't found Yu Jia. She must have left. Chen Feng was taken a few steps by Zhang Zhuangzhuan, but he still chose to stop. Zhang Zhuangzhuan, do me a favor at last, and go out if we don't find it again. Chen Feng pointed to a burning building nearby, and smoke was constantly coming out from it. Looking at the firm expression on Chen Feng's face, Zhang Zhuangzhuan finally agreed, okay, find this building. If you can't find it, you must go out. Well, that's settled. Chen Feng immediately rushed into the smoke-filled building, and the flames nearby were constantly eroding his body. But in order to be sure of Yaojia's comfort, Chen Feng could not manage so much at the moment. Chen Feng looked for 2 circles on the first floor and did not find any figures. He wanted to continue climbing up. Zhang Zhuangzhuang stopped immediately, classmate Chen Feng, don't go up again. The fire is too big and it's not safe. Chen Feng, regardless of whether or not rushed up, has the last building, let me find a thoroughbar, you cannot come up. How about that? I am not a man who was greedy for life and afraid of death. Zhang Zhuangzhuan didn't accept Chen Feng's kindness and rushed to the burning second floor. The fire on the second floor was even worse than that on the first floor. The thick smoke choked Chen Feng's tears. She couldn't see the things in the distance. She could only get closer to confirm, and the progress was very slow. Zhang Zhuangzhuan began to search from the opposite direction of Chen Feng. He covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and continuously waved away the smoke in front of him. After turning for most of the circle, he still found nothing. I still haven't seen anyone. I can't stay in such smoke. Let's go down to Chen Feng. Chen Feng gradually gave up the fantasy in her heart and was ready to follow Zhang Zhuang to leave. But as soon as he turned his head, he suddenly saw a light shining at the entrance of the corridor on the other side. Chen Feng stopped to avoid the flames around him and came to the corridor. She bent down to pick up the shining objects. Zhang Zhuang walked down the stairs, saw Chen Feng go to the side, but turned back, puzzled asked, "Chen Feng classmate, what do you go back to do?" Chen Feng's hands trembled and picked up the object. "This is the earring Yu Jia wears." "Zhang Zhuang, I found her. She must be in this." Speaking, the board of the high-rise building was burned by the fire. Suddenly, it fell down and hit Chen Feng. Zhang Zhuang, downstairs, was terrified, but it's too dangerous. If you go up, you may not be able to come out. I must rescue Yu Jia, you go first, don't worry about me. Chen Feng found the stairs again and went further. Seeing Chen Feng's figure disappear in the smoke, Zhang Zhuang put his hands to his mouth and called out, "Chen Feng, I'll go outside to find someone to help you. You must hold on." After that, regardless of whether Chen Feng could hear her, she raced to the outside. As soon as Chen Feng came to the third floor, a fire tongue rushed to him. Chen Feng fell down to avoid checking the situation around him. The situation on the third floor was worse. There was a crackling sound in every room. Just now, the fire tongue was produced by an oil tank explosion. Chen Feng didn't dare to stand up. If there was fire again, she might not be able to escape. She crawled forward all the way, pushed open the door on both sides and looked inside, but still could not find Yu Jia's figure. Is Yu Jia in a higher place? Chen Fengxing tied Yu Jia's comfort, did not consider other to go to the fourth floor again. Fortunately, although the house has been burning, the stairs are still intact, so that he can have a little rest. After thousands of hardships, Chen Feng came to the fourth floor. Needless to say, the situation on the fourth floor is not comparable to that on the third floor. It can't be used to describe it badly. It should be called human purgatory. All the rooms on both sides of the corridor were spitting fire. The strong high temperature made Chen Feng feel that she was about to burn. More thick black smoke hit her face. Chen Feng could only lie down again. How do you get there? Chen Feng was at a loss. After thinking for a long time, she decided to take a chance. Yu Jia, are you in there? Chen Feng continued to shout. Throat also cannot bear the double pressure of high temperature and fatigue. When he was about to despair, a weak voice came. Is it Chen Feng? This voice is like a long drought every dew. Chen Feng cannot care about the body's fatigue response. It's me, Yu Jia, don't be afraid, I'll come to rescue you right away. No, it's too dangerous. You should leave now. Don't save me. But Yu Jia doesn't want Chen Feng to go. It's too dangerous here. She is afraid that Chen Feng will come and neither of them can leave. Chen Feng doesn't listen. She slowly climbs to the room where Yu Jia's voice is coming. When she is about to cross the first door, she suddenly doesn't know what's going to explode inside. The huge impact makes Chen Fengxin fly into the wall behind her. Poof! Chen Feng couldn't stand such a big impact force and vomited blood directly. Yu Jia heard the explosion and Chen Feng's painful groan, and asked Chen Feng to leave again. Chen Feng, go quickly. If we go on like this, we will all die. Chen Feng wiped off the bloodstain on her mouth and began to crawl again. I will not go alone, my parents have left me, I will not let you leave my side. Yu Jia was moved to tears and couldn't speak. Chen Feng again walked through a door. Yu Jia, where are you? Let me confirm with a voice. Yu Jia's voice accompanied by sobs came leisurely. I'm here, the third door. In a minute. You'll wait for me. Chen Fengsan crawled to the third door. The door was open and it was easy to see the situation inside. Yu Jia was lying on the ground trembling, surrounded by all kinds of burning furniture. There were several flames shuttling through, full of helplessness. Chen Feng climbed to Yu Jia's side and stretched out her hand. Yu Jia, give me your hand, I'll pull you out. Yu Jia has completely trusted Chen Feng at the moment. She will do whatever Chen Feng says. Obediently, she reaches out to let Chen Feng catch her. Chen Feng fiercely pulls you out of the room. Let Yu Jia also keep lying down in the corridor. Chen Feng pointed to the stairway. Yu Jia, do you see the stairs? Let's climb over together. Yes. I'll follow you. Yu Jia nods and follows Chen Feng to the corridor. The two spent a lot of time climbing up the corridor to the stairway. Chen Feng chose to rest at the stairs to recover her strength. Yu Jia felt weak and boneless when she leaned against him. It was the first time that Chen Feng hugged Yu Jia at such a close distance. It was hard to avoid feeling confused. Chen Feng shook his head fiercely and threw the evil idea out of his mind. At this time, he had the leisure to look at Yu Jia. He saw that Yu Jia's pale yellow dress selection was covered with black ash, and there were many holes to expose the skin inside. The high-heeled shoes on his feet had long been missing, and his face was gray-headed and dusty like himself. Yu Jia saw Chen Feng's eyes fall on her feet, and she shrunk a little shyly. I can't run in high-heeled shoes. I took them off when I ran away. I don't know where to lose them when I run. Chen Feng issued understanding laughter. I understand. People are okay is the key. Yu Jia also looked at Chen Feng after explaining. He found the scar on his right foot and asked, what's wrong with your right foot? How did you get hurt? Oh, when I woke up, my right foot was crushed by the rubble, and it scraped hard when I pulled it out. Chen Feng gently patted her right leg to show that it was okay. They also wanted to talk a few more words. The fire of the building where they were located suddenly increased. It may be that the gas system was burned, which led to several large explosions in succession. Under the fire, Chen Feng, who was sitting next to the corner of the wall, was almost burnt. The whole building is crumbling. Chen Feng feels deeply that this place can't stay for a long time. She helps Yu Jia to get up. It's hard to hold on here. Let's leave quickly. Chen Feng takes Yu Jia's hand and is about to run to the third floor when she hears Yu Jia's ouch and squats down. What happened? Yu Jia, what's wrong with you? Chen Feng quickly turned back and nervously looked at Yu Jia and asked what the situation was. Yu Jia's tears are about to come out of pain. Just to prevent Chen Feng from worrying, my foot is twisted and I can't walk. At the critical moment, Yu Jia couldn't walk. But now the fire has begun to burn to the originally safe stairs. Chen Feng was in a hurry. She squatted down and patted her back. Yu Jia, you come up, I'll carry you. Yu Jia understands that the situation is urgent and immediately lies down on Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng's feet enabled her to stand up smoothly. She is surprised that Yu Jia is so light. She doesn't feel very hard to carry her back. There are even two groups of soft and tightly clinging to his back. You don't need to think about what they are. Chen Feng's action suddenly stopped. Yu Jia didn't understand what he was thinking. She was shy and interrupted Chen Feng's days. Go, it's more and more dangerous. Oh. Chen Feng wakes up with a start. Now it's not the time to think wildly. She stretches her hands back and drags Yu Jia's thigh, and runs down the stairs quickly. However, Chen Feng ran down the next floor to the third floor, and saw the fire under the stairs everywhere. I don't know when. The fire spread below, surrounded the corridor below and moved forward to the third floor at a speed visible to the naked eye. The stairs on this side can't go. Let's go to the other side. Seeing that her way was blocked, Chen Feng turned around and rushed to the stairs at the other end. Chen Feng ran quickly away from the fire behind him, but when he passed the first room, a huge fire burst out from the room. The door of the room quickly disappeared under the fire, and the flame went straight to Chen Feng. If such a strong flame is stuck, there is no way to save it. What's more, Chen Feng can't run away with Yu Jia on his back. Just as the flame is about to be engulfed, Chen Feng pours heavily on the ground. The flame roars past at a height of 10 centimeters from them, rolling up layers of heat waves. Chen Feng's chest bumps the raw pain. Does not have the time heartache oneself first cares about the back. Yu Jia, are you alright? I'm fine. Yu Jia gently shakes his head and looks at Chen Feng, whose face is twisted because of pain. What's wrong is you? Chen Feng gritted her teeth and stood up from the ground and continued to march toward the stairs. Hey, I can hold on. It's not in vain to train in school for such a long time. Even though it's inconvenient to carry Yu Jia on her back, Chen Feng's speed is still very fast, and the stairway is close at hand. But when Chen Feng thought that they could escape, a huge explosion was heard from the last two rooms on the left and right sides of the front. The huge fire tongue penetrated through the two doors and blocked the corridor for a long time. It's not going to get through. Chen Feng gasped and turned to look back for other exits. However, the rooms behind her had already started to burst into flames from the door. The creaking door could not last long. Chen Fengxi had no doubt that if he opened the door, he would be submerged by the fire. There was no way out. Chen Feng could only hope that the fire in front of her could fade away. However, after waiting for a long time, the fire behind her was getting closer and closer. However, the fire tongue running through the corridor showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it became more and more bright, which was likely to burn to the end of the earth. Yu Jia on Chen Feng's back struggled to jump down and leaned against the safe wall next to him. Chen Feng, you go? Maybe we can't live together as before. Chen Feng was originally wondering why Yu Jia suddenly left his back. After hearing her words, she was not reconciled to roar, no. We're going to walk together. I won't leave you alone. Yu Jia showed a sad smile and whispered to Chen Feng, you are carrying me behind your back. We can't rush through. If you are the only one, the speed is not affected, there are still some opportunities. Chen Feng, listen to me and go quickly, or it will be too late. No. Chen Feng firmly shook her head and sat down by Yu Jia's side. She looked at the flame gradually forced towards them. I want to walk together and stay together. I will accompany you until the end. Chen Fengjian never left and chose to accompany her, so that Yu Jia's tears could no longer be controlled. She leaned her head slowly against Chen Feng's shoulder. Chen Feng, you were so nice. As the fire approached little by little, the escape channel had disappeared. Just as they were waiting for their death, a loud noise of piercing. The wall came from the room near the street in front of them. At the same time, a voice came from a person. Are you in there, Chen Feng? Chen Fengben was going to sleep with Yu Jia. At this time, he heard Zhang Zhuang's voice and immediately jumped up from the original place. I'm here, right behind the first door, cough. Cough. It turned out that Chen Feng was too excited to get up, and was choked by the smoke floating, and could only cough constantly. Fortunately, Zhang Zhuang has heard Chen Feng's cry and reminds him to insist, Chen Feng, don't worry. I've found the firemen. They will come in to help you right away. We must hold on to it. Chen Fengka is out of breath and can't respond at all. Yu Jia presses Chen Feng under her body to keep him away from the erosion of the smoke. She shouts for him, we are by the door, but the fire is too big to move. Another person outside took over Zhang Zhuang's shout. It is estimated that it was the fireman he asked for help, I see. Now you lean against the wall on the other side. We will put out the fire and destroy the wall. Okay. Yu Jia holds Chen Feng, who is still coughing, and leans to the other side. The temperature of the wall behind her has begun to rise sharply, and the flame beside her is only 5 steps away. It is up to God to decide whether to live or not to die. After several violent collisions, the wall close to the street collapsed, and the fire in the corridor had already burned on Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng had just slowed down. At the moment, she held Yu Jia tightly in her arms, tore off her clothes, beat her left and right to push back the flame, and rushed to the collapsed wall with all her strength. The firemen outside had already been ready. Seeing Chen Feng running towards them without any accident, they held up water guns to help them put out the huge waves of flames they were chasing. After they ran to the front, they reached for the ladder. Chen Fengxi sits down on the ladder, panting for breath. Yu Jia also rests in his arms. The firemen see that both of them have been rescued, so they gestured downward to let them go. Firemen put Chen Feng and Yu Jia back on the ground and rose again to check the rest of the building. Chen Feng and Yu Jia are completely out of danger. Zhang Zhuang appears in front of them for the first time. Chen Feng, you really found you. I admire you so much. At the moment, Chen Feng's upper body was naked, and her whole body was like black charcoal, and her hair was scorched. Fortunately, her perfect muscle line did not make him lose face. When she recalled the scene in the building just now, she felt deeply afraid. It's all luck. If I didn't see use earrings, if you didn't respond to me, if you didn't find the fireman, or if the fireman just came to our evacuation where we leave, maybe we don't have tomorrow. From the dialogue between Chen Feng and Zhang Zhuang, Yu Jia learned that Zhang Zhuang saved them. He said gratefully to Zhang Zhuang, thank you, Mr. Zhang Zhuang. Thank you for finding firemen to save us. I don't know how to thank you. Although Yujia's image is not good at the moment, most of her dresses are damaged and her shoes are gone, she can only bear her feet. But after all, she is a beautiful woman, and her temperament has not been lost. She feels deeply attracted by her close contact with Zhang Zhuangzhuang. You're welcome. You are a famous flower of Langya Mechatronics College. Let's leave a contact information. Yes, but I lost my cell phone in front of me. I'll give you the number you want to write down. For the rescuer is not too much of the requirements, you jia de feng of his phone number, let Zhang Zhuangzhuang remember. Zhang Zhuangzhuang took out his mobile phone and conscientiously wrote down Yojia's mobile phone number. After that, he apologized to Yujia. Yujia, there is something I want to apologize to you. Yujia looks at Zhang Zhuangzhuang in surprise. He doesn't know why he should apologize suddenly? Nothing else happened between us. Zhang Zhuangzhuang blushed and waved his hands repeatedly. He felt a little unreal when he could talk with the beautiful woman in front of him. When you ran past the basement in front of you, I didn't stop you. So that you took greater risks. And when Chen Feng was looking for you, I repeatedly advised him to give up and stop looking for you. If he hadn't insisted on not listening to me, I would not have found you. Yu Jia just knew that these things happened. She gently looked at Chen Feng beside her and said, "It's not your fault. I didn't hear your voice at that time. Thanks to Chen Feng's life, I didn't want to come to me." Chen Feng asked for several bottles of water from the rescue workers on the ground, and handed them to Yojia first. "You can drink some water first and then wash your face." Yujia took the water bottle and looked at Chen Feng like Bogong's face and chuckled, "I think you should wash your face most." Chen Feng had no choice but to wash her face with water. However, the more she washed, the dirtier she became. Finally, she gave up and said, "I can't do it. I can't clean it. I'll take a bath when I go back. By the way, Yujia, I've always wanted to ask you how you got trapped up there." Chen Feng pointed to the building where they had just escaped. Yujia looked up at the floor where the fire was about to be put out. He recalled. "At that time, I only knew how to run out after I lost everyone's trace. However, the building in front of me was hit by a beam of light and fell in front of me. In a panic, I hid in the building. As a result, the fire spread and I could only move to higher floors. As you know. Later, the fire was more serious above the floor, and I sprained my foot while running the stairs, so I had to choose a safe room to stay in." Yujia's experience is full of twists and turns. Chen Feng has no reason to accuse her of running to high places. You are also forced. Otherwise, who will run to the top? I would not have thought you would be on it if I hadn't seen your earrings. By the way, speaking of earrings, here you are. Chen Feng held out her hand. In her palm was the earring she had just picked up in the corridor. Yu Jia put it away happily. "Thank you. This is my favorite earring. I usually hate to wear it. I thought I would never find it again. Unfortunately, only one has been found, and it will be incomplete in the future." Chen Feng sighs with regret when she sees that there are no earrings on both sides of Yajia's earlobes. "No, it's complete." Yu Jia takes out another earring from his pocket like a trick and winks at Chen Feng with pride. "After I found out that I lost one earring, I put the remaining one away." Now they meet again. With the efforts of the fire brigade, the fire in the high-rise building is gradually extinguished with the efforts of the fire brigade. The firemen on the ladder check to make sure that no one has been rescued. The ladder is slow. Get down and get ready to put out the fire elsewhere. Chen Feng took advantage of the landing of the ladder and called out to the firefighters who had rescued them before, "Thank you for saving us." Firemen responded with a military salute. "This is what our rescue forces should do. It is our duty to rescue the wounded and the dead." "You look like students. Which school are you from?" "There is no need to hide this information." Chen Feng immediately replied, "We are all students of Langya Machina College." The fireman was happy and showed a proud smile. "I didn't expect that I rescued 3 high-quality students today. The headquarters gave us instructions. If we met the students of Langya Mechatronics College, we would inform them to go back to the auditorium of the school. Please go back quickly." The teacher must be in a hurry. I see. Thank you again. I'll see you later. Chen Feng bowed deeply to the respectable fireman, turned and strode to Langya Mecha College. When Chen Feng came to the gate of Langya Mecha College, he saw two people coming out of it. They were Counselors Wang and Yu Jia from the Department of Mecha Research. They were running from the school to the bund. They're so nervous they're not just looking for us, are they? Chen Feng guessed in her heart that she called to Counselor Wang, "Counselor Wang, are you going to the bund?" Wang Counselor heard someone calling himself. He stopped to see Chen Feng standing there like a poor black beggar. He was relieved. "Chen Feng, you are okay. That's very kind of you. I'm going to come to the scene of the attack to find you." Chen Feng hugged Wang Counselor tightly. Both of them were tearful. Chen Feng was worried about the safety of Hongbin and asked, "Counselor Wang, is Xuebin safe? Are all the other students okay?" "They are all very safe. Except that Xuebin was on the scene and wanted to find you like crazy. I had no choice but to knock him out and bring him back. Now he is lying in the auditorium. After all of them have been arranged, I will immediately come out to look for the surrounding rescue forces to come in and look for you." Counselor Wang briefly explained the process and explained his intention. Chen Feng grasped Wang Counselor's hand with understanding. "Counselor Wang, I understand that if you want to focus on the overall situation, you must first bring back most of them first, and then go to find the missing students. No one can question your behavior. What's more, now that I'm back safely, let's go in and have a look at Xuebin. He must be surprised to see me when he wakes up." Yu Jia's counselor is an intellectual woman with glasses. Originally, her face was full of anxiety and rushed out with Wang's counselor. When Wang stopped, she also turned around and saw Yu Jia standing at the school gate. Tears filled her eyes. "Yu Jia, you scared me to death. If something happens to you, how can I account to the headmaster?" Yu Jia knew how worried she would be if she ran away suddenly. She went to her counselor and apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Li. I didn't follow the retreating students. I ran around in the attack site, which worried you." The counselor Li hugged poor Yojia into his arms and gently comforted him. "Yu Jia, you don't have to blame yourself. It's the teacher who didn't look after you that made you lose. Let's go back to the auditorium and have a rest. The students are waiting." After Wang Counselor and Chen Feng finished talking, he found that there was still a man standing beside him, pointing to him and asking Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, is this also a student of Langya Machina College?" Chen Feng patted his head, patronized to talk with Wang Counselor, forgot to introduce, and quickly pulled Zhang Zhuangzhuang to his side. "He is Zhang Zhuangzhuang of the Mechanical Armor Material Department. We met when we fled." Zhang Zhuangzhuang was not satisfied with Chen Feng saying that he was saved without mentioning a word. He said with a smile to Wang Counselor, "Counselor Wang, Chen Feng saved my life." "Oh? What's the matter?" Counselor Wang was excited to hear this sentence and wanted to know the details. Zhang Zhuangzhuang strove for a while to make the two counselors understand. "At that time, I hid in the basement, but was pressed by a collapsed wall. When I thought I was about to die there, Chen Feng passed by and broke the wall to rescue me." Chen Feng felt ashamed and said another thing. "Zhang Zhuangzhuang, if you say so, you also saved my life and Yu Jia." Chen Feng's experience was so wonderful that the two counselors showed strong interest and asked Chen Feng to explain clearly. Of course, Chen Feng would not give up. He told the story of Zhang Zhuangzhuang calling for firemen to come down from the sky to rescue them when he was in a desperate situation after he found you. Jia. The two counselors were surprised, and Wang even slapped Zhang Zhuangzhuang on the shoulder. "Young man, you can do it. You have love and kindness, and you will do something in the future." Praised by Counselor Wang, Zhang Zhuangzhuang was a little embarrassed. "In fact, I didn't do anything, I just found firemen to help. And if I didn't stop Yu Jia, she wouldn't be in danger. Later, I always asked Chen Feng to give up searching. Fortunately, he didn't listen to me. You've done very well in that situation. There's nothing perfect." Counselor Wang affirmed Zhang Zhuangzhuang's practice and told him not to have a burden in his heart. "There are too many students in your department. Your counselor is still counting the number of people in the auditorium. Let's go back to the auditorium together." The others had been waiting for their return to the auditorium. At this time, the school gate of Langya Mecha College was in chaos. All kinds of military vehicles shuttled by, and there were three pairs of students supporting each other back. All the school buses in the school had been fully powered, still unable to carry so many teachers and students. Wang counselor standing at the door repeatedly waved, and finally stopped a school bus to let people go up. Chen Feng sat down and asked, "Counselor Wang, why are so many troops running out of our school?" During the talk, 3 military vehicles carrying more than a dozen officers and soldiers drove out of the school gate of Langyu Mechatronics College and headed for the attack site on the Bund, followed by hundreds of soldiers. Counselor Wang looked at them with respect. Many students don't know that our Langyu Mecha College was originally built for war, and the whole Langyu Mecha College was originally a fort of war, so there are many troops stationed nearby. Counselor Wang said and pointed to the distance, "We have several entrances and exits of Langyu Mechatronics College. We only open one at ordinary times. When we need to, all the entrances will be opened. Each army can quickly go in and out of these channels, with higher efficiency. Now they come in through different entrances and then go out from the gate here, which can be faster get to the Bund." "I see." Chen Feng 3 people for the first time heard this kind of mission. They all nodded their heads vaguely. The school bus roared all the way to the entrance of the auditorium. On the way, Chen Feng saw waves of troops going to the Bund. After so many troops have passed, the Bund should be able to settle down soon. Counselor Wang took the lead to get out of the car and looked at the marching army from a distance. It's a pity that we can only take passive remedial measures. This sudden attack by the God of Gun has greatly damaged us. James Griffin. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I'll come to you one day. Chen Feng clenched her fists and made up her mind to avenge the gun god. All of them got off the bus, and Counselor Wang took the lead to walk into the auditorium. Now there is no usual peace in the auditorium. From time to time, we can hear students crying or swearing. Everyone is very excited. After entering the auditorium, Zhang Zhuangzhuan was ready to return to his department. Counselor Wang didn't have to be forced to leave. He took Chen Feng to say goodbye to Mr. Li and Yu Jia and returned to the territory of the Fighter A series. Chen Feng returned to the area of the fighter plane system and immediately saw the flood bin lying on the ground. He walked quickly to him and observed carefully. He breathed evenly and looked ruddy. He had no wound on his body, but he did not wake up from coma. Chen Feng blew some palpitation of the back of the head. It seems that Wang Counselor's hand is not light, fortunately was not me. For Chen Feng's safe return, the students of Fighter Plane Department all expressed a warm welcome. Zhang Zhirong pushed aside the crowd to gather in front of Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you are back." "Counselor. Wang said you are missing." After bringing the other students back to the auditorium, he rushed out to find you. "It's a pity that he won't let me follow, or I'd like to help, but you're a bit miserable." Zhang Zhirong looked at Chen Feng, who was half naked like a black charcoal, and pretended to be disgusted to cover his mouth and nose and waved his hand, as if driving away the stench from his body. Chen Feng originally wanted to hammer down Zhang Zhirong's chest. Seeing his move, he directly changed into a bear hug and rubbed Zhang Zhirong with black ash. "Don't hide, good friends should share." "I understand your kindness. It's too dangerous outside. It's right for Counselor Wang not to let you go, and I'm back safely. You help me watch Xu Weibin. I'll go to the mechanical or research department. Hong Xu Weibin has nothing to do. He is just in a coma. It is estimated that he will wake up soon. However, you should pay more attention to it." Nangong Mengdai appears quietly behind Chen Feng and says happily to Chen Feng, "I'm fine. I'll be right back." Nangong Mengai is a girl. Chen Feng is embarrassed to damage her tidiness. She rubs her hands and asks her to take care of Hongbin. After that, she goes to the area of mechanical or research department. In view of Chen Feng's poor image now, the students who were standing in his direction avoided him one after another. Chen Feng easily found Yu Jia, Lin Xian, and He Yuqi standing together to talk. "That's great. You're both okay. Everyone's safe." Chen Feng hugged Lin Xian with her back to him happily. "Ah? Who is it?" Lin Xian was suddenly hugged by someone. She turned her hair and now she is Chen Feng. "Chen Feng. How did you get this way?" Chen Feng hugged Lin Xian in a prank-like manner and rubbed it against him, "Just escaped from the attack site." What kind of appearance can it be? He Yuchi looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Yu Jia elder sister just said you saved her. I can feel how dangerous it was at that time when I saw your appearance. Chen Feng shook her head and did not dare to take credit. It is a pity that there are too many students in the mechanical materials department who can't find Zhang Zhuang. We were saved by others together. This time, we are so lucky, otherwise we can't see you. Lin Xian couldn't get rid of Chen Feng and simply gave up the struggle. Anyway, now that you've come back, you don't know how anxious Mr. Li was when she found Yu Jia was missing. You didn't know how mad she was to follow Counselor Wang to go out to look for you. I'm also to blame for this. Originally, I ran in front of Sister Yojia, but I didn't find it when I ran and lost it. Lin Xian blamed himself. Yu Jia touched his head like a pet. I don't blame you. I didn't pay attention to it. Besides, I didn't come back safely. Don't say that again. Thinking of the scene that all the people fled crazily at that time, Chen Feng took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the gun god started to attack our audience after failing to catch up with the second-generation mecha. Fortunately, the teachers responded quickly and took everyone to evacuate at the beginning, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Jia has a different idea. I have a feeling that the real goal of the gun god is actually the students of our Langya Mecha Institute, and destroying the press conference of the second generation of Mecha is the second. Chen Feng couldn't believe it. By the way, she let Lin Xian go. Do we have such a great attraction? We are the target of gunshot? Lin Xian was let go by Chen Feng. He wanted to cry and slap the black ash on his body without tears. The more he patted, the more dirty he became. Chen Feng, do you remember that? The gun god said a word at that time. He said that his purpose today is not our second generation of Mecha. In-depth study, he may really be the students of Langya Mecha College. Hiyuchi took a cold breath. Then we should be lucky to escape the birthday. At this time, there was a commotion from the Fighters A system, and Hong Shuibin's voice could be heard faintly. Let me go, I'm going to find Chen Feng. What are you doing, Zhang Zhirong and Nangong Mengai? It is estimated that Hong Shuibin wakes up. Chen Feng and several other people rush to the place. They just see Zhang Zhirong and Nangong Mengdai working together to suppress Hong Shuibin from running out. Hong Shuibin is constantly attacking and trying to force them back. Chen Feng quickly says, Shuibin, I've come back. Stop it. Hong Shuibin stopped the action on his hand, slowly turned around and saw a pair of miserable tears like rain. Chen Feng, you can be regarded as back, scared me to death. Do you have any injuries? With that, he rushed up and touched Chen Feng's body, trying to find out where he was hurt. I'm not hurt. Chen Feng was afraid that Hong Shuibin didn't believe it and jumped a few times. You see, I'm okay, but my clothes are burned, and I saved Yu Jia. Hearing this, Hong Shuibin immediately abandoned Chen Feng and found Yu Jia in the rear crowd. Yu Jia, you also have an accident? Your clothes are damaged in many places. How come your shoes have fallen off? Yu Jia can't help but be moved to see that Hong Shuibin is so concerned about her that she doesn't want him to worry too much. I just didn't catch up with the retreat and ran away. Then Chen Feng found me and we came back together. You don't have to worry. Good, everyone is okay. Hong Shuibin knew that the process must not be so simple, but now there is a lot of noise, not much to ask. Several people got together to tell each other about the situation, until one counselor came to his side. Hong Shuibin, the teacher, apologized to you, and really shouldn't have started on you, but the situation at that time can't be hesitated, please be able to understand. Hong Shuibin was flattered. Counselor Wang, don't you say that, I was really too excited at that time, and Chen Feng was also okay in the end? Ha ha. According to your opinion, if Chen Feng is in trouble, you will blame me? Counselor Wang grasped the handle of Hong Shuibin's words and debunked them incisively. Hong Shuibin was stunned and couldn't think of what to do. This Counselor Wang, you are too cruel. Chen Feng went to the back of Hong Shuibin and bent down. According to him, we apologize to Counselor Wang. You understand that Hong Shuibin doesn't mean that. Hong Shuibin immediately borrowed a donkey. Yes, Counselor Wang, I still feel dizzy. I don't know how to speak. You can't bully me like this. Haha, I'm joking. Lin Xian, you go back to your department. Now our counselors have to start counting the number of students. Wang counselor let Hong Shuaibin go, indicating Lin Xian that they should go back to the mechanical or research department. Lin Xian understood and said goodbye, then turned and left. Goodbye, Counselor Wang. Chen Feng, let's talk in the evening. All the counselors of Langyu Mechatronics College began to count the number of people, and then reported the results one by one. Before long, President Pan appeared in the auditorium and staged the stage in full view of everyone. With a straight back and a heavy face, President Pan can see his oppressive anger. Students, today is a memorable day in the history of our ancient Shenlan Republic. Today, our second generation of Mecha is released. Today, our audience has been attacked by terrorism. No matter what, everyone here can't forget. As far as I know, Griffin's real goal is not to destroy the first appearance of the second generation Mecha, but to all the students on the scene. Under his terrible attack fire, other schools have suffered different degrees of casualties, and our Langya Mecha College. Speaking of this, President Pan stopped for a moment and didn't say it directly, which made the teachers and students of Langya Machina College more nervous. They all looked at President Pan with bated breath and heard the needle drop. President Pan's eyes slowly passed over each nervous teacher and student, and suddenly clapped his hands. None of our Langya Mechatronics College lost their lives in the attack, only a few were slightly injured. I'd like to applaud all of our responsible counselors, and I'm also happy for our safe students. Whoa, the teachers and students burst out with prolonged applause. Everyone was cheering and jumping. In such a terrible attack as the God of Gun, no student died. It was incredible to say it. The applause kept going on, but President Pan had to force him to interrupt. But don't get too carried away. Other schools have suffered casualties in varying degrees. We can't stimulate their sensitive nerves. Yes. President Pan, the teachers and students answered in unison that it was not a happy thing to be attacked, and no one would want to show off at other schools. President Pan would like to say that at this time, a mecha suddenly dropped from the auditorium and stopped at the gate of the auditorium. Everyone's eyes were attracted by it, and everyone recognized his identity at one glance, the strongest martial god of the Republic of Ancient China. After landing, Wushan's mecha quickly opened the cockpit. A 2-meter-long bracket was lifted out from the cockpit. A steel cable and a steel plate were hung on it. Wushan put down the steel plate and stepped on it, holding the steel cable to the ground vertically. Chen Feng noticed that the cockpit of the Wushan mecha had been changed to the style of the second-generation mecha, which was transferred from the original chest to the head. When Wushan landed, he opened the door of the auditorium and walked in. This was the first time that most people saw his true face. Like his voice, Morong Fan was full of extraordinary temperament. His soared eyebrows and stars, his nose was high, his eyes were burning, and his cold temperament was even better than that of Nangong Mengdai. When Wushan walked into the auditorium, President Pan stepped down from the podium to meet him. After a few words, President Pan turned and took Wushan back to the stage. Let's welcome the arrival of Morong Fan, the god of martial arts. He will say a few words to you. Great applause broke out again in the auditorium. Wushan was able to come to Langyu Mechatronics College today, which made all the teachers and students clap their hands red and looked forward to what he was going to say. Wushan put one hand behind him and pressed down with the other. The teachers and students agreed to stop clapping. Wushan grasped the microphone and slowly began to speak. With his unique calm and cold voice, "Hello, teachers and students of Langyu Machina College. You must have known that the real target of Griffin's attack is you. Worthy of being a martial god, only he can call the gun god's real name. We are not qualified." Hong Shuaibin looked at Morong Fan on the stage enviously, thinking that when he could also call the gun god's real name. Chen Feng understood and leaned on Hong Shuaibin's shoulder. When we find the gun god to avenge one day, maybe we can also say so. Wushan looked at the people's expressions, and he was clear in his heart. What does Griffin's action show today? This shows that the Sangama Empire has begun to worry about the threat our talent pool will pose to them, so they choose to take the initiative to destroy our future. They are afraid. The teachers and students of Langyu Mechatronics College didn't think of such a deep motive. They thought he was just attacking the audience. After Wushan said that, he actually aimed at the students at the scene. Wushan raised his hand and pointed to the horizon. Our ancient Shenlan Republic has a large population, and the number of mecha talents graduated each year is far more than that of the Sangama Empire. It is not. Surprising that they will act. But I dare to be so blatant this time. Now you don't have enough strength. I will avenge you today. But if similar incidents happen again in the future, I hope you can stand up by yourself. People dare not answer. Not everyone has the courage to fight the gun god. Only Hong Shuaibin took the lead and said in a loud voice, "Martial god, you can rest assured that one day I will stand in front of the gun god to challenge him." Chen Feng was not willing to be outdone, and he also called out, "I will never let the gun god do whatever he wants in our land." Pan Yugua, Murangshuan and Nangong Mengdai, the most outstanding fighters in the A series of fighter planes, have vowed that they will never let today's events happen again. They will let the gun god pay for their blood debts. Wu Xin was very pleased to see them. At least there are so many bloody children in this country. One day, he will no longer be able to protect this land. The future is in the hands of these young children. Remember what you said today. I am looking forward to your performance in the future. I have a lot of things to do, so students will have a chance to see you again. Wu Xin released the microphone and went straight out of the auditorium with the company of President Pan. Chen Feng was about to catch up with him, but was stopped by Wang Counselor. "Chen Feng, don't be impulsive. Wu Xin is not what we can do now." Chen Feng's heart is anxious, he has always wanted to know the answer, perhaps only Martial God can know, begging to look at Wang Counselor. "Counselor Wang, please let me go, there is one thing only Martial God can help me." Counselor Wang couldn't look Chen Feng in the eyes, but he couldn't let him go. "Chen Feng, you believe me, too many people need Martial God. Even if you catch up with Wu Xin, you won't pay attention to you. If you wait for a day when you are strong enough or have the right environment to have a peaceful dialogue with the martial god, you can talk about it again, and then you will have the possibility of success." But Chen Feng is not reconciled, still want to persuade Wang Counselor to let him go again, but he is pulled back. It turned out that Hong Shuaibin came to Chen Feng's back, and he looked at Chen Feng with empathy. "Chen Feng, I know you are eager to know the culprit who killed your parents, but now is not a good time to ask the martial god, we have to take a long-term view. But we don't know where and when the next opportunity will appear. I'm afraid I can't wait for it." Chen Feng grasped Hong Shuaibin's arm with a backhand, and her heart was full of suffering and uneasiness. Hong Shuaibin put another hand on Chen Feng's hand. "One day, I will help you." Chen Feng looked at Morong Fan, the martial god who had stepped out of the auditorium and began to board the special plane. She sighed a long time and was no longer forced. The first time that Wang Counselor heard about Chen Feng's parents, he asked curiously, "Chen Feng, what's wrong with your parents? Why do you have to ask the martial god?" Chen Feng couldn't answer because he was hurt. Hong Shuaibin took over the speech and helped him explain. "Counselor Wang is like this. When Chen Feng was a child, his uncle, an aunt took him to Qiantang River to play. As a result, he happened to meet the landing battle of the Este Gamma Empire Mecha. In the process of escape, he was hit by a distinctive mecha with a live ammunition shell. Unfortunately, he died. My father happened to pass by and took him with him back home. Since then, we have never seen that special mecha. In that battle, Wu Xin was the first pilot to arrive at the scene, so he must know who drove the mecha. We can only ask the truth by finding him. I should not have stopped Chen Feng." Counselor Wang understood why Chen Feng was so excited that she wanted to catch up with Wu Xin. She suddenly turned around and rushed outside the auditorium. "You wait for me. I'll help you ask." Unfortunately, when Wang Counselor was thrown out of the auditorium, Wu Xin had already flown away with his mecha. President Pan was surprised to see that Wang was out of breath. "Counselor Wang, what are you doing?" Counselor Wang looked at the distant god of martial arts and told President Pan what had happened just now. President Pan nodded clearly and took Counselor Wang back to Chen Feng. "Classmate Chen Feng, I don't think it will be good for you to know who the murderer is now. Getting the goal too early will only blind your eyes. I suggest that you ask about this when you have the ability to talk to Wu Xin, so that you will not be unnecessarily bothered by your development. Wu Xin is not an ordinary person. Counselor Wang is worried that your rash actions will collide with him and lead to a bad ending. Please don't blame Counselor Wang." Chen Feng didn't want to talk about this matter. "President Pan, you don't have to persuade me. Anyway, I have no chance to ask. I will try my best to enhance my strength." Chen Feng was as pale as ashes. President Pan thought for a moment that he wanted to help him. Today you can't ask Wu Shen, but Wu Shen is not the only pilot who has participated in the Qiantang River beach landing battle. I think Mr. Lang may be able to help you. All of a sudden, Chen Feng was confused. President Pan, what do you mean? Mr. Lang also took part in the defensive battle at that time, so I must know something about the mecha on the battlefield at that time. If you really can't let go of finding the murderer, you can ask Mr. Lang for help, but I still suggest that when you know who the murderer is, don't rush to get revenge. At least the modified aircraft can operate the special mecha. Over the years, the murderer will only become stronger. You still have a long way to go, so don't be in a hurry for a while. President Pan left these words and turned to leave, leaving Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin, who were shocked by the words. Although Pan was old, he was still sharp in action. He returned to the lecture platform in 2 or 3 steps. Everyone will go back to have a rest. I see that many students are not well dressed and even dusty. I think they all want to go back to have a good bath. If you have injuries or discomfort, you can go to the medical office for examination. Since everyone is okay, I won't waste any more time. Tomorrow, we will have class as usual and have a good sleep in the dormitory in the afternoon. And you can see the battle today. The headmaster thinks it's unnecessary to conceal this incident. The lone wolf and the dark knight guarding the scene of the press conference are controlled by teachers. He and Su of the first department of our fighter plane. Therefore, please note that Mr. Lang and Mr. Su may have to help clean up the ruins of the Bund, and their courses will be delayed for a few days. Mr. He and Mr. Su are only the teachers of Fighter Plane A, and they have no intersection with other departments. Many students know that there are 2 special pilots in the school. Their depressed mood is encouraged and their vitality is renewed. This is unexpected for President Pan. According to the instructions of President Pan, the students left the auditorium with the counselors in turn. Chen Feng followed Hong Shuaibin blindly. Shuaibin, I want to find Mr. Lang. Hong Shuaibin didn't understand. Didn't President Pan tell you not to ask who the murderer was so early? What's more, the Bund is so chaotic. That Mr. Lang's help on the spot is definitely not back. And are you sure you don't have to go to the infirmary? You don't look very well. Chen Feng has his reasons for insisting. I understand what you are worried about, but I can't help it. I've been looking for the murderer for so many years, but I haven't found anything. Today I finally got the clue. How can I not ask? Besides, these are all skin injuries. I don't need to pay much attention to them. I can get well after a rest for 2 days. Hong Shuaibin couldn't resist Chen Feng, so he had to promise him, well, since you insist on this, I won't stop you, but now you go back to the dormitory to wash and wash, so dirty, do you want to run around? Anyway, Mr. Lang won't be able to come back for a while. Let's finish the arrangement first. I'll go with you to ask Mr. Lang in the evening. Good. Let's go back first. Chen Feng tightly grasped Hong Shuaibin's hand and ran to the dormitory together. The 2 returned to the dormitory a lot earlier than Lin Xian. Hong Shuaibin asked Chen Feng, the dirtiest one, to take a bath first. Chen Feng spent most of his time cleaning up the black ash all over his body. When he came out, he saw that Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian were already lying in bed. Chen Feng pushed them respectively, go to take a bath first, so Dirty can also run to bed to sleep? Lin Xian didn't want to move. He murmured, in fact, I'm okay. I'm not contaminated with any dust. Shuaibin is dirty. Let him wash it. I'm so tired. I'll sleep first. Chen Feng saw that Lin Xian was really clean and did not disturb him. He continued to push Hong Shuaibin. Shuaibin, do you forget to lie on the ground for half a day? Don't you feel dirty? In Chen Feng's push and pull, Flood Bin reluctantly turned out of bed. I wash is not good, Chen Feng, as for you with a housekeeper like it. Good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lung. Chen Feng kicked Hong Shuaibin into the bathroom. You are so dirty and you lie in bed directly. If you are good, you will definitely scold you. Hong Shuaibin pretended to be unable to hear and began to wash and hum songs while washing. He was in a good mood. Chen Feng didn't have the energy to pay attention to him anymore. She climbed onto her bed and lay down. Although she was still Worried about when teacher Lang would be able to return to school, she still fell asleep quickly under the erosion of exhaustion. When Hong Shuweibin came out of the bathroom, the dormitory was snoring like thunder. Looking at the two roommates, Hong Shuweibin could not help shaking his head. Too much, how can I sleep like this? After all, Hong Shuweibin did not choose to shake them up. He climbed into bed tired and fell asleep quickly. The three of them fell into a deep sleep. Lunch had already been thrown out of the sky. Finally, they were woken up by Chen Feng's cell phone ring. Chen Feng put her mobile phone to her ear in a daze. Hello, are you? He teacher bright voice into the ear curtain. Chen Feng classmate, even he teacher's telephone did not write down? Teacher he? Chen Feng sleepless from the bed to play. I am too tired, just did not pay attention to look at the mobile phone screen, did not expect it as you. He didn't investigate and asked with concern. I just came out of the laboratory when I heard that the scene of today's second generation Mecha press conference was attacked? There was also a big war between the gun god and the martial god. Do you have anything? We're okay, but we're tired running all the way. Now we're all sleeping in the dormitory. Hearing that he had just finished his research, she came to care for them. Chen Feng didn't want to let teacher he worry anymore. She concealed her own and Yaojia's dangerous experience. He was relieved and ordered, I heard that there were many students injured and killed in other schools. By comparison, Langya Machina College is really lucky this time. If you go to the rest meeting, you can call up your roommates and Yaojia in the evening. They will come to my apartment for dinner and tell me more about what happened in the morning. Okay, see you in the evening, Miss He. Chen Feng promised that after teacher he hung up, he put down his mobile phone and said to Hong Shuweibin and Lin Xian, teacher he has just finished the experiment and asked us to go to his home for dinner in the evening. Hong Shuweibin jumped out of bed, picked up his watch on the table and looked at the time. Wow, it's already 5 o'clock, we've been sleeping so long. We'll go if Mr. He asks us to go. He certainly wants to have a good chat with us about today's affairs. Lin Xian sat at the head of the bed and broke his fingers. Teacher he is really busy. Today, we in the Republic of Ancient Shunlan released the second generation mecha. But he is still doing research in the laboratory. Now that such a big thing has happened, I hope that our mecha variant project team will not make any mistakes. Chen Feng cheered Lin Xian, there won't be any problem. Don't you often tell us about the progress? I think the progress is very good. Huang Metal has finished the test and meets the requirements of rapid transformation. Well, Huang Metal's test is perfect. Next we're going to do technical research to reduce the pressure produced by the rapid transformation of mecha. Lin Xian nodded positively, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Flood Binal climbed to Lin Xian's bedside, that is to say, my variant mecha will come out soon? Lin Xian couldn't laugh or cry. He looked at Hong Shuweibin, it's not so fast. The technology of reducing pressure is the most difficult. We're just starting now, and there's a long way to go. Hong Shuweibin was full of confidence and patted himself on the chest. You just have to do your best to this point. You see, as long as you can reduce some pressure, I will not be able to bear more pressure. It's not so simple. No one can bear the pressure caused by the rapid transformation of mecha. According to our data, the pressure can directly make people bleed to death. Before the technology is improved, no one dares to let people go up for testing. Lin Xian shakes his head, pulls out his notebook from under the pillow at the head of the bed and points to a row of data to explain to Hong Shuweibin. Hong Shuweibin couldn't understand the dense numbers on the notebook, so he chose to be the shopkeeper. I'll give it to you. I'll wait to drive the variant. Chen Feng looked at the two people who were fighting on Lin Xian's bed, and worried secretly whether Hong Shuweibin could drive to this special plane. That might change the world pattern. Don't talk too much about Shuweibin. If the variant mecha comes out, there will definitely be a bloody fight. Well, it's up to me. I'm sure I'll be its pilot in the end. Hong Shuweibin's childhood dream is to drive variant plane A to gallop on the battlefield. At the moment, he is ambitious and vows to defeat all his competitors. Hong Shuweibin placed on the desktop of the phone rings. Chen Feng picked up a look and handed it to Hong Shuweibin, who put on a forced look. It's an uncle's call. It's estimated that he is also very anxious. You should answer it quickly. Looking at his father's belated call, Hong Shuaibin turned on the plug-in function and said, "Hey, Dad, how long has it been since the attack? On the second-generation Mecha press conference that you just called your son? Are you so indifferent to the life and death of your baby son?" The person on the other end of the phone stayed for a long time before he began to speak. "How can you say that about Dad by waterfront? My father doesn't know how your Langia Mecha College went to the scene to watch the second-generation machine armor press conference. It was reported in the news that you were attacked while watching the scene. I'll call you immediately." Chen Feng can imagine the embarrassment of Uncle Hong over there. Seeing his father so sincere, Hong Shuaibin no longer investigated, "Well, reluctantly believe you." "No. I should have asked you why you didn't tell me in advance that you were going to watch the press conference on the spot. How did you come to me to make a crime?" Hong Shuaibin's father quickly found out that it was wrong and asked. Hong Shuaibin quickly changed the topic. What, Dad, you don't have to worry. I and Chen Feng and Yujia are okay. Our Langia Machina college students did not appear dead cases, but other schools have killed and injured a lot of people." Hong Shuaibin's father was a little relieved when he heard that they were okay. "It's good that you're okay. This time the matter is too big. The Sangama Empire actually sent a gun god to our second-generation Mecha press conference to make trouble. I'm worried that the world will be in turmoil for a while. Do you want Dad to come and see you?" Hong Shuaibin repeatedly refused. "Dad, you don't use it. We are very good. Moreover, we have classes and training in the school. We have no time to waste. We will go back to see you when the holiday is over." Seeing that they were about to finish chatting, Chen Feng interrupted, "Uncle Hong, we are so old and will take good care of ourselves. You don't have to worry about us. Pay more attention to your body." Under the dissuasion of Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin, Hong's father gave up the idea of coming to see them. Finally, he told him to tell him something. "I can't beat you. If you say you don't have to go, I won't go. I'm relieved to know that you are safe. That's it. You can contact me if you have anything. We will. Goodbye, Uncle Hong." Seeing that Hong's father had given up his mind, Chen Feng began to say goodbye first. He was also worried that if Hong Fu really came over, it would be bad if he met anything on the way. "Goodbye, Dad." Hong Shuaibin finally added that hang up the phone. After the phone call, the three sat idly for a while, and Chen Feng thought of President Pan's words again. She sat up and said, "I want to see if Mr. Lang is back." Hong Shuaibin understood what Chen Feng was worried about. He jumped off Lin Xian's bed and began to change clothes. "I'll go with you." Because Lin Xian was in the Department of Mecha Research at that time, he didn't know what President Pan said to Chen Feng at that time. He looked at them in confusion. "What are you going to do?" Chen Feng didn't refuse Hong Shuaibin's good intentions and said to Lin Xian, who was still in bed, "Mr. Lang may know who killed my parents. I'll go to him and ask him clearly." Lin Xian also jumped out of bed to accompany Chen Feng. "You wait for me, I will go too." No, Chen Feng reached out and held down Lin Xian. "I have other things for you to do." "What's the matter?" Lin Xian stopped to change clothes and asked. Chen Feng pointed to the dormitories and girls' dormitories nearby. "We are not going to teach her, he's in the evening. Please inform Zhang Zhirong, Yu Jia and Nangong Mengdai to prepare. By the way, how are they doing now? Hong Shuaibin and I will go directly there and won't come back." "Well, I'll give you the notice. Good luck." Lin Xian didn't get tangled up, so he immediately accepted it. After Chen Feng changed her clothes, she and Hongbin immediately opened the dormitory door and set out. When she left the house, she remembered that they didn't know whether Mr. Lang was back or not. "Is Mr. Lang back? Where should we go now?" Chen Feng frowned. Hong Shuaibin proposed, "We do not have Wang Counselor telephone, he certainly knows." "You're right." Said to do, Chen Feng immediately took out her mobile phone to call Wang Counselor. The phone rang for a long time before being connected by Counselor Wang. It seems that he is still busy there. What's the matter with Chen Feng? Try to make a long story short. The teacher has a lot of things on hand. Counselor Wang is like this. "I want to ask whether Mr. Lang has come back?" Chen Feng did not talk nonsense, but showed his intention directly. "Do you still want to know now? Are you sure you don't follow President Pan's advice and wait a little longer?" In Chen Feng's eyes, there was a picture of his parents' death when they picked up the pocket watch for him, with tears in his eyes. And a trembling voice, but I can't help it. Knowing that the answer is around me, I can't ask. I can't accept it. I'll be crazy. Wang Counselor pondered. Just when Chen Feng was about to be disappointed and thought he would not agree, he said, "Okay, don't regret when you decide. Since you insist on it, I won't stop you. Mr. Lang has just returned to the school and has a rest in the teacher's office in the office building. You can go directly to him." "Thank you very much, Counselor Wang. I'm ready to do something wrong." Chen Feng was overjoyed, while thanking him and taking Han Shuoben to the office building. "If you do something wrong, Headmaster Pan will be very disappointed. Please don't let this old man get upset again." Wang Counselor Zunzunzan warned Chen Feng to control her mood. Chen Feng came to the downstairs of the office building and found that it was under martial law. There was an entire army stationed around. Every soldier was armed with a gun. Mr. Lang's special plane Lone Wolf was standing beside the building, and there were about a dozen generations of mecha next to it. A soldier on the alert saw Chen Feng and their approach and raised the gun to signal the two men to stop. "Stop! Who is it?" Chen Feng raised her hand and slowly leaned over. "We are students of Langia Machina College. We want to go in and find a teacher." The soldier did not relax his vigilance because of Chen Feng's words. He continued to ask, "You can't tell me what you say. Please show me your identity card." Chen Feng took out her student ID card from her arms, opened it and showed it to the soldiers. "Please see, this is my student ID card." "My student ID is here," he said. The soldier confirmed that both of them were students of Langia Mecha Institute and put down their guns. "Which teacher are you looking for?" Chen Fengxiang suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly replied, "Mr. Lang is the teacher who drives the Lone Wolf special plane." Hearing that these two students actually came to find the Lone Wolf's pilots, the soldier raised his gun again and said, "Sorry, Mr. Lang is an important protection object for us. It's inconvenient to meet people easily. Please go back. Hong Shui Bin is in a hurry. They come to ask Mr. Lang about the enemy who killed Chen Feng's parents. They can't get close to him after a few steps. This is totally unacceptable, soldier brother. We are all Mr. Lang's students. Now we really have something urgent to do. Can you give him some accommodation?" The soldier still raised his gun at the two men. "Sorry, you can't go in, please go back." Chen Feng did not give up. "Or you go in and ask Mr. Lang, and say that Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin want to see him, okay?" In the end, Hong Bin still can't get through with the soldiers. Just when Chen Feng wanted to give up, the savior came. Counselor Wang strode out of the office building with a stack of materials in his hand. He came to the soldiers and said, "They are my students. I asked them to come here. Can you let them in?" Faced with embarrassment, the soldier picked up the walkie-talkie pinned on his waist to find the officer. "Report to the chief, there is a teacher here who wants to take two students into the office building to see Mr. Lang. What should I do? Please give me instructions." The words of the chief came out from the walkie-talkie, and everyone heard it clearly. "Stop them. I don't allow anyone to affect Mr. Lang's rest. The military order is like a mountain." The soldiers obey the order of the chief and let Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin leave here. Wang Counselor was angry, but he pulled Chen Feng, who was frustrated and ready to leave. "You can't go. Come with me." The soldiers nervously picked up their guns and tried to stop several people. They found that Counselor Wang didn't take them to break into the office building. They felt relieved, so they followed them along the periphery of the security forces to the temporary defense headquarters. Wang Counselor opened the door and walked in. "Mr. Qian, why don't you let me take my students in?" This person, known as Mr. Qian, is bending over to check the map of Langia Institute of Mechatronics on the tabletop at the moment. Hearing this, he looks up and says, "Isn't this Counselor Wang a fighter, eh? Why are you so angry? Who's bothering you?" Counselor Wang slapped the information in his hand to the desktop to show his dissatisfaction. "Mr. Qian, what do you mean? Is that you let people stop me in and ask me what's going on? Mr. Lang is the teacher of our Langia Mechatronics College. They are the students of our Langia Mechatronics College. We can't get in and out of our school's territory?" Mr. Chen did not know, So he turned his eyes to the last soldier who came in. "What's the matter? You can make it clear." The soldier did not dare to neglect. He first saluted him and said, "Report, sir, just now these two students came to talk to Mr. Lang. I stopped them. Later, the teacher came to take them in. I couldn't make a decision to report to you." "So it is." Mr. Chen walked out from behind the table and came to Counselor Wang. There was a sharp contrast between them. Different from Wang Counselor, Mr. Qian's strong body gives people more sense of security, which is in line with the characteristics of soldiers. "Counselor Wang, you understand the significance of Mr. Lang Ji to our country. He has just been removed from the scene for a short time, which is the time for rest. It is not good for two unimportant students to disturb him. Wang Counselor is not willing to be outdone. Straight back. Do not want to lose momentum to Mr. Qian. They are not unimportant people. I let them in naturally have sufficient reasons, and will not delay too much Lang teacher rest time." Mr. Qian looked at Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin with great interest. "I'd like to hear what Counselor Wang said. What reasons do they have to see Mr. Lang?" Counselor Wang stepped back and asked Chen Feng to explain his reasons. Chen Feng certainly couldn't give up. She stood up firmly and said, "Mr. Qian is like this. My parents died in the Qiantang River beach landing campaign of the Sangama Empire. I want to know who killed them. President Pan told me that Mr. Lang had participated in this battle, so I want to come and ask him to tell me the answer. That's it." Mr. Qian held his chin for a long time without following. Chen Feng nervously looked at Mr. Qian and didn't know what he would do. As time went by, Chen Feng's heart gradually sank and her body began to shake slightly. Hong Shuaibin sees the situation is not good. Chen Feng too much value this opportunity, if not allowed in, may suffer a great blow. 2 steps to support his shoulder. "Chen Feng, don't give up. Even if we can't get in today, Teacher Lang will always come back to class. We still have a chance." Wang couldn't help but pointed to Mr. Qian's nose and yelled, "What do you mean? Put it in or not?" Mr. Qian was the leader of the garrison troops. He was pointed at by Wang Counselor and raised his eyebrows gently. The 2 soldiers in charge of guarding at the door hula raised their guns to Counselor Wang. "Put down your hands." Counselor Wang was impatient. "I will not let you go. You have the ability to shoot. You have the ability to shoot. Instead, you are capable of shooting at your own compatriots instead of dealing with the people of the Sangama Empire who are running to pick up trouble." Mr. Qian stopped the soldier's action. "Put down the gun. Every teacher of Langya Mecha College is the pillar of our ancient Shunlan Republic. What is your behavior? Wang Counselor, listen, more exciting than you let us teachers and students in the end? The experience of this classmate is quite tragic. If I stop it again, it will be inhuman. Someone will search them." With a big wave of his hand, Mr. Qian went back to check the map of Langya Mecha Institute. Chen Feng heart ecstasy, repeatedly thank you, Mr. Qian. The soldier soon finished searching Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin and replied, "Report, sir, is the search finished?" "No problem." Wang Counselor also wanted to thank again, but Mr. Qian waved to them, "Hurry in, go early and leave early. Lang Ji's rest time is very valuable." Since Mr. Qian said so, Counselor Wang no longer said much. He took Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin directly into the office building and headed for Teacher Lang's office. The 3 came to the door of the office, where there were 2 soldiers guarding. They reached out to stop Chen Feng and others who wanted to pass through them. "Stop. This is an important military area. No admittance is allowed." Mr. Lang was in front of his eyes, but he couldn't get in. Chen Feng almost wanted to break in directly. Fortunately, Counselor Wang stopped him in time and said to the soldiers, "Our teachers and students are approved by Mr. Qian. You can contact Mr. Qian to find out." "Just a moment." One of the soldiers took out his walkie-talkie and began to contact Mr. Qian. "Report, sir, there are 3 teachers and students here who want to enter Mr. Lang's rest office. Please give instructions if you want to let go." Mr. Qian didn't go back and let them in. "I approved." Yes, the soldier put up his walkie-talkie and let out the access. "Please come in." "Thank you very much." Instead of pushing the door directly, Counselor Wang went to the door and knocked gently. From the office came Mr. Lang's voice, "Who?" Wang counselor should say, Mr. Lang, I am Wang counselor, take Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin to come over and ask for advice. What can I do for you? Come in. Mr. Lang was a little surprised. Let them in. Counselor Wang opened the door of the office and walked in. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin followed him in. Chen Feng saw that Mr. Lang was sitting in a chair by the window, keeping his eyes closed. It seemed that the arrival of several of his own people still disturbed his rest. Mr. Lang didn't get up to meet them. He leaned back on his chair and kept silent. Counselor Wang came to him and said, Mr. Lang, I'm sorry to disturb you. Let Chen Feng talk to you about this matter. Finally came to Mr. Lang, Chen Feng could no longer control her tears and knelt down in front of her chair. Please tell me who killed my parents. When Mr. Lang heard the movement behind him, he no longer sat on the chair. He got up to help Chen Feng, but found that he was firmly kneeling on the ground and pulled him still with his own strength. What does Chen Feng mean by this? How did your parents die? How do I know who killed them? Chen Feng leaned her head on the ground. Looking back on the situation at that time, she was filled with grief and indignation. 10 years ago, my parents took me to the Qiantang River to watch the tide. As a result, I was confronted with the landing battle of the Sangama Empire. I was not sensible at that time, so I didn't want to leave because I lost a pocket watch. My parents were shot dead when they picked up the pocket watch for me, but I watched them die in front of me. I'm sorry for them. It's all my fault. Chen Feng's experience was so sad that Mr. Lang was moved. He offered a rare consolation. I was nearby and participated in the guard battle of Qiantang River. So you want to find out who the murderer is. It seems that his mecha has obvious characteristics. Don't be too upset. Get up and talk well. Mr. Lang will answer your questions. Chen Feng's eyes were red and swollen with tears, so she was willing to get up and be helped to the chair by Miss Lang. She took out her pocket watch and held it in her hand. I can never forgive myself. The images of my parents' tragic death constantly appear in my mind. Every dream I dream is a nightmare. It's the moment when they are hit by shells. I feel that I can't bear to be driven crazy. I have to find the killer to anesthetize myself, but I know that I am the real culprit in the death of my parents. Looking at Chen Feng's grief-stricken appearance, Hong Shuibin couldn't help but shed tears. He hugged Chen Feng tightly in his chair and couldn't hold back the trembling Chen Feng. Chen Feng, don't say it again. You didn't know the seriousness of the situation at that time. You didn't mean to blame yourself too much. It was the shell that killed your parents, and we should take revenge on him. The two teachers were moved by the picture that they were not brothers rather than brothers. Counselor Wang quietly turned to wipe his tears. Mr. Lang's eyes were full of sadness. He gently stroked Chen Feng's back to help him ease his emotions. It's not your fault. It's no use blaming yourself too much. I think your dead parents will be very glad that you can survive. So tell me what that mecha looks like. Mr. Lang's hand seemed to have magic, so Chen Feng gradually stopped convulsion and continued to recall. It's a very special mecha, which is different from the main color of blue in most of the other mecha of the Sangama Empire. It's blood red, just like the devil coming out of hell. And I clearly remember that he used a live ammunition gun instead of a beam gun. Blood red mecha? I remember there was one, and it was very powerful. Mr. Lang searched carefully in his mind and gave a positive answer. This is exciting news. Hong Shuibin is excited about to jump up, can only cover his mouth not to make a sound. Chen Feng was full of hope to ask the question that had been thought of thousands of times. Who is his pilot? I didn't expect Mr. Lang to shake his head. It's a pity that I know all the other mecha pilots, but I have no clue about this one. How could this happen? Hong Shuibin couldn't help. Mr. Lang, are you kidding? How could you not know? Chen Feng kept repeating Hong Shuibin's question. How could you not know? How could you not know? Mr. Lang could understand their grief and indignation and immediately gave a detailed explanation. This blood-red mecha is very special. It only took part in the battle and never appeared again. I'm sure it didn't suffer any major trauma in that beach landing campaign. It shouldn't have happened, and I've been puzzled for a long time. However, Chen Langya, who was sentenced to death by his teacher in heaven for several times, felt that he had been sentenced to death by his teacher Chen Langya from the back of heaven. Chen Feng endured grief, in the face twitch a silk smile. Ha, even teacher Lang don't know who its pilot is, it seems that my revenge is no way. Did you just give up? Chen Feng, if you can only reach this level, I will be very disappointed. Mr. Lang looks at Chen Feng without expression. She seems to dislike Chen Feng's present state. Is it going to turn around again? Chen Feng cautiously opened his mouth. As long as there is a trace of hope, I will not give up efforts. But Mr. Lang, you said that you do not know the identity of the machina mechanic? Mr. Lang hated that iron was not made of steel. He gently tapped Chen Feng's head. I don't know. It doesn't mean others don't know. Your brain is too rigid. Chen Feng felt that her world was full of hope. Teacher Lang, if you talk like this, I will be killed by you. Wang counselor in the side of the voice, Lang teacher, you don't sell the key, have a word to say, this child is not easy. Hong Shuibin jumped to Mr. Lang with a smart face. Mr. Lang, please tell us. Under their attack, Mr. Lang couldn't resist and dodged to one side. At that time, the martial god had a fight with him, and he was very surprised. I think the martial god must know who the pilot is, and his identity should be very special. Otherwise, Wuxin would not be that kind of performance. What kind of performance is it? Hong Shuibin is looking for the bottom line. Surprised with a little doubt, excited with a little anger, I have never had a martial god show that look. The pilot of the blood-red mecha is absolutely different. His strength is still above me, but he never appeared again after the beach landing was forced back, and I didn't have a chance to ask the martial god. Mr. Lang's words with a little regret, he cannot determine the identity of the pilot. Wang counselor chagrin, more blame himself, this is to blame me, in the morning I did not stop Chen Feng, let him go to ask Wuxin about this matter. Mr. Lang stopped Wang counselor's remorse. Wang counselor don't need to be like this. The god of martial arts has been on the high level for too long. Even if Chen Feng succeeds in going to him, he still has no chance to communicate with him. Chen Feng didn't believe it. No matter how it was said that the god of Wu was also a native of the Republic of Orchid, how could he treat his compatriots with such indifference? Is the martial god so difficult to approach? I don't even have a chance to speak with him? Isn't it inhuman? Mr. Lang went back to Chen Feng and squatted down in front of Chen Feng. He said earnestly, Wuxin is the totem of our ancient godland republic. He has too many things to deal with, so he will not spend his energy on other places. Moreover, he is a person out of the ordinary world, and he seldom contacts with what we seem to be ordinary things. Even our 8 special pilots seldom communicate with him, let alone you, a little student. Hong Shuibin refused, but he didn't dare to blame Wuxin. He only said in a roundabout way, we can't ignore our low status. Chen Feng just asked who killed his parents, and it won't take much time. Besides, maybe Chen Feng can become a special pilot in the future. Mr. Lang grinned, even if you become a special pilot, it will be something later. Now you are only students of Langyum Mechatronics College. There are countless people like you in the ancient Shunlan Republic. What do you think you have that can make the martial god look at you? Chen Feng couldn't think of an answer. Fortunately, this time, he could be sure that some martial god knew the identity of the blood-red mecha pilot, so he would not be confused. One day I will be qualified to speak with Wuxin face to face. On that day, I will say hello again. Mr. Lang encouraged Chen Feng, it's best to think like this. If the pilot of the blood-red mecha doesn't have an accident, it will only become stronger, perhaps second only to the god of war. When you can talk to Wuxin, you will have the strength to fight against him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if you find out his identity too early, you can't control yourself to take revenge. It's absolutely a dead end. Although Chen Feng made a decision, her heart was still a little difficult to accept. You, like President Pan, advised me not to know the identity of the murderer too early. Maybe you are right. Is that what President Pan said? Mr. Lang doesn't know what happened in the auditorium. Please confirm again. Yes, President Pan hopes to find out the truth when he grows strong enough. On this point, Wang Counselor has the right to speak. He stood on the edge and witnessed everything. It can be seen that Mr. Lang admired Mr. Pan and nodded his head repeatedly to confirm his decision. Mr. Pan's suggestion is correct. I have the same worry. Try to grow up, children. Wang counselor suddenly happy, to Lang teacher straight smile. Did not expect teacher Lang actually will care about others, in school for so many years, I see you give so much advice to others for the first time. Being teased by Wang counselor, Mr. Lang's face was slightly unable to hang, and pushed him to the corner of the wall. I'm not heartless. I can only say that you don't know me enough. Now that the dust has fallen to the ground, Hung Shuibin takes the opportunity to sink the stone. Mr. Lang is right. Counselor Wang. You don't know that Mr. Lang is serious in teaching us in fighting class. I don't think the name of Lone Wolf is suitable for Mr. Lang. No, I remember Mr. Lang, when you came into the school, it was not like this. When the students came to see you, you were always indifferent. Did you start to be human in the student's life? Although Wang counselor was pushed to the corner, but there is no discomfort, continue to make fun of teacher. Lang, this sentence said to Mr. Lang's heart, gently nodded, I used to be in the battlefield, with the enemy either you die or I die, not in the mood to communicate with others. But it's different in Langya Mechatronics College. It's surrounded by sunny students, and my world begins to change. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin couldn't answer this sentence. Fortunately, there was a counselor Wang beside him. He hammered Mr. Lang's chest heavily. This is what real life should look like. We don't only fight, but also laugh and be happy. Mr. Lang's face showed some rare smile. These years I have been very happy in Langya Machine College, and Mr. Su has been much better than before. What happened to Mr. Su? Chen Feng is very strange. He has no idea what happened to Mr. Su in the past. Lao Su didn't look like this before, until it happened, but let him tell you about it later. I can't disclose it. Mr. Lang did not answer directly, but let Chen Feng have the opportunity to ask Mr. Su himself. After Chen Feng's topic was finished, Counselor Wang began to care about the situation there. Mr. Lang, how is the bun now? Why hasn't Mr. Su come back yet? I'd like to apologize to my book friends. Many people have responded to me that there is a little too much irrelevant content. It's my first time to write a book that I don't have enough experience to master the rhythm. Last night, I sorted out and saved the manuscript. I found that the rhythm of the novel was rather slow and the plot was not compact enough. However, I had written it later, and I really didn't have the energy to make any changes. So this weekend, I sent 4 chapters every day to promote the plot, and let you enjoy reading it. Then, let's make a preview. Next week, the part of the college championship will begin. All kinds of mecha wars will be staged in turn. Chen Feng will also show his fangs in front of the people. The highlights will be staged soon. Please look forward to it. Mr. Lang went out of the office to the balcony and looked at the direction of the Bund. Lao Su is on guard around the coastline of the Bund. The Xuanwu pilot is responsible for the southwest guard work. When Yujia goes back, the 2 of us take turns to guard the scene of the attack. It's going to be hard for you. How long is it going to be on alert? The students are waiting for you to come back and teach. Counselor. Wang went to Mr. Lang's back and rubbed his shoulders. He was still worried about how the fighter Class A could return to normal class order. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin came forward to help Wang counselor beat teacher Lang's legs. Mr. Lang closed his eyes comfortably. What happened today made him very tired. It was really good to have someone give him a massage. As long as there is no more accident, we can come back in about 2 days. What I didn't expect was that Griffin, the god of gun, was so strong. I thought that we could stop him with 3 of us, but the most important thing was that we could stop him after that. He easily broke through the defense line. Chen Feng does not think so. The gun god can break through your defense because his mecha is equipped with flight equipment, which is not fair from the beginning. It is not a shame to be thrown away under such conditions. When it comes to flight equipment, I have to look at the gun god a little bit more. Originally, the speed of the mecha we operated at that time was already the limit of each other. He could still bear the sudden increase of pressure. Maybe no one can bear the huge pressure under the acceleration. Mr. Lang constantly recalled the scene when the gun god started the flight equipment to break through the defense line set up by the 3 people, and more admired the strength of the gun god. Young people are full of vigor. Hong Shuibin also disagrees with Mr. Lang's view. I don't think Gun God is alright. Maybe he has been injured after using the flight equipment, so he doesn't dare to fight with Wushan. He just bombed for a round and then chose to leave immediately. Otherwise, the bund will be completely destroyed by him. Mr. Lang closed his eyes because of Hong Shuibin's words and opened. You may be right, in the case of not causing enough damage to evacuate, the Gun God's action let me and Lao Su have no idea. So, if we caught up, maybe we could have shot down the world's first man. In Hong Shuibin's eyes, there was a blaze, as if he wanted to devour the god of gun alive. It's not that easy. Mr. Lang glanced at the young and frivolous Floodbin. Even if the gun god is really injured, with the help of flight equipment, we still can't catch up with him, and there are definitely submarines under the water to meet him. We estimate that the gun god took a transport ship to the outlying islands, then transferred to a submarine to ambush around the press conference. After the attack, he returned to the submarine to leave, and finally carried him back to China on the transport ship. Chen Feng immediately had a bold idea and immediately put forward to Mr. Lang, we can send Mecha to intercept the transport ships on the outlying islands, cut off the retreat of the gun god, and maybe we can leave him. Mr. Lang laughed, we have sent Mecha to go, but there are too many outlying islands. It's just a transport ship. The target is too small. We haven't found it yet. The gun god should have left. What a pity. Chen Feng can only lament the bad luck. Otherwise, if we can find the transport ship, at least it will take more effort for the gunmaster to return home. You don't have to think about it anymore. It's going to be hard for the Gamma Empire in a few days. Mr. Lang revealed new news. Chen Feng was curious and thought of Wushan's words. She could not help but stop her action. Will the Sangama Empire also be attacked? Is it true that the martial god said in the auditorium to avenge us? The warrior god has already set out and will soon arrive at the Sangama Empire. This revenge can also prove whether the gun god is injured or not. Mr. Lang's eyes were shining and obviously full of expectation. Hong Shuibin also wants to know more specifically, Mr. Lang, can you tell us where Wushan will launch an attack? I don't know. The target of Wushan's attack is completely confidential. It can't be disclosed to us, but it must not be small. In fact, Mr. Lang has several conjectures in his mind, but he can't be sure whether to choose not to say. Wang Counselor looked at his watch and found it was not early, ready to take Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin to leave. Well, we disturbed Mr. Lang a lot of rest time, so leave first, Mr. Lang, you can seize the time to have a rest. Su almost took over the chair and walked out of the room together. Mr. Lang just opened the door of the office. Two soldiers guarding the door immediately saluted, hello, Mr. Lang Ji. Mr. Lang replied with a military salute, hello, I'm going to replace Mr. Su. You'll continue to guard here. Understand. The two soldiers gave a crisp answer, listing the security of the office on both sides. Several people walked out of the office building. Mr. Lang directly stepped on his lone wolf and waved to Chen Feng. They flew up and sped off toward the bund. Chen Feng enviously looked at the lonely wolf's back. I don't know when we can drive to the real Mecha. It looks so handsome. Counselor Wang watched the Mecha come and go, but did not feel so much. If it goes well, you will all learn the formal operation of the Mecha in the second semester, but a group of people will be earlier. Hong Shuibin didn't understand. He took back his eyes and looked at Wang Counselor. Counselor Wang, what does a group of people mean? Earlier? Because the academy competition will not use the simulation module, but will use the physical machine, so the students selected for the college championship will practice the real-time operation after the end of this semester. Counselor Wang raised eyebrows and bewitched. If you want to touch the real Mecha as soon as possible, you can try to break through the selection competition first. There are benefits to participate in the college competition. I find that I have a reason to succeed again. Chen Feng, come on. As expected, Hong Shuibin was inspired by Wang Counselor and vowed to be selected into the college competition together with Chen Feng. But Chen Feng is struggling with another thing. Why should we use the physical Mecha in the college competition? Considering the destructive power of Mecha, if the students don't control it well, it's not easy to cause casualties. However, Chen Feng soon realized it and immediately asked herself, no. The simulator can only simulate the performance of 90 synchronization rate, which is unfair to the students with high synchronization rate, so it can only use physical machine A. Yes, so special training will be given to the students participating in the competition to prevent accidents. Mr. Lang, things are over. You all go back to have a rest. The next thing you have to do is to study hard and think long-term about finding Wu Xin. Wang counselors see Chen Feng and their spirit is not very good, urge them back to the dormitory for a rest. Yu Jia leaves Chen Feng a meaningful smile and walks up to the table. Chen Feng is fascinated and sits down beside her. Aunt Lin did a lot of cooking, and teacher he went back and forth several times to bring all the dishes to the table. Everyone looked at the food with perfect color and flavor and left saliva in succession. Although they were eager to eat the food prepared by Aunt Lin immediately, they still kept their restraint and waited for Mr. He to move the chopsticks first. He also knew that he did not move the chopsticks. Other people would not move the chopsticks. They raised their glasses first. Let's have a toast to celebrate their safe return under the attack. Cheers. Other people raised their glasses and collided. Mr. He took a bite of the food in front of him, and immediately there was no other sound on the table. He only heard the constant sound of food and chewing. Nangong Mengdai has visited Mr. He's apartment many times. Now she has given up her reserve completely and only concentrates on eating. Chen Feng turns her head again and looks at Yu Jia. She finds that they are no less than two. They are both enjoying themselves. After all the food on the table was eliminated, everyone put down their chopsticks, stroked the belly which was about to burst and began to rest. Chen Feng said to Yuchi, you live with teacher He every day. You can eat the dishes made by Aunt Lin every day. How can you rob us? Yuchi turned his white eyes with pride. My mother's food is delicious. If you can eat it, I can't eat it. Zhang Zhirong kept courting her. Yes, Aunt Lin's dishes make me not tired of eating every day. Yuchi shyly lowered his head when he heard Zhang Zhirong's words. However, teacher He and Aunt Lin seemed to find out that they were both insidious. Instead, they intended to match up. Zhirong can come to our house more often, every day. Yuchi listened to more shy, fingers secretly pinched Zhang Zhirong's waist. Zhang Zhirong's body pain, face but forced to smile. Uncle and aunt, I must often come. Maybe she was preached by Aunt Lin. Teacher He stopped worrying about Chen Feng's concealment of rescuing Yu Jia. She talked about another thing. Shui Bin, do you want to hear about the current situation of the Mecha variant project team? I have to think about it, Mr. He. I'm all ears. This is the most concerned thing of Floodbin. Immediately sat down waiting for teacher He's next. Mr. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, Xiaoqi, they are research assistants of Machine A variant project team. Most of the progress should have been told to you. I'll talk about the latest. Just today, we have completely completed the testing of the materials above. We have confirmed that there is no other material available to build variant mecha except for the Huang metal. Hong Shuibin reacted very quickly, and immediately thought of the impact it brought. In other words, this variant is definitely a special plane? Will the state allow the use of so much metal? Mr. He stroked his long beard with a smile in his eyes. The state has determined that there will be no problem. This variant is of epoch-making significance. As long as we can create a variant, it will provide us with enough brilliant metal. Oh, yes. Great Hong Shuibin left the chair excitedly and jumped and screamed in the dining room. Everyone can understand Hong Shuibin's inner feelings. No one can stop him from doing so. Teacher He dotes on him and reminds him, don't be too happy. Do you know what will happen after the variant becomes a special machine? Yu Jia and Lin Xian are the first to react and say with one voice, there will be a lot of people who want to be its pilots. Yes, Mr. He snapped his finger. Now many pilots have sent out their intention to the Royal Research Institute. After the news spread, there must be more pilots coming to fight for this position. Hearing the speech, Hong Shuibin stopped his dancing and dancing. I'll go. It's shameless. We've worked so hard for so long that we don't make wedding clothes for them. It's the hard work of so many of us. Do you understand that we should come first, then come first? It's not easy to see the angry appearance of Hongbin. Chen Fengxing is happy. I told you that it's not so easy to be a pilot who wants to be a variant of Machine A. You don't believe it. Now let the reality give you a blow. Mr. He earnestly advised Hong Shuaibin, even if the variant mecha is not a special machine, there will be many pilots to rob. These special mecha will not depend on who contacts first, but only on which pilot is most suitable. But you don't need to be discouraged, Shuaibin. Personally, I think you have a good chance. Hong Shuaibin was a little discouraged under Chen Feng's attack. His words made him energetic again. He ran to teacher He with tearful eyes. Mr. He, do you think so much of me? I'm so touched. He began to cultivate Hong Shuaibin's self-confidence. The most important thing to operate variant mecha is to have spirituality. In this regard, I have contacted so many pilots, only you are the most suitable. Of course. The Republic of Ancient Shenlong is so big that I may not have seen all the pilots. Maybe someone will pose a threat to you, so you should not take it lightly and continue to do a good job in basic skills training. Lin Xian still had some worries, but the variant mecha will become the first newly built special machine in the Republic of Ancient Shenlong in more than 10 years. Absolutely everyone will be staring at this fat meat, and Shuaibin will face a great challenge. As soon as Hong Shuaibin's expression was relaxed, he was still nervous because of Lin Xian's words. He continued to support Hong Shuaibin, but you should not ignore the fact that the research on variant mecha only passed the material test, and then we have to start to overcome technical problems. This is very time-consuming, and Shuaibin has a lot of time to go in line promotion. The teacher thinks highly of you. In the eyes of people's concern, Hong Shuaibin made up his mind. Please rest assured, I will not let my dream since I was a child and your hard research in vain. No matter how many people want to take away the pilot position of Variant A, I will not shrink back. The pilot of Variant Mecha must belong to me in the end. Chen Feng couldn't help applauding Hong Shuaibin's confident speech. Others followed suit. Zheng Zhirong yelled, Hong Shuaibin, come on. I think you can beat Pan Yugua and become the first one among us to become the pilot of the special plane. Under the stimulation of Zheng Zhirong, Hong Shuaibin was bold and called out, defeat Pan Yugua. I must be the pilot of the variant. Aunt Lin stayed in the teacher's apartment of Langyu Mechatronics College for several years. She knew how difficult it was to be a special pilot. She allowed the students to make a fool of themselves for a while before she said, don't be too ambitious. You should be the students of this competition first. Aunt Lin's words made Chen Feng feel a little inconceivable. Auntie Lin, do you also know the college contest? Of course, Auntie has not been in vain for so many years in school. Moreover, many people all over the country are looking forward to the competition. Every year. Unfortunately, this year will be postponed for 1 year. When it comes to the college tournament, Aunt Lin is a little bit sorry. Now that Aunt Lin knows the existence of the college competition, Chen Feng patiently introduces several people in the room for her. Look, Aunt Lin, the synchronization rate of Hong Shuaibin standing in front of you in Nangong Mengdai. Sitting in front of you are both 90, and Zhang Zhirong, who is sitting beside your daughter, is 89. I estimate that they, together with Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan, are our Langyu Mechatronics and the first choice in this college competition. Nangong Mengdai showed a rare smile to Aunt Lin under the introduction of Chen Feng. Zhang Zhirong and Hiyuchi talked in a low voice. They didn't know what to say. Only Hong Shuaibin was very dissatisfied. I'm not a fan, I'm excited, and Chen Feng is the last substitute. You must grab it. Otherwise, don't wait for our dormitory. Lin Xian and I can't afford this person. Lin Xian saw that Hong Shuaibin was involved in himself, and quickly put aside the relationship. I don't think so, but Chen Feng, I support you. Chen Feng had no confidence in herself. You have to know that my synchronization rate has just reached 87, and there are too many students in the class whose synchronization rate is 87, let alone a few who have a synchronization rate of 88. The higher the synchronization rate, the more different it is. I think it's very difficult for me to get out of the tight encirclement. Don't give me any pressure. Nandong Mengdai, who basically did not speak, suddenly interrupted, your shooting is very good. Maybe you can make up for the gap in synchronization rate. Chen Feng just wanted to speak when Yu Jia interrupted, we are not giving you pressure, but we have confidence in you. How can a man realize his dream without self-confidence? Don't you want to avenge your parents? If you can't make it through the college championship trials, do you think you have a future to talk about? Chen Feng, build up your confidence. We will all help you. When you just said this, Chen Feng suddenly woke up. I said that I wanted to revenge for my parents, but when I came to the difficult moment, I could only escape. How can we succeed in the current state? What's more, even Mr. Lang said that the unknown pilot was very strong, and the students in the selection competition were not worth mentioning. Take a look at Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong. Everyone is full of confidence in themselves. Even if their synchronization rate is not enough, their efforts will never be lost to any of them. Why can't we have some confidence in ourselves? Chen Feng finally showed a confident smile. I understand, thank you. Anyway, I won't give up this selection competition lightly. Look at my performance. Aunt Lin timely served the cut fruit. Come and eat some fruit after dinner, which is helpful for digestion. No matter how hard you try, you should pay attention to your body, do you know? The students in the room let Mr. He seem more and more satisfied, and began to eat the fruit with a smile. The teacher is waiting to see the day when all four of you represent Langyamashina College to participate in the college championship. Then I will take our personnel from the Variant Machine Armor Project Team in S-City to the Royal Research Institute for exchange, and come to the scene to cheer you up. That's what a teacher should be like. Aunt Lin also patted her thighs. The children auntie can't go to the scene, they will watch your performance on TV at home. In front of the future mother-in-law, Zhang Zhirong can't lose face and clap his chest loudly. You see, this college competition, our Langyamashina College will definitely achieve the best results in history. Aunt Lin handed Zhang Zhirong an apple. Auntie is looking forward to your performance. It goes without saying that Hong Shuibin has always been full of confidence, but Nangong Mengdai made a rare determination to Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, our talent does not allow us to fail. After the terrorist attacks in the morning, they were tired. Teacher He called in a larger school bus to send them directly back to the dormitory. When they left the teacher's apartment, they were still strictly checked by the guards. The flood, Bin couldn't help Tutsao. I said guarding the elder brother, we go in, you check, I can understand, how to leave when you need to make complaints about it. The guard had no expression at all. He replied coldly, at special moments, it's just to prevent lawbreakers from hiding inside. After the search, you can leave. No, how could the lawless hide in it? Hong Shuibin still didn't understand and wanted to continue to ask. Mr. He pulled Hong Shuibin to the school bus. There have been similar incidents before. After someone committed a crime, the informant inside took advantage of the chaos and left with a small and soft, which led to the national rectification. Don't ask more. Oh. Hong Shuibin then quietly sat in the car, and after a while he thought it was not right. Then the teachers who live in it can't move out now? Of course, no one can leave school until martial law is lifted. Mr. He doesn't care. He doesn't have too much resistance to it. Chen Feng thought about the feeling of losing her freedom and looked out of the window to the direction of the teacher's apartment, where the lights were shining brightly at the moment. The teachers there are not very poor, they can't act at will. He shrugged, that's not true. The teacher's apartment environment is so normal that we don't go out. As for the research, we still do it in the laboratory of the school anyway. In addition to going in and out, it has little effect. Mr. He showed such indifference that other people would not be able to say as early as possible. Taking the school bus, he quickly left the teacher's apartment and went back to the dormitory area. Only Chen Feng was the first to be sent to the barber shop in the living area to deal with her hair. Of course, so many people can't wait for Chen Feng. After Chen Feng got off the bus, the school car drove them away, leaving Chen Feng with ashes. It's very impersonal. As the school bus disappeared, Chen Feng walked into the barber shop with a sigh. As soon as I entered the store, I received a message from Yu Jia. I picked it up and looked at it. It said, make a nice hairstyle. Chen Feng Riley, how can I do my hair when my hair is like this? The receptionist in the barber shop saw a customer coming out to meet him. He sought his hair with an understanding smile. It's the student who was attacked today. His hair has been burned. It seems that the situation is very serious. Yes, many students should have come here to have their hair cut today. Chen Feng looked inside. There were quite a number of students sitting and dealing with their hair. The receptionist pointed out his hand and led the way in front of him. Of course, the appearance is still very important. Today, our barber shop is the most crowded day since its opening. But I'm the first to see someone like you. Come in. Fortunately, although there are a lot of students coming to haircut today, the barber shop has also increased its manpower accordingly. Most of the students just cut a flat head, but the difficulty is not very high. Soon it is Chen Feng's turn. Chen Feng sat in front of the barber looked up and down. This classmate's hair burned very seriously. I don't think it's the king of hair. Can I help you get a flat cut? Let's go flat. I haven't done it for a long time. Chen Feng hasn't had a flat head since she was adopted. On impulse, she also wants to have a try. She thinks that Yaja's hair doesn't seem to be damaged. Besides, boys are the majority of hairdressers around. It seems that girls pay great attention to the protection of their hair. Chen Feng thinks about Yujia's hair, and then she thinks of the scene when her hair ends in her nose when she saves her. The sweet feeling makes him grin. The barber looked at the boy who came to have a haircut inexplicably and said in his heart, "This man is sick. His hair is burned so that he can laugh in the mirror." Think of this hand cannot help but speed up a few minutes. Although the barber's speed was fast, he didn't relax his skill. After finishing the barber, Chen Feng looked at herself in the mirror. After changing to a flat head, Chen Feng added a little masculine temperament and looked more manly. It was quite different from the original. The barber looked at his work with satisfaction. "Well done, are you satisfied with your classmates?" Chen Fengshuan quickly got up and went to the cashier to pay the bill, satisfied. The master is a good craftsman. Haha, your face shape is very suitable for flat head. Try to keep more flat head in the future. The barber was in a good mood and gave advice. I feel the same way. I'll ask you to cut it next time. Goodbye. Chen Feng waved goodbye to the barber. The living area is next to the dormitory area. She chooses to trot all the way back to the dormitory. Chen Feng pushed the door open, and there were 4 people in the room: Hong Shuaibin, Lin Xian, Zhang Zhirong and Pan Yugua. They saw Chen Feng's new hairstyle and were all in a daze. Then Hongbin exaggerated and cried, "Wow, Chen Feng, you look so handsome with a flat head." Haha, I think so too. It's rare that Hong Shuaibin would boast of himself, and Chen Feng immediately agreed. Sure enough, Floodbin immediately turned his face, a big wide-eye to come over, said, "You are fat and panting, come in quickly, our monitor classmates come to visit you." Chen Feng understood why Pan Yugua was in his dormitory and said, "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong with me." Pan Yugua looked around Chen Feng and confirmed that he was okay before he got up and said goodbye. "I just don't want any student in the class to have an accident. Since you are okay, I can leave and leave. Goodbye, monitor." As the host of this dormitory and the people who were visited, Chen Feng couldn't refuse to send Pan Yugua out. After Chen Feng had sent Pan Yugua back, Zhang Zhirong once again found the new world and circled around him. He exclaimed, "Chen Feng, you feel so different when you trim your head. It's like changing a person. Is it a lot of men?" Chen Feng put out a thinker's pose, and then pretended to be forced. Lin Xian also became a little fan. "It's because you keep bangs. I never thought that your flat head would change so much. I think you can keep flat hair in the future." It should be. Chen Feng also thinks so. She wants to be satisfied with Yojia tomorrow. Chen Feng has returned to her dormitory. Zhang Zhirong has no reason to stay. She also leaves to go back to her dormitory, leaving 1101's original group of 3. The 3 look at each other and choose to wash, turn off the light and sleep. Even though it was only one day after the attack at the press conference of the second-generation Mecha, Chen Fengchen still saw that the students who had the habit of morning exercise were coming, and even many students who never did morning exercises came. It seems that the gunshot attack made everyone have a sense of crisis and know to improve their strength to meet the challenges in the future. Due to the fact that Mr. He and Mr. Su have to maintain the defense at the scene of the disaster in the Bund, the courses of the 1st Department of Fighter Plane in these 2 days were all changed into theory class and shooting class. When he came to the classroom, he saw the student's solemn expression and said in a slightly relieved tone, "You don't have to be so serious. You will encounter more difficult things in the future. This is just a small setback. Don't take it too seriously." But many students in other schools have died. However, some students objected to it. They didn't think it was a trivial matter. In the war years, countless people lost their lives under attacks, so you should enhance your own strength. You can not only protect yourself, but also help others. This is the significance of the existence of our fighter classes system. He stressed the cruelty of war and took the opportunity to teach students to study harder. What he said is reasonable. Students know the strength of the culprit. There are many things to do to face his strength. They don't want to waste time and urge him to teach quickly. Feeling the students' exuberant desire for knowledge, Mr. He raised the textbook on the platform, since everyone can't wait to start learning. I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of simple repair and maintenance of the mecha that we are learning now. In case you stand alone, but the mecha is damaged, it's just like this time that the musketeer came to the press conference of our second-generation mecha terrorist attacks. Mr. He raised his hand to the students who wanted to raise their hands and asked to put down their hands and continued. I know that some people want to say that Gunshot has not suffered any loss, but he is the first person in the world, and you are not. You have a very high probability of this situation, so you can only rely on your own self-help and repairability in this case. Please remember, don't put all your hopes on the preparation class. At the critical moment, you can only rely on yourself. All the students were silent, and they were deeply aware of the importance of the theory class. Some people originally thought that in addition to combat class, shooting class, and simulation class, they did not need to spend too much time in theory class. Until now, they really feel that theory class is also an important course related to their life and death. As if he heard what they were thinking, he said earnestly, there must be some students who think that it is not necessary to spend so much time on theoretical courses, but the mechanical college has existed for more than 10 years, and every preserved subject has its significance. Our theory class may not be as intuitive as other courses, only rigid textbooks and damaged parts, but it can help you to distinguish the characteristics of enemy aircraft and maintain the combat effectiveness of mecha in critical moments. Therefore, do not deal with it casually. I hope you can really apply the knowledge you have learned to practice. Mr. He, we understand. The students of Fighter Plane Department finally understood Teacher He's good intentions and understood the significance of theoretical courses for them. This is not only boring knowledge, but also an important skill related to life and death. This has also created a class of students with the lowest injury and death rate in the vast history. Each student put in the spirit of 12 points and began to learn the repair of machine parts. Teacher He found that the efficiency of this class was extremely high, and the parts brought by them were quickly mastered by the students. He praised with satisfaction, everyone in this class performed very well. If you keep this rhythm, maybe I will bring 2 kinds of parts in the next class. Hong Shuaibin didn't want to miss this opportunity and yelled, Mr. He, you can bring 2 kinds of parts. We can definitely finish learning. Pan Yugwa stood up and pleaded, our previous efficiency was too low. Please ask Mr. He to speed up our learning. Oh? Do you all think so? Looking at the expectant faces under the stage, Mr. He simply promised to come down. Well, I will bring 2 kinds of parts for each class from the next class. At this pace, I think we have time to learn the construction of the parts of the complete mecha, but if you don't have time to learn, don't blame me. Since Chen Feng made up her mind to participate in the college competition, she said, even if the class is not finished, we still have spare time, absolutely guarantee to keep up with Teacher He's progress. Good. That's settled. That's all for this class. Let's finish. The matter has come to this point. The enthusiasm of the students is so high, Teacher He no longer said that the decision was made. During lunchtime, Yu Jia and He Yuchi first saw Chen Feng with a flat head. They both felt a little incredible. After a long pause, Yu Jia said, Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to trim your flat head much more handsome than before. Hearing Yu Jia's praise, Chen Feng raised her head with pride. How about it? Is that what you call a good haircut? Hiyuchi eyes take small stars, handsome, I have a little heart. Hiyuchi this way let Zheng Jirong nervous, quickly cover her eyes, Yuchi don't look at him, calm down. Hiyuchi impatiently knocked off Zheng Jirong's hand in front of her, I'm just saying casually, why so nervous? Chen Feng looked at their sweet looks and said, when did you 2 get together? Don't tell us about it? Speaking of this, Hiyuchi became embarrassed and dodged to Zhang Jirong's back, unwilling to answer, but Zhang Jirong was careless and indifferent. Just a few days ago, Yuchi promised to be my girlfriend. Wow, congratulations. They applauded. Hiyuchi slapped Zhang Zhirong's back with a red slap on his face, blaming him for saying it so quickly. Zhang Zhirong made an innocent expression, they can see it. I can't hide it anymore. Yu Jia, the first couple in the small group, confirmed that Hong Shuibin took advantage of the situation to turn to Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai. I said Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai. What is the situation of you two now? Unexpectedly, the spearhead suddenly pointed at himself. Lin Xian also made a big fuss and hesitated to answer. In contrast, Nangong Mengdai was calm and said, it seems that Lin Xian has never asked to be my boyfriend? Speaking of this, Chen Feng winked at Lin Xian. Nangong Mengdai has said that. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Say it. Encouraged by his friends, Lin Xian was still very shy in his heart, but still trembling and whispering, what Nangong Mengdai you wanna be my a girlfriend? Lin Xian's voice was as small as a mosquito's wings. Everyone could not hear it very seriously. He coaxed, Lin Xian, what do you say? We didn't hear you. Speak up. Lin Xian's face was already red, and his face was developing from pink to bright red. He said again, Nangong Mengdai, would you like to be my girlfriend? Hong Shuibin has yet to get up and coax Lin Xian to say it again. Nangong Mengdai quickly solves the siege for Lin Xian. I agreed. Really? You agreed? This time, Lin Xian didn't need anyone to stimulate him. He jumped up like a frog and repeatedly confirmed to Nangong Mengdai, are you really willing to be my girlfriend? It may be because she thinks Lin Xian is too bored, or maybe it's the reserved and shy girl. Nangong Mengdai turns Lin Xian back to his original position and blocks his questioning mouth, don't ask anymore. In the heart to determine the authenticity of this matter, Lin Xian eyes wide, busy nodding, with a nasal voice to express understanding. Well, both Lin Xian and Zhang Zhirong publicly confirmed their girlfriends today. What about myself? Chen Feng enviously looked at the four of them, a little unbalanced in their hearts, and turned to see Yu Jiao was also looking at him. Both of them turned their heads in a hurry under their eyes. Chen Feng covered her heart beating wildly and didn't know what to do. Maybe I can go and ask Yu Jia? But it seems that she has been playing better with Shu Weibin from childhood to adulthood. Chen Feng is puzzled by the thought of cutting constantly, but he doesn't notice that Hong Shuibin is also looking at Yu Jia's side face. His eyes are shining, and his fingers are constantly clenching and loosening. Obviously, he is also indecisive. And the other four people just officially confirmed the relationship, are in extreme excitement, even less aware of their three complex expressions. In the morning, it's a theory class, and in the afternoon it's a shooting class. Lin didn't give a long talk to the students, but just gave a brief concern, are you all okay? We are very good, Teacher Lin can rest assured, the students said. In the students' response, Mr. Lin held up a beam rifle. This time, we must have a deep understanding of the gun god's terrorist attack on our second-generation mecha press conference. Let's talk about our feelings. Pan Yugwa took the lead in answering. Fortunately, the gun god didn't choose to attack us at the first time, otherwise we would also be killed and wounded. Chen Feng also had a say in her life. For the first time, I felt that the power of mecha guns was so powerful. It may not be a legend that a machine destroys a city. Hong Shuibin added, we are frightened to see the gunshots attack from a distance, and it is absolutely more terrifying to be in his range at close range. After listening to the students' feelings, Mr. Lin raised his gun to shoot a moving target in the distance. It seems that everyone is shocked by the terrible strength of the musketeer. Here I want to make it clear that mechas' attack power is really high, but the gun god's kind is only a special case. His two guns represent the strongest long-range attack in the world. We can't generalize and think that other mecha also have the same effect attack power. The students are at ease. If all mecha can cause that degree of damage, it is really unthinkable. However, it is undeniable that the combat effectiveness of mecha is very strong, especially the firearms, which can cause huge damage in long range. Therefore, we must not take the training lightly. Maybe there will be people among us who are not inferior to the god of guns. Mr. Lin used this to warn the class of students to take the practice seriously. In fact, it doesn't need to be mentioned by Mr. Lin. The students standing on their respective shooting platforms have long been eager to try. After witnessing the terrible attack of The god of gun which can almost destroy the heaven and earth. Everyone is full of expectation for the gun practice in the shooting class. What Mr. Lin said is just icing on the cake. Mr. Lin looked at the impetuous students, no longer repressing their desire, then start training, and finally say one more sentence, this semester, I hope everyone can master the single handgun shooting moving target. With this skill can become the foundation of marksmanship. Hearing that he was finally ready to start training, Zhang Jirong called out strangely, Mr. Lin, you can wait. I'll surprise you at the end of the term. Chen Feng had already mastered the ability to shoot a moving target with one hand in the previous course, and saw the gunmasters attacking action like flowing water. On the scene of the press conference of the second-generation mecha, and the idea of practicing shooting with both hands holding double grab was also in her heart. Chen Feng said to do it. After all, now that we have the basis of shooting moving targets, we have a lot of experience in rapid targeting. However, if we want to try such a difficult exercise, we should start with a fixed target. When Chen Feng once again held the gun in both hands and aimed at the target in the distance, it was totally different from the first time. Instead of the strange feeling, she had a feeling of mastering it. It was like lifting a beam rifle for the first time, and an extremely familiar feeling surrounded him. Immersed in this feeling, Chen Feng pressed the trigger, two guns aimed at the two targets in the distance, and shot quickly at the same time, dozens of guns before stopping. Put the two guns back on the table of the shooting table. Chen Feng called out the performance indicator to check the results just now. The data on the screen didn't disappoint him. Basically, they were between 6 to 8 rings. Although none of the guns reached above 9 rings, at least there was no miss. Good performance. A voice suddenly rings behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who is looking at the performance indicator, is frightened. She turns to see that it is Teacher Lin standing beside her. Chen Feng exaggerated patted the heart, Teacher Lin is you, can frighten me to death. Haha, as a fighter class of students will be so easily scared to death? Lin obviously did not believe, pointing to Chen Feng just put down the two guns, I see you are practicing double gun shooting, which is the most difficult shooting skills. Chen Feng didn't expect that he had tried to practice the most difficult shooting skills by mistake. He was also seen by Mr. Lin, who was embarrassed, I don't know, Miss Lin. Originally, I just had such an idea, but I didn't continue if I couldn't. Later, I learned how to shoot a moving target with a single hand and saw the terrible attack power of the gun god using two guns. I tried again today. I didn't expect that it was good and there was no miss. Mr. Lin carefully looked at Chen Feng's achievements in each shooting, and his face became more and more excited. Chen Feng, your shooting talent is more and more shocking to me. Such achievements do not mention other students who have not specially trained in double gun shooting, and even many pilots who have trained for a period of time may not be able to achieve them. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? I'm not very good at this. Chen Feng pointed to the scores of the second and third rings in several screens. Look, Mr. Lin, can this kind of performance be better than the specially trained pilots? Instead of answering directly, Mr. Lin asked Chen Feng a question. Well, I ask you, in addition to the god of gun, do you see other pilots who attack with two guns at the same time? Chen Feng was puzzled by this question. She scratched her head and racked her brain. She thought and thought. Finally, she shook her head and said, I can't think of it. It seems that I haven't seen it at all. Yes. Mr. Lin went to Chen Feng's shooting platform, picked up the two beam rifles that Chen Feng had just put down, aimed at the two stationary targets in the distance for shooting. After about 10 shots, he stopped and said, Chen Feng, please look at my achievements. Chen Feng has been standing beside the performance indicator. After finishing typing, Mr. Lin can't wait to see the numbers gradually emerging on it. Then she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, am I wrong? It's impossible? However, Teacher Lin did not care to put down the gun and came over. Looking at his score of 10 shots, he was not surprised. Normal, this is my real level. Although Mr. Lin has confirmed, Chen Feng still shook her head in disbelief. I don't believe it. I've seen Mr. Lin's shooting demonstration. No matter it's static target or dynamic target, no matter it's static target or dynamic target, there has never been a situation in which there's number 6 rings. This is absolutely abnormal. No, it's normal. What you see is what I did when I used only one gun, and I used two guns at the same time. Mr. Lin raised his hands to show that he was using two guns. Chen Feng is still repeatedly checking Teacher Lin's grades, but is the gap really so big? Mr. Lin stopped Chen Feng's action and pulled him to the shooting platform. The teacher won't cheat you. Please recall the first time you tried to use two guns at the same time. Chen Feng closed her eyes and calmed down and began to think quietly. The first time I tried double guns was at the beginning of this semester. At that time, I had not started to practice moving target. When I held a gun in both hands and aimed at the target, it was difficult to aim, and forced shooting was even more empty. After that? Why are you hitting today? Teacher Lin earnestly instructed and guided Chen Feng to continue thinking. Chen Feng closed her eyes and touched the beam rifle on the table. She rubbed the lines on it, and her thinking became clearer. Then I gave up this training for a while and began to practice moving targets. When I was proficient in shooting moving targets with a single handgun, I felt that I could shoot accurately without too much fine aiming. So today, I tried to shoot with two guns at the same time again. Teacher Lin patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. No mistake. The key to shooting with two guns at the same time is here. After hard practice, most people can learn to shoot a moving target with one hand. However, no matter how they practice, most people can't learn to shoot targets with two guns at the same time, because they can't aim at one target at the same time, let alone the two targets you have now. Is this a more difficult practice? Lin teacher's words let Chen Feng more surprised, did not expect to hit by mistake, even began to further try. Mr. Lin didn't want Chen Fengjiao to be arrogant and hit him a little. It can't be said that it's more difficult. They use a moving target instead of two fixed targets like you. Chen Feng was not happy and turned up her mouth. Mr. Lin, you are too much. If you don't say a word clearly, you have to separate two sentences. Haha, don't be discouraged. They haven't practiced the fixed target. You've already surpassed most people who try to shoot with two guns. Teacher Lin laughs, but she can't help telling Chen Feng. Chen Feng then showed a little color, concerned about the practice behind. It seems that my shooting talent is really good. How do I train next, Teacher Lin? Lin pointed to the two fixed targets still hanging in the distance and said, according to what you said, you are only the second attempt, so continue to use the two fixed targets. After the results are consolidated, change to a moving target, and finally use two moving targets. Chen Feng responded confidently, I understand, maybe soon I can shoot two moving targets with two guns at the same time. Teacher Lin is not as optimistic as Chen Feng, and then admonishes, Chen Feng, I suggest you still play steadily. The enemy will not stay in place. No matter how well the fixed target is practiced, it is meaningless. What a small number of people can do is to attack the same moving target, which is quite powerful. It's a great advantage to be able to attack two moving targets at the same time. But at present, only the gunshot can do it. Do you still have enough confidence? If Chen Feng had not been inspired by Yu Jia before, she might have withdrawn if she was asked by Teacher Lin. However, now Chen Feng Yojia has broken her mind. No matter how difficult it is, she will try her best. Without being discouraged, she said, I will try my best. Even if only the gun god can do it, he will have to make a little progress to reach that level. I am also want to try it. You can have such confidence. The teacher is very pleased, grasped the practice. Mr. Lin asked Chen Feng to continue to practice and stood beside him to check the constantly updated results on the performance indicator. Affirmed by Lin, Chen Fengjiujia has a better vision for the future of learning double gun shooting. He does not leave any hands in training, and strives to achieve the best effect of every shot. Chen Feng's practice efficiency in this state is extremely high, and the number on the performance indicator is also rising. Seeing this situation, Teacher Lin is relieved to leave to teach other students to shoot. Chen Feng practiced like this for most of the afternoon. Her arms were numb and sour. She put down the gun for a short rest. She was attracted by his strange shooting style. She put down her gun and looked at Chen Feng's shooting results. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Practice shooting with two guns at the same time. Chen Feng kneaded her shoulder and did not want to waste any rest time. And this practice? I'll try it, too. Looking at Chen Feng using this novel shooting method to hit high scores, Hong Shuibin is eager to try, also want to come. As soon as he picked up the two guns, Hong Shuibin felt something was wrong. After calling out the two targets, he was dizzy. After aiming at Chen Feng for a long time, he could only give up. He complained to Chen Feng, "How did you do it? I'm going to explode in order to aim at both targets. Don't you feel it?" Chen Feng shook his head and thought that he could take advantage of the opportunity to flood bin. "I'm okay, maybe you are too weak." "How could it be? I'll try again." As expected, Hong Shuibin jumped into the pit, raised two guns again and began to aim. As a result, he took aim for a short time. The more he aimed, the more inaccurate he was. He could only shoot 2 shots casually and look at the performance indicator. As expected, all of them were empty. At this time, Hong Shuibin found something wrong. He went to Chen Feng and said, "This should be the training method suitable for you. I saw that Mr. Lin stayed beside you for a long time. There must be a story in it." Chen Fenglu's evil smile did not answer. Hong Shuibin was more sure that he had been cheated. He rushed to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you dare to play me? I want to die with you." Chen Feng kept away from him. Seeing Hongbin's unreasonable posture, he knew that it would take more time if he didn't make it clear, so he explained to Hong Shuibin what Mr. Lin had said to him. Hong Shuibin understood the cause and effect and thought carefully. In this case, this is a very difficult training. No wonder I can't adapt to it. But my dynamic target score is better than fixed target, maybe I can try it on it. You should try yours and don't disturb me. Looking at Hong Shuibin's interest, Chen Feng quickly let him play so as not to affect his training. After seeing through Chen Feng's careful thinking, Hong Shuibin returned to the shooting platform with a waiting look. This time, he replaced the fixed target with a moving target, and did not raise 2 targets with great ambition, but only used 1 target. Sure enough, this time Hong Shuibin's performance has made great strides. Even if he didn't make a very high number of rings, he didn't miss the target. With confidence, Hong Shuibin once again increased the difficulty. He called out another target and let the 2 targets start moving at the same time. As a result, both hands could not keep up with the target speed, which made him miss again and again. Sure enough, as Teacher Lin said, using 2 guns to shoot 2 targets at the same time, no one can do it except the god of the gun. From then on, Hong Shuibin gave up the idea and concentrated on practicing 1 target, and his grades began to improve gradually. The training was very effective. Hong Shuibin applauded himself happily. "I still feel like dynamic target. It's enough for me to practice 1 target well. It's not suitable for me to hit 2 targets at the same time. Chen Feng, shall we have a competition?" Chen Feng directly refused. "No, I have to lay a good foundation step by step, move the target and wait until later." It happened that Mr. Lin came to Chen Feng again at this time. Seeing Hong Shuibin holding a gun in both hands, he was shocked again. "Hong Shuibin, you can't shoot with 2 guns at the same time, can you?" Hong Shuibin's proud pointing to his own performance display instrument. "Can you do? The results will not lie, Mr. Lin, you see." Mr. Lin went to Hong Shuibin's performance display instrument to watch carefully, and then looked at Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin with emotion. "I didn't expect that both of you have great talent in shooting, especially Hong Shuibin, whose performance on the fixed target is flat, but it can be so brilliant on the moving target. I've only seen it in my life." Hong Shuibin became more and more proud. If it had not been for the teacher, his tail would have been lifted to the sky. "The moving target is my world. Chen Feng doesn't dare to compare with me." "Haha, not necessarily." Mr. Lin refused to comment, supporting Chen Feng. "On the basis of basic skills, Chen Feng is one of the most solid students in our class. I am more optimistic about his future development in the field of shooting." Hong Shuibin didn't understand. Clearly he was the one who started the next training earlier. Why did Mr. Lin think highly of Chen Feng, but now I start to shoot the moving target with 2 guns? Chen Feng's progress is much slower than me? Mr. Lin waved his hand to let Hong Shuibin see Chen Feng's target. "But can you shoot 2 targets at the same time? Even if it is a fixed target, few people in the world can do it." After Chen Feng has consolidated his skills, a single moving target will not have a great impact on him. 2 moving targets may be his limit. Between Teacher Lin and Hong Shuibin, Chen Feng has not stopped his training. The results show that the scores of the 2 targets on the instrument are steadily increasing, and there are no numbers below 7 rings. As for the 2 targets, Hong Shuibin had to take them. He didn't try. When he looked at them, his eyes and brain almost split. and he couldn't aim at them at the same time. It's too hard. I'd better practice a target. Come on, I'm looking forward to your performance at the end of the term. Both of them were full of confidence. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. You won't be disappointed. Under the shadow of terrorist attacks on the scene of the second-generation Mecha press conference, the students of Langya Mecha College worked hard to study and train, but they still felt that everyone was carrying a heavy sense of indescribability. The teachers are anxious in their hearts. Every class is constantly trying to reduce pressure on students, but the effect is not ideal. Some teachers even go to the principal building to find President Pan, hoping that he can deal with the crisis. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Pan refused. He sat on the chair with an enigmatic face. You don't have to worry. This situation won't last too long. Go back to work at ease. I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Headmaster Pan's gourd. Teachers can only go back to continue teaching. Otherwise, Headmaster Pan is highly respected and respected. Maybe someone has already said that he is old and stupid. For days after the terrorist attack, Mr. Lang and Mr. Su, who are in charge of guarding the scene of the attack, have postponed their return for unknown reasons. The students of the first department of the fighter plane are also about to resist. They pester Mr. He in the theory class in the morning, hoping that he can contact the two teachers. However, Mr. He could not contact the two teachers who were on business outside. They were entangled by the students. Until then, an earth-shaking news was reported on TV. The communicator on the platform suddenly said, "Here is a notice. Please turn on the projector for all the teachers in the class. The school will broadcast a piece of news. The notice will be broadcasted again. Please turn on the projector and the school will broadcast a piece of news." Teacher He quickly pressed the projector switch to appease the excited students. "Children, calm down, let's first see what kind of news the school will broadcast, and then we will talk about everything after watching it." The projector started soon. It is estimated that the projectors in all classrooms have been prepared. The scene of news broadcast that everyone is familiar with begins to appear. The two hosts are making oral broadcast with happy faces. Here is an instant message. Just half an hour ago, an unidentified mecha attack was suddenly received by a research institute of the Santagama Empire in Miami. 4 research institutes were destroyed. It is reported that this research institute is mainly responsible for the research on the weapons of the Santagama Empire Army Mecha, which can be said to be a very important research institute. Now let's take a look at the scene. The picture in the projector is switched to high altitude, which should be the picture taken by satellite. From a distance, a large building with hundreds of square meters on the ground is shrouded in thick firelight. Chain explosions are happening everywhere, and there is a fuzzy mecha flying around, constantly sending beams of light from the palm, destroying the peripheral defense system and chasing mecha. The time of the video is very short, just a minute. Before everyone can enjoy watching it, he cuts back to the host. From the scene, we can see that this research institute has been completely destroyed. Just now, the Ministry of Defense of the Holy Gamma Empire protested to our ancient republic, believing that the god of war of our country carried out a terrorist attack on them. Here, we in the Republic of Ancient Shinlan make a solemn statement that Wushan is now carrying out a secret mission, and the specific itinerary is inconvenient to disclose. However, the mecha that is being destroyed is definitely not the god of arms. Please do not confuse the public and cause unnecessary misunderstanding on the part of the Sangama Empire. Ha 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 ha. Well done. This time, let the Holy Gamma Empire suffer a dumb defeat. The class of fighter class broke out huge laughter, and could stop clearly to the school. Deafening shouts were heard in every classroom. All of us are not blind. From the 1-minute video, we can see that the attack way of the mecha is obviously unique to the unique warrior god. Besides the Wushan, there is no mecha that emits light from the palm, and only the Wushan can cause such damage alone. However, just as the Sangama Empire refused to admit that it was their gun god who attacked the second-generation mecha press conference of the Ancient Shinlan Republic, the Ancient Shinlan Republic naturally did not say that its own martial god attacked the research institute of the Sangama Empire, and all of us were careful about it. After the broadcast of the news, the atmosphere in the classroom has begun to change. Everyone is eloquent in expressing their views. Instead of stopping it, He allows everyone to vent their emotions more heartily. When he heard that the research institute of the Sangama Empire was attacked, Hong Shuaibin raised his hands, and after seeing the scene, he yelled, "Wu Shenio, kill them son of a bitch." It's really a hell of a relief. Chen Feng constantly recalled the sassy posture of the warrior god in his mind. The Mecha of the Sangama Empire was slaughtered in front of him like a native chicken and a dog. It's very powerful. The warrior god avenged us so quickly. It's so easy to do it. Xuan, after holding back for so many days, I can finally be proud. I hope the martial god can destroy more places. Zhang Zhirong thinks it is not enough, and he also wants to see the news that more research institutes of the Sangama Empire have been attacked. Are you stupid? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Zhirong like an idiot. After the martial god attacked this place, the Sangama Empire must have strengthened the alert of other research institutes. Moreover, the long-distance journey consumes a lot of energy for Mecha. Moreover, the gun god has not appeared in this video, so we should not be too careless. When it comes to the gun god, Hongbin insisted on his previous idea. I still think the gunshot is injured and will not easily come out to fight with the martial god. But Chen Feng is right. The god of martial arts is fighting in different places. He has to save his strength and come back. Two friends did not agree with their views. Zhang Zhirong and Chu Baba looked out of the window. I just don't think it is enough. What a big event our second Generation Mecha press conference is. It was destroyed by the gun god and many students died. How can a research institute in the Sangama Empire repay so many lives? Chen Feng could understand Zhang Zhirong's idea and gently comforted him. After all, there is nothing big happening in the Sangama Empire recently. It is very good to destroy one of their important research institutes. At this time, President Pan's voice came out from the communication instrument. Please pay attention to the students of the first department of the fighter plane below. Mr. Lang and Mr. Su have completed the warning task, and will return to the school tomorrow to continue the normal teaching work. Please make preparations in advance. The two special pilot teachers will also return, so that the students of fighter plane department will directly reach the peak because of the news. After knowing the true identities of the two teachers, no student does not expect to meet them again. At this point, the heavy atmosphere that has plagued Langya Mechatronics College for several days has finally been swept away, and the former vigorous scene has been restored. The morning's theory class was spent in a noisy, agitated mood, did not delay the hands of the effort, the non-stop disassembly and assembly, and then learned the maintenance skills of vision system of Mecha. At lunchtime, Chen Feng felt the changes of other students in the canteen. All the faces were jubilant. Chen Feng couldn't accept such a big difference. The attack of martial god made the whole atmosphere of our school different. Maybe this is the personal charm and influence. Lin Xian's mood has not calmed down, and his eating hands are still trembling. It's mainly because we are too angry. After being attacked by the gun god, we all know that we can't fight back. We've been very subdued in the past few days. The attack of the martial god has completely released our negative emotions. Today's news seems to make everyone come back to life, rather than the previous look of lethargy. Wushan's machine armor presses a group of machine armor, which is really cool. Wushan's sagacity in the video makes Yu Jia become his little fan sister. Looking around, Chen Feng had to admire the great influence of Wushan. Everyone has become laughing and laughing. Maybe that's the meaning of the god of war. The personal charm of the god of war is full of. Even Nangong Mengai was almost unable to control her calm mood and blurted out, to be a hero in life, to be a ghost hero in death is worth a lifetime. Hong Shuaibin looked at Nangong Mengai in surprise, shook his head and sighed with regret. It's a pity that you are a daughter after all, and you are destined not to be a martial god. Hiyuchi stepped forward to protect his good sister, who said that women are not as good as men. We dream butterflies can become female martial god. Zhirong, do you think so? Does Zhang Zhirong dare to deny the culture of his girlfriend? Immediately, he abandoned Hong Shuaibin with no sense of righteousness. Yuchi is right. The martial god doesn't distinguish gender. Ha ha. Zhang Zhirong's redundant dry smile especially highlights his embarrassing situation. Everyone turned to the gun and criticized him. Zhang Zhirong said nothing. To heaven, what did I do wrong and who did I offend? Why is it all against me? But he forgot what he had done. which made both sides think he was a traitor. The real-time news broadcast made the whole Republic of Ancient Shinlan rejuvenated. People finally stopped entangled in the shadow of the attack of the second-generation Mecha press conference, and continued to work hard for a new life. The students in Langya Mecha College also began to study vigorously, and even the vigilance work everywhere was inexplicably relaxed. The teachers in the school were finally relieved. No wonder President Pan was so unpredictable. However, when asked about this matter, he had such a wonderful way to solve the problem, which really made people admire. In shooting class, Mr. Lin joked with his classmates, "Students, tomorrow we will see Miss Lang and Mr. Su who have not been seen for many days. Are you happy? That's necessary. I'm waiting for the teachers to come back and talk about the feeling of fighting with the gun god." Zheng Zhirong took the lead in saying that he would like to know what it is like to fight with the gun god after seeing the strength of the gun god. I don't know what it's like for the two teachers to fight with the musketeer, but you may be able to understand what it's like to be with them after you've practiced shooting well. Lin was in a good mood and continued to have fun with the students. This expectation even Hong Shuibin felt that it was too high, showing a disdainful expression. "Teacher Lin, do you cheat a 3-year-old child? Even if I had more confidence, I didn't think I could have the skill of a gun god." Not necessarily. Oh, your students are generally high in talent, refueling teachers are optimistic about you. Mr. Lin didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was still filling the students with chicken soup. Seeing that the farce will continue if we don't stop it, the monitor Pan Yubwa stepped forward. "Mr. Lin, I think we can start class, and there are many students waiting for training. Now most of the students in the class have mastered the shooting skills. He just needs to help adjust some minor mistakes or bad habits." Like Hong Shuibin, Mr. Lin came to his side again. "Hong Shuibin, don't always immerse in the practice of moving target. I suggest you spend a quarter of your time training fixed target in each class. You see, in the shooting just now, if you have a good basic practice, the scores of these shots can be improved by at least 1 or 2 rings." Mr. Lin pointed to Hong Shuibin's performance indicator and said that in fact, Hong Shuibin had caught up with the speed of the moving target, but the lack of stability made him unable to make good results. Faced with the problems pointed out by Mr. Lin, Hong Shuibin was taught with an open mind. He also knew where his weak link was. "I feel it, Mr. Lin. But I thought that we could solve the problem by hard training on the moving target. Now it seems that we have to learn the fixed target again." Hong Shuibin accepted the suggestion and was very pleased. He pointed to Chen Feng next to him and said, "Don't think it's a shame to train a fixed target. Don't you think Chen Feng is training a fixed target now, and I dare say that no student in the class can stabilize him in shooting." "Mr. Lin, don't think I can't hear you. You are beating me up." Chen Feng put down her gun and was flattered to hear that. Mr. Lin looked at Chen Feng's performance indicator. "You have to have confidence in yourself. This score is not very good. You can change the moving target in a few classes. But since you don't want to listen, I won't say much. Remember to play steadily and don't rush. Understand?" Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin put Teacher Lin's words in their heart and began to train hard. In the evening, Chen Feng and other people originally wanted to have a small celebration in the open-air restaurant on the 4th floor of the canteen, but they didn't expect to find that. They were full of people and revelry students when they came to the dining hall. It seems that the news of the attack on the Sangama Empire in the morning had a great impact on everyone. Lin Xian held the railing to maintain balance and was not scattered by the crowd. The effect of today's news is even greater than expected. It's the first time to see so many people in an open-air restaurant. Hong Shuibin tried hard to get to the restaurant, but he failed. "It's too much for me. There are too many people. It's impossible here. Let's go down and celebrate in a restaurant outside." Chen Feng is worried about the accident and proposes to change places. After all, there are a large number of them and there are several girls. Hiyuchi immediately agreed. The crowd let her not want to squeeze in. "Agree, let's go outside." Yu Jia and Nangong Mangdai also said they didn't want to stay here for dinner. "It seems that we girls don't like noisy places." Chen Feng recalled Hong Shuibin with something in mind. After discussion, they began to walk outside the school on foot. At the gate, they happened to meet 3 people in Murangshuan's dormitory. Among them, Su Xian first found them. "This is not Chen Feng. Are so many people going out to celebrate? Hong Shuaibin just wanted to say that it's none of your business, but Chen Feng stopped him. Stretch out your hand and don't laugh at people. Besides, they didn't come to provoke us. Today is a happy day. Don't make trouble. Chen Feng turned to Su Xian with a smile. Yes, our martial god is very powerful in the Holy Gamma Empire. Naturally, we should celebrate. Su Xinyang raised his thumb to the sky and then turned to Murongxuan. That's not true. Lord Morongfan, the martial god, is invincible in the world. Moreover, he is our family of Murongxuan. Do you envy him? Although Chen Feng had known for a long time that Morongfan and Murongxuan were members of the same family, Su Xian's affectation made him feel a little uncomfortable. He pretended to have heard of it for the first time. So Murongxuan's classmates and martial god are family members? I've never heard from you. I'm so envious. Sure enough, Su Xian showed a disdainful attitude. From the surname can be associated with is really no IQ country bumpkin. Morongxian, however, lightly looked at the bright and colorful outside the campus and stood with his hands behind his back. He is an uncle in my family. There are many talented people in Morong family outside. There is no need to publicize it everywhere. This remark of Morongxian made Hong Shuaibin look at him with a glance. He sincerely said, no matter which family can have a martial god. Like a person, it is worth mentioning in any case. Morongxian has always kept a low profile in his class. We still admire this point. Morongxian did not care about Hong Shuaibin's praise, but said to a group of Chen Feng people, we are just going out to celebrate my uncle. Lin Wenjie interposed, you are going out to celebrate, so are we. Since we meet, why don't we come together? Chen Feng always has a feeling that Murongxuan always seems to have a special meaning for Yu Jia. Just now, he did not speak to all of them, but to Yu Jia alone. He did not want to agree to Lin Wenjie's proposal. There are many people here, and we are not familiar with each other. I think we should not force them together. Seeing Chen Feng's rejection of his proposal, Zhang Jiron looked at Murongxuan nervously. Murongxuan frowned and said, it's just a small celebration. Do you need such a score? Everyone is a classmate. A few words will make you lively. Chen Feng still refused. I think it's better for us to celebrate separately and not to disturb Murongxuan. Morongxian still wants to speak again. Hong Shuaibin takes the lead. He seems to see something. The martial god is your uncle. You have to congratulate you. We just use this to celebrate casually. I also think we should not be together. Morongxian ate one after another, and his face was very ugly. Su Xian jumped out again and stood out for him. It's your honor for Morongxian to invite you. You don't know how good or bad you are. Zhang Jirong didn't like Su Xian at all. He countered, what does it mean to not know what's good or bad? Why do we have to be with you when we go out to play with you? If we don't, we can't make sense. What's the saying? The two sides are gradually out of control. Murongxuan reaches for Su Xian, who still wants to speak. He asks Yu Jia, let's listen to the opinions of the girls. Do you think it's not suitable for us to celebrate together? Yu Jia and Chen Feng's ideas are the same, that Murongxuan no matter what is always involved with her, as if to take the opportunity to get close to themselves, but she did not feel much about Murongxuan, and she was embarrassed to shake her head. Murongxuan, in fact, our relationship is not very good. Too many people are not convenient, or separate according to the original plan. Once again, he was rejected by Yu Jia. Murongxuan finally gave up his heart and glanced at the crowd. In this case, I will no longer insist. Let's go, Su Xian and Lin Wenjie. Morongxian took the lead to leave. Lin Wenjie quickly followed, while Su Xian looked at Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin. You are really kind to refuse Murongxuan's invitation. You will see later. He is not so patient with Su Xian and Chen Feng, and he waved his hand impatiently like driving away a fly. They are all far away. You'd better catch up with them so as not to lose them. I have to find it. Su Xian couldn't get over Chen Feng verbally, so he could only turn to Murongxuan with resentment. Hong Shuaibin looked at his faraway back and said with disdain, I thought Su Xian was just unhappy with us, but now he has become Murongxuan's running dog. We may have to guard against Murongxuan in the future. Chen Feng was not at ease and gave a special explanation. By the way, Chen Feng, why are you so alert to Miranchuan? Is there nothing strange about him? Zhang Zhirong's image of Miranchuan is very good. Some don't understand Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng tilted her head and wanted to say something. After a long time, she replied, I'm not on guard against Miranchuan. I just think his purpose is not pure. I don't really want to invite us. Chen Feng's answer made Zhang Zhirong more confused. Therefore, Hong Shuaibin couldn't look down and answered for him, oh, I'll tell you clearly. In fact, every time Morong Xin talks to us, the target is not us, but Yu Jia. Except for Chen Feng and Yu Jia, everyone showed an incredible look. He Yuchi covered his mouth, really? Does he want to pursue Sister Yu Jia? Lin Xian's reaction is relatively mild among the public. After all, in private, he has contacted Miranchuan many times. Recalling every move of Miranchuan, some of them agree with Hong Shuaibin's words, Shuaibin, I think that's what you said. Seeing that others were still skeptical, Hong Shuaibin pleaded with Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, you must be aware of this, so you don't want to go out to celebrate with Miranchuan? Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands, otherwise, I can't explain Miranchuan's motive. We didn't know each other so far before. We had to come together and always looked for Yu Jia when talking. It's very difficult for me not to doubt it. Yu Jia, who kept quiet all the time, also supported them. I always have this feeling, but it's inconvenient to say. Fortunately, Chen Feng and Shuaibin are there. They always help me to stop the unknown risks. I'll go. Miranchuan is insidious. It's unbearable to want to take away our goddess. Zhang Zhirong seems to have found the true face of Morong Xian, thinking about why he didn't see it just now. At this time, Chen Feng helped Morong Xian speak, don't get too excited. Miranchuan may be interested in Yu Jia, but he has not done any other bad things. Don't feel that he is a bad person. Hong Shuaibin turned his eyes and despised Chen Feng, is it still for you? It's just a little uncomfortable. The most disgusting thing among them is Su Xin. It's disgusting to see him. Yu Jia didn't want to continue on this topic. She took Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin's hands and went out, don't say it again. We should go out and celebrate the happy things that Wuxian avenged for us. Don't ruin our mood for them. Let's think about it. No longer tangled with Miranchuan, we walked out of the school gate happily to find a hotel suitable for celebration. Nangong Mengdai quietly follows the crowd, her eyes drifting toward the direction of Morong Xian's dormitory leaving, and whispers in her mouth, Morong Xian, Morong family, I'm afraid it has been rotten for a long time? Because Lin Xian has just established a relationship with Nangong Mengdai, he gets closer to her. He hears something vaguely and asks, Mengdai, what are you talking about? What happened to the Morong family? Morong family is no longer the former Morong family. Please advise your roommate to be careful of Morong Xian. Nangong Mengdai doesn't understand what he says, but quietly reminds Lin Xian to let his roommate pay more attention. Well, I'll talk to them when I get back. Lin Xian didn't take it to heart. Thanks to Miranchuan and their troubles, Chen Feng and others had a wonderful dinner. They were not only happy with the action of Wuxian, but also looking forward to the future. They could also make a world of their own. A good time is like a white horse passing by. When Chen Feng returns to her dormitory, it is almost 12 o'clock. After simple cleaning, she climbs into bed. Lin Xianlao forgets Nangong Mengdia's account. She doesn't give her advice to Chen Feng and Hongbin, and foreshadows many things in the future. As the sun rises on a new day, the students of Langyet Institute of Mechatronics finally ushered in the return of two special pilot teachers. Especially the students of Fighter Plane Department, all came to the fight teacher early, anxiously waiting for the arrival of Teacher Lang. Chen Feng got up early in the morning, quickly completed the morning exercise task and rushed to the classroom. It is estimated that it is the latest group of students to come. Everyone is eager to see through the classroom door, as if Mr. Lang will appear in the next second. Fortunately, Mr. Lang didn't make the students wait too long. It seemed that he heard everyone's voice from the bottom of their hearts. It was not long before all the people in the classroom appeared in the eyes of the public, much earlier than usual. The students of the first department of fighter plane, led by Pan Yugua, stood up and applauded in succession to welcome Mr. Lang's return. Mr. Lang accepted all of them and went to the platform. I know. You have a lot to say and many things to ask, so I'll come here early to answer your questions. However, you should be aware that everything I say to you should not be made public. These are confidential. The first time Mr. Lang was so good at speaking, how could the students ask for more? He recommended Pan Yugwa to take the lead in asking the first question. Mr. He, what we want to know most is more details about this military god attack on the Research Institute of the Holy Gamma Empire. Okay, it's not as simple as the news says. Listen to me slowly. Naturally, Mr. Lang would not refuse this request. He turned on the projector and called up a map of the world, pointing to an island in the Pacific Ocean. This time, we not only attacked the institute, but also here. All the students in the class were shocked. Unexpectedly, not all of them were on the news. Wushan even attacked other places. Zheng Jirong couldn't control his excitement and asked, "What's the important place of this island? Why does Wushan attack here?" Mr. Lang heavily pointed the location of the island on the map. This island is an important springboard used by the Sangama Empire to attack China's coastline, and an important military base on the sea. Students should all wonder why Mr. Su and I delayed coming back for a few days. Our purpose is to capture here after hearing the information. That was not in the news. A series of fighter planes were boiling. Pan Yugwa tried to sort out the timeline inside. According to Mr. Lang, it was before and after the Wushan Attack Institute that the island was destroyed. The two teachers didn't take part in the battle of the Sangama Empire. Did Wushan take part in the battle on the island? Many students didn't think of this question and stopped waiting for Teacher He's answer. He laughed on the platform. The god of martial arts must have participated in this battle. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for the two of us to break a military fortress which has been built for more than 10 years in such a short time. Chen Feng doesn't know how to imagine the fighting power of the warrior god. What has the Holy Gamma Empire experienced these days? It is reasonable to say that there will always be counterattack. Before raising his hand, Chen Feng directly got up and asked, "Our god of martial arts has gone against the weather. We just destroyed a research institute and came back with a military base. It is impossible that the Sangama Empire has not made any resistance?" Mr. Lang drew several mechas on the map of the projector with a pen. Of course, they sent the mecha troops to reinforce us. However, Wushan thought that when the gun god attacked the press conference of China's second-generation mecha, he was injured due to the forced use of flight equipment to increase the speed, so he could not take any more action in a short time. I discussed with several students and thought that this was possible, so he took the opportunity to choose a bold attack to remove the thorn in the flesh. Lang said that he dropped a heavy bomb between students. Many people thought their ears were buzzing. What? The gunshot hurt? How could this be possible? Don't doubt that as long as people will have limits, it is a big taboo to use flight equipment to force speed up the operation of aircraft armor, and the gunshot god is helpless. Mr. Lang did not entangle on this topic, and continued to point to the island on the map. At that time, there was only one special guard in this military fortress. I firmly suppressed his and his pro-guard with Su. The martial god alone destroyed other defense forces and destroyed the whole island. Now the island has disappeared completely in the world. Finally, the special machine of the Sangama Empire is fighting for the pro-guard. I was killed and seriously injured before I managed to escape. When the reinforcements sent by the Sangama Empire arrived, there was only one mess left here. Fortunately, they saw the bad retreat, and our 3 special planes were not enough to supply, otherwise they would be sent back all the way. Mr. Lang was bold to put all the machine armor on the fork, and there was a certain momentum that the people who violated the Republic of Lan, the ancient god, would be punished far away. Hongshuaben was very happy and waved his arm. In this case, this time, the Sangama Empire was stealing chicken and not destroying rice. It is estimated that all the people who have been hit by this big blow will cry out. The smile on Mr. Lang's face was also unstoppable, and the words became more, in the depth of the strength and strategy of the machine armor. The Sangama Empire did suffer a great loss, and the research institute attacked by the martial god was not so simple. It was not only responsible for the weapon research of the military armor of the Sangama Empire, but also the upgrading and maintenance of the 2 guns of the gun gods. So when it was destroyed the fact that the gunshot didn't appear confirmed our guess about the injury of the gunshot. Miranchuan's eyes shine, left hand claps the table, so the most terrible two guns of martial god cannot be used at will in a short time. Plus he was hurt again, the situation in our country is very good. Yes, our troops will expand a little outside the Pacific Ocean to try to occupy more of the ocean. Mr. Lang added several more pieces to the Pacific Ocean of the map, extending the actual control area to the direction of the Empire of SA Gamma. All that should be said is finished. Mr. Lang gave the students a buffer time to accept it. Until everyone in the seat calmed down, he said again, we are almost half this semester. I haven't urged you to learn martial arts for so many days. Today, just do a midterm test. Each of you will take the most weapon and compete with me alone. The relaxed atmosphere in the classroom was suddenly put forward by Mr. Lang, and the test was strained. After seeing Mr. Lang blocking the gunshot and knowing his identity, the students of the fighter class realized how powerful their teacher was. Now they suddenly have to hand in with him and everyone has some drums in their hearts. Mr. Lang walked to the weapon stand at the center of the martial arts arena after he picked up a wooden sword, closed his eyes and waited for the students to make their own challenge. Chen Feng and Hongbin, look at me and see if you are determined to take the lead in the war. Still as Pan Yu Country breaks silence first to list, picks up his choice Tang Dao grinding tool step by step to Lang teacher opposite 7 meters. Student Pan Yu Country, Lang teacher, please give me advice. Mr. Lang did not answer but started to attack directly. Pan Yu was hit down the wind unexpectedly. However, Pan Yu Country also had his pride. He still looked for opportunities to fight against the attack of Mr. Lang, and repeatedly forced him to give up the attack to defend. Pan Yu Country's Tang Dao wave to open up and combined with his smile, which means that ancient times would be able to reproduce the meaning of the world. No one suspected that if he hit him, he would be disabled. Even so, Mr. Lang is still a top-notch. When Pan Yu Country counterattacks, he holds his Tang Dao and picks it gently. The feeling of pulling from the sword which Pan Yu's hand cannot control is released. Teacher Lang kicked the Tang Dao out of the master's control and pressed the wooden sword on the neck of Pan Yu. Pan Yu gave up his struggle and kept thinking about how the weapon was released. I lost. Mr. Lang has never seen this move before. How can I do it? This is the combination of the empty-handed white-edged kung fu into the sword technique, and it is my exclusive stunt. I beat many opponents by relying on it. Pan Yu quietly went to one side to summarize experience. Miranchuan was the second to be a benevolent, and chose the same wooden sword as Mr. Lang. Students Miranchuan, Mr. Lang, please give me your advice. Just beat Pan Yu. Mr. Lang did not take any rest, and flew to Miranchuan, who just came on the stage, and Miranchuan was already ready to jump into the air and block him in the middle of the air. Miranchuan's fighting mode is different from that of Pan Yu Country. Pan Yu is tough and tenacious, and he is delicate and continuous. Miranchuan keeps circling teacher Lang with his butterfly steps, trying to confuse the sight of Mr. Lang, and it seems that he has more attacks and fewer guard at a time. But the strength gap is not simple to change. Lang teacher with the hand of the wood sword stick to Miranchuan's wood sword and continue to draw circles. Miranchuan feels like his sword is sucked out of his control, also by the teacher Lang hold the neck. Morong family is famous for its martial arts. Miranchuan soon realized how Mr. Lang did it. What Mr. Lang just used was to stick words to make a decision. Let my hand completely unable to grasp my sword. It is said that there are not many people in the world will do this kung fu. Teacher Lang simply admitted, yes, the Morong family really deserves its reputation, and the kung fu is also known. Morong Xian bowed and retreated. It's just that I have seen it in the classics. There is no specific method of cultivation in our family. The students lost. Seeing that the two strongest students in the class were defeated by Mr. Lang, the other students also had no pressure, and they quickly began to fight with Mr. Lang one by one. Compared with last semester, the students of Fighter department have made great progress. It is not the scene that Mr. Lang can need casually. On the contrary, it can make Mr. Lang feel nervous from time to time, and the time taken for him to be defeated is also prolonged. Several students left the training ground to relive the process of fighting. Hong Shuibin raised a wooden sword and went to Mr. Lang. Student Hong Shuibin, please teach me. Looking at Hong Shuibin on the opposite side, a trace of expectation appeared in Mr. Lang's eyes. attack me as much as you can, let me see how far you can go in the sky? Hong Shuaibin no longer hesitated to launch the offensive with all his strength. He saw his hands, feet and swords together, enveloping Mr. Lang's figure in the illusion formed by the rapid movement. Mr. Lang has just blocked the wooden sword that Hong Shuaibin stabbed with his wooden sword. Mr. Lang's left fist appears in front of him. Mr. Lang splits his fist again. Hong Shuaibin takes advantage of the situation and raises his right foot to attack Mr. Lang's waist. Mr. Lang's waist twists back to avoid the attack, and his wooden sword keeps chasing the retreating Hongbin. The attack and defense of the two changed rapidly. They kept changing ways to find the weaknesses of their opponents, which made people dazzled. Even Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan, who had no interest in other people's fighting, went to the side to watch the battle. Mr. Lang's eyes were opened by Hong Shuaibin's endless magical attack methods. However, in order to control the time, he forced him to control the situation by attacking the enemy in a small range. With one sword, Hong Shuaibin's arm became numb and his action was slow. Another sword was fixed in front of him. The battle of Hong Shuaibin has begun to have its own style, but in details it needs more polishing. The details of the flaws determine where you can reach the upper limit of your close combat ability in the future. Students understand that they are trying to improve. Mr. Lang broke down his weaknesses and pointed out his weak points. Hong Shuaibin knew more clearly what to do in the future and turned away from the training ground. After Hong Shuaibin finished the challenge, it was Chen Feng's turn. Chen Feng took a deep breath and chose to take up two wooden swords to perform martial arts. Teacher Lang, student Chen Feng uses double swords. Please give me your advice. Teacher Lang squinted at Chen Feng's double swords. You have also trained the double swords for a long time. Today, let me see how effective it is. Chen Feng didn't choose to attack at the first time. A sword was across her chest and a sword was on the defensive against Mr. Lang. Teacher Lang would not be polite, playing with layers of sword flowers and approaching quickly. Seeing more of Hong Shuaibin's endless ghost ways, Chen Feng could not be confused by these sword flowers. He waved his left-hand sword to find out the location of the real wooden sword, and then forced it back with his right-hand sword, which solved the massive attack. Chen Feng's response was quite perfect. Mr. Lang secretly praised him in his heart, but he kept silent and continued to attack. He tried to find out Chen Feng's flaws with fast attack and defense. However, Chen Feng's characteristic is that he is solid and stable, and can always change his moves in time and correctly. Moreover, he has a high fault tolerance rate when using double swords. For a moment, Mr. Lang couldn't take him down. Chen Feng's impenetrable defense made Mr. Lang feel like a dog biting a hedgehog. After several attacks were ineffective, Mr. Lang took the lead in making changes, deliberately focusing on Chen Feng's weak left hand, no longer trying to find Chen Feng's flaws, but forced to create opportunities. Mr. Lang's changes have greatly increased Chen Feng's pressure. In the constant attacks of Mr. Lang, his weakness of slightly insufficient left hand strength is magnified infinitely. He can only use his right hand repeatedly to help resist, and his smooth movement finally stops. Aiming at the opportunity, Mr. Lang jumped up and raised his wooden sword to chop Huashan. Chen finally couldn't keep chopping away from his left hand. Chen Feng had no choice but to overlap the left and right swords together to attack, but also because of the huge impact force, his body was still in place. Mr. Lang couldn't be forgiven. In the process of falling down, she flew up again and hit Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng held her horse stance and held her hands up. She had a good idea. She grasped two wooden swords and spun in place, just like the close attack of the gun god. The sudden change of Chen Feng's moves made Teacher Lang unexpected. She found that if she continued to attack, she would be hit by Chen Feng's double swords. She had to pull up her legs and turn back to avoid the attack range of Chen Feng's two swords. This time, Chen Feng chased the enemy and stopped spinning. He realized that this move not only put great pressure on the opponent, but also had a great impact on his own. It was a typical killing enemy of 1000 and losing 800 himself. I feel dizzy. If I delay it, it will be worse. It seems that we must decide the outcome as soon as possible. Chen Feng made a decision in mind. Ready to go all out. Seeing that Teacher Lang's feet were empty and the dishes were not steady, she threw the wooden sword of her left hand. After a series of changes, Mr. Lang had a great burden on his body. He was trying to resolve his discomfort. Looking up, he saw a wooden sword flying straight to him. He was surprised. When did Chen Feng attack so boldly? He was puzzled, but Mr. Lang's action was not delayed. He gently plucked the wooden sword in his hand to pick off the attacking wooden sword. However, what he did not expect was that another wooden sword was followed by this wooden sword. It turned out that Chen Feng threw out his left wooden sword just now, and then continued to throw the right wooden sword again, forming a series of strong attacks on Mr. Lang who had just landed. Seeing that Mr. Lang's experience was so dangerous, the students watching around sent out bursts of exclamations. The situation is extremely critical, only listen to Lang teacher roar, beautiful. He threw his sword into the sky and knocked the second wooden sword away from the direction. At the same time, he used an iron plate bridge to force his body down, completely eliminating the possibility of being hit. The most deadly attack was ineffective, and he had no weapons in his hand. Chen Feng was still unwilling to give up. He waved his fists and forced Mr. Lang on the ground. However, his strong physical discomfort eventually seriously affected him. After turning over, Mr. Lang laid Chen Feng down on the ground. Chen Feng finally lost, but the wonderful process let the students clap for him, and Hong Shuibin even compared his thumb to him. Mr. Lang helped Chen Feng up and re-examined the students on the opposite side. On the third day of separation, I didn't expect that Chen Feng's progress was so great. All kinds of attack and defense choices were unexpected but quite correct. Very good, very good. Listening to Mr. Lang rarely said praise, Chen Feng felt embarrassed to touch the back of the head. In fact, it's just helpless to let Teacher Lang laugh. Mr. Lang picked up the 3 wooden swords on the ground, and compared Chen Feng's action of forcing him back. You were just a step-by-step move, but you can suddenly use unexpected fighting. If I am not wrong, this move is the action of the musketeer in the press conference of the second-generation machine armor to force us to close in on the attack. Yes, I've been thinking about when I can use it since I saw it on the spot, and I just thought it was suitable and I tried it. Chen Feng covered her head and felt a little dizzy, but I didn't expect to have such a heavy burden on my body. I felt dizzy and weak after just turning a few circles. I could only throw a sword to make a final fight. Mr. Lang nodded his head and returned the 2 wooden swords to Chen Feng. This is a skill that is not profound but requires high physical quality. If you want to master it, you should continue to polish your body. There is also your most fatal weakness. When you use a 2-handed sword, you can't train your left hand well. The imbalance of strength on both sides is easy to be caught by the enemy. I hope you will attach importance to your colleagues and do a good job in the training of both hands. Students understand. Thank you for your advice. Chen Feng left the martial arts arena after giving thanks. Usually, he and Hong Shuibin had similar strength. He never realized this problem. Today, he met with the powerful teacher It seems that he has made great efforts in the future. Chen Feng almost hurt Mr. Lang's performance, so that the rest of the students were eager to try, and took turns to play their own characteristics, so that Teacher Lang got a lot of surprise, and finally only Nangong Mengdai was not on the stage. Nangong Mengdai's boomerang is the most special one in the whole fighter system. Every student wants to know how far she can practice. When it's her turn to go on the field, they all keep up their spirits and look to the training ground. Nangong Mengdai did not live up to expectations. He picked up 2 wooden boomerang darts and danced in the martial arts arena. He bowed to Mr. Lang. Students, Nangong Mengdai, use the boomerang. Please teach him. Looking at Nangong Mengdai's whirlwind dart, Mr. Lang thought a little. Nangong family is also a martial arts family. I think there must be a combination of leg skill and whirlwind dart in the family? Yes, Mr. Lang, I was trained according to the method taught in the family classics. Nangong Mengdai replied respectfully. Then let's start. Mr. Lang once again took the lead in attacking Nangong Mengdai with the same sword as most students. Nangong Mengdai does not retreat but advances. She throws all the boomerang darts on her hands to Teacher Lang, and goes up with no fear. Mr. Lang sidestepped to avoid the attack of the boomerang. At the same time, his own attack was also destroyed. As soon as he adjusted his posture, Nangong Mengdai had already killed him and raised his long legs to greet Mr. Lang in his face. In the face of danger, Mr. Lang put the wooden sword in front of her. Nangong Mengdai couldn't watch her leg bump into the wooden sword. She immediately turned into a whirl kick and turned to attack Teacher Lang's waist. This move was expected by Mr. Lang, and the wooden sword in his hand was waved to block it again. When other students thought he was going to attack the enemy, he suddenly jumped up and whirled in the air. The original boomerang flew a certain distance and then turned back. Mr. Lang had a good time to avoid the attack. Nangong Mengdai didn't take the boomerang with her hand. Instead, she kicked the boomerang in the air and kicked it to Mr. Lang. She did not continue to step back and roll forward. She came to Nangong Mengdai again. She took the lead in sweeping the hall before she landed, intending to disturb Nangong Mengdia's next move. Nangong Mengdia's face is calm. She doesn't change her falling posture and steps on her right leg. She thinks it's not suitable to fight hard. She gives up the attack and takes a few steps back to attack with a boomerang dart. Nangong Mengdai resolves the impact of landing by rotating. Meanwhile, he takes back the boomerang and throws it again with the help of turning. Mr. Lang dodges and gets close to Nangong Mengdai again. Nangong Mengdia's unique fighting style and Mr. Lang's appropriate coping strategies make the students of the first department of the fighter plane enjoy it. Chen Feng puts herself in Mr. Lang's position and finds that there is no way to solve it. She looks forward to Mr. Lang's getting out of the predicament. Mr. Lang approached Nangong Mengdai several times, but he was always forced away by the returning boomerang. He had come up with a way to solve the problem. When Nangong Mengdai did not follow up in time, one of the boomerang darts turned his wrist slightly. He saw that the whirlwind dart magically moved along with the top of the wooden sword. Mr. Lang danced a few times and threw the boomerang outside with a wooden sword. It was like an obedient pet and rushed to another boomerang which was about to return. Only a slight collision was heard. The two boomerangs offset each other and fell to the ground. Instead of giving Nangong Mengdai a chance to retrieve the dart, Mr. Lang approached Nangong Mengdai for a close-to-body short fight. She was not allowed to use her long leg attack range advantage. Under the suffocating attack, Nangong Mengdai could only be captured. When Teacher Lang's sword fell on Nangong Mengdia's neck again, and the victory or defeat had been divided in the training ground, Nangong Mengdai breathed a long breath. I thought it would take more time for Teacher Lang to crack my attack. Mr. Lang took back his sword and picked up the two boomerangs on the ground and looked at it carefully. Nangong Mengdia's fighting style is very novel and sharp. If it is improved, I don't think many people can resist it. Now I'd like to talk about the two areas you need to improve. First, protect your boomerang. If your opponent destroys the boomerang, you can't use many of your attack methods. Second, keep away from your opponent. Your leg skill is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It can cause a lot of trouble at a certain distance. It can be easily suppressed when you are close. I hope you can pay attention to these aspects of practice. I'm aware of these problems, and I'm trying to make a change, but there's no really good way to do it in a short time. Nangong Mengdai is a little worried. Teacher Lang points out that the problem is correct, but she can't perfect it. Mr. Lang also has no better advice. Maybe one day you have a chance to really ask the martial god. He can definitely give you the right answer. After hearing about the martial arts skills, he decided to ask the god of martial arts again. Although it didn't take much time to fight with each student, Mr. Lang also had to rest during the duel. Moreover, there were 49 students in the class. After the fight with Nangong Mengdai, it was almost over. At such a time, Mr. Lang didn't want to use it anymore. It's already this point. It's meaningless for you to practice in groups, so let's break up. Remember what I told you to pay attention to, as well as the experience of observing other people's battles. Go back and give it to me and think about it carefully. The key to their own strength can be improved. The students dare not be careless, solemnly said goodbye to Mr. Shang Lang, and left the classroom with their heart in mind. Mr. Lang stood in the training ground and watched them leave. He recalled the students he had taught in the past. There are too many good students in this class. The average quality is so high, which is better than any previous one. Does it mean that the chaotic times will start when there are so many talents in a short time? The more he thought about it, the more chilly he felt. He closed the door of the fighting classroom. Later, he went to President Pan's office and reported his thoughts. Mr. Pan, I think this class of students are very talented. There have been several good seedlings who can become the pillar of the ancient Republic of Shinlan. This was unimaginable in the past, which made me feel that there is something wrong with the situation. Headmaster Pan put his hands across his chin and said with burning eyes, the last time there were so many talented students in the Republic of Ancient Shinlan in a short time, it was your year. When talents swarmed out, there would always be turbulence in the world. Obviously, President Pan is also paying close attention to the situation of this class of students, and holds the same view. Mr. Lang sits in silence opposite to Mr. Pan and waits for his next words. It's not because there are not enough materials in this world for more than 10 years. During these years, there are not many meteorites falling from the sky. It is reasonable to say that several superpowers should have seized enough precious metal reserves. Then there is only one possibility: each country reserves its strength in secret, and the next large-scale war is inevitable. Speaking of this, Mr. Lang thought of a rumor and confirmed to Mr. Pan, I heard that the variant machine jointly researched by Mr. He of our school and the Royal Research Institute over Tianqing City will be a new special machine? President Pan put down his hand and lay deep in the chair. Yes, this variant of the mecha cannot meet the requirements except for the polished metal. The state has made it clear that it will become a special machine, and may become the beginning of a new round of special machine research and development. Mr. Lang asked curiously, who will be the pilot of this variant machine? There will definitely be a lot of pilots rushing to seize the opportunity. To be honest, I really want to let my school students become its pilots. President Pan is still in his mind. In the end, we have to see who is more suitable to operate the variant machine. He has a candidate in his mind. His name is Hong Shuaibin. Maybe he can stand out. Hong Shuaibin? His thinking is agile, and his combat mode is changeable, which is really suitable for the operation of changeable mecha. Mr. Lang frowned and recalled Hongbin's performance in class and agreed with Mr. He's idea. Since Mr. Lang has no opinion, Mr. Pan solemnly asks, then please pay more attention to this classmate. After all, he is too young in many aspects, and can't compare with those pilots who have experienced many ups and downs outside. Mr. Lang nodded his head confidently and assured, Mr. Pan, don't worry. I dare not say anything else. But from the learning situation of Hong Shuaibin, I can guarantee that he can meet the requirements of the competitive variant machine machinist. Mr. Pan no longer said more. He straightened up and looked at Mr. Lang's eyes. The battle may come soon. Are Mr. Lang and Mr. Su ready? Mr. Lang looked directly at President Pan. We thought that we would spend the rest of our lives in Langya Mecha Institute and spend our time teaching students. We didn't expect to have the opportunity to return to the battlefield so soon. In fact, we still look forward to it. Pan's eyes showed a trace of intolerance. You two carry too much. If you go to battle again, I can't bear it. Haha, I don't think it's hard for old people. Our hands are covered with too much blood, and we will end up in the battlefield. Mr. Lang put his hands in front of him and smelled it carefully, as if there was a smell of blood sprayed from the enemy. This school needs you, and this country needs you more. Please accept my respect. Headmaster Pan stood up from his chair and wanted to bow to Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang helped Mr. Pan in a hurry and asked such a respected old man to salute him. He could not afford to. Mr. Pan, this is my mission. I have no reason to escape. You also have your responsibility. Let's guard this country together. President Pan has been the president of Langya Mechatronics College for so many years. He has been conscientious in training all kinds of mecha talents for the country. Naturally, he is committed to the needs of the country. I, the old man of Panchi, is just helping in the rear. It's up to you to rush forward. Mr. Pan's name is very red, and it can make the audience full of respect. Mr. Lang bowed his head and solemnly said, Mr. Pan, you have 120 hearts. I will try my best to protect everything here and never let anyone destroy it. Mr. Pan firmly grasped Mr. Lang's hand, as if to pass all his strength to him. After a long time, the two talents released. Mr. Pan wanted to send Mr. Lang away from the headmaster building. Mr. Lang asked Mr. Pan to sit back in his seat and turned away by himself. Let's look at the other side. The simulation class in the afternoon begins. Mr. Su still appears in front of the students of Fighter department with his wine gourd. However, no one dares to despise him this time. Since he knows the identity of his special pilot, all the students no longer complain about his teaching methods. After entering the classroom, Mr. Su did not go directly to the platform, but swayed in front of the students and asked, "Why are the kids looking at me like this?" Pan Yugwa got up and replied, "Report teacher, each of our students has great respect for the special pilot of the Republic of Ancient Shenlong. Please don't worry about the unhappiness of some classes in the past." "Oh? Have you ever been unhappy? I don't remember." Mr. Su held his head and thought hard, as if he had never thought of it. Pan Yugwa didn't evade the problem, but said it all the time, "Report teacher, in the past, we always thought that Mr. Su was deliberately making difficulties, always. Assign us difficult tasks, never giving us careful guidance on how to operate, and always holding on to a wine gourd, so we didn't have a good impression on you. However, it is ignored that you have given us a lot of space for adjustment. It is your arrangement that has greatly improved us." Mr. Su realized this and raised the wine gourd to drink. If it's just these words, it doesn't need to be said. I've never taken it seriously. It's good for kids to get used to my state. Thank you, Miss Su. The students in the classroom are grateful from the bottom of their hearts, only feel that they have no eyes. Okay, let's start today's lesson. Mr. Su went to the platform, put the wine gourd on the table and asked, "What do you think after you feel the horror of gunshot at close range?" "I feel that the gap between us and his strength is too big." Hong Shuibin was the first to answer. Zhang Jiron was still in a state of palpitation. He could not forget the situation when the god of gun rushed out of the siege one after another. Even the teachers can't stop him. We are hopeless. Chen Feng also said that has been around the heart of the idea, "Teacher Su, we still want to become stronger, please help us." After the students finished, Mr. Su took a big gulp of wine. "It seems that the kids want to improve themselves more, so I'll give you the simulation class to enhance the difficulty." It was already very difficult before. Moron Xian was very curious about the content. How can Mr. Su increase the difficulty? Teacher Su showed an evil smile. "In the case of avoiding the attack of Mecha, climbing to the top of the mountain within half an hour." After this training, I saw that all the kids in the class had already done it. Next, I will add another attack mecha. Do the kids still have confidence? Actually, it is very difficult for them to become two mechas at the same time. Many students are just on the verge of failure. According to Mr. Su, the difficulty is increasing geometrically. Although the students of the first department of the fighter plane are the favored ones, they do not have enough confidence to cope with the challenge and dare not reply to Teacher Su's questions easily. The students were forced to take part in the training, but they didn't expect that they would be forced to do so at the same time. It's better for you guys to give up this one. After saying this sentence, Mr. Su did not stop, but continued to say, "You can see that the gun god has broken away from our encirclement several times in a row, and his difficulty is higher. If the kids can't do this training, let alone chase him." Mr. Su's inspiring method is very effective. All the students in the class have their own pride, even if they don't know it. It's a great honor to be able to do the training that the previous students didn't try to complete for the first time. Pan Yugwa was the first to beat the heart demon and said to Mr. Su, "Mr. Su, please allow me to try this training program." Pan Yugwa agreed, and Morong Xian did not want to be outdone. Then he said, "I'd like to, too, Mr. Su."